going to bed. This is my first ever sleep stream. Night, night, Ames. Thanks for coming.
No
Sweet,
problem.
sweet dreams.
You too.
All right, everyone. We're gonna night, night, Ames. So that was it. That was Amy, everyone. Um, I'm in my bed. I know you can see my head. Sorry, I can't see the chat really because my glasses aren't on. But please like and subscribe, and we're gonna keep this going all night long. All right. Um. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up a show, and I'm just gonna chill out, watch the show until I fall asleep, and that's what it's gonna be. So let's do this. We'll go to YouTube. We're gonna go on YouTube. Is it weird if I go on YouTube and then be on YouTube at the same time? I don't know. Hold on here. I'm just setting up the thing. Go to the YouTube. So how is everybody doing tonight? Sorry that you can't see me right this second. We're gonna watch my old pal Bubba the Love Spot. Oh, you know what? We'll go Fat Man Beyond. That way you guys can listen to like Comic-Con coverage. And of course I'll be talking to you for a little bit.
Show families the Land of Frost Premium Lunch has generous portions for affordable prices. We got help from the AI.
So, how long have you guys been waiting here for?
Wow.
Guys, keep chatting with each other in the chat, by the way.
Land of Frost Premium Meat.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
We were really happy until the dream started.
We're gonna put the remote here on this pillow, and then I'm gonna turn on like this. Oh, can you see me? Hold on. Oh. Yeah, there I am. There I am. There I am. Wait, dark. Dark. There. 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 I hope everyone's having a good night so far. Alright, Fat Man Beyond live from Comic-Con. Guys, you should turn it on. Go on the Kevin Smith YouTube channel, but keep on this one.
Get it up, would you? I'm Mark Bernard.
That would be cool. Okay, I'm gonna lay down. So you won't see me, but I'll be watching.
Delightful to be here with you all. Delightful to be here in San Diego. One of my favorite things. Would you fucking put it? Just
I don't even know what time it is.
Somebody get him a shot. Lovely to be here with you, everybody. Celebrating.
So I might get up in the middle of the night just so you guys know to go to the bathroom, maybe turn on my radio.
So we're swinging
because I gotta sleep with noise. Because I have ringing in my ears and it sucks.
I'll tell you that much.
I had that blasting my music too loud in the headphones when I was a kid. So
Oh, this for me? Oh,
forgive me.
Fucking Rocky, there's a Rocky and Bullwinkle RCA video disc. I don't. Look at that. And the card is
let's watch some Kevin Smith.
So much, man. Did anyone else bring me shit? Well, then you're my favorite person of the night. Oh, this fucking rocks, man. Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah. Whatever, man. That's fine.
Yeah, what'd you get marked, man?
I guess I'm not verbal enough about the things that I love that people can bring.
Thanks for hanging out with me. It's almost like a slumber party.
11 a.m., checked into my hotel,
You know?
fell asleep, woke up, bought underpants because I forgot to pack underpants.
Oh, I thought you like saw something new.
Everybody, don't forget to subscribe.
I forgot.
If
Ken,
my
that's the
moderators
story.
are watching,
Fair
please
enough,
put
fair
that in the
enough.
chat for me and pin
You
it.
just saw Johnny Depp as Ebenezer Scrooge. You're like,
People wonder,
oh, shit,
was
gotta
I gonna
prepare
stream?
to
And
bed.
I'm like, yep,
I
gonna
mean,
do a
did you go
9-hour
out and
deal.
get 'em, or did you actually DoorDash? Because I'll tell you last night what I did. Weirdest, most decadent fucking thing I've ever done in San Diego. I DoorDashed a microwave.
You can DoorDash a
I
microwave?
brought food with me because generally,
That's
like I
wild.
make sloppy joes. I'm not saying this to convince anybody, but
Don't
just for
forget to
full
like and
disclosure,
subscribe.
I'm vegan. And so I take Beyond Meat and I make sloppy joes out of them. It's my favorite thing to do. So we're gonna be here for 4 fucking nights. I'm like, I ain't leaving my sloppy
Oh, I
joes
love
over.
sloppy
No,
Joe.
and I brought them
Who
with
else
me.
loves sloppy
Generally,
Joe?
There's always a microwave in every hotel room. Marriott Courtyard, there's always a microwave. No fucking microwave. So I said to Jenna, I was like, fuck, we're fucked. She was like, you could probably go to the store and get one and shit. I was like, I wonder if you could DoorDash one. Fucking went to DoorDash, entered microwave, and like at first it's like microwave burrito, all bunch of things you can stick in a microwave. But then I just said microwave with an exclamation mark and hit enter. Fucking options galore, man. So I fucking ordered, it's $50. I wanted to go back in time and tell young Kevin Smith, like, one day you're gonna go to Comic-Con. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh yeah, well, you go for years, man. You go so long for that 1 year you go, and you want to buy a microwave, and they have a thing
Everyone
called
like and
DoorDash, and you
subscribe.
buy it for $50 so that you can make your own sloppy joes in your room and shit. And I think young me would be like, microwaves are only $50 in the future? Like, that's the thing I was blown away by. Like, I remember buying a microwave like when I was a kid. My parents bought one. It's $300. We had to go without food for 3 months. So we had a device to cook food, but nothing to eat because we bought the fucking microwave. Now, $50 fucking bucks, man. Isn't that crazy? I feel like Oprah. I should buy everyone in the room a microwave.
Feel like Oprah.
So cheap.
That's
you get
funny.
a microwave. You get a
Check under your seats.
yes.
No, I didn't DoorDash it or Instacart or whatever for fear of catastrophic embarrassment. Because I didn't want to be the guy going down to pick up. the
That's
fucking
my hat
DoorDash.
rack.
So what'd you get, man?
I got like wrestling hats over there, you know.
Fucking Hanes briefs. But
I
that's
have
what's in the
a
bag.
on-air sign over there, but I don't know if it's actually on camera.
And then he was just like, what happened? He's like, you can tell me, I'm your dasher, man. It's like telling your psychiatrist. It's like telling your priest it stays here. Why? He's like, I went to the store, I picked it up, man. I took my time, and I know I'm getting paid, but you owe me. What the fuck happened?
Sit on the couch. Tell me about your money.
Yes. My dasher was very surprised when I met him at the hotel, in the hotel lobby and shit. Not because he's like, oh my God, you're Silent Bob. He was just like, I just want to see what kind of asshole DoorDash is a microwave. And he's like, I'm not surprised.
It's like, well, how much? You can DoorDash a TV?
I'm convinced you could DoorDash anything but dignity at this point. So will you actually
Everybody
went out to
like
the
and
stores?
subscribe.
I did.
What are
Please.
stores like in San Diego during Comic-Con?
You don't. If you can avoid it, don't do it.
Doesn't matter.
And the worst part is, like early in the morning, like the store.
Let's see if I can read any of the comments.
So I then had to go
Noop
to
is in the house. I see the picture. What up, Noopster? Sorry, I can't see your comments, bro. I don't got my glasses on.
Fucking boxer briefs.
You had to
But
get
Noop,
help.
if you're in here watching, make sure you put like and subscribe, brother, for the
She's like,
people.
what happened? What happened? Come on, old man.
It's like it happens as much as I'd like it to.
I don't know. This might be a stupid idea, but I'm doing it.
Where did you go? Just out of curiosity. Where's a man like you buy your underwear? I go to Target.
That's right.
I go to Target to buy mine. That's funny.
Why? Oh, that's right. We're supposed to say Target. You know what? Fuck Target.
Why are we
But
supposed to
when you
hate
need your
Target?
fucking drawers at a moment's notice. At any point in the storm, exactly.
Like, who else is selling me underpants at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, you're like, I will be an activist later. Right now, I need to fucking wear these.
I need to line my undercarriage with fabric. So let's go.
I got here last night. Yesterday afternoon actually. We left like at noon or something. Got down. It was like a 3-hour drive, and I went to at night. Like, who knew, man? Like, I never go to preview night, but I went because Funko was like, come to the activation. They're doing like their big Funko activation. Which if you haven't had a
Funko Pops go to Comic Con? That's
It's
awesome.
fucking fun. It's massive. I told him, I was like, there's more production value here than in my last 3 movies. Like, fucking, you guys are doing it right and shit. So I got to go to the con floor last night, and for some reason in my head, preview night is not as packed as every other day. It's like, oh, it's preview night is only for special people and shit. Yeah, just the
Special people? What
who are
does
like,
that
I'm
mean?
ready to come on Wednesday.
Special
it's
people.
basically, I don't know what I call a preview night. It's just.
Am I a
another day.
special person?
It was
Maybe.
so fucking crowded for Wednesday. Then I went to the floor, not the floor, but to the con today, and I did actually dip out because I was trying to find a place to smoke and shit. So I poked my head out the hallway. Fucking bumper to bumper, and it's Thursday. And my wife went to Gaslight. Gaslight? What is it called? Gaslight. My wife was gaslighting me. She went to the Gaslamp district while I was doing my panel and shit. She came back and she was like, "Don't go." Like I could not move, and she could get between raindrops and shit like that. But she said it was shoulder traffic. It's Thursday. What's it gonna be like on fucking Saturday? It's gonna be fucking crazy, man. Because that's when everyone comes to be like, all right, if Marvel put the fucking trailer out already, what the fuck are they gonna show in Hall H? You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Evans's dick.
yeah.
Whoa, that's
I feel
wild.
like they're gonna show like the first few minutes of the movie, man, because they've already shown us the trailer. It's not like they're gonna get up there and victory lap the trailer and be like, "Y'all see it?" I'm sure they're gonna fucking show us some exclusive shit. So that's gonna bring even more people in on Saturday, and whoever has to follow Marvel in Hall H, I feel bad for that poor son of a bitch. Motherfucker gonna be like a hot dog in a hallway, man. It's room galore. No, that's my favorite part of doing the Hall H thing anymore. And back in the day, it was great for my own validation. That's how I felt validation. I was like, if I walk out, people are still there. I'm still relevant. I still matter. Then a couple of years ago, I went crazy, and then I fucking changed my perspective completely. Where I'm like, look, I love doing it, but it does not define who I am. So now the joy for me in going to Hall H isn't just like, hey, I get to make people laugh. That's what it's all about. I don't use it as any sort of gauge of where I am in the world. That's up to me. But my favorite thing is I get to go early, and then I sit in the back and watch all the fucking panels. Normally, they make you go. You're like, each studio is like, bullshit. They're very fucking tight with the security. But I've been coming to this bitch for 31 years, man. So much so that when I went over to the con today to go host a panel and whatnot, everybody, you go backstage and through the loading dock, like literally everybody's just like, Gav, like fucking, I know all these guys. Like I see them every fucking year. They're not going, Gav. Usually when people say Gav, it's like Kevin James, but they're going Kev because they're like, you're like us, you're here again. Like we see you all the fucking time. So there's a real sense of like community and like a sense of fucking like belonging. I enjoy that shit. And because of that, I never get rushed out all the way. So even though like everyone sports Felix now works at Disney and shit, they're like, let him go. And I sit
Let
there
him
back
go.
quiet, like,
Let him
I don't ask for no
go.
autographs.
Let him go. Let
I
him
saw
go. Let
Robert
him
Downey Jr.
go.
He took the mask off and he was like, I'm Dr. Doom. And that was one of the only times in my life where I was like, I want to go ask for an autograph. But I fucking kept it tasteful because I didn't want Disney to be like, I knew it, you're a fucking fanboy in disguise.
I did it in a shitty disguise for 30 years.
I'm not passing.
No. We know.
I did a panel today. I hosted a panel for an A24 motion picture directed by Adam Wingard named Onslaught. I was getting there, sorry. A stoner voice. Onslaught, which, if you see the trailer, you're like, oh, this must be based on that video game. And there is no such fucking video game. It's an original piece of IP. One of these things where you're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? It's not a Marvel, it's not a DC, it's not based on a fucking video game, it's its own unique thing.
Are you guys
It's
still
so
watching?
weird. So I got to ask him on the panel today about like how do you know, I've never made
Comment if you are.
He made the King Kong movies. King
Don't
Kong,
forget to
Godzilla,
subscribe.
the ones that like fucking do killer business. So I was like, what is it like when you get to that level, they just let you do whatever you want? And he goes, well, I mean, this is that movie for me. He's going, I use that fucking what I built up over the King Kong movies to be like, this is what I want to do. And what it is it's very throwback. It feels like 80s John Carpenter. It feels like Attack on
This is gonna be like the
Titan.
ultimate
It
hangout
feels like
stream.
early Jim Cameron, like Terminator, particularly. So really good about fucking super soldiers. Just go ham and kill a bunch of people and stuff. But you know who's in it? Is Reginald Bell Johnson. Yes. And he's in the trailer, so I'm not
Reginald
spoiling anything.
Bell
Like, his
Johnson,
line
that's
closing
Carl
one of the
Winslow
trailers just, it's like,
from
you know,
Urkel.
Stay out of you come to the wrong trailer park, motherfucker. And when you watch the movie, it's like, oh my god, man, this is what happened to the cop from Die Hard. He got old. He moved into a trailer park, and he's like, more shit. But the panel was lovely. It was I had the director, and then I had the cast, and of the cast, who was it? Audrey from Andor. She was Andor, and I said at one point, you know, you got to talk to everybody and kind of think it's stuff. I was like, I'm pretty sure that everybody here at Comic-Con, you're the only one that's been nominated for a Peabody. And she's like, what is that? And I was like, well, it's an award for smart people. So now I'm wondering if you did get nominated.
Okay.
She was lovely. But they did. They got nominated for fucking Peabody. Who else was there? Dan Stevens. Rebecca Hall was on the panel. Drew Starkey. Thursday? No. What?
Is he one of the heated rivalry fellas?
No, but close. He's from Outer Banks. Not close, but yeah.
Like how much less game?
It looks like that game,
He was in a movie called Queer. He's
Left
all
4
an
Dead.
actor.
It's like when
He's
the
in
arm
this
comes
fucking
up.
movie. He plays this, like, I don't know how else to describe it. Sex positive government terrorist. Like fucking. It's crazy. His first scene in the movie, I was like, what the fuck is this? And then he just goes and does a completely different thing. And everything you see him do is informed by what he did before he got called into action. And it's pretty fucking wonderful. I enjoy the movie. It's a fun fucking throwback. It's a good ass time. But doing the panel was nuts, man. It's nuts when you're there not for you, but for somebody else and stuff, and you're just kind of hosting. I feel like I'm pretty good at it. There's going to be a day when I come to this con where people aren't going to know that I had a movie career. They're just going to be like, oh, he talks to people that do have movie careers. And I'm okay with that. I'm a fan. I started as a fan, and I figured I'd always wind up as a fan eventually, again, and stuff. And in between, I got to have a career, and it was kind of nice.
There's a weird little thing in comics where I know Invincible did it, and I did it when I wrote Static Shock for like 2 issues 20 years ago, where there was a Reginald Bell Johnson high school. Like that's the high school that I think Mark goes to in Invincible, and that's the high school that Virgil Hawkins went to in that.
Nice.
Because that dude should have life. I had that panel today.
What do I have tomorrow? This is nuts, man. So I'm hosting the panel for Spaceball.
Oh,
The all-new
I hate the
Unstoppable
YouTube ads
Snack
commercials.
24-hour nonstop
I'm
freshness.
saying YouTube
Smell
Premium,
unstoppable.
but I'm not rich enough for YouTube Premium. Hey, do you like this remote? It's got like a red.
Underwear for folks who work their butts off.
Mayday. The captain is running a human trafficking operation.
Next. Who cares? How many commercials does YouTube put now? I don't really understand.
And
Is he here? Did they bring him? Did they bring the 2,000-year-old man to Comic-Con?
no. Oh, well, I'm not at liberty to say. But we'll see. He will be there. Ish. 100 years old, man. This is not a place for him.
No.
But everyone else is definitely there and stuff. And one of the people who's going to be there is like incredibly meaningful to me. Most of my career, I've been known as one half of Jay and Silent Bob. Jay and Silent Bob, cinematic pairing, goofy guys that fucking say stupid shit in movies. Part of a long tradition of people who've done it before us in movies. For example, of course, Cheech and Chong laid the track for stoner humor for us, and they've just been announced as getting their own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame this year, which is very cool. But going even further back, you got your fucking Laurel and Hardy, you got your fucking Abbott and Costello and shit like that. You get into the present and you get into the fucking Harold and Kumars and the fucking whatever fuck came after us and stuff. But for me, Jake and Elwood,
See, I like keeping the TV on as well while I go to bed for this, because that way people can't be like, it's a recording, because the TV program will change. Guys, sorry that I can't see your chats. I don't have my glasses on and I am legally blind. So please like the stream, please subscribe. You guys are legends. And just hang with me and talk with each other.
And I've never had cause to cross paths, especially because he kind of stepped away from the business altogether. He's on the fucking panel. Isn't that gonna be nuts? And I believe it's his first Comic-Con as well. So it's gonna be fucking nuts. Royalty, Comic-Con royalty up there. Man, you're gonna see me reduced to fucking tears. It was only the second time in my life I was like, maybe I should bring something to get autographed, because I have a lot of fucking shit. But maybe dude's been shy about being in the biz. I don't want to send him away where I'm like, it's not my shit. He's like, I knew it. He fucking leave. But yeah, what an honor, man. Josh Gad gonna be there. Everybody gonna be there. So I'm gonna get to do that panel tomorrow. And then tomorrow night I come back here and do a show with Jay, 2 shows with Jay. And then Saturday I got my own panel. I got Hall H, but like I said, I follow Marvel and shit, which is it's like being I don't know, based on porn that I enjoy. Seems like being the cuck in the video and shit. They all have a good time and you watch, and then it's your turn and they're like, yeah, I guess go ahead. And so that's gonna be me. I'm the yes, go ahead guy.
Do you need somebody to carry your weed for you?
Yeah, you want to be there?
I will happily be your Jerome if that gets me into that fucking room.
If you could come out during my Hall H panel with a mirror, just midway, and then I'll comb it back and shit.
Noob, thanks for sticking in there and chatting, brother.
Was because Duncan Moore's Day at the time, one of the most recent cruises, and one of his handlers, one of the 15 guys
Just,
at the time,
since you're in there, I hope you can moderate and just keep telling people to like and subscribe if I miss it.
Because when Morris Day asks you to fucking do the bird, you get up. I was like, am I gonna be
So,
missing
sorry
the
that I can't see the chats, but I can kind of see the pictures. If that makes sense, I can kind of see like the circle picture.
I was gonna say,
But words, I can't see.
Like, I had a good ass time. Mark had a better
And I'm
time.
not sleeping with glasses on because that does more damage to your eyes.
Let's
So
dive into the
thank
news,
you,
shall we?
thank
Sure.
you,
How many
thank you.
people? Just before we go into the news, how many people are from out of California? Put your hands together real quick. Welcome, kids, to our fine state, man. Crazy expensive, but worth it because my God, it's beautiful and stuff. And as you've seen, San Diego equally is beautiful. I fucking walked around San Diego like literally for the first time ever, man. I've been coming to this fucker for, like I said, 31 years, 31 fucking years. I never went to the seaport, never went to the Midway or anything. Like, they got this big statue of people kissing. I'm like, when did this go on? They have a whole monument to Bob Hope entertaining the troops, which I was like, holy shit. Like, there's this whole world, man, over there that's nuts. And they're selling shit. Like, you can get a Dole pineapple whip, which I did. And you could go roller skating. They have a miniature roller rink and shit. It's good times, man.
I love that you discovered the pop-up that is San Diego.
Yeah. Like, this is never here. It's here right now. This is great. And where we were, there was no hint of Comic-Con because it's too far, like, down the pier and shit. It's way too hot to go down there. And all the action is down
Guys, sorry I can't see your chat, but I know you're chatting.
Now I went into this.
You guys can see the lines moving up. So everybody, please subscribe.
Chuck Jones
Uh,
gallery.
this is my first ever sleep stream. People seem to they wanted this, so now I'm giving it to them. But don't forget we play Roblox and we play, you know, when October comes around, we'll play the Halloween game, we'll play the Wolverine game. We're gonna have a fun time.
$4 grand, like life size and shit. And my wife was like, no. Because I was looking at it
So
long.
please subscribe, like the stream, tell a friend, tell your mother, tell the dog, tell the cat, tell the fish,
So
tell them
while
all.
I'm looking around, I find a fucking piece of animation that like I wasn't thinking about, wasn't planning for, anything like that, but it was like, holy shit, this actually worked. Do you remember Snoopy Come Home?
Oh yeah.
So in Snoopy Come Home was the animated classic from our childhood. Snoopy leaves Charlie Brown because his original owner, Lila, is sick in the hospital and she sends him a letter and shit. And Charlie Brown
Did
was
you
like,
know
what do you mean? He had
Charlie
original
Brown wasn't
owner. Like, nobody
Snoopy's
ever did
original
shit.
owner?
They
I
ended
didn't
up
know
moving
that.
him. So it was like, it was honestly, it was the end game of our childhood. So he leaves and he wears this water dish on his head as a hat, and Woodstock goes with him. So on his journey to Lila, everywhere they go, there's signs like no dogs allowed. He can't get on a train, can't get anything. So it makes the journey harder. It's a road picture. He comes across this little girl, and the little girl falls in love with him and calls him Rex and adopts him against his will. Drags him into the house and sings a song while she prepares a tea party for him. It's fundamental, dancing with him, and Snoopy the whole time is fucking horrified, like trapped and shit, ready to chew his own arm off and whatnot. So, hadn't thought about that since childhood. Absolutely loved that scene as a kid. Me and my brother and sister would sing it all the time. We're in the Chuck Jones gallery. They have this piece that has the little girl
It's like a heartbeat.
with the fucking tea tray, Snoopy dressed in a skirt with the line around his eye going, I can't fucking believe this is my life. Beautiful piece, not signed by anybody. But instantly I see it and I'm like, oh, and Jennifer's like, what? And then I do this whole thing I just did, like, do you remember? And she didn't. She was not familiar with it. So I took her on this journey through my fucking childhood. And I said, this piece right here, I was like, you see how happy the girl is? And you see how she's forcing Snoopy to engage in activities? And you see how Snoopy looks like a fucking prisoner? This reminds me of us. And she was like, yeah, prick. And I was like, no, hear me out. I was like, I'm a happy prisoner, but like, same fucking thing. Like, I'm forced to do tea parties and shit like that. I said, so I want to buy this piece and hang it out. She's like, well, now you told me that, never. And I was like, no, we're doing it. So,
Dude, you could have told her that she was Snoopy, who's being forced to do things that she doesn't want to do while she's at Comic-Con with you.
do you think I've maintained a 27-year marriage based on lies?
Yes!
We're honest with her. This is the woman who, when I wrote Jane Silent Bob Strike Back, I let her read it. And the first thing out of her mouth when she finished, I said, what did you think? She goes, it's a movie for little boys. And I was like, well, I don't bump into that. Fair enough. And she goes, well, can I be in it? And I was like, I thought it was a movie for little boys. And she goes, well, you put all your friends in your movies. Why wouldn't you put your best friend in the movie? And I was like, well, Jason Mewes is in the movie already. So we're straight up with each other. Anyway, the point of the story is this. That piece is $1,500. And if I'd had my wallet on me, I'll be honest with you, man, I would have fucking bought it right there, particularly because it outraged my wife so much. Oddly enough, both of us had left my phone has my credit cards in and shit, left it at the hotel plugged in charging. So I had cash on me, but not enough to buy that. And she didn't have her wallet on her either. And so cooler heads prevailed, and I asked the gallery owner as if anyone wants this fucking thing. I said, look, I want to buy this. Can I put this to the side? And he took my number down and stuff. He said, I'll hold it till tomorrow at noon. And so I said, perfect. So I went and did my panel today, and I'm a real like rewards eater. That's how I got so heavy when I was a kid. Like when I fucking feel accomplished, I reward myself by eating. So I always,
I do that sometimes, you know. If I feel accomplished,
So
I get a
don't
nice
reward
big
myself
meal,
with
you
food.
know.
I reward myself with like, well, I'm gonna make a fucking unnecessary purchase or something like that. And so I was like, I'm gonna leave the fucking convention center, walk straight to fucking Chuck Jones because I got my wallet on me, buy that fucking piece. So I'm walking over, and then, fucking sun setting, it's beautiful. I was like, everything about this is so fucking right. I deserve this piece. I was very good on that panel. Rebecca Hall told me so and shit. I said, so I'm going to get me this thing. Then I remembered as we were walking away, my wife goes, well, you should see if they have that on eBay. And I'm like, they wouldn't have that shit on eBay. What are you, fucking dumb? Like, fucking a piece like that? Snoopy Come Home original art on eBay? Fucking grow up. So while I have the time to walk to the gallery, I fucking throw in Snoopy Come Home original art into eBay. And I find a piece. Not the same piece. It's not a serigraph. This is literally art from the cartoon, from the original cartoon. However, this piece, Snoopy's not in the dress, and she's not in throwing the tea party. But it's clear the relationship is what it is. And Woodstock, additionally, is featured in the piece. And wait for it, it's signed by Bill Melendez, the director. What? Asking price currently, because it's for an auction, but I'm pretty sure I could win it. $56. Mark, that would be a savings of $1,444. Now, not done, because this is where I want your opinion. I thought about it. I told Jennifer, I was like, what I'm going to do is go into the gallery and try to bring that price down. Because you could go to Amazon, and if you go find a better price someplace else and enter in an Amazon, Amazon honors that price. Now, I'm not going in and be like, sell me this shit for $56. But I am going to say, like, look, I want to buy this piece very badly, but now that I know I could buy a similar piece for $56, man, in good conscience, I can't do it. The 4:30 movie did not make a lot of money. I said, so, like, I could have just walked away and never seen you again. I was like, but here's what I want to do. I'm going to give you a shot here, man. I want to buy this piece, but I just can't pay that much. So what's the best price you could give me to keep me from buying this piece instead? So I could you could have a sale on a piece that's never been sold and it's been sitting here for probably like 10, 20 years and shit, but it's lower than what you want for it. But you got a guaranteed fucking sale. Or you can be a prick about it. No, or you can, hold it until somebody buys it for the full price. Do you think that's a dick move, or is that a fair thing to do?
I think it's a
Hold on, I heard somebody say it. You said a dick move.
I was going dick move.
Why?
Because you were gonna buy it anyway.
Yes.
And you want it.
Yes.
Just because a different piece that's similar is way cheaper,
Yes.
doesn't invalidate what that piece was, and not for nothing, buy both.
Now, maybe if I had Mark Bernard money, I could. But I just fucking told you the 4:30 movie didn't do it. Really? So who else says dick move? Oh, tell me why. Back that up. Why dick move?
New Game Plus. There's no
Another
Christmas
commercial, man.
this
This
show.
sucks.
This good. Especially after that. The greatest set ever. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Boom.
Hanging out with your friends is essential for survival.
We cannot get too crazy this weekend, okay?
I wonder when scary movies coming to Paramount Plus.
I didn't give my fucking
Psycho.
word. Don't fucking add to the story. Guy goes, you gave your word? No, I didn't. I wrote my name and phone number down on a tag, and the dude literally said it goes back up for sale at noon. So, so I didn't marry the man and shit like that. But anyway, back to why is it dick move? I would be happy to give that money to Bill Melendez, but he's dead. So I I'm not paying the artist, and that's also part of the story. I'm paying a gallery, and a gallery is not the artist. The gallery is making money off the artist's original art, and in fact, really upcharging for probably what they got it from the artist for. So let's, before we start throwing around purity, let's
I
remember.
mean, listen, I believe in haggling. I believe in negotiating.
I really believe in haggling.
So, like,
man.
if you go in there and you can be like, hey, listen, help me out. This is a little bit too steep for me, even though yesterday I would have happily given you a kidney if it would have got me this piece. Today's a different day. So, what can you do for me? I don't need the clear coating underneath it. I don't need the winter tires. I just want this fucking piece.
Fair enough. Now I want to hear from somebody who is like, not a dick move. Who said that? Go ahead. Why is it not a dick move? So the argument there is, when I was a kid, I couldn't have bought it. I didn't have that kind of money. So if I'm paying $1,500 for it, it's breaking the childhood spell. Really, what I should do is do what I would have done in childhood and shoplift it. Because $1,500 for a fucking drawing is a lot of money.
Dude, you can fit a microwave in that coat.
That's true. Why? Someone else. Why isn't it a dick move? Yes. That movie is Snoopy's Odyssey, so it's meant to be. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I don't need a justification for doing it, but I just want to know if it's like, I don't want to be like that guy, but like, because everyone assumes like when you make movies and shit, like you got more money. No, I don't, man. Like, and I spend a lot of time on eBay because I like buy way too much Bullwinkle shit, and I haggle like a motherfucker, man. Like I'll send in a bid and shit, like an offer. You know, sometimes it's like bidding out or best offer. I always go in for the best offer and shit, and they always know who it is. Because when I come in with a low offer, they'll fucking come back and be like, "Come on, Silent Bill," you know, like, fucking cough up. But it's like part of the fun for me too is like getting the right price. Like I don't want to fucking overpay and shit like that. Just because like I made a few movies, those movies nobody's going to see them anymore and shit. So
It's the East Coast in you, I feel.
you know what I'm saying? It's the Jersey in me. I'm like, I can't pay that. I'm not gonna pay enough for this muffler.
Everybody like and
All right,
subscribe.
one more why it's not a dick move, and then we'll move on. That's my feeling. As a store owner myself, it has been there for a long time, and this is their chance to move. Like if somebody came in, I'm a store owner. If somebody came into Jane Silent Bob's Secret Stash, and they were just like, "All right, this fucking thing's been here forever. I've been here many times. It's never sold. I'll give you half for it." I'd be like, "Fucking sold." One time I bought the masks from Halloween 3, like the Season of the Witch, like, you know, watch the magic pumpkin. What? I found them in Los Angeles, Halloween Town, you know, over on Magnolia and shit. And I said, "Oh my God, that fucking the young me would have fucking loved this and shit." So I bought them. They were way expensive. And then I put them in my office. And then I was like, you know what, man? I'm the only person that sees them here. I got a comic book store. I'm going to put them in the comic book store for display. And if somebody wants to buy them, fucking so be it, man. And so they sat there for a long time. And I put them up for the same price I bought them at. One day somebody came in. They were like, I don't have 1,500, but I want these so bad. They offered us less. I fucking took less. I was like, done and done. I got all the enjoyment I wanted out of them. They also looked cool in the store for a while. But ultimately, like, the joy was going to be in the next person receiving it. Now, I understand they're running a business. They're like, fuck your joy, you know? So maybe they might not be receptive to it. But I think I'm going to try it. I'm at a Comic-Con. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's a fancy Comic-Con and it's international. But the root of every Comic-Con is you fucking face another fan and you're like, you want $5 for that fucking the first print of Batman the Cult? I want to pay $4 and shit. And they're like,
Yeah, but the reason that math works is
not done with my sketch.
sorry.
Ma? No.
It's method breathing.
I was.
But the reason why that works is because that dealer does not want to load a bunch of shit onto a truck on a Sunday. And so Sunday, they will give you anything for half off.
That's true. That's
like,
good
I want
point.
to drive this shit back to Seattle. What do you just give you something for it?
That's good.
That dude in that gallery has been sitting on that piece of over 20. He's not motivated really to move it.
All right, here's the deal. Number one, you got me with like buying both because like that's what I do at the food store. Like, why wouldn't I do that here as well? Because now, like, if one is $1,500, but I'm gonna get them down. Trust me.
Nah.
But let's say one was 1,500 and the other was like fucking under $100. Then you divide that in half, and that's what I technically really would be paying for both. Which most people go like, yeah, now you're overpaying for 2 pieces. Like, just draw it yourself and shit. But I don't know. Now I love it too much. I appreciate the input, man. That's useful to hear and shit. I didn't know that you'd be a dick move both, though.
I'm a little bit dick move.
You're
Like,
a bit of a mystery to me.
that's my long game. 15 years. I don't want you to figure me out.
That's what keeps it alive. I'm like,
Yeah,
he's a mystery to me.
I am. Also, man, lie to your wife, dude. Just greases the wheels. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm happy. Great.
My wife is gonna text you and be like, "You told them to buy both, you idiot."
I thought we had an understanding.
All right, man. Last thing I'll say before we dive into the news is this: I, believe it or not, kids, turn 56 next week, August 2nd, a week from Sunday. So if you're in the Los Angeles area, I'm having a birthday show on my birthday at the Starlight Cabaret. Come on out. It's gonna be good fucking times. You can literally watch me age in front of you, like Dorian Gray. Actually, he didn't age.
No,
It's the opposite of Dorian Gray.
because he haggled on that fucking picture and it ended up in the attic and it stole all of his youth.
That's right.
Don't haggle on the picture.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you're back to the picture.
Yeah,
Good point. Good point. You know what happens too is I never take into consideration. Somebody's gonna call up the Chuck Jones guy and be like, "Here's the scam." Get ready for him when he comes in. Have a great answer. If he thinks he's gonna lawyer himself out of $1,500, but I know he wants it. Shall we do the news?
We can do some news.
Let's do some news. Kids, you ready to hear some fucking news?
Woo!
We also have to keep an eye on the time, man. We have a hard out at 9:30. They told us
Yeah,
before we
kick
came
us
up
out.
here, so we have fucking 34 minutes left. Go.
Yeah. So, hey, the Doomsday trailer came out. It's pretty cool, right?
Let's talk about the Doomsday trailer. I fucking loved it. Made me happy. It was everything I expected it to be and hoped it would be and stuff. Naturally, I'm all for more Doctor Doom, but I know we'll get more as we get closer and stuff. So I was very happy. Watched it 4 times. I was there when it dropped. I happened to be up at 6 in the morning. I was like, what the fuck? It came out of nowhere. Total fucking surprise and shit. It's almost like your wife coming up to you and being like, hey, do you want to fuck? I'm like, oh my God, yes. Like, fucking didn't have to beg for it. I thought I'd be here. Like, show me the trailer. They fucking showed me the trailer in the comfort of my own home. That being said, a bunch of people online were like, bleh, and a bunch of people were unhappy and shit like that. That guy right there.
That guy right there. I mean, it is just, and it's hard to compare it to the other Avengers trailers because each of them have their own. The first one was the first one, and Endgame and Infinity War were like, holy shit, what's gonna happen? Like, oh my God, Thanos is cool. This one just felt a little bit like look, it's everybody. And oh yeah, here's the bit that we already did in the other movie where Cap proves he's Cap because he can lift the hammer. All right, okay, cool. Where's everybody else? Where's the other 70 names we saw on the back of fucking director's chairs? What's this? Like, there was not a lot of there. Now, there shouldn't be, because it's a fucking teaser trailer. I can't just completely unzip their
And
fly.
how far?
It's 4
4 months at this
4 months. It's December. So, they're not going to give us everything. They're not going to tell us much. But I could sense the idea that, A, the audience wants a little bit more, and B, Disney needs something to fucking work. Like, Moana came out and tanked.
Yeah.
Mando and Grogu came out and tanked.
Yeah.
And so, like, Marvel needs to have a win. Disney needs a fucking win. And the pressure on this is massive.
A lot of folks on the internet questioned the wisdom of dropping it the Monday after Chris Nolan's The Odyssey made so much bank at the box office, being a movie that clearly there's a guy who's like, I'd rather fucking eat your dick than use AI and shit like that. So after that, like the morning after that shit, like where the whole world's like, yeah, fucking cinema's back and shit. People were complaining that like that's what you show everybody. They're like, how are they supposed to get that excited following the Odyssey? But now I didn't see the Odyssey yet. You did?
I did, yeah.
Did it lessen the
No, I mean,
Doomsday trailer?
they are two such different things, and Nolan, is operating at a level that, and empowered by whatever 10 fucking movies that are all bangers that all did incredibly well, to then go back and say, I'm gonna make a movie as old fashioned as you can make a fucking movie. We're gonna have 1,000 people on a beach running and we're gonna do this 4 or 5 times, and every time they stop running, we have to sweep the beach to get rid of the footprints and do it again. Like that is some old school David Lynch shit, and nobody's doing it because nobody can afford to do that. It takes time and it takes money to drag cameras, IMAX cameras up mountain. Nobody else is trying to make movies this way. And then fucking Avengers movie trailer comes out. And yeah, I'm sure there's a bit of AI in there because there always kind of has been to a certain degree.
And never mind AI though, but it just we know based again we've been fucking with Marvel movies for over a decade at this point, close to 20 fucking years. They always put behind the scenes footage on everything and shit. So we know for a fact that like oftentimes they'll make a movie where people aren't even in the same fucking room.
Yeah.
Like everyone on a green screen and some of them are here and some of them there and shit. So in the case of the Odyssey, what they have going for them is like, we're all here, man. You can say anything you want about this movie, but we were all on the fucking beach. And I guess that's some people reacted to that. Like you, I didn't see the Odyssey, but so I can't, there's no comparison for me. But like that wouldn't have even bothered me even if I did see the Odyssey.
No, I mean they're such apples and oranges, and I like both apples and oranges, so I didn't have a real issue with it. I was surprised that the trailer for Avengers Doomsday was not on the Odyssey.
School's out, heading into halftime. Yogurt with 6 grams of protein.
This is good. So good.
Protein, calcium, fun. That's the win for the home team. Yogurt, play on.
With Gillette, enjoy a smooth and comfortable glide, even at your 30th shave. Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
Or a break from your car acting up.
my leg. Go on without me. We got you covered, Bumblebee. For a great low rate, go with the General.
Our national security has been compromised.
I'm gonna find whoever was behind this and I'm gonna kill them all.
I was like,
Is that a Disney movie?
it's not, but like it doesn't matter. You can see, you fucking get whatever trailers you get.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they did not release it early enough for it to have been the big ass fucking trailer in front of the biggest movie, or probably the second biggest movie of the summer, right on brand new day will probably make more money. But
Is that, do you think Spider-Man's gonna make more than Toy Story 5?
well, Toy Story 5 is almost at $1 billion, which for a movie that nobody I know has seen, that's a lot of fucking money.
Is that right?
I mean, I'm now out of the age of having children who would have given a shit, and so I am not motivated to go see Toy Story 5. And I don't, and most of my friends are approaching mid-50s and are running out for more Buzz and Woody, who are also at this point in their mid-50s. So why didn't we go?
The characters are in their mid-50s.
Yes.
These guys who do their voices, I think they're like 11 to 100.
Yeah, Tom Hanks is looking a little Hanksy.
I was the familiarity of like Cap, Crab, and Hammer, if that is indeed Cap and stuff. All of it. The familiarity I was there for. Maybe it comes from being a comic book fan, but that's kind of what made me happy. They didn't have to show me something new and dazzle me. They had to make me feel like, no, it's just what you want. These are all the boxes that we're checking. Now, is that what you want in original motion pictures? No, this isn't an original motion picture. This is a third Avengers movie or fourth, fifth. So, there's a lot of things they have to do and do right in order for that to work. And everything is, up against it or staked on this. They've already said how much it cost to make at this point.
I mean, $300-400 million, and I don't know how much of that is also rolling in Secret Wars into that or not. So it's the most expensive movie that will have ever been made.
They said it has to make $1 billion just to break even. So,
It's a bunch of shareholders in the house. Oh no!
there's a motherfucker's like, I didn't hear that on the earnings call. Yeah, I mean, my skin in the game is just, I can't fucking wait. You guys, oh, thank you. We got till 9:48. Give it up for the club.
Awesome.
you know, I got no skin financial in the game, but I'm a huge fan, and I love what Marvel does. And even when they're doing it badly, as according to some, I'm still here for it, man. You know, I'm old enough to remember when we didn't have any good comic book movies. So I'm old enough to remember when, like, how do you know it's a Punisher? He's got a skull on his fucking knife. You know, now fucking John Barenthal will literally become the Punisher. You watch that fucking Frank, what was it, One Last Kill?
One last kill, yeah.
Oh my god, it was just fucking wonderful. And then I watched the behind the scenes thing where he talked about like the only he said to the director of the Spider-Man movie, Daniel Daniel Desicret. He was like, I'm here for you, but I want to make sure that my version of Frank can walk off of his set and onto this set and have it make sense. Like, meaning, don't fucking sanitize shit. Like, don't, like, the Punisher is the Punisher. And he said he was happy with the results.
And then he walked off of that set onto the Odyssey, where he's just playing fucking Frank Castle.
Is he really?
It's Johnny B doing Johnny B. Like, want me to tell you about your dad? Odysseus?
If you're gonna do Johnny B, you have to be like, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something about
Let me
your
tell you
dad.
something about your dad. They say dad in the movie.
They do.
Yeah, I saw that in the trailer. That caught my ear where I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, nobody's doing accents other than like kind of generic.
So it's like Kevin Costner, Robin Hood.
Not really, because there's not also Rickman doing like funny British. It is everybody across the board. And I think the intention is this should be for everyone. That it's not hidebound in the kind of classics. It doesn't feel like it's Peter O'Toole and Gielgud and
Big plan.
and yeah, it's working okay. But because the idea that the youths would be a little bit put off by something that felt like homework. Like, all right, we're gonna have fucking Spider-Man sing for his dad. Like, why don't you want that?
Right.
Turns out they want that.
What'd y'all think about the Avengers trailer, kid? If there was somebody who was like, fuck it, who, raise your hand. Go ahead. Why? Say again?
Elected heroes?
For the heroes they selected. There were some fuckers missing.
I mean, there's a lot of fuckers.
Well, Spider-Man, from what I don't know if Toby's in this flick. I know for a fact. I keep hearing like that scene opens the movie. Spoil. Fair enough. But I don't know if the current Spider-Boy, what's his name?
Tom Holland.
I don't know if he's in this flick. I know that they're saying he's Secret Wars. Then again, I don't even know who's saying this because it's not like it's coming through Disney. I just read everything
The
on
internet
the internet.
says.
Yeah. But the internet showed me so many trailers in advance of this trailer that I was like, that must be it because that looks real. And then I go into the comments, everybody's like, AI slop, and I'm like, fooled me. I'll watch that fucking
Did
movie.
its job.
Did you hear that Elon Musk is going to remake the Odyssey?
Historically accurate.
Historically
An
accurate.
historically accurate version of a myth that has all white people in it. I mean, some people are too rich. Like, or we should have allowed like hunting for sport humans again. Like, buy an island, man. Stock it with humans and hunt them to death. Don't fuck this up for
This
everybody.
dude just
That's what
spends,
you used to do in the 50s if you were rich, or if your last name was Epstein.
he spends so many fucking plates, like jack of all trades, master of none and shit. And like, dude's company, SpaceX, I keep reading about is like the stock is tanking and shit. And yet he's got time to be like, me and Brock are gonna remake the Odyssey.
I got nothing better to do.
Yeah. All right, what else can we talk about?
Well, we can talk a little bit about the fact that for the first time since, I don't know, 1930, whatever, there will be no comic book publishing companies in New York City. Because Marvel and DC, I know, boo! But Marvel and DC were the pillars of, comic publishing as we knew it
Yes.
for a very long time.
Manhattan was the heart of comic book community, man.
And because the comics in the olden days were made by the people who couldn't get work doing illustrations for like Sports Illustrated and Esquire and GQ magazines. And so all of these artists who were lots of times women and gay and Jewish and black who couldn't get hired by Madison Avenue went off into the village and started making weird shit. And that weird shit ended up being comic books, ended up being superheroes. And so Manhattan and the counterculture and that place was the lifeblood of what made comics go. And Disney pulled, he's pulling Marvel out. Warner Brothers pulled DC out about
A couple of years ago, yeah, 10 years ago.
And so now, for the first time, you know, both the model from Metropolis and the actual fucking New York that's in comic books is now informed by the companies that are producing it.
The beauty of you know, Marvel back in the day being in Manhattan, especially back in the days of the bullpen and stuff, was that theoretically an artist or a writer could look out their window and dream up a story because there's Manhattan, there's the playground where all these characters, you know, lived and breathed and worked and stuff. Change sucks. We all know this and stuff, but let's be honest. How many of us have any stake in Marvel actually being in Manhattan? Like, nobody goes into the bullpen. Like, it's not like all the artists and writers still go and everyone works from home and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, it's just a very expensive rent. What I find very confusing though is Disney owns buildings. So why not just ship them downtown to like where they put ABC and stuff like that? But you could do that, but I guess they want them out here because
Marvel wants to be Marvel in one place.
and this is where Kevin Feige is, and this is where all the movies and TV shows are. So there makes sense. It's kind of the same theory that they had when they moved DC out to Burbank. Burbank fast becoming the new Manhattan in terms of comic book capital of the world.
Yeah, easy.
You have one of the fucking big two are here, and then like they got those statues downtown. Big appreciation for comic books at Burbank. But you know, it was when I first heard the news about them leaving New York, I was like, oh man. But at the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Comics are still going to be the comics. It's just we're all hesitant to, you know, as the world continues to fucking go in different directions and shit like that, and not look like shit we recognize. It was one more thing added to the pile of you're kidding me. But like at the end of the day, did anybody ever go visit the Marvel offices in New York? Put your hands together if you did. You have a right to be upset. You're allowed to be upset. You were like, I was there, man.
That guy.
But anybody else who's on the internet going, man, that fucking, they shouldn't do that, fuck them, and never visited those offices, like that's just hype. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, those comic books aren't going to change. I don't live in Manhattan. I've been writing for Marvel and stuff. I'm very happy to announce that Jays of Future Past sold out, and the second prints are now on sale. Very, very happy. And mid-August, was August 19th, I got a Marvel book coming out, Spider-Man Hulk, Fire and Brimstone, 5-parter. So, full disclosure, I'm writing Marvel comics. They're set in Manhattan. I don't live in Manhattan. I live out in Los Angeles. Now, I know Manhattan very well because I grew up over there and stuff, but I'm not there. Nobody's there. And it just feels like corporate was like, since we don't need to have people there, let's move it over here. Bad news is there's a bunch of people who do work there who live on the East Coast, and they've been given a chance, like, you got a year to figure it out. This is all happening by next July. It's not like happening right now.
Pack a truck.
Yes. So they got a year to figure out whether they're gonna head west and stay with the company or move on and stuff. It's sad in as much as change sucks, but it was inevitable. I guess. New York rents are expensive.
Yeah. And they were in the old Rolling Stone office.
That's where they were.
And it was like I was there. I had a meeting up there back in March, and it was like 3/4 empty. You know, it was just A, lots of people working from home, and B, the space was just too fucking big. And so it was like you could roller skate through the offices. You could do like remote control cars on the floors and not hit a person.
Right.
So yeah, I understand it, but it's still because I'm hitting like the double nickel, and I start to get nostalgic about shit.
Yeah.
It's like oh well.
It is. Post-COVID, man. It just seemed like it was inevitable, with a lot of people not going into the office to work and stuff. It's so crazy. Do you think one day, like by the end of our lifetime, will we have to explain an office building to people, to young kids?
I mean,
Like, we used to go to a place and work, and they're like, "What's work?"
I had to.
I'm like, "That's the thing the AI robots do."
I remember my son was, at the time he was like 12 or 13, and he was writing something, doing homework on the computer, and he was saving Microsoft Word. And I was like, well, what do I do? So just save the file. I was like, how do I do it? Just click this button. He was like, what's that? And the save button on Microsoft Word is still a floppy disk.
Yeah.
He was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, well, okay. Let me explain physical media first. And the 3.5-inch floppy disk was such a vast improvement over the 5.5-inch floppy disk, where you could actually, with a hole punch, you could turn a double-sided disk if you really wanted to. But it was a pain in the ass, and they were not really good for storage. But this was amazing.
And some of them, while they were called floppy, were hard.
Yes.
Go figure that shit out, kid.
See? These dishes are still dirty.
You need a detergent that cleans your dishes and your filter.
Filter.
Yep, my go-to is SK Platinum Plus. Only these action packs have double the Dawn, breaking down food residue. Even on your filter. Cascade.
Ultra Sheer is a sunscreen you can't see on a man you can't see.
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything they own, hi guys, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
My last insurance policy had me feeling like,
What is covered? Why does this make zero sense?
exactly. But with Farmers, they tell me what's covered and what's not in plain language. This makes sense now. That's what I was gonna say. Jinx!
We have a stowaway.
Agents. Mutiny. Rated R.
The last bit of news, which is the sort of thing we keep talking about it. We end up doing more than we have been doing ever before in the past, which is somebody left us. Somebody meant quite a bit to us as nerds. Sam Neill.
Yeah. Fuck, man. Give it up for the late great Sam Neill. Did you ever meet him?
Never did.
I met him once.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've told the story a few times now since he's passed and stuff. I was a big Omen fan as a kid. The Omen trilogy, for those that aren't aware of those movies. The little boy, Damien, turns out to be, spoilers, son of the devil. They had 3 different movies. One was The Omen, one was Damien Omen 2, third one was The Final Conflict. And so he's a little kid in the first one, he's a teenager in the second one. And then the third one, they're like, this is Damien Thorne when he's a grown-ass man and he's in government and shit like that. Like, this is where he can really now come into his own as the Antichrist. He's meant to be the Antichrist in these movies. So, knowing they were going to make a fucking third Omen movie, and this pre-internet shit like that, like, fucking there was no hype for these sort of things. But being a fan and knowing that they were like, we're making another, it's called The Final Conflict, like, I couldn't wait to see who was going to be Damien Thorne, because Damien Thorne, low-key, was one of my favorite movie characters. I was a Catholic kid, and so we're raised to, like, hate the devil and shit, but that just makes him all the more attractive. And so, we were told repeatedly by the priest, don't go see these Omen movies. And we'd be like, all right, but then fucking rush off to see them. And so, I used to be Catholic. I don't know if you've seen Dogma. I've given up my Catholicism and shit. I used to say, what was the old joke? I used to be a practicing Catholic. Now I'm down to a sign. But it's not so much, even though I'm not part of the faith anymore and I don't go to church and shit. It's kind of like people who like Star Wars, but they're not active with Star Wars currently. Like, I didn't see, fucking Mandalorian and Grogu and shit. I'm more into like classic Star Wars or something like that. Even though they've left, they still follow the characters. So even though I'm not part of the Catholic Church, I'll always be like, he's one of my favorite characters. What are they doing with the devil these days? Like, I'll follow him wherever he goes, If he's on a talk show, I'll be like, oh, there he is. Like,
That Lucifer guy.
Yeah,
Cut his jib.
totally. If we're doing his eulogy one day, I'll be like, aw.
Had a good run.
Had a really good run. Evil's dead, kids. Good win. So I couldn't wait to see who Damien was going to be as an adult. And then they finally introduced Sam Neill. That was my first interaction with him. And for the rest of my life, he would play every character but Damien. He never really played bad people.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I said bad people, not horrible people.
Yeah.
Event Horizon is very near and dear to my heart because when in Dogma, the screenplay for Dogma says at one point there's a scene we took out where the Azrael character Jason Lee played was going to show Bethany what hell looked like, and he was going to cover her eyes, and it said in the script 5 seconds of the most unbelievable fucked up imagery you've ever seen in your life. So when you're cutting a movie, everybody okay? Everybody okay? When you're cutting a movie, sometimes you're cutting in temp score, obviously, but temp footage because we didn't shoot that sequence. We were going to build it, pull together historical footage, and just kind of build it ourselves and post and stuff. But to placehold it, we pulled that fucking moment from Event Horizon. When they cut to what happened here, and they just got to that shit, man. And so for the first 6 months of its life, whenever anybody watched Dogma, they saw it with that sequence in it. And I swear to God, and we talked to everybody after they're done, what do you think? They're like, everybody's so good in it, man. But when they show hell, that is so fucked up. How'd you do that? I was like, I stole it from Event Horizon. Then we wound up clipping the scene so it wasn't in there. So generally, he was always a fucking sweet dude other than Damien, but I loved him as fucking Damien, man. So years later, I've been in this business now 32 years. Never fucking came across that guy's path. He makes classy movies, so why would I ever meet him? So one day I'm at Sundance 2016, and there's a group called the Creative Coalition. They're like, we want to give you an award. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll take that. And it was nice to get an award that year because the rest of the world was like, fuck you for making that movie. So that was the last good thing that happened at Sundance. So I'm at this award ceremony, and they say, Sam Neill is going to give you the award. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? So he gets up and he does and stuff, and then the award goes, and he reads my biography or whatever. And the award goes to Kevin Smith. And then I get up there and join him at the thing, big thing. And I said, look, kids, as awesome as this is to win this award, to have it handed to me by Damien Thorne himself means the world to me. Now, Sam Neill, I guarantee you, 99.9% of the places he goes in the world or has been in the world, people would be like, Dr. Alan Grant, fucking talking about those goddamn dinosaurs. But I think he was I know for a fact, he was so fucking delighted that I wasn't like, thank God Alan Grant gave me that, and I was just like, hey man, Damien Thorne. He was like, you remember? He was he laughed very heartily, and I was like, he's a good actor, but it turned out to be fucking real. So then after the ceremony later on, when we were headed out, I got to spend a few seconds talking to him on the way to the car. And I was like, dude, I am just fucking making out on a massive Final Conflict band. And then I did his Disciples of the Watch speech. There's this speech at one point, he takes a helicopter to the White Cliffs of Dover. And fucking he gets out. He's higher up, he's an ambassador to the United States, to the UK for the United States. So he's got a government job and he's getting closer and closer to the top job, President of the United States. So he takes his helicopter out to the White Cliffs of Dover and he gets out and he addresses, they show all these fucking people. Maybe not as many as the Odyssey, 1,000 on a beach. But a lot of people, this is pre-CG and shit, just all fucking dead-eyed staring up at him. And he gives this fucking demonic speech where he's like, Disciples of the Watch. And he fucking goes on great length. I did it for him. Now, I know a lot of people in his life probably come up to him and do that fucking speech he did with a little boy about fucking the raptor cutting him and shit. But I guarantee you, nobody ever went up to the man and said, let me do a speech from the Final Conflict at you and shit. So he was very kind. He received it. I'm in the world where people come up to me and tell me what they like about my work. So I know how to receive people's compliments. He too, very schooled with that. Some people you'll meet and they'll be like, I don't fucking want to talk about that. They don't know how to receive a compliment. He knew how to stand there and be like, look, it's important for this guy to get this off his chest. So I'm just going to say,
maybe this is therapy.
Totally. Maybe he's on death's door and shit like that. So very gracious about receiving it. But there was a gleam in his eye because it wasn't the standard speech. It was he's almost like, I've been in this world many years. Nobody's ever speech. So he was delighted the whole fucking time. And he laughed very heartily, very fucking real, and slapped me on the fucking back, which made me so happy because I was like, oh my God, Damien Thorne touched me. Damien Thorne, remember fucking, like, he has a wicked ass fucking monologue too, where he's talking to Jesus. They have, like, they don't have a crucifix. Like, he's got a secret room where they got this Jesus statue, but it ain't the standard Jesus on a cross. It's a statue of Jesus being scourged. So he's over the, like, fucking pommel horse, whatever, that they fucking, the Romans, like, scourged and whipped him with and ripped his back open and shit. Like, basically, it's the statue of the Passion of the Christ. That whole fucking Mel Gibson movie, which is all torture porn. So it's just him fucking looking miserable and looking weak and not looking like any version of Jesus you ever saw. And he fucking walks around this thing and does this really cool speech. And he fucking talks to him. He's the only person I've ever heard refer to Jesus as this. He calls him Nazarene. He's like Nazarene. Like at the end of the movie, spoilers, like Jesus wins. Go figure. But he says to him right before he dies, he goes, Nazarene, you have won nothing, and fucking drops dead and shit. So I was just blowing this dude up, man. Just like, oh my God, I fucking love this movie. But the last thing I said to him when I got in the car, because they pushed me in the car, people who represent the movie were like, get the fuck in the car. But I didn't want to fucking leave him. It's like, it's my only chance I'll ever see. And it was my only chance to see Sam Neill. But right before they closed the door, I said, Sam! And he looked over. I said, I should like to live in Montana. And he went like this, because that, I think he's used to hearing. He's like, I hear Hunt for Red October all the time. I wish I'd gone out on, you've won Nazarene, you've won nothing. But I felt like that was a little too hardcore.
A little bit.
And other people, if they'd heard it, they'd be like, Jesus, he really doesn't like Sam Neill. But it's got a cool job because every once in a while you get to meet some people whose work has impacted you, and you get to fucking share that enthusiasm. That is what Comic-Con weekend is all about, man. I got nothing but time for the people who are just like, oh my God, let me tell you the fucking story about this, that, or the other thing. So I know what it's like to be on the giving end of that as well as the receiving end. So very sad that he had to go. He fought a cancer battle. He was in total remission.
And then
That's what took him. How old was he? Wasn't even that. He's like early 70s.
78. Yeah.
Late 70s.
Let me check my file.
If you wanna fucking
It's coming through now, Colin.
if you wanna stop doom scroll, sometimes it's so hard to like fucking not fall into doom scroll, read the news, or fucking just as you go through fucking Instagram or TikTok or whatever. Do yourself a favor. If you want to break yourself of a moment, go to Sam Neill's, because they ain't gonna take it down. Go to Sam Neill's fucking Instagram. It is the most wholesomely fucking wonderful thing you would ever lay eyes on. He had a massive farm, and he had a bunch of animals in it. So motherfucker would get up every morning and talk to the animals in this like adorably Dr. Dolittle fucking way.
And he named all the animals after his co-stars. So like there's Meryl, and there's Nicole, and there's Billy Zane, the sheep. He's a tricky one. Like the most adorable thing.
It was really fucking sweet, man. This was a dude who really enjoyed life in general and was happy to share his quiet but amusing ass life on the farm when he wasn't off being like a fucking movie star. Because this was a guy who worked forever. Pull up his IMDb page, man. It's fucking longer than Mark's dick. This goes on and on.
Yeah.
Not as luscious, but just as long.
I'm a humble motherfucker with a big ass dick. So.
Pour one out for the late great Sam Neill, everybody. Give it up for him. Huge bucket of wind. What else you got?
That is all the news. I feel like we should do some cues.
We do. We got about 15 minutes for Q&A, man.
Almost exactly.
All right, so let's turn it over to you kids. Who wants to know some shit? Throw your hands in there. I see one. We'll go back and we'll move forward. I see you right there going like this, and you just went like that.
Yeah.
And now you did it again. Go ahead. What's your name, Cap? Give it up for Chris. He's a masshole. I respect your right to be here, but I hate the way your fucking people drive. I'll be honest with you. Anyway, over to you, Chris. It could do whatever you want. You got the floor. Yeah, not in so much limbo hell. It's just taking longer to put together the final piece of finance, and and it's been about a year and a half. And you don't want to, like, I've written other things and whatnot, but you don't want to start another project because it's like, oh, we're so fucking close. But close is not get the job done. The good news is that I think I'm going to be shooting by the fall, though. Let's see. Knock wood. Knock wood. But the project that is styling to me is Moose Jaws. I've been trying to make Moose Jaws for over a fucking decade. For those that don't know, Moose Jaws is a movie I've been threatening to make for 10 years now. It is Jaws, but with a moose instead of a shark. The screenplay has gone through many incarnations and whatnot, but the most current version of it, I think, is a fucking workable, sellable fucking movie. Everyone loves the idea. Whenever you say it, just like I to explain it, everyone's like, ah. Then you ask them for money, they're like, fuck no. Which makes me frustrated. I think I've spoken about this before, but it's one of the only regrets I have about my career. I love everything I've done. I'm a huge Kevin Smith fan. But now, at age 55, I wish that I had been more mercenary younger in my career or throughout my entire career. I wish I cared about money more. Money was never a fucking thing because I came from indie film. So anytime I had to like get a movie done, I could just drop the budget, throw my salary away or something like that, because it was more important to make the fucking thing rather than to make it for like what we needed the budget to be or something like that. So like case in point, budget on Chasing Amy was $3 million. Miramax wouldn't give us $3 million. I was like, fuck it, we'll do it for $200,000. And they're like, oh yeah, go ahead, fucking sold. Poor Scott Mosier, the producer, was like, how? And I was like, well, I'm a director, you're a producer, that's your fucking job. And he eventually figured it out. Shit like that. So Moose Jaws, I'm frustrated with myself or angry at myself, or the only regret I have professionally is that I didn't make more money, that I wasn't a more commercial filmmaker, because then I wouldn't be going and asking anybody for Moose Jaws money. I'd be paying for Moose Jaws myself and stuff. But as it stands, like every artist on the planet, you know, I walk around hat in hand being like, you want to see me make pretend? Give me money. So it's weird. I can't make it happen. As it's been, you know, to be fair, I haven't like gotten to the mat hardcore. I haven't bled yet and shit. It's been very casual, but it's 10 fucking years of not being able to close that deal. I'm not unhappy because it always gives me something to look forward to, and plus it's given me chances to like improve the script and whatnot. But at the same time, it's just like, man, and that's long in the gestating period right there. And it's weird when you write a movie like this, being in front of y'all, the immediacy, gratification of immediacy is fucking plenty. We can say a thing, an idea, a concept, a joke.
Introducing Centrum Age Defy with 16 healthy aging benefits like heart health and immune function. New Centrum Age Defy. Stay ahead of aging.
Always running out of liquid detergent? That's why I switched to Tide Power Bonds. They're formulated to tackle the toughest stains and odors. Tide ingredients are concentrated for a powerful all-in-one clean. Skip those costly pre-treaters. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Thank you. The 15-minute oil change service Jiffy Lube has going on is really impressive. Oh yeah, all highly trained technicians. I changed the oil one time. It took way more than 15 minutes. Wait, do you have a car? Yes. How come you never drive? I'm still in the process of the oil change. Oh, okay. If you're not a highly skilled technician, it can take you upwards of 3 to 4 years for one oil change. I'm an uncertified, unskilled non-technician. A fast, easy oil change with your best car bud? Jiffy does it. Jiffy Lube.
Reaction of no, oh fucking, we did well, or I mean, I won't go say that shit again. When you fucking make a movie, when you write a movie, it's like easily minimum a year before, like, if you're writing a comedy, the moment you write that joke and the moment you find out if that joke is fucking funny. Now add 10 years to that. You know, like, I'm still happy when I'm like, it's like Jaws with a moose instead of a shark, that it still gets a good reaction and shit. But one day it won't. One day people will be like, and, you know. So I gotta beat that fucking clock. And I honestly thought I would have gotten it done by now after Cocaine Bear. I was like, Cocaine Bear, Moose Jaws, not the same movie, but come on, man. If one can get made, the other can get made and shit. But you never give up hope, man. You know, it's like as long as I'm above ground, I got a chance to make Moose Jaws. There's no guarantee and no justification that I should fucking make Moose Jaws. Nobody, I wasn't born and somebody was like, one day he will make Moose Jaws. And even if I was, what the fuck does that mean and shit? So if I get to make it, I'm lucky and shit. And you know, so I don't get frustrated. It's weird when other things get placed before it. Like I have made 3 movies in the time that I've been wanting to make Moose Jaws, and now I'm gonna add a 4th before I'll ever get to make Moose Jaws. And you know, that doesn't frustrate me. It doesn't make me go, you know, it doesn't put a chip on my shoulder where I'm like, well, I'll fucking show them all one day. Some people like work very well from that place. They feel rejection fuels them, right? Like fucking everybody thinks I'm stupid. They'll fucking see. I don't work like that. I'm patient. I'm like, you know, I get it. I get it if somebody's like, well, I'll give you money for your fucking Moose movie and shit. Like, I totally get it. I don't get upset or anything. I was just like, it ain't gonna be you, it'll be somebody else. It'd be like Jason Mewes when we were kids. Jason Mewes go to a party, literally walked up to 100 fucking people, men or women, and be like, want fuck? Want fuck? Do you want to fuck? And like 99% of them said no. It just takes one. So one day I'm gonna walk up to somebody and be like, you want to pay for Moose Jaws? And be like, oh fuck yes. You know? And then I'll get to do it. But until then, I can't be pissy about it not happening unless I'm pissy about myself because I didn't set aside money or try to be successful enough to have some kind of Scrooge McDuck kitty of fucking money and shit to go forward with it. So, you know, it's sometimes shit takes a while. And it's baffling that shit happens ever at all things considered. And especially as the business crumbles. We should be getting the fuck out of here. All creatives, we should be fucking, our parents should be putting us in rockets that send us off this dying fucking planet. Because the entertainment industry is just topsy-turvy and totally upside down. But I believe that, you know, in a world where I've gotten fucking worse movies than Moose Jaws made, you know what I'm saying? How could I not get that fucking movie made? It's a good idea, you know, or a stupid one. But like, movies are alright to be fucking stupid. Now, there's some people who are like, why don't you try to fucking make better movies and go win an Oscar? That's never important to me. Like, and you gotta remember, I'm on a journey that I did not fucking pack for. All I wanted to do was make Clerks. I didn't think I'd be doing this shit 32 years later. And I didn't think this would be my life. Happy that it is, and I'm not bitching. But like, you know, I only have this much talent. I thought I had enough talent to get one movie made and shit. And then they were like, congratulations, you're in. What do you want to do next? And so I just make it up as I go along. But I'll be honest with you, I ran out of talent a long fucking time ago and shit. Like, you know, I was doing the panel today, and after the panel, the kids on the panel were like, oh, you're so good at this. And then I realized, oh, maybe one day, like, that's all I'll do. Like, I'll just do panels and shit.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah. What about you? Do you have a long gestating?
I'm still trying to get the rest of the money I need to make Cooper's Daughter. Which, you know, and some of you in the room have helped contribute money. But it's a movie that I was making with some friends. I'm not calling it an anthology anymore because it's a bad word, but it's a multi-genre thriller.
Right? Well done.
Thank you. Tiffany Smith is going to star in it. We shot some of it with Rosario Dawson and Ernie Hudson already. And just finding the rest of the money we need to shoot the rest of it is vexing. I'm terribly vexed. But every couple of months, there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm currently in a light at the end of the tunnel mode. And it's not just the red light telling us we're done in 5 minutes. And it's not just that, which feels like heaven. But we're hopefully getting close. We're in a getting close mindset. So.
The older we get, I'm speaking for Mark here, and he'll tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the older we get, the more patient we get. When you're, you know, a kid, you're like, I gotta fucking make it happen. And if it doesn't happen now, you know, your whole life is like a fucking Morrissey song. Like, how soon is now? Now we're just like, how soon is death? You know, so we got one eye there, but then the other eye is also just on like, you know, understanding that we're lucky we ever get breaks at all. Because even though we've been around for a minute, there's a bunch of people coming in every day. More new, talented people coming up behind you with new, fresh things to say. Not like, you know, Jay and Silent Bob again. So it becomes like less. I've never had any sense of entitlement to me. Like, give me money. I'm an artist and shit. I'm always shocked anyone fucking does it. That's why I didn't ask for money the first time. First time I made a movie, I put on my own credit cards and shit because I was like, nobody's gonna give me fucking money to make pretend and shit. And because I did it on my own, that allowed me to show people what I could do. And then after that, people give me money to do it. But I never lost my appreciation for the fact that it's rarefied breathing to tell people, like, I have this story I want to tell. And they're like, all right, here's money that can fund the budget of a small town. Go make pretend. So I understand when it's not as plentiful. Like, I ain't fucking Chris Nolan. You know, Nolan goes to the box office, knocks it out the park every fucking time. They're like, what do you want to do next? So good news is this. I never tried to get into the business to be Nolan. I just wanted to be fucking Kevin Smith and make Clerks. Bad news is this. Career kept fucking going. Shit. So maybe it's diminishing returns, but I can't go back to the fucking convenience store and shit. You know, this is what I do for a living now. Now, some people are like, well, why don't you use the rest of your life to try to get better at it? Not interested. It's that guy. He goes, yes, that. I don't know. It was never that important to me. Like, you know, I love self-expression. That's not the only way to do it. And film was the way to meet a bunch of people, like an audience. I always maintain that Clerks is not a film. It's me going like, hi, I'm Kevin Smith, and I want to talk to you for the rest of my life. And then I found way better ways that are more suitable to my talents to express myself to people, you know, different ways to do it. So film I keep going and doing, and, you know, if people don't like it, they don't have to fucking come and shit. But I keep doing it not for me, and certainly not for the money, because you don't make any money making a Kevin Smith movie. I honestly make more money being on a stage talking about making Kevin Smith movies than actually making Kevin Smith movies. But I still do it because the kid who got me here, like, I still appreciate that fucking kid. Like, I live a life of Riley. I love my fucking life. And it only exists because there was a stupid ass fucking kid who thought maybe I could make a movie. He believed in himself in a way that I still, years later, can't fathom how that kid had the confidence to give it a shot. But all he ever dreamed about, that version of me, was making fucking movies. And to put that all aside and have to tell that kid, like, oh, one day we don't make movies because, like, I don't know, we do other shit, we're bored. He would never fucking understand that. So I gotta feed that kid, man, because that kid got me here. I'm so appreciative. I like my life. When I leave this best of all possible worlds, I think I'm gonna be satisfied. Even if I have to go out sick, like my mom got sick and died and stuff, there's no good way out of this. But while I was here, I had a good ass fucking time. And that had everything to do with the decision that a 22-year-old version of me made while he still lived at home with his parents and didn't really have that much responsibility. But because of that, I'll make movies till the day I die. And even if people are like, well, we don't want you to. Well, that's fine. I didn't start my career with money from these studios and shit like that. Like, you know, if I want to continue doing it, I'll figure out a way to bring the budget down. Just like I know one day Moose Jaws will happen. I won't leave this world before it fucking happens. You know, I can keep that budget going low and shit like that. I won't use AI, I promise you that. What's that? Officiate more weddings, that's right. If I do weddings because I'm a member of the Universal Life Church. And so I would, let me see, they pay me $2,500 to do a wedding. I would have to do 1,000 weddings. 3 a day for 1 year straight.
I mean, you need a chapel, my friend. Yeah. Right outside Vegas.
That's true. Yeah, why am I going to them? They can come to me.
Fuck yeah, man. Charge them for the complete package.
Let's take another question.
We don't have time for other. Wait.
One quick one. Do we?
One quick one?
Yeah, we got 3 minutes. They were very specific.
Yeah. Who's got a quick one?
Yeah. Well, here, go. You try first, but if it's not good, we're going to go to that. Go. But you gave me the disc, so thank you. He made a crazy resolution to watch a movie every single day for an entire year. 200 plus right now. Oh, shit.
School's out, heading into halftime. Go-Gurt with 6 grams of protein.
This is good. So good.
Protein, calcium, fun. That's the win for the home team. Go-Gurt, play on. Honesty has always been our policy, but the choir's new.
Have honest.
Congress check engine light is on, but a friendly AutoZoner runs a free fixed finder scan and refers her to a local shop.
She's Lioness. She's Lioness. And she's the Lioness. Let's go. I know what I am. This isn't the end of the fight. This is the start of one. The whole world's coming. Keep running! She's got a lot of types of aggression. We're all very aware.
I'll give you my. You're doing better than me. I've never watched the General with Buster Keaton. It's good. Okay. Here, I'll give you my answer for the first like 15 years of my career. You know, they were like, "What movie? What are your favorite movie?" And because the movies I made were like Clerks and Mallrats and shit, they were expecting me to be like, you know, Porky's. But this was my list that I always gave, my top 5. Jaws, JFK, Do the Right Thing, A Man for All Seasons, and The Last Temptation of Christ. Do the Right Thing is fantastic. Spike Lee at his absolute best. Yeah. Still, that movie still holds up. It's probably more relevant today than when he made it, sadly. What was the other one you saw? Jaws, of course. And so you're missing A Man for All Seasons. Wonderful study in conscience. Was a play first. Fred Zinman turned it into an Academy Award-winning movie. Last Temptation of Christ. Martin Scorsese at his best, dealing with Jesus, the dual nature of God and man, based on the Nikos Kazantzakis book. It's very controversial because at one point in the movie, spoilers, Jesus gets off the cross and lives a normal life, which, if you know your Christianity, they don't like that. The whole Jesus story, he has to hit the iceberg at the end. So they got very mad about that movie. But that being said, it's a beautiful film about the duality of the nature of Jesus Christ. Worth seeing. What was the third movie you didn't see? JFK? Best piece of editing you'll ever see in motion picture history. 3 hours of incredible editing. And would probably play better today. This is a very conspiracy theory-driven film. When it came out, people were like, Oliver Stone's crazy. But now, most people seem to think online like Oliver Stone. So I bet you that movie would hold up better today. We have less than a minute to tell him it's a movie.
Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Excellent fucking movie. Excellent movie. The Monsters game. The Monsters job.
To ruin your game. Akira Kurosawa's High and Low.
Wow.
Which is phenomenal.
They just remade that recently.
They did. Don't watch the remake. And Fast Color.
Wow, you're still talking about that picture?
I will talk about that movie till the day I
That's
die.
like a couple years ago that you stood up and you were like, I saw this movie.
I saw this movie, and I had actually gotten hired to develop it into a TV show that Amazon decided they didn't want to make.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, so fuck them. But I wrote a pilot and a second script. I mean, don't fuck them. Thank you for God of War. I appreciate
I was going to say, they're employing you.
That's right.
It's nay on the up fame, Mark.
Different.
You love Bezos. Yeah.
No.
There you go. That's how we stay employed. Come back next Comic-Con and shit.
Yeah, but that's it. I'll give you
Those 3 kids. Did you have a good time this evening? If you did, it is because the good folks in the American Comedy Club let us come in and hang out, and the staff that waited on you and made sure that you got soused. And we'll give it up for the club, everybody. But honestly, there is no show without the gentleman sitting next to me. Give it up for Marvelous Mark and Hardy.
Thank you.
Kids, it's going to be a happy Comic-Con so long as we all stay fucking happy. Remember, right now, we're in the best place in the fucking world. This is something you probably dreamed about when you were a kid. Look, you're doing it. You fulfilled your childhood dreams. Or this is your 5th, 10th, 20th time coming back here. Doesn't matter, man. We're all fucking a community here. And it's so lovely that we get to do this. So lovely that it's safe. Let's keep it safe, everybody. Enjoy your Comic-Con. Make the most of it. Don't spend too much money and hydrate. That is Fat Man Beyond for this week, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in next time, man.
Same fat time.
Same fat time, same fat channel, smartcast.com or
youtube.com/Kevin Smith.
Jeff's Kiss, everybody. Good night, Comic Con. Wow.
This is the cat. Greetings, everybody, and welcome to the AKA Ask Kevin.
Every saga has a 10-year anniversary, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what happens when Jay and Salvan get all about Kevin Smith.
Hotels.com introduces Save Your Way. Here's how you save. Take instant savings now or bank as rewards for a future trip. Save Your Way. It's exactly what it sounds like. Unlike headphones, which are not what they sound like. Save Your Way. Only at Hotels.com. Hotels.com. It's all in the name.
It's official. The Jersey Mike's Chicken Salad Sub is back by popular demand.
Guess it's time to unfreeze Danny.
Hey, I say keep me frozen until the chicken salad sub is back.
It is back.
Is it still made fresh in store and loaded with slow roasted whole white meat chicken?
Yeah, still the same.
I can't move my arms. How long was I in there? 16 years?
About 11 months.
The chicken salad sub is back for $8.95 for a limited time only at Jersey Mike's.
operates on laws shaped over millennia. There is no warning. There is no mercy. This peace is both fragile and illusion. There is no room for error. Only the strong have the right to survive. In the sea, God knows the earth can rot, defying the boundary between life and pain. The first rains of the season have begun to spatter across the East African savanna. But they are not yet enough to banish the heat that has built up over months. The grasslands shuffle awake, flanked with tender green shoots flecked through patches of sun-bleached stubble. The air thickens, shivering in the wet, suffocating warmth. This is the oppressive threshold between seasons. Every movement costs energy and water, two currencies now more precious than gold. And so, at midday, the savannah falls almost silent. Even its most celebrated hunter cannot be bothered to stir. Beneath the canopy of a lone tree, a pride of lions lies sprawled, bellies exposed, nearly motionless. Lions can rest for up to 20 hours a day. In heat like this, every unnecessary hunt is a squandering of strength. For centuries, humans have called the lion the king of beasts. Yet for most of its life, that king simply lies still. Still, a resting lion is never a harmless lion. It wanders through half-closed eyes, waiting for an opportunity easy enough to grab you granted. Because lions lack endurance. The explosion of the rooted burst over a very short distance and then tire, so they waste no effort chasing distant prey. What they wait for is instead a careless animal wandering too close, delivering itself as a meal. truth. American is coping with the changing season in its own fashion. And he's one of the few ever spare a second glance. Looks like shaky mud, his face covered with rust, armed with curved tusks and a scrawny tail. See the African python, one of the most underestimated animals on the grasslands. He is a consummate survivor, especially in the stifling air. The werewolf's body has almost no strength left, making self-healing nearly impossible. So he turns to the comic. He rolls in slow, letting the wet layer draw away the heat while shielding the skin from the sun and scouring away parasites. He brings on the fresh shoots pushing up beneath the withered grass. It drops to both front knees to feed a posture almost no other mammal adopts. His curved tusks, sharp as blades, serve as weapons of defense. And the warts on his face are paired with thick fingers that cushion blows during fights. But the thing that plagues the warthog's life most often in its sweltering furnace is a hole in the ground. It commandeers abandoned aardvark burrows. Down there, the air is far cooler than above and far safer. And the most ingenious detail, when entering, the wall backs in rear first, so its tusks hang straight at the entrance, ready to impale anything foolish enough to follow. If all those layers of defense only work if the warthog stays close to its burrow. And one afternoon, a boar made exactly that mistake. It wandered across open ground, head down, grazing, drifting too far from shelter, right in front of a crowd of lions resting beneath the trees. A mule laid bare in broad daylight like that is something no hungry lion can
Oh.
A life-saving burrow. It carries an entire survival toolkit few would ever suspect. These are exactly what let warthogs survive and thrive across Africa. The ones that fall are the ones that slip for a moment, wandering too far from safety or straying too close to danger, lying in wait. Because on the savannah, survival rarely belongs to the strongest or the most beautiful. It belongs to the one that understands its own limits. People tend to crown the flashiest kings, forgetting the quiet ones that endure generation after generation. That very same mistake repeats itself with a shadow that has been misunderstood for millions of years. Not far from Cape Point, South Africa, the sea's surface mirrors an empty sky. Below, the light fades foot by foot until only deep blue remains. A dark shape appears. Across countless ages, every creature in these waters has learned to clear a path for this silent silhouette. Over 20 feet long, nearly 2 tons, gliding without disturbing the water. This is the great white shark. For centuries, it has stood as the ultimate symbol of power beneath the waves. An apex predator, the top of the food chain, jaws powerful enough to crush bone, and a reputation large enough to spawn countless legends. If the ocean has a king, most people would name this one. But power only means something when no one can challenge it. where this story takes a completely different turn. Because even the great white shark has something that makes it flee. To understand why, the story first rewinds to the era when it moved these waters unchallenged. The story begins in a bay on the southern tip of Africa. False Bay, South Africa. A resident water hugging the coastline near Cape Town is home of the great white shark capital of the world. At its peak, it is home to some of the largest individuals on the planet.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna turn on the radio. Don't forget, I need to fall asleep with noise. I don't even know what time it is.
Why did this species die? The answer lies in its own body, a design honed very much to perfection.
I just farted. Ah.
This crescent-shaped tank sends back massive bubbles shooting forward like a arrow.
How about a little WWE radio where we can just listen to wrestling talk?
Our chat with him stuck. It stuck. Listen, when Seth came on yesterday, it was about 6:45 a.m. on the West Coast. And before he even came on, he basically told us, he's like, guys, I'm going to do my best here. It's very early where I am. And I think we got the best of Seth Rollins on the show yesterday morning. And I think we got the best of Seth Rollins last night on Monday Night Raw. And once again, as we have said, Seth is at his best when he has somebody like Roman standing across from him, if not more specifically, Roman Reigns.
There's no doubt about it. You mentioned that key word that resonated in the morning that carried into Monday night. Let's listen to what else Seth and Roman had to say last night.
When it comes to what goes on in this ring, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I own your ass. And when it comes to what goes on inside that thick skull of yours, I own your ass too. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. You know it, and there's nothing you can point to tell me I'm a liar. You can call me an asshole all you want, but you can't call me a liar. We've seen it for weeks. The packages, the history, Roman versus Seth. Every single time, I own you. And you think SummerSlam's gonna be different? You think something's changed? Why do you think walking out of SummerSlam for you is gonna be different? Have you changed even a little bit? What are you gonna do? You gonna get yourself disqualified when I own your ass like I did at Royal Rumble back in 22? Or maybe this time, you call in the bloodlines, do your dirty work for you since you can't seem to get anything done on your own. You say you need to beat me. You can need it all you want, but you don't stand a chance. You just don't get it, do you? You just don't understand.
Alright, so a lot from what we just heard from Seth Rollins.
Listen, I thought last night went really well. I love the only thing. Here's another thing that Seth said to Roman that I loved. And I get it. I can associate with it. Just like, yeah, you can call me an asshole, but you know I'm right. I've been dealing with that my whole wrestling career. Bubba's an asshole. Yeah, Bubba's an asshole, but Bubba's right. Bubba knows what the fuck he's talking about. So yeah, Roman, you're right. I am an asshole. But you know, everything that's coming out of my mouth is the truth, and I am dead on balls accurate. And I love stuff like that.
And Bully, what we got last night is advantage Seth. Now I'm not even just talking about the physicality afterwards, but when it came to the war of words last night, advantage Seth Rollins in their last meeting before they get into their match at SummerSlam. The other thing I thought was interesting is when both Seth and Roman came out, at least my perception of it was a pro-Roman crowd last night in LA. But that changed during the verbal battle between those two. As Seth was talking, and you could hear that the people were listening to everything that Seth was saying, there was no OTC chants. They weren't booing. I feel like Seth, with his verbiage, won over that LA crowd last night.
One of the things that happens with Roman also is as much as the WWE Universe loves, admires, respects Roman Reigns, when Roman slips into that pompous heel tone of his, where he starts talking like, come on, little brother, you know I'm a bigger star. When Roman does that, it is very, very easy to not like him, because he's a condescending prick when he speaks like that. And the first time he spoke to Seth last night, that's the manner in which he did it. And then Seth took an axe and put it in between his eyes with his verbiage.
And again, it's the Seth that we want to see. It's not the Joker character Seth Rollins. It's not the ha-ha-ha over-the-top Seth Rollins. It's not Seth Rollins trying to get one-liners in to get a reaction from the crowd, or what we saw a couple weeks ago with Seth Rollins chasing the hug. Seth Rollins was laser-focused in that promo last night, and that's why it got as over as it did with the LA crowd.
I'm a better pro wrestler than you. You know it. Do your best to keep up with me at SummerSlam. And when all is said and done, I'm taking that championship from you. That's basically what Seth told Roman last night.
All right, now we got to pull back the callers that want to join in on the conversation of the show. We will get to the calls, but Uncle Bully did say the good, the bad, the ugly. So, Bully, when we come back?
When we come back, but before we go to break, do you want to take a guess at what my bad is?
You know what? I know what your ugly is. I know what your ugly is, but I don't think I know what your bad is. Fair enough?
All right, well then let's take a break and I'll come back with the bad.
All right, we'll come back with the bad, and we'll come back with your calls when Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
Can't catch Busted Open live? We got you covered. Get the biggest news, boldest opinions, and hottest conversations in pro wrestling on the Busted Open podcast.
Sammy is one of those guys that comes around once in a generation. The WWE can build a brand around Open.
Hear it, see it, live it. Subscribe to the Busted Open podcast wherever you get your podcasts and on YouTube today. Go, get going, get started. Demand no commission.
Donate your car and help support Tunnel to Towers. The process is quick and simple, and the proceeds from this generous car donation will go to support the good work that T2T is doing throughout our community. Any cars accepted, running or not, and we will
dedicated veterans. Simply call T2T at 844-BRAVEUS. Avoid the hassle trying to sell that old car. Instead, donate it and help Tunnel the Towers. That number again to donate your car and support Tunnel the Towers is 844-BRAVEUS. That's 844-BRAVEUS. Or simply donate your car online at todaysveterans.org. Your car donation really does make a difference. So call Tunnel the Towers today at 844-BRAVEUS.
Imagine having complete clarity about your health, not just test results, but a clear plan built around you. Today, body scans and lab tests are easy to access, but true peace of mind comes from understanding what they mean and what to do next.
At Princeton Longevity Center, we go beyond testing to deliver clarity, strategy, and physician-led care designed to help protect and extend your life.
Our patients work directly with board-certified physicians specializing in preventive and longevity medicine, not algorithms, not generic reports.
But real doctors who understand your history, your risks, and your goals.
Yes, we use advanced imaging and comprehensive diagnostics.
But what truly matters is what comes next.
We interpret the results,
Connect the dots, and deliver a physician-led, personalized plan you can act on with confidence.
because information alone doesn't change outcomes.
Insight does.
At Princeton Longevity Center, your care doesn't end with a test.
It begins there.
Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. That's 888-8000-PLC.
If you have a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. Get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. One local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 per month. And it gets better. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, no long drawn-out process. And listen, no closing costs. You may even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call Loan Pronto now. 855-2 Pronto. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact to get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. LoanPronto.com. See how much you can get right now. 855-2 Pronto. 855-2 Pronto. For qualified homeowners, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
WWE Radio, your one-stop shop for all your pro wrestling news. Only on Channel 156.
All right, Busted Open Nation, it's time to lace up your boots and cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba, cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba at Chumba Casino. Chumba Casino is a proud partner of SummerSlam and WWE. The biggest part and the biggest part of the summer. I can't wait for SummerSlam this weekend, Rolly. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be more than great. It's gonna be awesome.
Can't wait to see the Minneapolis chapter
Yes.
of the almighty Busted Open Nation.
Well, Greg says SummerSlam's going to be awesome. This is your cue to step between the ropes and dive right into the action where you'll always be in the main event of fun. Sign up for a new player offers daily bonuses and keep an eye out for WWE promotions and giveaways. Chumba offers more than 200 games to play, like blackjack, solitaire, slots, and more. Think about that for just a second, all right? I just named 3. There's 200. So imagine the other 197 games that are out there. It's a lot. And you'll never be bored because new games drop every week. So there's always something new to check out and play. Play anytime, anywhere, because the fun is always on. And while you're at it, you can even redeem some championship-worthy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Smash boredom. Let's Chumba. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. VGW Group. Void or prohibited by law. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. course, right? First of all, Mr. McGee, asshole. Mr. McGee, straight up asshole. And then the raspberry beret, if it was warm, she didn't wear much more.
Wowzers. And we also learned that Prince was a huge Led Zeppelin fan. Because the girl wearing the raspberry beret walked in through the outdoor.
Outdoor? She wore a raspberry beret.
Can't find that kind of secondhand store.
No, and you know what the other good thing about that is? He didn't straight up say I love her. He says I think I love her. You know what? Let's see how this plays out. All right, let's jump into anything. Let's just see how it plays out. And then you know what? Because I gotta get off.
Call me maybe.
Maybe. And then who knows? Mr. McGee might not give me the weekend off. You know what I'm saying?
You know how Mr. McGee is.
Oh. J.O.
Mr. McGee is a bad man.
Bad.
He's a bad man. He's a bad man.
How bad was he?
That's what you say. And speaking of bad,
do it again.
Mr. McGee is a bad man.
And speaking of bad,
let's talk about Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, let's talk about the Golden Show. But no, you said that you asked me to guess what the bad was, and I said, you know what? I don't know if I know what you thought was the bad. So, Bully, what was the bad, in your opinion, from Raw last night?
Now, you may disagree. The nation may disagree. So be it. The way Obafemi handled the cops at the end of the segment in the cell. First things first. Those were police officers. They said on commentary they were police officers.
I mean, you guessed, because the last time this happened, they weren't police officers.
So there was about a dozen of LA's finest. And Lord knows there's a lot going on in LA these days where they can afford to have about a dozen, maybe more of their cops just standing there in the cell. And then for no good reason, Obafemi beats the shit out of all of them like they're crash test dummies. Is this believable?
No. It's not.
Not one of those legitimate police officers, not one of those legitimate cops fought back. I think one of the cops had a gun on his hip. I don't know if they all did. I like Oba coming to the ring. I like the weighing of Oba. I like Brock coming to the ring. I like Brock locking the cage. I like everything up into the point of Obafemi laying his hands on the cops, choke slamming one cop, and then power bombing the other, and beating all of them up. It's insulting to my intelligence. If they were security guards, okay. All right, I'm a little bit better with it. And if one of those security guards would have done something, laughed, snickered, anything, where Oba could look at him like, what the hell is your problem? Oba wasn't provoked. If anything, you showed me that Heyman and Brock got under your skin, and you decided to beat people up that you had no reason to beat up. You didn't beat them up during the weigh-in. You didn't beat them up when you got in the cage. You beat them up once Brock left. And it's not realistic for one man to beat up that many men, especially cops. Hold on. So if we're Triple H was in the ring. You want to get a gasp out of the crowd? Have Ova put his hands on Triple H. You just laid out 15 fucking cops. Why? I don't know. You would have got more of a reaction from that audience if for some reason Ova would have put his hands on Triple H. Well, why would he put his hands on Triple H? For the same reason why he put his hands on the cops. Because there is no reason for it. Okay, Bully. Well, if you're going to sit here and you're going to tell us what we did wrong, what would you have done? I would have had Brock Lesnar call over. I would have had Brock Lesnar standing outside of the cage, right at the door. And I would have had Obafemi inside the cage on the other side of the door. And that's what I would have had Brock Lesnar laughing in Obafemi's face. And the last thing he should have said is, "What are you going to do, bitch?" And then you know what Obafemi should have did? Ripped the fucking door off of the cage. And for the first time, you could have seen the look of shock and awe on Brock Lesnar's face. Imagine the look on Heyman's face if Obafemi would have ripped the door off with the chain. That wasn't some kind of heavy-duty chain like Mark Henry broke back in the day. That was a normal chain that you could go down to the Vernon hardware store and buy. You saw the chain, right, Dave? Yep. No reason in hell why 302 pounds of bad mama trucker Obafemi couldn't have ripped that door off. And Brock Lesnar would have been forced, for one of the first times in his life, to take some steps back. You don't even need Ova to go after Brock. You just need Ova to rip the door off and stand there. Just the ripping of the door off is enough for Ova to basically tell Brock, "You're fucked come SummerSlam." That's how I would have done it.
Bully, what you just said, perfect. He didn't even have to rip the entire door off. He could have just taken the door and just snapped off the chain. I can't believe they went the direction that they went in last night. As soon as Brock locked with the king, and I just assumed that's exactly what we were going to get, was Obafemi, snapping that chain or ripping the door off, something along. What they did, I'm sorry, fell completely flat. It was like you built and built and built and then got I can't describe it any better than that. I felt that last time we saw Ova and Brock before their big match at SummerSlam, it did nothing for me at all. It did nothing for me. Honestly, I'd much rather they weren't even on the show last night than what we got in that segment to open up Monday Night Raw.
And this is not Monday morning quarterback for me. This would have been glaring because you said the minute you saw the chain, you would have thought he would have ripped the chain off, ripped the door off. The minute, if I was sitting there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon trying to come up with something, I would have been like, wait, he's going to beat up 15 cops? It's not realistic. I'm going to go back to the press conference about a year ago where Triple H said, "I don't want to insult fans' intelligence." Okay, well, you can't have one man beat up 15 cops. It's not realistic.
And by the way, when it Obafemi being in jail this morning, if he beat up 15 cops,
Jail would be like calling it a medical facility. Put them under the jail. What I suggest you would have been known, not as I'm suggesting, because I know how it would have resonated with people. give it a little bit more thought, but you could have really done something with breaking that chain off or ripping that door off the hinges and showing just how strong Obafemi is. And Brock, who is so great at selling with his face. Remember when Keith Lee came to the ring during the Royal Rumble? Remember how much Brock Lesnar put over Keith Lee? Just with his facial expressions like, oh my God, look at this big dude. Wow. Keith Lee was made in an instant just by Brock selling with his face. Remember the look on Heyman's face? The look of horror, like horror and excitement on Heyman's face when Brock beat Undertaker and put the 1 in 21 in one? Like, that would have been the look on Heyman's face, and Brock could have went wide-eyed, like, wow, I might have woken up a sleeping beast, a sleeping giant. I might have gone too far. This kid is more ready than I ever thought he would be, and he might be stronger than I thought he was. That's why I thought that segment, the back end of that segment, it was bad.
Yeah, but it was so obvious, Bully, because he was taunting over with the key. Like, he had the key and he put it in his mouth, and he was taunting him. He threw it on the floor, and that's Oba's way of saying, you know what, Brock, I don't need the key. Bing, bang, bong. And there's Brock Lesnar with wide-eyed, like, holy shit, what did I just get myself into? And again, I know, like, everybody's expecting Oba to win, but the way that they played it up last night, this is the first time Obafemi's ever going to be in a Hell in a Cell match. Brock Lesnar is undefeated in Hell in a Cell matches. It just adds to the story that they're trying to write before we get to SummerSlam this weekend.
And if you're going to beat up cops, I'd much prefer to see you beat them up with your fists and your back elbows and your kicks. Once you choke slam a cop, all that tells me is he's an extra. Once you try to do a pop-up power bomb, he's an extra. And oh, by the way, when the pop-up power bomb doesn't really go the way it should, who really looks bad?
It's Oba that looks bad.
And thus, the bad.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. And it's, it's unfortunate, Bully, because I think they have done everything the right way when it comes to Obafemi and Brock Lesnar up until what we saw last night. There hasn't been a lot to complain about this build up until last night.
The second half of last night. I love the visual of the cell. Love the visual of Oba and Brock. Love the visual. No idea why the cops were there. No idea, since we found out that the other cops were phonies, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And especially when the cops stand there and they're so stoic, like young boys dressed up as cops who are just trying to do the right thing and not get fired because they did something wrong.
Listen, it's going to be okay. We're going to get there, and it's going to be great. It's just that what we saw last night, as you said, the second half, a little bit of a misstep. I'm excited for the hour 3 of our show this morning. Charlotte Flair is going to join us in 30 minutes. I can't wait to catch up with Charlotte Flair because she may become your interim champion coming out of SummerSlam this weekend. So a lot to talk about with Charlotte Flair. But we also have to get to the ugly from Monday Night Raw. Is it wrong to say that I think we all know what that is from last night?
I'll bet you $1 that you know what the ugly is.
Ay, 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 yay, yay. When Bully and I are back right here, I'll bust it open. Ay, ay, ay.
The smooth doesn't stop on Yacht Rock Radio. Tap into the Sirius XM app and find channels for Yacht Soul, Yacht Country, and party-ready DJ mixes from Club Yacht Rock. Open the Sirius XM app, search Yacht, find you're smooth. Attention investors, the rise of RV park investments has been awesome. And today's most exciting opportunity, real estate. It's summertime, and this year, nearly 35 million Americans will take an RV park, a 23% increase from last spring. With the growing demand of RV parks, this market is a fertile ground for investors. With an RV resort property, you own the land, the buildings, the facilities, and no maintenance, no heavy upkeep, no mortgages required. Resort properties do well when the economy is good, and even better with a downturn. So how do you get started? Talk to the experts at ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com specializes in turnkey RV resort investments that are fully managed and built for cash flow. These resort properties also qualify for self-directed IRAs and 401k plans. To learn more, visit ResortPropertiesGroup.com or call 888-307-1685. 888-307-1685. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. Individual results may vary as performance is not guaranteed future results.
Larry Yoda here. When it comes to supplements, two things matter most. It works and you can trust it. Rather than tell you about Relief Factor, we'll let our customers do it. We hear from people every day whose lives have changed, and we'd like you to hear their stories. Mark was in tears from his daily hand joint discomfort. But after a week on Relief Factor, he felt 50% better, and now he barely notices any pain. Loves our customer service. He's so happy, he's spreading the word. And Mark is just one of many. I'm one of them. I take Relief Factor every single morning for back issues. I don't take Relief Factor, my back issues come back. They make it easy to find out if you'll be the next person telling us Relief Factor gave you your life back. 3 weeks for just $17.76. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF. You'll connect with our friendly local team, and they will do everything they can to help. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us as well. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4RELIEF.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of Invita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take decades to reach the people who need them the most. At Invita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients. Because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves the right to fight. Invita Medical Centers, we're here for you. ENVITA.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. The history, the stories, hear it all on WWE Radio on Sirius XM. Breaking down all things WWE. This is LA Knight. Yeah, keep it locked to WWE Radio, channel 156.
Draft a winning fantasy football team with the experts of Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Our first picks need to be the surest things on the board. They are a priority.
Your winning strategies, player projections, and expert drafts to help you build a championship team.
No, thank you. I'm not drafting a tight end and a quarterback in the early rounds.
We're talking fantasy football right now on Fantasy Sports Radio, channel 87. And check out our audio draft kit anytime on the Sirius XM app. Just search Draft Season.
Hennion and Walsh was made for people like you. People who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, to understand you and help you invest for the life you want, because you earned it. We're Hennion and Walsh, and a human connection. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Hennion and Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Hennion and Walsh Inc. are FINRA SIPC.
Oh, baby! Back here, I busted open. Dave LaGreca, bully ring. What's the matter, bully?
Listen, she doesn't have to be rich to be my girl, but having a couple dollars in her pocket, picking up the bill every once in a while.
You don't have to watch Dynasty to have an attitude. You can just watch the Attitude Era.
There you go.
There you go.
You threw me off with Dynasty.
Concerts. We've been to a bunch of them. I would say most of the concerts you've been to, bully, you blow. Have you ever been to a concert you didn't like?
Yes.
Okay. What was it?
I hate to say this because I love this band.
The Cars.
Bastard Pussycat at the Brighton Bar.
Wow.
I love Fast and Pussycat. They're such a fun, sleazy rock and roll band. Saw them live. Yeah. There was no good, but there was bad.
Yeah. Some may say it was bad, but it wasn't ugly because there was a certain concert on Raw last night that defines that word, ugly. And I'm guessing, bully, that you're ugly from last night.
Bowling shoe. Ugly.
It was blah, some may say. Blah. Let's just say Joe Hendry and Danhausen had a blah day on a Monday.
Yeah, Dave. No bueno. At all. Disgusting. What did you say? What did you say, bully? Disgusting.
Oh my God.
As it was going on, Dave, I'm sitting in my chair at home, and as it's going on, when the cheerleaders were dancing in front of the hard camera, and Danhausen and Joe Hendry were up on the turnbuckles, I actually sat up to the edge of my chair because I could not believe what I was seeing. I'm like, nah, there's got to be something more. There's got to be something more. There's got to be some way to get out of this. And then obviously JD and Dom run to the ring and blah, 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 the beatdown and whatever happens. But it didn't really work for them either. Nobody took a step forward in that segment. That's no, because you have some bully.
First of all, the song itself was awful. I believe in you are cursed. And I thought maybe that it was just again and again and again. I believe you are again. And nothing else, just that over and over and over again. Then they had Ryan Garcia, the boxer that they just showed in the crowd. He's like dancing with the cheerleaders, and then he's pretending to play guitar. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? What am I watching?
And then he cracks the guitar over Joe Hendry's back. Here comes JD. Here comes Dom. And all this was all done for backstage segment where Danhausen is laid out and Pierce approaches him. And they make the Human Monies on a pole match. There's one tiny little part of this entire segment that got a mild chuckle out of me. And that was Corey Graves saying to Michael Cole, haven't you ever heard of Judy Bagwell on a pole? Which is something they did in WCW back in the day, of Judy Bagwell on a forklift or whatever it was. Like, like, it's almost like Graves saying, this is as preposterous as.
Yeah, this is WCW at its lowest.
My God. My God. I really hope that they're not getting to that point with Danhausen where he's going to start getting the same reactions that he got night one in Chicago.
No, I don't think that's what's going to happen. At least I hope that's not.
And Dom, it's like, dude, at one time we're sitting on the show talking about Dom as, you know, world champion material as a heel, and the amount of heat he's got into, like, that's kind of died off too.
It was. This is what I hope, Bully. What I hope is last night was an anomaly.
A mulligan. Take a mulligan.
Yeah, take a mulligan, and let's move on, and let's forget about it. Please, for the love of God, don't show any footage of it. Don't show highlights of it. Don't just pretend like it never happened, and let's move on, please.
And now they're going to lean into it.
Our very own Jonathan Hood texted me during the segment. He goes, Dave, remember the Fonz jumping the shark on Happy Days? You don't want it to be that type of a moment for Joe Hendry and Danhausen.
They might have jumped Jaws last night.
And here's what worries me.
No, hold on. I wanna give this our segment some hope. We are 55 years old.
Yes.
Obviously, that segment is not written to entertain diehard pro wrestling fans like me and you.
True.
It's written for somebody. I'd love to hear from that somebody in the next 20 minutes. Call in, you'll go right to the front of the line because we have Charlotte coming up in about 20 minutes also. If you like that segment, I would love to hear from you, and I'd love to know why.
This is, and I understand what you're saying, that wasn't for us, that was written for somebody else. There's ways, and this is where you have to be creative. This is where it's important. I call it Shrek humor. Shrek was awesome. Why? Because kids thought it was funny, adults thought it was funny. You're not only entertaining the child in the theater, you're entertaining the parent that's in the theater. For professional wrestling, for it to work and connect, if you want to do a segment like that, it has to be appealing, or as close as you come to appealing to everybody. That did not appeal to us. I don't know. Like you said, could there have been a 5-year-old that was watching Raw last night that thought that was funny? Okay. Other than that, I don't see it. Now, Danhausen has built enough stock right now that Danhausen, I think, is going to be fine. Danhausen will bounce back. When we see him this weekend at SummerSlam, dude, he'll make you forget everything that we saw. The person I'm afraid of is Joe Hendry. That's who I'm afraid of from last night. Because Joe Hendry hasn't built up that much stock with the main roster WWE Universe that Danhausen has.
I don't have high hope. I have always been a Joe Hendry fan. But you know, I'm very realistic about things and very honest about things. As much as I might like him for all of his positive qualities, they don't have high hopes for him on the main roster. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Well, and they really haven't put him in a position to really succeed yet either. Maybe they thought this attachment with Danhausen.
No. Last night was a position to succeed. Last night was all about entertainment. And I did not find last night entertaining at all. You know, Dave, at the end of the day, as a fan, I can find something not entertaining, but as a pro, I understand why they do something. Like, I'll get it. I'll be able to sit there after the segment's over and I'll go, okay. The only thing I can possibly garner is because the WWE is in such love with the crossover stuff with sports figures and movie stars. Who's the guy who cracked the guitar over Joe Hendry's back?
Brian Garcia.
So maybe they're looking for that viral moment of Brian Garcia breaking a guitar over Joe Hendry's back. Other than that, Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia. Reynolds rap. Brian Garcia. Other than that, when I sit back and I analyze it, I'm like, okay, where's the positive? Where's the redeeming value? What business did we get accomplished? What step forward did we take? It was a way to get to the backstage and make the match. Other than that, I don't know what it was there for. But in getting there, it was done in an unentertaining way.
Yeah, the best part of the segment was Ryan Garcia. That was Ryan Garcia, I thought, did a pretty damn good job of what he had to do in that segment. So Ryan Garcia, of everybody that was involved in that segment, did the best job, in my opinion.
Then that tells me, and because of the spotlight that they put on Ryan Garcia, maybe my hypothesis is true. Maybe Ryan Garcia was the business of the segment. To get that viral moment of Ryan Garcia holding up Dom and JD's hands, or Ryan Garcia cracking Joe Hendry with the guitar.
Yeah, well,
and if that's the business of the segment, not exactly Mike Tyson pushing Steve Austin.
Well, hopefully we'll get that call that you're looking for when it comes to Danhausen and Joe Hendry. Maybe we get that call of somebody saying, you know what, Bully Dave, come on, guys. Like, take it easy. That was funny. It was enjoyable. My kids were cracking up during the segment. They loved it. I had to go and buy a Danhausen shirt on WWEshop.com last night because they fell in love with Danhausen.
It's so easy to fall back. Like, oh, lighten up. It's just pro wrestling. Sorry. I'm not always on board with that.
Well, I don't know if it's a positive or negative, but let's go to Lee in Pensacola on Joe Hendry and Danhausen. What's going on, Lee?
How's it going, guys? Yeah, I was kind of piggybacking on what Bully said earlier. Last night I'm watching, because we watch every Monday, my son, my wife, and me. And I can tell you the highlight of last night for my son and for my wife was Joe Hendry and Danhausen. They loved it.
Okay.
And the amount of heat that Dominic got last night from my son after Joe Hendry went down, I mean, he was in tears. Not only that, but he's talking about being Danhausen for Halloween. So just, it worked in my house.
Lee, as we said, it wasn't written for us. And thank you for the phone call because you're right there with your son. You're right there with your wife. And like I said, I wanted to give this segment on our show some hope. Possible light at the end of the tunnel for a fan to call in and let us know why you liked it, and you did. So then I guess good job by the WWE.
And Lee, thank you so much for the phone call because think about what Lee just said, Bully. His son loved it, his wife loved it. It put heat on Dom Mysterio where his son was in tears because of what Dom Mysterio did. And oh yeah, by the way, his son wants to be Danhausen for Halloween this year.
I am officially taking Danhausen and Joe Hendry's segment out of the ugly column, and I'm moving it into the good column.
Well, I mean, for Lee's household, they said that was their highlight of Monday Night Raw for them last night.
I understand. I get it. That's why I said this wasn't written for us. It resonated with the kid who wants to be Danhausen for Halloween. Think about how much money the WWE is going to make this Halloween with Danhausen costumes.
Yeah, and they are going to make a ton. All right, we got to take a break. But on the other side, we're going to take phone calls from the nation, and then we have Charlotte Flair in about 15 minutes, and a pretty big announcement when we come out of break. So make sure you're listening when Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
Agents One is where you find who's poppin',
28. I started a business for 20 years. You know, I ran that business and never once did I really ever think about selling.
Meet Michael Ruck, owner and founder of Carnegie Point, helping business owners with annual revenues of 10 million to 200 million sell for top dollar. What started it? He met some smart guys.
Hey, you ever think about selling? I'm like, nah. I'm 46 years old. Why would I want to do that?
The smart guys crunched the numbers, and he was shown the truth. He sold his business for a lot more than he ever imagined. Then,
6 months after I sold my business, I got diagnosed with Parkinson's. My largest customer burned to the ground.
imagine if he had never sold. He saw a need and built Carnegie Point.
What I want to do is help entrepreneurs unlock the value of their business and create generational wealth.
Not even thinking of selling?
I guarantee it's going to be worth more than you think it is.
Call for a free financial analysis and expert evaluation. Call 800-586-9909. That's 800-586-9909. Or visit CarnegiePoint.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
It used to be the stuffing tissues of your nose was really the only way to stop your messy, frustrating nosebleeds. Nampons are the doctor-recommended better option that over 3 million people have already discovered. So what's a nampon? Nampons fit inside your nose perfectly, expand for gentle pressure, and even have a clotting agent clinically proven to stop the bleeding fast. And now nampons are available at Walmart. So ditch the tissue and be prepared for your next nosebleed. Pull in the Walmart right now and get nampons in the first aid aisle.
When the bell rings on the week in pro wrestling, Peter Rosenberg calls it Lucky Season. Catch Cheap Heat live every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern.
All right, Busted Open Nation, it's time to lace up your boots and cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba. Chumba Casino is a proud partner of SummerSlam and WWE, the biggest party of the summer. This is your cue to step between the ropes and dive right into the action, where you're always big in the main event fun. Sign up for new player offers, daily bonuses, and keep an eye out for WWE promotions and giveaways. Chumba offers more than 200 games to play, like blackjack, solitaire slots, and more. You will be having the time of your life, and you'll never be bored. Plus, new games drop every single week, so there's always something new to check out and play. Play anytime, anywhere, because the fun is always on. And while you're at it, you can even redeem some championship-worthy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Smash boredom. That's Chumba. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Sponsored by my favorite casino, Chumba Casino. Show today.
Crab cakes and great shows.
I gotta tell you, I'm proud of today's show, boys. Proud.
We analyzed some of the good.
Yes.
We talked about some of the bad.
Mm-hmm.
We touched on some of the ugly that maybe wasn't so ugly in the eyes of WWE fans.
And see, that's what I love, is that you and I had an opinion, and the nation had a different opinion. I love it. That's why we have our Busted Open Nation. And you know what? We have a full bank of calls, fully, that want to talk more about our show before Charlotte Flair joins us. But I do have some big news for the rest of the nation. Set your clock, set your watches, set your timers, set your phones.
Set it and forget it.
Because 24 hours from now, bully, Triple H is going to join us here on Busted Open.
Wow.
Yep, the big guy.
That's huge.
The big guy.
Head honcho, El Jefe, El Padrón.
The man himself, Triple H, will join us. First time I've spoken to Triple H, other than the time he scolded me at WWE headquarters, but we won't get into that. First time that we talked to Triple H on this show since 2011. Think about that. The Doug Morgan, Dave LaGreca days.
And why did you have him on in 2011? Character, for what he was doing on the show, character stuff, or was he behind the scenes?
I've spoken to Triple H twice. Once in 2009, once in 2011. 2009, it was when Vince McMahon was giving money away on Raw. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in 2011, I'm not really sure, but it was right after the Pipe Bomb promo. Because I was talking to Triple H about the Pipe Bomb promo. And he said, hey, that happens all the time during the Attitude Era.
I mean, I can't disagree with that, so.
It was special, it was unique, but that's a discussion for another time. But Triple H is going to join us.
Hey, make sure you tell him that I sang happy birthday to him yesterday. See if he can get me, it's you and Nick tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Maybe you can, maybe put me over a little bit to the boss, let him know I sang him happy birthday, or maybe play some Motorhead for him. Maybe drop me, maybe just,
I'm going to take a chance with Triple H tomorrow. All right? Sometimes you got to take a chance. Okay? Sometimes that chance works, sometimes it doesn't. But I like to be a little bit different. You know we like to be different. We like to have our own personal spin. Well, you know this, working together for the last 10 years, right?
Oh, we spin.
I'm not going to play Motorhead, man. As much as I love Motorhead, it's one of my top 5 bands.
I'll tell you who to play for him.
Can I take a guess? Wait, no, you know what?
You already know the answer. You know the answer.
I don't think I do. I am going by something Mark Henry told me.
Ooh, I don't think Mark would know this one. What's the guess?
He said he likes the band Halloween.
Ding, 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 circle gets square. He loves Halloween.
So, I figure when we get Triple H on the show tomorrow and stay...
I don't think Mark Henry told... I told you that.
No, Mark Henry told me.
We had this discussion.
Yeah, Mark Henry told me. Mark Henry said to me, he likes the band Halloween, and then you said, yeah, Halloween, he loves Halloween.
I believe Halloween was the common ground for Triple H and Jericho.
There you go. Because I know he's a huge Halloween fan.
Yeah.
So I think
that on is good. So, okay, play Halloween. Bang drop my name.
Right. We'll see what happens. Well, we don't have him for a very long time, but
make sure you take him longer than you're supposed to have him for.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna stretch it and get in trouble.
Good.
Because now I gotta test the waters here, and you know what? The H dry, and the H dry. Yeah. Now's you can't leave. You know what I'm saying? Now's you can't leave. But I think we play some Halloween.
No doubt.
And I'm telling you, Stone Cold remembers this show because obviously he knows you and everything. But we don't play his entry scene. We play Blackout by Scorpions. So if we don't play Blackout, he's disappointed. Shawn Michaels has told me the reason that our interview with him was so memorable is we didn't play Sexy Boy. I played Judas Priest. So I always tell young producers, you want to get on somebody's good side, in the break before they come on, ask them what music they like and play that music, that makes, then right away, you get them in a good mood and then you go bam, bam, pow, pow. Now I gotta figure out what Halloween song to play for him tomorrow.
Hell, just play any song for Halloween to get over with them. Just like you play Scorpions to me and you play Judas Priest. Or Heartbreak Kid.
Alright. So, do you agree that's the way to go?
1000%.
Halloween.
Do you know that Trips has some of Lemmy's ashes?
Yeah, you told me in the bully. He has one of the bullies.
Just like
That's why I know he truly loves Motorhead, but I'm sure every time, people just associate Motorhead with Triple H. If you're gonna go in a little different direction. Now, Paul and Kelly, I need you guys' help on this one for tomorrow. Because, I know how sometimes these interviews go, so maybe if he comes in like mid-segment, or it's not exactly coming back from a break, play the Halloween anyway. Play it anyway. And do that, that's, I love Halloween. What else? Well, most people. Speaking of guests, when we come back, somebody who might be your new interim women's champion come SummerSlam, Charlotte Flair will join us. But Bully and I are back right here. I must have known.
Go inside the ring and behind the curtain of pro wrestling with Off the Ropes.
I love your show. Your show is my new favorite show.
Where experts, champs, and Hall of Famers team up to create the best radio show in the world.
It's not just me saying it, other people are saying it.
Seriously, people really do say it.
The best wrestling talk show in the world. Off the Ropes.
See? Join the Off the Ropes revolution weekdays from 2 to 4 Eastern on WWE Radio, Sirius XM 156.
Honey, did you play the Minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning. It was online in minutes. Then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that right pre-owned luxury vehicle. That's why I want to tell you about JoePerillo.com. At JoePerillo.com, you can browse our huge selection of curated luxury vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars all over the country. Check out JoePerillo.com. That's Joe Perillo, Perillo. Or dial 312 BMW 1111. That's 312 BMW 1111. 312 BMW 1111.
Brendan, what's in your freezer right now? Honestly, steaks from Snake River Farms, always. It's become the beef we reach for. On weeknights, the weekend, doesn't matter. It's insanely good.
Same. Snake River Farms has been doing this for over 5 decades. And unlike others, they oversee the entire process from farm to table. That's how they get perfection at every step. This is exactly why Snake River Farms is the only one I trust.
SnakeRiverFarms.com. Use code GOLD10 and give it a try.
Need a fast, easy oil change? Jiffy does it.
Of course they do. But you might not know there's even more to a Jiffy Lube oil change.
In fact, they do 15 services in 15 minutes with no appointment needed. Free fluid top-offs? Jiffy does it. Preventive maintenance check? Jiffy does it. All from highly trained technicians? Jiffy does it. So drive in today for a 15-minute oil change service or anything else you might need. Because when it comes to fast, easy car maintenance, Jiffy does it. Jiffy Lube.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Navigate stages, Caring Transitions offers support for every step of the way. For seniors relocating or downsizing, we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions. Estate sales, our experts will list your items on our exclusive online platform, CT Bids, preserving memories and keeping your family's best interests at heart. And for those tough cleanouts, we're here to help. Visit caringtransitions.com. Caring Transitions, embracing new beginnings with confidence.
Beatdowns, live shows, and WWE superstars. Welcome to WWE Radio, only on Sirius XM.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new means will come out. But what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? That's Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber cable. Actual speeds vary. All right, we're back here on Busted Open. Dave LaGreca, Polier, and let's bring in someone I'm very confident will be having championship gold around her waist coming out of Minnesota and SummerSlam this weekend. It's the legendary. It's the great. And when I say great, I say the greatest of all time. Number one on my list of all time greatest professional wrestlers to ever step in the ring. And that is our guest right now, the one and only Charlotte Flair. Charlotte, good morning, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
What's happening?
Not much. I'm a little jet lagged from my red eye last night, but I wouldn't miss the opportunity to talk to you guys.
I appreciate that. Long time no see. I got to see you in LA, and it's
I can't see you guys right now because unfortunately I'm on my phone.
You know what? It's probably better you don't, to be quite honest. But we get to see you. How excited? Because we've had many conversations. You know this, Charlotte. I've said to you that, you know what? Great. Teaming, tag teams, it's all good. Different environment, fun for you. You got to fall back in love with wrestling. You got to have fun, not have all that.
I never lost the love. I just found a purpose, a new purpose. How about that? The love's always been there.
Yeah, but you had fun. And you got people to fall back in love with you as well. But now, here we are back where you should be with an opportunity to grab championship gold come this weekend for SummerSlam.
For sure. And being on night 2, I've never been on night 2 of a major PLE since I've been back the last couple years. But yes, it is a title opportunity and a ladder match, but my main focus is being the biggest obstacle for Jade. So Jade's not getting that title, she has to go through me.
Wait a second.
She did injure Lexi, so let's get back to the main point. Yes, am I excited for an opportunity? 100%. But again, does that opportunity count as number 15? It's an interim title. So if I'm winning the interim title and Rhea is out, when Rhea gets back, if and when I win that title, I'm going to say, you know what, Rhea? Let's go.
Okay, all right.
It's an interim title. I don't know the rules yet. Do you?
I know. I'm scratching my head as well. But, you know,
I think it's great. I think it's great. And then the undisputed the undisputed champion. But my main goal is to be Jade's biggest obstacle because my best friend's at home and I'm not. And it was
you can't let that hate. You can't let your hate blind you. You know, you gotta.
Blinded. I'm not blinded. I spent years chasing titles. Now the title chases me.
Okay. Oh.
I find this very interesting because you're saying that you want to be Jade's biggest obstacle. Last week at Fanatics Fest, we got to speak with Jade live and in person, and she's made it abundantly clear she wants to be your biggest obstacle. Like, this is getting real personal with you and Jade Cargill. Can you pull back the curtain a little bit for us? What is it about your relationship with her that makes it seem like this is not going to, bode well until the two of you are inside of a ring together?
Well, I think it goes back to our very first encounter when Jade was first seen on WWE television. She was standing there with Triple H, and here I come, and we're looking at each other. And yes, she looks like a star. 1000% is a star, is all these things, is that BITCH. And she can look at me and say, you know what, I'm the new star in town. Step aside. But once that bell rings and she gets in the ring with me, it's a whole different story. And now she spent all this time trying to get my attention because, in my opinion, I'm like, you have to earn my attention. You have to earn a match with me. She had the title. I really didn't pay her a lot of attention. Then she went after my best friend. You can go after me all day until I want to take the time to face you. Now you've injured my best friend. You don't mess with her. Now you have to go through me. All right. And she's been on the roster for a couple years now.
What is it about Alexa Bliss that makes the both of you such close friends, or as you say, best friends?
Wait, look at this picture she drew for me. It was a hot one. Where's my pyro? Lexi has a soft place in my heart from the very beginning of NXT. I think some girls were probably a little mean to her, didn't give her an opportunity. And given that yes, my dad was Ric Flair, but I did not come from the Indies. So I kind of had the same pushback, the same, hey, you have to earn your spot because you didn't grow up wanting to be a wrestler, get into wrestling. So I always had this soft spot for Lexi and what she was able and capable of doing. And then after WrestleMania, when I very much was alone, needed a friend, and this is a shoot, she basically was like, dude, put your big girl pants on, remember who you are, and tag with me. And when you can be in that ring with someone that you trust 100% has your back, that's very hard to find inside and outside of this ring. And that's what I find in Lexi. No matter what, after all these years, she still knows who I am, what I bring to the table, and the person that I am. Through the good and the bad. So even if I tore up Lily a couple years ago, which I'm sure she still thinks about.
So I have to follow it up with this question because you just mentioned about how important she is to you as a friend and how she got in your ear. How important was it for you to her to get in your ear, especially at that time when you had some doubts about yourself?
Oh, I don't want to sound corny or cliche, but I mean, it's going to be both. But like, I do believe everything happens for a reason. And it, had I not come back, had I not been defeated at WrestleMania with no vision and not knowing where to go next with my career, had she not, thought so highly of me and, was pitching for me and believed in me, I don't know if I'd be here today. Because it took her friendship and me trusting her to know that, like, hey, dude, be you, you're cool, like, let's do this. And, like, let down my guard for somebody after so many years, I'm, like, will be forever indebted to her. And I mean that. Like, it's not, for show, like, I'm very thankful for what she was able to bring out of me on screen. Because I don't think, yes, do I think I could do that with many characters? 100%, but like, Lexi stands in her own lane and I stand in my own lane. And neither one of us are trying to do this. We are this. I think she made me likable and I think I brought her back to the dance.
Well, I think that making you likable in the fans' eyes is a very fair assessment. on a personal and professional level, what was life for you on a daily basis, coming out of that WrestleMania loss, coming out of all the BS that came with that WrestleMania loss, and now finding yourself tagging with somebody and being as far away from the World Championship, which you have been synonymous with since day one. What was that day-to-day like for you?
Well, after WrestleMania, it was harder from Rumble to Mania. Just thinking, and I've said this in multiple interviews, man, in 2023, I was getting the loudest reactions of my career, having the best time, whether it was tagging with Bianca, Shotzi, the triple threat with Asuka and Io. I was doing what I'm doing now, and then to get injured and to come back to such a, well, this is not what I left. This is not what I expected. What is happening? And yes, I think after Mania, I just threw up my hands and said, I can't control anything or try to control anything, or I don't know what's going to happen. Just show up, go to work, do your job, and be grateful for what you have. And then Lexi came around. Like, I just kind of waited to come back to TV, waited on the call. I think I was off for, like, don't quote me, like 4 to 6 weeks. And I worked out every day, did, like, my same routine until I got the call. And then I knew that Lexi had been pitching for me in the back. But I was like, I kept hearing, well, you're so likable and she's not likable. So, like, what are we going to do? And it just, the fans wanted it. The more and more we were on screen together. So I just kind of went with it. But to your point, I kind of got sidetracked. Apologies. Am I still as competitive as I've ever been? Yes, that's not going away. Do I want to be the world champion again? Yes. But I want to be the world champion again when I have, like, blood, sweat, and tears, and I see that title, and it's like, when the moment feels right. Not that when I ever won it didn't feel right, but I want this to, like, I want to be in the world title picture, but I'm not going to try to sit here and be like, well, is it because I'm going to do it this way or do it this way? I know it's going to happen, I just don't know when, but it will happen.
But how?
And it'll mean more because I have been able to step away. That's what it boils down to.
And that's my follow-up, is that how good is it going to feel for you knowing that the next time you raise a championship title above your head, that all that stuff that you're talking about is in the rearview mirror, and all the fans are going to be behind you holding that title above your head? Like, with your journey, the way that it's gone, how good is that going to feel for you?
Really good, like, really special. And when I held up the tag titles with Lexi at SummerSlam last year, that did feel like a world title to me because it was so genuine and pure and real. Like, after that summer, I bet no one on their bingo card was thinking Alexa Bliss and Charlotte are winning the tag titles at SummerSlam. Like, when I was just like, it's freaking rocks. Like, we treated those tag titles like they were world titles. That's how we felt about them.
Charlotte, on a separate topic, you've been around long enough where younger talent, male or female, could come to you for advice on this business. We opened the show today talking about Raquel Rodriguez and Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca, the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows in the past just couple of months. Last night, she lost her Intercontinental Championship to Raquel. If Sol Ruca were to come to you today and ask you for your best advice for where she is right now, what would you tell her?
Stay the course. Stay the course, and I have always learned more from my losses than my wins. She needs to take this loss. She needs to take this loss, regroup, hone in, and just because she lost early doesn't mean, you have a million things going in your mind, I'm sure. You know, Raquel beat me, why did I lose? I had the title for this long, or I didn't have any defense. No. whatever, take the loss and turn it into a superpower. Take every loss. That's what I would tell her. I had the opportunity to work with her in the Queen of the Ring, what are they called? The qualifiers. She's such a good kid. She's very, I'm trying to think, very relaxed, very calm. It's like a calm spirit. Like she's gonna be just fine, and she's so young. This doesn't mean anything in the big picture. If anything, like it could make it mean something when you lose that. Find a new reasoning to come back to win it again, or a new path. But I think we get so caught up in, the last couple months that, whether I know she has talked about this and people talked about, you gotta miss things to perfect them. Whether it's finishes, matches, you have to make mistakes. That's the only way to get better. This is a stepping stone for her. That's what I would tell her. She's got a bright future, and I think the world of her, and I wouldn't worry for 1 second about that loss. I would just come back bigger and better the next TV. Going, why did I lose that title? I should have never lost it. That should be her attitude.
Charlotte, I can't wait for SummerSlam this weekend. As you said, night number 2, the 5-way ladder match for the interim WWE Women's Championship. I expect big things night number 2. I expect you to win this interim WWE Women's Championship. I can't wait.
Isn't that going to be crazy if I'm holding the title?
No, and then know what the best part is going to be? Is when you're holding the title, you're on top of the ladder, you're holding the title above your head, and you're like, this one's for LaGreca. This one's for LaGreca.
I feel like LaGreca and Bubba. Hold on, did you tell Bubba that I told him about my jeans and my t-shirts and all my street style lately? Bubba, I've been kind of implementing your notes.
What t-shirt are you wearing today?
Strong as fuck. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You said the F word.
No, sometimes they say like, hey, don't use the F word, and then I'll accidentally say it.
Dave used it 97 times earlier today. We should be good.
Okay.
It happens.
Strong AF. Yeah,
all right, so let me rephrase that. When you win the interim women's championship, night number 2 of SummerSlam, when you're holding that title above your head on top of the ladder, this one's for LaGreca and Bubba. This one's for
LaGreca and Bubba.
Okay.
And all my loyal fans that stuck by me.
Yeah, they're great too.
And Scarlett.
Charlotte, thank you so much, and good luck at SummerSlam. We can't wait. We're going to be out there. Thank you so much, Charlotte Flair.
Thank you. Bye.
Always great talking to Charlotte Bully. She's great, and you can tell that she has a different confidence about her. Also, wrestling fans, you're tuned into Busted Open, brought to you by Xfinity. Get same-day Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years, guaranteed. Select plans only. Bully. It's almost like you're talking to a different person now when you're talking to Charlotte Flair.
You can almost feel the vibe and the aura coming through the microphone and coming through the screen. Smiling, happy, a little bit more laid back, stress-free.
Yeah.
Being synonymous with world championships, fans turning on you, an absolutely rotten moment in time about a year ago with Tiffany Stratton in the middle of a ring. The shadow of your dad. It's not easy being Charlotte Flair. So to see and hear how happy she is, and it seems like she's in a really great place, I think it's going to make this match for her at SummerSlam even that more special if she can win and really get back into that championship state of mind.
But also listening to her, it seems like, not that she doesn't care about the championship, she does, we know that. We've interviewed her enough where she wanted to get back to this point where she's, wrestling for a championship. But there's also a great story connected to it with Jade Cargill. And talking to Jade, like you brought it up in the interview, Bully, when we sat down with Jade Cargill, we did for almost 45 minutes at Fanatics Fest a couple of weeks ago in New York. Jade wants Charlotte, but make no mistake, she wants Charlotte at WrestleMania. Like, so many people say they want Charlotte, and they want her in a big match, and they want her at WrestleMania. I feel like talking to Jade, like, it's almost like since she decided to become a pro wrestler, that's the match that she had circled on her calendar as the day that she's able to walk into the ring going up against Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania.
I look forward to that day, to that match. And what I want to see is Jade Cargill get as good as she possibly can before that bell rings for that match one day with Charlotte Flair. At the end of the day, Charlotte Flair is the top of the food chain and could probably out-wrestle circles around Jade Cargill. But Jade Cargill is a strong woman who could probably hit Charlotte Flair as hard as Nia Jax did, if not harder. And that's something that Charlotte's got to be prepared for. I look forward to that battle between those two Amazons.
I remember talking to Jade Bully with you in studio and with Mark Henry a couple of years ago. And she talked about one of the reasons she wanted to come to the WWE is because she wants to go up against the best, and she wants to go up against Charlotte Flair. Now, when you're the best like Charlotte Flair, you're sitting on top of the mountain, and you're waiting for the opponent to come to you. But all those people who are climbing the mountain are gunning for you. That gives advantage to Jade Cargill, where she's been training and working and waiting for this match for her entire career. This is the match that she's always wanted. It's her fantasy matchup. At times, she probably didn't think that this match would ever happen. And when we talked to her at Fanatics Fest, it was before everything we know is going to happen at SummerSlam. And I mentioned, how great would it be if you can step in the ring with Charlotte Flair at SummerSlam? And her answer was, yeah, but imagine how much bigger it would be if I can step into the ring with her at WrestleMania. This is just the start of the story between these two.
WrestleMania is definitely the place and time for a match of that magnitude between Charlotte and Jade. Now I understand why Jade is laser focused on that.
Yeah, and it's just good to see Charlotte Flair back where she belongs, and it's something that I'm really looking forward to. And so what I'm really looking forward to, Bully, is Busted Open After Dark with you tonight after NXT, because you're going to have, I guess, the first ever exclusive interview since coming to the WWE.
Cruz Montana, and listen, let's not pretend we don't know who Cruz Montana is. It's the former Mike Santana, former TNA World Champion Mike Santana, now finding his home in NXT, took the name Cruz Montana. I'm interested to know the reason why. I know he's floated it out there. Can't wait to ask him why he chose that name. Get into it. Short-term goals, long-term goals. Great show today, bud.
I'll just tease that there's emotional reasons why he chose that name, and I'm sure you're going to get into it on Busted Open After Dark. Everybody, thank you so much. I promise we'll get to more Nation members on the show tomorrow, but stick and stay right here on WWE Radio, channel 156.
It's Stephen A. Smith. Check me out on SiriusXM. Someone think I already said it all. Nonsense. You haven't heard sports talk like this? You know me. Passionate, opinionated, and an unfiltered, uncompromising viewpoint. You think you got what it takes to talk sports with me? Well, I'm a phone call away. Holla. Better bring it. It's the Stephen A. Smith Show at 1 and 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sweat Radio. A show so nice, you get it twice on Channel 82, in the car, and on the SiriusXM app. Hey, rockers and Kiss artists, you can meet Gene Simmons and other legends of Rock Expo, September 25th through the 27th at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. More than 30 rock legends will be in one place. Gene Simmons and other members of Kiss, Stuart Copeland of The Police, Caesar Butler of Pike, Dave Davies of The Kinks, and more. Autographs, photo
11 live band performances. Tickets are on sale now at legendsofrockexpo.com or buy them at the door. Hey, employers, quit being a and consider offering an affordable medical plan. The Claim Doc Dual Option Approach. Wouldn't it be nice to offer a major network option for the executives who can afford higher premiums and deductibles while offering a significantly lower cost medical plan for most of your employees? Well, cheer up. Now you can. Ask your broker about the Claim Doc Dual Option Approach and stop being a by offering a plan your employees can no longer afford. Visit claimdoc.com to learn more.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. Then you get 30, 30, then you get 30, then you get 20, 20, 20, then you get 20, 20, then you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. So
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow in or physically beat. See terms.
The handshake that clears the wheel. The story that landed the table. The killer that didn't need its cleaning. Casa Robles de Paul. Wild harvesting in the Chihuahuan Desert. Break up and cook. Copper distilled. The point that ends the conversation. Because nothing more needs saying. Casa Robles. The best reflection of Robles de Paul. Learn more at casarobles.com. Pure. And harvested. Imported by Thompson Beverages, Miami, Florida. Please drink responsibly.
the dog days of summer are here. You know what that means. Summertime storms hitting without warning. You need the only weather app that predicts when and where lightning will strike. The Flash Weather AI app. Flash gives you street level, minute-by-minute forecast that tell you exactly when a storm is popping up. Whether you're squeezing in night holes after work or planning the week ahead, Flash has you covered. Search Flash Weather AI in your app store to download for free today.
Your exclusive play-by-play of Raw, NXT, SmackDown, and special events. Only on WWE Radio, Channel 156.
WWE Radio on Sirius XM. This is the visionary Seth Rollins. Don't change that dial away from Channel 156.
The best from MLS take on the top talent from Mexico's Liga MX in the MLS All-Star Game on Sirius XM.
What's a goal? On the big shot!
Coverage begins tomorrow, 5 Eastern, as we take you on the pitch with the league's best.
Honey, what's our mascot? Is your new energy?
MLS All-Star Game live shortly on your phone. Soccer, Sirius XM FC 157, and the Sirius XM app.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of Invita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take decades to reach the people who need them the most. At Invita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients. Because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves the right to fight. Invita Medical Centers, we're here for you. ENVITA.com.
This is Busted Open. Your only destination for daily pro wrestling talk in the entire world.
The world champion has been busted open.
From the independent scene to the main event of WrestleMania.
Austin 316 says I just whipped your ass.
No one covers pro wrestling like Busted Open.
Busted open, the biggest shows on earth right now.
Hot topics.
I want you all to know my hand is taking your hand for this gathering in this universe all over the world now.
Old school.
The irresistible force meeting the immovable object.
Meets new school.
Acknowledge us.
Busted Open.
I'm gonna tell you all. The only way you get to stay number one is to be number one.
Live now.
WWE Hall of Famer, TNA Hall of Famer, the most decorated tag team wrestler of all time, Deathmatch God, himself, the Prince of Prime Rib, a groovy cat, ECW original, damn handsome man, one and only. Bully, right? Bully, good morning to you.
Dave, the sun is shining, the waves are crashing, the chicks are hot, and the beers are cold. And I'm more handsome today than I was yesterday, and Lord knows how handsome I was yesterday. Dave, one question for you to start off the show this morning. What do you want to start talking about from Monday Night Raw last night? Is it the good, the bad, or the ugly?
That's a great question.
Kind of what I do.
Because there was some good, there was some bad, and there was ugly. So, oh man, let's start positive.
Sure.
You know what? Let's start with the good. Okay? So for you last night, while watching Monday Night Raw, what was the good?
It would be very easy for me to start off with the end of Monday Night Raw, the go-home promo between Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, because I thought that was good. And I thought it was good for some interesting reasons that tie into our show from yesterday and having Seth Rollins on. But I'm going to start off with this part of the good. I'm going to start off with a women's name that we don't talk about a lot here on Busted Open. So congratulations to Raquel Rodriguez defeating Sol Ruca and becoming your new WWE Women's Champion, or whichever one of the two champions.
Intercontinental Champion.
Intercontinental Champion, my bad.
Yeah, it was a great moment. Seriously, and you know, Michael Cole did a great job of playing it up as well. Hey, this is her first major title win since she's been with the WWE. And judging, and no pun intended, being that she's part of the Judgment Day, but judging from the commentary and judging from the reaction from the crowd, it seemed that everybody was celebrating along with Raquel Rodriguez. And I know it may be a small thing, but in my world it's not, because the name of our show is Busted Open. Seeing her with a bloody face holding up that championship title, like, I hope there's a picture of that for her that she can frame, because that was what you call a moment in professional wrestling.
Raquel Rodriguez looked great, Busted Open. Yes, the fans were very much into her winning the Intercontinental Championship. Raquel Rodriguez has been right on that cusp of a push or a championship, and a couple of months ago they were hitting the gas, and then they came off a little bit, and now last night they pulled the trigger. I think last night was a very 50-50 decision from the WWE. I think that they said, all right, let's give Raquel a shot. Let's run with her. We've had plans for her. We know we want to give her an opportunity. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it in Los Angeles. It's a big Monday Night Raw right before we head into SummerSlam. It'll be a nice little bump for her. But I also think the WWE might be pulling back on Sol Ruca.
Yeah, I think what you just said is 50-50. I think, yeah, they want to give Raquel Rodriguez a shot at doing something major like she did last night, because it's been a long journey for her. And like you said, we've talked about it so many times here on the show, Billy, like, is she there? Is, you know, and honestly, it's built up for us. I think fans have gotten more and more into Raquel Rodriguez, because it always feels like she's right there, and then something happened that pulls her back down. I'm glad to see that the WWE went ahead. But I do agree there's the other side of the coin where maybe things have cooled off a little bit for Sol Ruca. Maybe a case of too much too soon for Sol Ruca on the main roster.
I'm not going to say too much too soon. I'm going to say lack of emotional investment. Sol Ruca definitely has the look. She She has an amazing finish. And when it comes to athleticism and acrobatics in a wrestling match, it's there. Those are her strengths. But her weakness is her ability to resonate with the crowd and an audience. And this goes all the way back to NXT. This goes back to some of my critiques of her while in NXT. I've had her on Busted Open After Dark. I've sat 6 inches away from her. I feel the vibe. I feel the passion. I just don't think it's at the level that it needs to be for her to resonate with a crowd. If a crowd is reacting to your dive or your moonsault to the floor or your finish, that means they're just reacting to a move. It's no big freaking deal. You want people to react to you. You want people to react to your passion. And I'm not sure how much passion Soul really has. And I think that's why we saw what we saw last night. She's not resonating. If you go back, Dave, and you watch and listen to the crowd for the majority of that match, they're sitting down and they're quite quiet.
Yeah, because they're waiting for the soul catcher. They're waiting for the finishing move to react to. And it's athletic. We love it. But when you see it every single week and there's nothing attached to it, then it becomes just a move that you're reacting to in the moment. And you're just waiting for that move to happen in the body of the match. She's got to find a way to connect with the audience that they're into everything she's doing in the ring, not just waiting for the finisher to happen.
And, for Soul, I think it's time for her, this morning to, be asking herself, all right, why? Why was this decision made? What can I do to be better? Where can I improve? Where do I have to up my game? We all have strengths in this industry. We all have weaknesses in this industry. We try to hide our weaknesses as much as possible. But if one of your weaknesses is ability to emotionally connect with an audience via your words, your tone, your inflection, your volume, your eye contact during a promo, that's going to affect you a lot. And that's where Soul needs to work on it. Also in NXT, a lot more time and effort during the week goes into your NXT match. You show up to Monday Night Raw, you find out what you're doing that night. And you come up with a plan for that night. So this might be a huge difference for Soul Ruka also. But the main word is passion. Soul Ruka has to find her passion.
Yeah, and we've talked about this, Bully, when it came to Nikki Cross. Remember when Nikki Cross changed her character and she did something new and she did something different? They gave her the championship title right away. Well, then we saw the end of the journey. Now you can't take us along with the journey fighting for that championship title. And that character never really got off the ground the way that it should because you gave us the finish right at the beginning of the story. So there was nowhere else to go but down. And I feel a little bit of that with Soul Ruka. And that's why I said maybe too much too soon, because here she is coming to the main roster right after WrestleMania, having a match with Liv Morgan, then becoming Intercontinental Champion. I would have liked to have had or been a part of the journey where she's chasing a championship. That's when a championship means something, when you're part of the chase to capture that championship.
But there has to be something to be emotionally invested in with the chase. When it comes to Soul Ruka, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when I ask about your emotional investment in her?
It's about the soul catcher. It's about her finishing move, and that's it.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
If that's the answer, that sucks. Because there is nothing to jump on board with the chase. It's just a wrestler chasing a championship. I need to hear some of the adversity, that she went through in life, or something about her that makes me go, yes, I'm on this ride with you. I want to see you chase this championship. I want to see you win this championship. Otherwise, it just becomes, okay, I can't wait for you to do your moonsault to the floor, and I can't wait for you to hit the soul snatcher. Big deal.
Yeah, soul snatcher. And that's the thing that championship title because she's never held one before. Nobody's talking about the outside interference that caused her to win the championship last night. That's thrown out the window. All people care about is that she captured her first champion. That's when it means something.
And you want to talk about coming back from adversity and dealing with some real life issues. You know, Raquel went through an issue where she was on the sidelines for a while. Do you remember she had like a skin condition that she was trying to get under control? You know, it's got to be very hard for a woman in the wrestling business. You know, it's a cosmetic business. You go out there, if you got some stuff going on with your skin, you know, you're out there for the world to see. So she had to battle back from that. And she's been trying to, and she has gotten much better in the ring. When Raquel Rodriguez first came on the scene in the WWE, there was a lot of hesitation on her part. You could see she was thinking a lot in the ring about what's next. I think she's found her comfort zone. I think she's working a lot better in the ring. And last night, that woman was a warrior. Yeah. Listen, congratulations on winning the Intercontinental Championship. That's great. But to get busted open in the nose area, maybe even a broken nose in the middle of the match, Dave, not easy to deal with. Trust me. Getting your nose broken in the middle of a match, it causes all sorts of anxiety. It affects your breathing. You don't know how bad it is. You start breathing through your mouth. And you know, not only does it affect your physical breathing, now you're kind of stressed out a little bit about it, especially like a woman getting her nose broken, her face busted open. It's like, oh my God, what am I going to look like? That's the stuff that will make you blow up. Physically, can't getting the air into your lungs. The anxiety of, oh my God, my nose might be broken. She was a trooper. She was a warrior. She fought right through. And I love the fact that she stood up tall. She put her shoulders back. She flipped her hair back. And she tried to show her face to the world. You know the WWE doesn't want to shoot the blood. You have the referee Jessica Carr with, you know, the small white towel, the big white towel, then the small white towel, then the big white towel. Pocket one, pocket two. Pickle, I know pickle. Like, they don't know what to do, but here's Raquel Rodriguez saying, look at how great I look, busted open.
And it wouldn't, and listen, it's still a great moment. Her winning the championship is her first title win. But that blood added something, and I'm glad that when they showed that shot of her holding up the championship, the blood was running down her nose, because it's very reminiscent of when Becky Lynch got her nose broken from Nia Jax. Like, that
best thing to ever happen to Becky Lynch.
Hands down, Billy. Because when you look at the 4 horsewomen, she was number 4 on the list of the 4 horsewomen. That moment catapulted her. And what did Becky do? She stood up in the audience. Remember, she was on that staircase in the arena, and she just pulled her hands back like, look at me, look at my nose, look at this. She knew that was a moment, and she knew that was an image, and that was an image that carried her and made her a fan favorite. You know, because she was a heel. And then that made her a fan. Raquel Rodriguez is a heel. But this might be a moment right here, what we saw last night, that might catapult her career trajectory in a completely different direction after what we saw last night, Bully. That image is the lasting image that everybody, I'll say it right now, to me, yeah, and I'm glad that you started off with the good, that was the most memorable moment of the go-home show of Monday Night Raw before SummerSlam 2026. It wasn't Brock and Oba. It wasn't Seth and Roman. It was Raquel Rodriguez winning the Women's Intercontinental Championship last night.
Great job by Raquel. Love the visuals. If I'm creative and you bring up a great example of Becky Lynch, and Raquel had a moment in time last night like Becky Lynch had. If I'm creative, I'm putting Raquel out there. The next time we see Raquel Rodriguez, does she have a match on SummerSlam?
I don't believe she does. I'll double check, but I do.
I mean, I remember looking yesterday. I don't remember seeing Raquel. whenever she comes out next, maybe the Raw after SummerSlam, I'm sending her out there to see how the people respond. Let's see what the people think of her right now in this moment. If they're booing her out of the building, hey, you know how I always say, just go to the middle of the ring and just stand there?
Yep.
Send Raquel out there, let her stand there, give her some, give her some bullet points that she can fire off on a promo. I'm Raquel Rodriguez. I'm your new Intercontinental Champion. I'm the biggest, baddest, B, in the big, whatever you're gonna say. But listen to the crowd. Do they continue to boo her because she's part of the Judgment Day? Okay, business as usual, make you a big bad heel. Or they cheer her because they respect what she went through in the match last night.
Now, listen, she's not a part of SummerSlam coming up this weekend, but that's fine because, like you just said, you can follow up 1 week later on Monday Night Raw. So you can do that, and I agree with you. Throw her out there, see how they react. I remember the multiple conversations you and I had, Bully, when it came to Becky Lynch. Don't forget, like, it wasn't like that moment happened, and then all of a sudden, she was a babyface. It took weeks and weeks. We were on the air week after week, Bully, saying, all right, enough of this already. Switch. The fans want to boo Charlotte Flair, and they want to cheer Becky Lynch. But it took a while before the WWE finally pulled the trigger and made the switch. I don't know what they're going to do in this situation with Raquel.
And that's where creative sometimes gets in its own way. And this could be for any wrestling company. Because creative has something in mind. They're like, we're going to do it. We're going to get it done. It's going to go our way. This is our vision. This is our plan. But the fans tell you something completely different. That's why old school wrestling, a great booker, will be listening to the crowd at all times. I cannot tell you, Dave, how many times I witnessed with my own eyes Paul Heyman standing in the ECW arena. They used to have, that it wasn't the Eagle's Nest. It was that area where the hard cameras were. It was like a raised stage, like a balcony on that one side of the arena. Paul would go out there. Why? Because Paul wanted to feel the crowd. He wanted to feel the fans. He wanted to see their physical movement, standing up, sitting down, pumping their fist, giving the finger. He wanted to see it all. But he also wanted to listen, which is the most important thing in wrestling. He wanted to listen to how the crowd were responding to any wrestler. And that's what makes you go with where the fans go. And I'm just talking about, you don't let fans dictate your storylines, or you don't allow them to work you. But if you send Raquel Rodriguez out there, the Monday Night Raw after SummerSlam, and the people start cheering her, you got to keep your ears open to that. You might have to go, all right, maybe this girl leaves the Judgment Day. Maybe we send her out on her own. Maybe we do a promo where she tells the entire Judgment Day to take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more.
And you have somebody like Liv Morgan it's custom made for those two to go out, because you have the jealousy. You held me down for so long. You never gave me a chance or an opportunity. You always gave it to somebody else or gave it to yourself. You never gave it to me. The story's there if you want to go in that direction. And Bully, what have we been talking about the last few weeks when it comes to the fans? They want something new. The fans, listen, SummerSlam is set for this weekend. We know what we're going to get for SummerSlam. But you're now going to have stories in place, characters and personalities in place to take you out of SummerSlam. One name that we did not mention when we talked about certain people that the WWE could go with was Raquel Rodriguez. And they made somebody last night on Monday Night Raw that could be a major part of this show coming out of SummerSlam.
There's a lot of people that hang out in the mid-card of the WWE that it's very easy to forget about because we get the bigger stars, I don't want to use the word forced, but presented to us in a certain way week after week after week. Whatever your favorite pizza is, whatever your favorite cut of steak is, whatever your favorite anything is in life, eat it every single Monday night or every day, whatever, and you will eventually get tired of it for at least a little while. And you're going to say, I want something different. The USDA Prime filet mignon, it doesn't get really any better. Eat it every single night, and then one night you're going to be like, I don't want filet tonight. I want chuck steak. And you're like, what? You want to go from filet to chuck? Yeah, I just want something different.
Yeah, listen, pro wrestling has been founded on that. Going back to the territory era. There would be baby faces and heels that at some point they begin to become stale with the audience. And what did they do? They lent them out to another territory and they get somebody new from one other territory to go to theirs. And it goes on for 6 months or maybe a year, and then they flip back. Why? Because if you see somebody each and every week on your TV, it's going to become stale. There's only so much you can do with somebody before, you know what, you can't do anything new anymore.
Unless you have a creative team that is dedicated to writing for a Stone Cold Steve Austin, where nothing was ever stale because all your focus was on that person. And every single week you were going to make sure you hit a grand slam with them. That's when your creative team is really locked into a character. But we don't have any Stone Colds anymore.
But even, Bully, really quick, but even Stone Cold Steve Austin, he wasn't on top for a decade. He wasn't on TV every week for an entire decade. If you go back, in regards to what we see now in pro wrestling, the window was small that he was on top. Now, a lot of that had to do with his injury.
I'm talking on a week-to-week basis.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about, like, okay, so 1 week it was a dump truck. 1 week it was a Zamboni. 1 week it was a milk truck. You know what I mean? It's like every week, like the momentum kept going and going and going. So you can keep somebody that over. But one of the things that, and I'm going to say especially with the WWE, they have a history and the blueprint for how to make certain characters. There are guaranteed ways to make things work, whether it was a gimmicky gimmick like The Undertaker, whether it was a brash, in-your-face, baby face like the Stone Cold Steve Austin, whether it was a chip-on-your-shoulder, egomaniacal, Rock. They're a blueprint. Like, what is Cody doing? Cody followed the John Cena blueprint, right? He took the John Cena playbook and he's basically following it word for word, page for page, and it's working. Go into your past, see what worked, why did this work, and now let's apply it to a new character. LA Knight wants to be half The Rock, half Stone Cold Steve Austin. Okay, fine. I don't have a problem with that. We all borrow from someplace. He wants to borrow from Rock and he wants to borrow from Austin. Great. Well, let's give him some of that writing that we gave those guys back in the day, and let's see what he can do with it. Now, some would argue that they already have given him those opportunities, but it's not getting over the way it did, like Steve or Rocky. But I think you get my point.
Yeah, but then there's some that would say, and we even said it on this show, where they haven't given, and now might be the time to give him that opportunity. And if you gave it to him 2 or 3 years ago, well, it's a different setting now, right here in 2026, than it was when he stepped in the ring with Roman Reigns a couple of years back.
Last week, you gave a suggestion that I, expounded on or took him to the next level, whatever. Talked about if Seth were to defeat Roman at SummerSlam, and Seth became your new WWE champion, LA Knight would be a great opponent to step up to Seth Rollins. And I agree. because it'd be very easy for Seth to be the heel. Seth sometimes slips a little on his verbiage and becomes the heel instantly, although not last night.
No.
LA Knight would be the perfect guy to stand up to. As a matter of fact, we saw LA Knight interrupt Seth a couple of weeks ago, that week where he had a little bit of a lackluster showing on his promo when he was in the ring by himself, and it worked really well for LA Knight. So we'll see what opportunities present themselves to the various superstars after SummerSlam.
Now, you talk about opportunities. So Ruka has an opportunity here too, Bully, because it's not like she lost that match fair and square last night. There was outside interference. You know, Raquel Rodriguez right now is on the tip of everyone's tongue because of the moment. It's her first championship with the WWE Major Championship. It's a big deal. It's a feel-good moment, even though she's a heel. Sol Ruca has a built-in story to follow up on because she didn't lose that championship title fair and square. There's an opportunity for her next Monday night coming out of SummerSlam with a microphone in her hand to connect with an audience based on what happened last night on Raw. So there's two opportunities here, Bully. There's one with Raquel Rodriguez, and we don't know which way it's going to go. Whether she stays a heel or if they listen, and the crowd wants to be behind Raquel Rodriguez, she could be a babyface. But it is also an opportunity for Sol Ruca. This is her opportunity to, like you said, connect with the audience where it's not just about the Soul Snatcher.
Tall order.
We'll see. We'll see.
One of the things that I noticed last night on Raw that the WWE is doing with a lot of their backstage promos, which I am really not a fan of. I'm sure that they have their reasons why, but it's this. It's the promos that are being cut. I saw Liv do one last night. I saw Soul do one last night. I saw Raquel do one last night, where they're shooting them from the sides, and the women are not speaking to anybody. They're looking off and away, and they're not speaking into the camera. I have always been a fan of looking down the barrel of a camera and speaking to the camera. Dusty Rhodes would never have been able to connect with his promo where they say people got up out of their chairs and I want you to touch my screen like we now have in the open of here on Busted Open. You can't connect. The eyes are the windows to the soul. And I can't feel you if I can't look into your eyes. So now they're doing these promos where, do you know what I'm talking about, Dave?
I know exactly what you're talking about because almost you're not paying attention to what they're saying because you're not connecting with what they're saying.
I can't see your whole face. I can't see your whole face. I can't see your eyes. Are you reading a teleprompter? Like, what are they doing? Look down the back. Listen, Vince, do not look at the camera. Do not look at the camera. And if you look at the camera, your bags will be packed and you're fired. You're fired. I love when you fire people, boss. Anyway,
why?
Vince never wanted you to look into the camera. Never. It was like one of those things. Don't say pro wrestling. Don't look into the camera. Don't call it a belt. But as we know, and the WWE has gotten off of this. Superstars do look into the camera. Punk looks into the camera all the time. And when you can, especially with Punk, because Punk's got these eyes where you can almost see the rebellion in his eyes. You can see the pent-up anger. You see kind of like you obviously you can see the bags under his eyes sometimes and how red his eyes, man, that really grabs me. So, but obviously Vince's not there no more. We can look into a camera. Now, instead of looking into a camera, we're looking completely away from it. How the frick am I supposed to connect with you? And like you just said, you don't care.
Yeah, because it's almost like you're not talking to me. It's like you're talking to somebody else. when somebody's looking right into the camera, it grabs your attention. It's like anybody, if you're having a conversation with somebody and they're talking and they look away, immediately the conversation's gonna waver because you're like, all right, well, they're so not interested in this conversation because they're not looking at my face. If somebody's talking and they're not looking into the camera, they're not looking at you. So instantly, your interest in what they have to say is gonna waver. And it did last night. It did last night. And a lot of those backstage promos that you're talking about, it's air, it's filler, it's white noise. And that's the last thing you want is white noise. You want something to connect with you as a fan. All right. I want to hear from the nation. I want to hear about what you thought about the victory from Raquel Rodriguez. Where do you want her to go? And where does Sol Ruca go from here? 877-344-4893. Also, okay.
We started with the good. There is more good.
Okay, so we'll get more good, then we'll get the bad, and then we'll get the Wrestling Fan 13 at the Busted Open, brought to you by Xfinity. Get same-day Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Select plans only. All right, we'll get those calls going, and we'll get the good, the bad, the ugly of Monday Night Raw. When Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is heading to training camp to get you ready for the season. We'll visit with every team and interview the head coaches and star players from around the National Football League.
This is Lamar Jackson. This is Matthew Stafford.
This is Trevor Lawrence. Your expert analysis of your favorite team on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
You can't overstate the value of a team that understands the expectations. I think this team is just in position to continue to run.
Search for your team to listen anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Are you a small business owner struggling with cash flow issues? Look no further than AmeriFactors, a trusted partner in business funding. With AmeriFactors, you can turn your unpaid invoices into fast cash. Say goodbye to long payment cycles and hello to quick and easy funding options, even with less than perfect credit, including bankruptcies. If you need working capital to make payroll, buy inventory, or to expand your business, AmeriFactors has got you covered.
Working with AmeriFactors was the best decision. Our business is thriving and growing. Without AmeriFactors, we never would have been able to get to this point.
With AmeriFactors, you can focus on what you do best, running your business, while they take care of providing cash flow and accounts receivable management. Their team of experts are dedicated to providing personalized solutions focused on the success of your business. Fuel your business growth with AmeriFactors. Call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-FUND. That's 800-884-3863. Or visit AmeriFactors.com.
You can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue results. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, your founder of Rough Greens. And for years, the big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth. That bag of food is cooked at such high temperatures, it's dead food. And when you feed dead food day in and day out, the fallout is itchy skin, achy joints, no energy, and endless trips to the vet. But when you add Rough Greens, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. See, your dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems, finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean. That's proof the industry can't deny. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code PROOF. That's RUFF Greens. Discount code PROOF.
WWE Universe, it's Seth Rollins. If you want to be a visionary, if you want to be a revolutionary, then tune in to SiriusXM WWE Radio.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change. Kids will grow. New memes will come out. But what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, Get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The icons and superstars of pro wrestling are on WWE Radio.
The emotional connection with the fans has never wavered. It's the authenticity that I bring. It's being myself. When you've done it for this long, you develop a currency with the audience. So even if I thought it would be a great idea to try to get these people to be, I think that's going to be a tough ask.
WWE Radio on Sirius XM Channel 156.
Donate your car and help support Tunnel of Towers. The process is quick and simple, and the proceeds from your generous car donation will go to support the good work that T2T is doing throughout our community. Any car is accepted, running or not, and we will pick it up for free. So if you have an extra car and you want to help T2T to help our first responders and our dedicated veterans, simply call T2T at 844-BRAVES. Avoid the hassle trying to sell that old car. Instead, donate it and help Tunnel of Towers. That number again to donate your car and support Tunnel of Towers is 844-BRAVES. That's 844-BRAVES. Or simply donate your car online at todaysveterans.org. Your car donation really does make a difference. So call Tunnel of Towers today at 844-BRAVES.
Imagine having complete clarity about your health, not just test results, but a clear plan built around you. Today, body scans and lab tests are easy to access, but true peace of mind comes from understanding what they need and what to do next.
At Princeton Longevity Center, we go beyond testing to deliver clarity, strategy, and physician-led care designed to help protect and extend your life.
Our patients work directly with board-certified physicians specializing in preventive and longevity medicine, not algorithms, not generic reports.
But real doctors who understand your history, your risks, and your goals.
Yes, we use advanced imaging and comprehensive diagnostics.
But what truly matters is what comes next.
We interpret the results,
Connect the dots, and deliver a physician-led, personalized plan you can act on with confidence.
because information alone doesn't change outcomes.
Insight does.
At Princeton Longevity Center, your care doesn't end with a test.
It begins there.
Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. That's 888-8000-PLC.
If you have a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. Get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. One local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 per month. And it gets better. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, no long drawn-out process. And listen, no closing costs. You may even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call Loan Pronto now. 855-2 Pronto. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact to get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. LoanPronto.com. See how much you can get right now. 855-2 Pronto. 855-2 Pronto. For qualified homeowners, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 166171, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
Hey, it's Sam Roberts, honorary USAC statement by Jacob Fatu, and host of Not Sam Wrestling Live from noon to 2 p.m. Eastern on WWE Radio, channel 156.
Meanwhile, Perez up on the ankle again. Showing the strong stature. Austin Perez. The Cowhands flag interfered. The Hana bomb by Raquel. Raquel Rodriguez is the Intercontinental Champion.
What movie is this from, Dave? Where you have no idea. I mean, I love this song, but I have no idea what
Is
movie.
this on the, and I could be so wrong and so off base. Is this from the Batman soundtrack?
No. You're wrong. No, because this song came out. This song came out before Batman. Because Batman was '89. I want to say this came out like '86 or '87.
Okay. Brush my hair.
No, that's okay. Who is singing along with Prince in that song?
Ooh. It's not, is it, ooh, well, yeah, what's her name? The girl with the long hair and the nice butt.
Well, I mean,
it's not Vanity or Apollonia, is it?
No.
Can I get a hint?
There's two amazing performers. One singing and one playing the percussions in that song.
Are they in a band?
No, it was Sheena Easton on vocals, co-vocals, and Sheila E. on percussion.
Oh, you are correct.
I had a major crush on both Sheena Easton and Sheila E. Major
She was a badass drummer.
Dude, Prince, if you really think about it, and then we'll get back to the rest. Dude, Prince,
we're going to Minneapolis. We're going to Minnesota.
Dude, all day long. I mean, we should just be. You know what? We should just be playing Prince music. I mean,
just do it.
And I
actually, hold on. Prince, Band of the Night, Busted Open After Dark.
There you go. And Busted Open After Dark tonight, Bully, you have Cruz Montana joining the show.
For the first time ever.
There you go. No, first ever interview since joining the WWE. So that's going to be tonight with Uncle Bully on Busted Open After Dark. So looking forward to that. I will say this about Prince. I was there in Miami for the Super Bowl when he did the halftime show. And I didn't meet Prince, but Prince walked by me. Like, he like walked by me, and dude, it was like this wave of like emotion, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even we didn't have a conversation. He didn't even offer a pleasantry. He just walked by, and it was like, whoa! Like, he had this feeling of like this aura about him, dude. Dude, you wanna say star? Prince was a star, and I don't care what anybody says. That was the greatest halftime show of all time. Was when Prince, and then the rain, and oh my God, you couldn't have written it better than that halftime show. Greatest halftime show of all time.
You're saying that Prince's halftime show is better than Michael Jackson's halftime show?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Oof.
Yep.
I'm sitting on a Delta flight. I'm sitting in row 1 in the aisle. First class. Sitting row 1 in the aisle. The window seat is open. Every other seat in first is taken. They are about to shut the door. And onto the plane walks one of the largest human beings I've ever seen in my life. I would say the same size as the Big Show. And this man engulfed the entire plane. Like, and then he kind of steps to the side the best he can, and right behind him is a very small man. And that very small man was Prince. And he came and he sat right in the window seat right beside me. He turned to the right, he turned his head, turned it to the left, turned his entire body to the left, and he stayed in that position the entire flight. I mean, I was going to bother him, and I don't know if he was sleeping, he just didn't want me to talk to, whatever. But yeah, that's my Prince story.
No, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, he was a star. There's no doubt about it. So we'll be celebrating Prince. We're going to be out there in Minnesota. So SummerSlam and Prince. There's no doubt about it.
Purple rain, purple rain.
And the look is like one of his lesser known hits, but it's awesome, right? I want to go out to the phones. 877-344-4895. The Busted Open Caller Hotline is brought to you by...
You said the wrong number.
877-344-4893. What did I say?
You said the right number.
What number did I give out?
You gave out 9-5.
I was like, oh shit, I hope I didn't give out like somebody's cell phone number. It's been one of those weeks. The Busted Open Caller Hotline is brought to you by Chumba Casino. Visit ChumbaCasino.com and rev up the fun. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void were prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply. Let's go out to Edgar in Texas. What's going on, Edgar?
Good morning, guys. What's going on? First of all, Dave, you're tripping. Michael Jackson's halftime performance is the best halftime Super Bowl.
No, it's not. It was Prince's. It was Prince. Now listen, Edgar, like, let's not fight, okay? Because Michael Jackson's halftime show was awesome, but you also have to remember, for me, that was the Cowboys-Bills Super Bowl. So all I cared about was, I didn't want to see a fucking halftime show. I just wanted the game to go on. I didn't want the Cowboys to lose their momentum. So I remember nothing about that halftime show. Plus, if you remember, Edgar, that halftime show took place during the afternoon. That's when the Super Bowl would start earlier in the day, and it was out in California. So Prince's was in Miami, East Coast. It was at night. It was the perfect setting. But I still say Prince's halftime show is the greatest halftime show of all time. Go ahead, Edgar.
Sounds good, Dave. I was just calling because I wanted to say that I was against up with a band, that Raquel. The whole Raquel match really caught my attention yesterday. And I'm thinking, they really caught me with a swerve, because I'm thinking the whole time, I mean, she goes again, she's going to lose. But, man, I was actually shocked and surprised that she won the title. And I'm really happy for her. And she's also representing for the Latinos. So, thank you for taking my call, guys.
All right, you got it, Edgar. And see, and Bully, that means something too, that it was a surprise. Nobody saw that coming. When you're going over in your mind what you were going to see last night, I don't think a lot of people were expecting to get a new women's intercontinental champion. The surprise of it has a lot to do with why people were so into the moment last night.
I like surprises.
Yep, there's no doubt. All right, let's go out to a first-time caller with Isaac in Chicago. What's going on, Isaac?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, this is Isaac from Chicago, and I'd like to give you my Prince story.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I met Prince a couple years ago, maybe a year before he passed, and he don't talk to you, but you got to talk to his associate, and then the associate tell him what I said. I was doing a remix of one of his music, and we was all in the studio, and he sits in a corner, like, literally, he don't talk to anybody, he's real quiet, and he don't use no cell phones either, because I asked, I said, either way I could text him and know that I just got to do this remix. They said, no, he don't carry a phone. I said, well, how am I get in contact with him? I got to get in contact with 5 people to get to him.
But here's the thing, Isaac. And Isaac, thanks for the phone call. And thanks for calling in. Imagine, Bully, being a celebrity on that level, where everybody's going to recognize you. Everybody wants to connect with you in some way. I couldn't imagine what... there's no normal days for somebody like Prince. All of our normal activity, you can't do any of that. So, yeah, I couldn't even imagine what it must have been.
I don't think I would. It reminds me of that story of the security guards in the back of the in Anaheim, where I went to say hello to one of the in-house security guards, and they wouldn't look me in the eye, they wouldn't say hello, and I was just like, dude, what's wrong? I just said hello, like, you okay? He's like, sorry, sir, we're not allowed to talk to you, we're not allowed to look you in the eyes, and all that stuff. I was like, man, that's a little too much for me, not being able to talk to somebody or look at somebody. That's crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's go back out to the phones. Let's go out to Vince in Virginia. What's going on, Vince?
Hey, Dave. Hey, Bully, what's going on? I was thinking about what Bully said about looking in the camera, and I went back to my, started thinking about my childhood and watching WWE and WWF, and one of the best wrestlers was looking in the camera doing backstage promos, Psycho Sid. Because when Psycho Sid was looking in the camera, you could feel the emotion of his anger. And as a kid, I would be scared of Psycho Sid after he would do one of those promos.
Yeah, I mean, again, I thanks so much for the phone call, 877-344-4893. You know, that's what's supposed to do, Bully. That's exactly the way it's supposed to be. Whatever it is, whether it's sadness, happiness, fear, that's what you're trying. When you get an opportunity to talk on the microphone, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to connect with the crowd or people at home emotionally. That's what it's all about.
That's emotional investment and connecting with people, no doubt.
Yeah, all right. So as I said before, we're going to be out in Minnesota. I'm going to give you all the times and everything that we're doing out there. Let's go out to Dan in Wisconsin. What's going on, Dan?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
So I personally, I didn't think that last night was a surprise when they announced the match between Raquel and Sol last week. I was like, Raquel's going to win because if you think about it, she just had a match against Sol 2 weeks ago and she lost. So it's like, what was the point of her giving her another match, not thinking that she's going to win? Like I knew she was going to win, but I think it's good for Raquel. But in the same token, it's just like, what are they going to do with Sol? Like, they call her up from NXT, and then it's like they try to push her, it doesn't work, and it's like, is she just going to get buried now? And it's like, should they have just left her in NXT for a little bit longer?
Well, see, and Bully, these are the conversations that we have. Like, you have to have a plan in place. And maybe there was a plan in place for Sol. Maybe this is the plan that's in place for Sol Ruca. We don't know.
Sol Ruca was very, very impressive in NXT. They saw this woman, they say, let's give her an opportunity. Let's do something with her. And they do it in a very typical WWE way, call them up from NXT. They put a belt on her really quickly. Now, age-old adage, talent makes the championship or the championship makes the talent. Has the Women's Intercontinental Championship been made enough that it was going to help make Sol Ruca?
I don't think so.
Correct. And is Sol Ruca so over that she's going to help make the championship?
No.
So it's a rough situation right off the bat.
Can I say this? Oh, go ahead. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I would think right now in this moment, it's the most relevant the Intercontinental Championship has been.
Cool. Fine. The way the WWE went about it wasn't wrong. I think they saw something there. I just don't know if it truly is there. I watched this girl for a long time. When we were filming LFG, down there watching her in NXT, saw her come up, and I had been saying the one thing that she is lacking is her ability to resonate on the microphone, emotional connection, passion, and I think that's where she's come up a little short. Not everything you do is going to work. Not everything every booker has done is going to work. Sometimes things just don't go the way your gut tells you to do. It happens. Okay, let's rebuild it.
All right, the other thing, Bully, is sometimes it takes time. Something, you know, and it doesn't happen all at once. We might be...
The Ringmaster.
Yeah, now listen, we might be having a completely different discussion next year at this time when it comes to, all right, we'll get back into Raw when Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
This is WWE superstar CM Punk.
And your queen, Charlotte Flair.
WWE Radio is now on Sirius XM.
Hear Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and every WWE PLE Live.
Plus Busted Open, Not Sam Wrestling, and your favorite WWE podcast.
And Saturday night at 6 p.m. Eastern, hear the first ever radio broadcast of SummerSlam on WWE Radio.
Whether it's inside or outside the ring,
It's all
on WWE Radio.
Sirius XM, channel 156, and on the Sirius XM app.
Attention investors, the rise of RV Park Investments has been awesome. And today's most exciting opportunity in real estate. It's summertime, and this year, nearly 35 million Americans will take an RV trip, a 23% increase from last spring. With the growing demand of RV parks, this market is a fertile ground for investors. With an RV resort property, you own the land, the buildings, the facilities, and no maintenance. insurance, no heavy upkeep, no mortgages required. Resort Properties do well when the economy is good and even better with the downturn. So how do you get started? Talk to the experts at ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com specializes in turnkey RV resort investments that are fully managed and built for cash flow. These resort properties also qualify for self-directed IRAs and 401k plans. To learn more, visit ResortPropertiesGroup.com or call 888-307-1685. 888-307-1685. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. Individual results may vary. Past performance will guarantee future results.
Larry Elder here. When it comes to supplements, two things matter most. It works and you can trust it. Rather than tell you about Relief Factor, we'll let our customers do it. We hear from people every day whose lives have changed, and we'd like you to hear their stories. Mark was in tears from his daily hand joint discomfort. But after a week on Relief Factor, he felt 50% better, and now he barely notices any pain. Loves our customer service. He's so happy, he's spreading the word. And Mark is just one of many. I'm one of them. I take Relief Factor every single morning for back issues. I don't take Relief Factor, my back issues come back. They make it easy to find out if you'll be the next person telling us Relief Factor gave you your life back. 3 weeks for just $17.76. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF. You'll connect with our friendly local team, and they will do everything they can to help. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us as well. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4RELIEF.
Henyon and Walsh was made for people like you. People who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, to understand you and help you invest for the life you want, because you've earned it. We're Henyon and Walsh, and a human connection. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Henyon and Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Henyon and Walsh Inc. Member FINRA SIPC.
Action, insights, live shows, and WWE superstars. Welcome to WWE Radio, only on SiriusXM.
Breaking down all things WWE, this is the man, Becky Lynch. Keep it locked to WWE Radio Channel 150.
And the rags to riches story for Indiana football comes to conclusion.
We're counting down the days to college football season on SiriusXM. All week long, hear previews of the Big Ten. We'll take you to media days and sit down with the star players and head coaches.
Dan Lanning is our guest.
Brian Day, the head coach of The Ohio State University.
Hear comprehensive coverage on Big Ten Radio, Channel 372, and for expert analysis, check out College Sports Radio, SiriusXM Channel 84 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
Here on Busted Open, Dave LaBrecca, Bully Ray, the biggest party of the summer is coming. That's right. SummerSlam is almost here. And you know Busted Open will be front and center. We'll have shows live from the takeover at the Minnesota Convention Center Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, July 31st through August 2nd. Here's our schedule, Bully, for us out in Minnesota. You ready? And of course, obviously, everybody listening wherever they are here on WWE Radio. So Friday, July 31st, Busted Open, 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Then Not Sam Wrestling from 1 to 2 Eastern. And then Cheap Heat with Peter Rosenberg from 2 to 4. That's on Friday. Then on Saturday, August 1st, you got 9 to noon, Busted Open from back here at the shop in New York City. Then from noon to 2, Busted Open will be live from the takeover at the Minnesota Convention Center. Then 2 to 3, Not Sam Wrestling Live. And then I will be live from 5 to 6 Eastern for the SummerSlam kickoff show from US Bank Stadium. And then there will be a Busted Open After Dark with Robin Lundberg after SummerSlam, night number 1. Then that takes us to Sunday, August 2nd, from 9 to noon Eastern Time, Busted Open from New York City. Then from noon to 2 Eastern Time, Busted Open live from the Takeover at the Minnesota Convention Center. Then it's going to be Not Sam Wrestling Live. And then I will be live once again from 5 to 6 Eastern Time for the SummerSlam kickoff show from US Bank Stadium. And then Busted Open After Dark with our very own Robin Lundberg after SummerSlam night number 2. And then on Sunday, we will be live from 9 to noon, and then Not Sam Wrestling Live, and then Off the Ropes. And don't forget, you can hear the call, SiriusXM produced play-by-play call of both night number 1 and night number 2 right here on WWE Radio Channel 156 with Vic Joseph and Booker T. So we got you covered like a blanket right here on WWE Radio, Bully.
One of the things that I thought was good or cool about last night had nothing to do with the actual show itself on Netflix, but it had to do with the show itself right here on Channel 156, WWE Radio. I was in my car at exactly 8 p.m. Eastern Time last night, and I took a picture of the radio, and there I was, listening to Monday Night Raw, listening to the opening segment of Brock Lesnar and Obafemi on my radio, listening to the live simulcast, listening to Michael Cole and Corey Graves call all the action, and I was like, and we were talking about this yesterday during the show, and then last week one of the Nation members called in who was blind, who said he was looking forward to being able to listen, to the play-by-play. So in the car, I was like, wow, this is really cool. This is one of the huge benefits of our partnership and our relationship with the WWE, where you never really have to miss anything. You can hear it in the car.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited. And, the 2 commercials for WWE Radio Channel 156 on Monday Night Raw last night. We saw a commercial on SmackDown this past Friday, and then 2 commercials during Monday Night Raw. Guys, that's going to open up the doors for so many more listeners, so many more additions to the Busted Open Nation, and so many more people to subscribe to SiriusXM for our pro wrestling content. And if you've been listening, fuckos, and I mean that, to all the dirt sheets out there that attacked me over the weekend, and I do mean fuckos, this is why we did what we did. And oh yeah, by the way, to all those fuckos that said, oh yeah, LaGreca and Bully are going to be shills for the WWE. Oh, LaGreca's sitting on a pound of money from the WWE. Fuck those guys and everything. All those same assholes that run those dirt sheets were writing about our interviews with CM Punk and Seth Rollins. So, you don't like the direction that we're going in, but you have no problem taking our content from the show and using it on your fucking website. Fuck you. So you don't think you're going to get the same Dave LaGreca? How about this, assholes? Fuck you. And I know each one of your I wrote them down. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of saying you love saying my name. You love saying Bully's name. Oh, you love that. I ain't giving you the satisfaction to say any of your names, but I got them written down. You're the same people that previously have reached out to me for work and for jobs. I wrote down your name. LaGreca this, LaGreca that. Oh, but Seth Rollins said on WWE Radio, I'm busted open this morning. Oh, CM Punk said on WWE Radio, I'm busted open this morning. Okay. Now, not everybody, there were people that were fair. There were people, and I'm not saying that you have to agree with everything. There were people that had normal discussions like human beings do about, hey, this is some of the concerns, this is some of the work, but look at this and look at that and everything else. Hey, I'm open for discussions. But I remember those mutants that went after us lowbrow. Yeah, I can be lowbrow too.
And Dave, What were those two words again? One more time for those haters and all those people who talk smack about you. What were those two words again?
Fuck you. You would give your left arm to be in the position that I'm in right now. And by the way, just so you know, it took me 17 years to get here. 17 years. Listen, right about this, asshole. It took me 17 years to get where I am. How dare you? You were in diapers when I started this shit. Diapers. And now I'm here. I got the biggest wrestling company in the world wanting to be a part of something I created. And put that in quotes. I created. And thank God for our fans and our loyal nation members that gave us the opportunity, Bully, to be on billboards prior to this deal. Be on billboards in Times Square and get to do events that was amazing. Dreams come true. But it took me 17 years to get there. And you are not going to use what I built and my team that we've assembled and on our backs try to make a name for yourself. That's why I will not give you guys the satisfaction of saying your names. But when you say my name, say with some fucking respect. You got me? Pieces of shit. Fuck you. Anyway, SummerSlam's coming up this weekend. I'm excited about it, Bully.
It's about time.
No, I mean, enough's enough. I gave my heart and soul to this brand.
When I came on, was it yesterday morning, whatever, or Friday, and I said, acknowledge us. 17 years of your hard work, 17 years of taking this show from one day a week to a level in which the WWE wanted to partner with us. You have been a lifelong WWE fan. You know that the WWE is the top of the food chain. You know that this partnership, keyword, partnership, not ownership, partnership with them is an amazing next step for this channel. It's a no-brainer. And like you said, all of those other bottom feeders would have given their left arm to be in the position that you, me, and the rest of us are in right now. And for those of you who think that we're shills and think this show is going to change what me and you do and what me and you have done for the past 10 years, all I have to say is this. We haven't gotten to the bad and the ugly of today's show yet.
I like the way you said it better than the way I said it because you didn't have to use profanity. I went blue. You did it in a much.
I think you should have went dark blue. I liked you spinning on your own camera.
Yeah, that's right.
As if you looked down the barrel of your own camera. You cut the promo into the camera. You talked about all those pieces of crap on social media who have been talking shit about you, and you ended it with spitting on your own camera. Because that's what you think of them. Bravo.
And you know what, Bull?
I want to see the day when they're standing in front of you, kissing your ass all over again, going, oh, Dave, we get it. We understand. That's when the real F you and the real spit in the face should happen.
No, yeah. And listen,
Dave, can I have a job? Can I have a job, Dave? Can I have a job? I love what you do. Is there any room for me on Buster? Is there any room on me pro wrestling? Can I have a job? Can I have a job? Imagine those people got the job, and then we made the partnership with WWE. What are they going to do, run away? Double fuck you.
I also, what hurt me is listen, I have a daughter. I have two daughters. I have, a stepdaughter who I love dearly, and Sarah. I have my daughter Abigail, Violetta, my wife. I built a family here in Vernon that I absolutely love, and I'm so lucky to have. but I have taken my time to mentor people. I've had people contact me. I've had hour-long conversations with people that say, Dave, how can I do what you do? How can I take my podcast to the next level or my YouTube page to the next level? How can I? And those same people that I have had those conversations with had no problem jumping on board this last weekend, knowing what they were saying was not true. But they wanted to jump on board so they could get some acclaim and they could get the hug from all the haters that were trending and having a great time bashing me over the weekend. Now, some of those people, I actually took my personal time to help. And there were people that went after me this past weekend, Bully, that I have taken my own personal time and have gone on their podcasts and gone on their shows. I know. And then there are the classy people. I'll use an example, like a Chris Van Vliet that called me, and then there were some people that would surprise you, like a JD from New York who congratulated me and said, hey, man, dude, you busted your ass, you blood, sweat, and tears. You know, people that you wouldn't expect that reached out to me and congratulated me. That means more now than ever before because they went out of their way when it wasn't the in thing to do, which is like give a little pat on the back to Dave LaGreca for the grind. Maybe use this example to help what you're doing, but don't ever think that you can pick up the phone and ask me a question or ask for my help again because you're not getting it. Because each one of those people, blocked.
True or false? I told you a long time ago you're no longer in the wrestling, but you're no longer in the radio business. Now you're in the wrestling business.
Well, you know what, Bully? I'm in both. I'm in the wrestling business and I'm in the radio business. And if you're in the radio business, if you're truly in the radio business, just like Bully, if you wrestle in a backyard on the weekend, that doesn't make you a professional wrestler. Okay? If you do a radio show and you don't have an audience and you're not putting in the grind and you're not putting in the work, then that doesn't make you a professional broadcaster. Okay? How do you become a professional wrestler? By earning your living being a wrestler. The day that you earn your living being a professional wrestler, then you can call yourself a professional wrestler. And listen to everybody, listen to this. And this isn't a slight. This is a word of encouragement to be better. The day that you don't have to do anything else but your show, and that's how you earn your living, now you're a professional broadcaster. The day that you can support your family and support yourself by putting on a microphone and talking through it, that's when you call yourself a professional broadcaster. Until then, keep my name out of your mouth because you and I are not on the same level. We're not on the same level. I will help you, but we're not on the same level.
You ain't helping nobody no more. I've been telling you for too long. You're too nice. And that's what gets you in the wrestling business.
And Bully, I will say this. I disagree with you on that, but I tell you what, but I felt that. All these people, oh my God. I remember. And you know what? This is the last time I'm going to put this out. You know what? Put this video on and react to it. Take this. Because you know what? I make my living doing this show, and I did a year ago, and 2 years ago, and 5 years ago.
Dave, at the end of the day, all of these people who have talked shit are jealous of you. They're jealous of us. They're jealous of what we've accomplished. Every last one of them. Jealousy is one of the 7 deadly sins, and it will eat you alive. This entire industry is riddled with jealousy. What we have done has never been done before and is a big deal. we have gotten over to the point that the WWE wants to partner with us. We became bigger than U.S. Steel.
Yeah, and we did it together. And we did it together, Bully. And with everybody else and with our audience, so I thank you. I thank you. And you want to know something, dude? Life goes on. Like, that was yesterday's news. Now everybody's getting ready for SummerSlam. And I can't wait to meet, everybody out there in Minnesota. And we'll be around the nation out in Minnesota. We're going to continue to do what we do. And that's fine. But I thank you, Bully. I had to get that off my chest. And now that's it. That's the last time I'm going to address it. You know what? If you want to hear my true take on it, you go to the show July 28, 2026 on the SiriusXM app. And most of these fucking people don't even listen to the show anyway. Because if you were to listen to the show, all these people, listen to Bully and I's show on Friday. It was no different than any other show that we've ever done on this channel before. So, you know what? I'm not forcing you to listen. I want you to listen. I want you to continue to be our nation. I want you to continue to be our fans. But this is growing with or without you. This is growing with, I'd rather do it with you, but we can do it without you. We are growing each and every day. And I want you to be a part of it. 877-344-4893. We'll get back to the wrestling. I don't even know what we're doing. Oh, we got to.
No. I want to hit one more good. And that good was the end of the show with Seth and Roman. And then we're getting into the bad and the ugly for Monday Night Raw.
All right, so let's continue to talk the good before we get into the bad and the ugly. When Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
The smooth doesn't stop on Yacht Rock Radio. Tap into the SiriusXM app and find channels for Yacht Soul, Yacht Country, and party-ready DJ mixes from Club Yacht Rock. Open the SiriusXM app, search Yacht, and find your smooth.
When I was 28, I started a business for 20 years. I ran that business, and never once did I really ever think about selling.
Meet Michael Ruck, owner and founder of Carnegie Point, helping business owners with annual revenues of $10 million to $200 million sell for top dollar. What started it? He met some smart guys.
Hey, you ever think about selling? I'm like, no. I'm 46 years old. Why would I want to do that?
The smart guys crunched the numbers, and he was shown the truth. He sold his business for a lot more than he ever imagined. Then,
6 months after I sold my business, I got diagnosed with Parkinson's. My largest customer burned to the ground.
Imagine if he had never sold. He saw a need and built Carnegie Point.
What I want to do is help entrepreneurs unlock the value of their business and create generational wealth.
Not even thinking of selling?
I guarantee it's going to be worth more than you think it is.
Call for a free financial analysis and expert evaluation. Call 800-586-9909. That's 800-586-9909. Or visit CarnegiePoint.com.
It used to be the stuffy tissues up your nose was really the only way to stop your messy, frustrating nosebleeds. Nampons are the doctor-recommended better option that over 3 million people have already discovered. So what's a Nampon? Nampons fit inside your nose perfectly, expand for gentle pressure, and even have a clotting agent clinically proven to stop the bleeding fast. And now Nampons are available at Walmart. So ditch the tissue and be prepared for your next nosebleed. Pull into Walmart right now and get Nampons in the first aid aisle.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that right pre-owned luxury vehicle. That's why I want to tell you about JoePerillo.com. At JoePerillo.com, you can browse our huge selection of curated luxury vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars all over the country. Check out JoePerillo.com. That's Joe Perillo, Perillo, or dial 312-BMW-1111. That's 312-BMW-1111. 312-BMW-1111.
Busted Open After Dark. Monday and Thursdays, 11 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern on WWE Radio, Sirius XM 156.
All right, Busted Open Nation, lace up your boots. It's time to Chumba. At Chumba Casino, the action never stops. The best part, it's always free to play, no purchase necessary, with hundreds of online social casino games like Blackjack, solitaire, slots, and more, you'll always be in the main event of fun. Think you know, now that's your New games tag in every single week. Boost your momentum with free daily login bonuses and a welcome bonus when you join. It's your cue to step between the ropes and dive right into the action. Play anytime, anywhere while you're at it. You could even redeem some championship-worthy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Let's make today your Chumba Day. Visit ChumbaCasino.com and bring the heat. Chumba Casino, proudly tag teaming with wrestling fans everywhere. Only available in permitted states. CT&C. No purchase necessary. VGW Group void. Where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
You remember when he played this on like the Grammys?
No.
Oh, amazing. I get a goosebump right now thinking about it.
I remember
He played this on like the Grammys and the American Music Awards. Stole Show tore it down.
Yeah, that's what Prince did? Gold show? All right, now, speaking of...
Brother was over with the ladies, too. I mean, I know how he feels, but he was over with the ladies.
All right, let me ask you about over. Because one of the goods you wanted to talk about...
Weight joke?
No. It's more about a Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns from last night. Now, I know you liked it. It's part of the good. What was it about Seth and Roman last night that you liked?
I think we struck a nerve with Seth Rollins yesterday morning on the show. I always talk about they listen. I think Seth Rollins really listened to what we had to say. Dave, I know we didn't release this part of the video on social media yesterday, but if you remember,
we actually have the audio. Do you want to hear the audio from last night?
The whole audio?
From what Seth said last night, so we can react to it.
Sure.
All right, so let's listen into what Seth said to Roman that Bully's referring to from Monday Night Raw last night.
And I'm not taking anything away from you. Nothing at all. You are everything you say you are. You are everything that this company wanted you to be. You are the biggest star in this industry. You are a money-making machine. You are a main event walking. You are Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, the head of the table. You are all of those things. And you've got an edge on me. So many departments, my brother. But there is one thing that you will never, ever be better than me at, and that is professional wrestling.
That's one aspect of what we talked about yesterday. Now, body language. We were just watching back the full video, and I'll remind fans of the body language, because body language tells you a lot. There are actually people who are experts in analyzing body language, and their like testimony is admissible or taken into account in a court of law. While Seth was speaking to Roman was still and stoic. But when Seth told him he was better at professional wrestling, what did Roman do?
You saw his demeanor completely change.
You saw how that verbal shot landed on Roman Reigns. I'm better than you in professional wrestling. And that's not even specifically what I was talking about, Dave. We used a word during our chat with Seth yesterday morning that he used in the promo last night. Do you know what the word was?
No.
Owned. Do you remember when I asked him the question and I said, Seth, you own Roman Reigns. Do you remember the expression on Seth's face? It's as if like he got, like we smacked him in the face with reality. He got a little, he was a little shocked and he smiled a little bit. And he's like, yeah, I guess I do. And Seth reminded Roman last night, and if all of you have that audio, play it also. Seth used that last night on Roman Reigns. He's, I own you.
All right, before we get to that audio, it was because you know what? That didn't even connect with me. But what connected it with me was about the star and the wrestling. Because in the interview, I said to Seth flat out, I said, you're one of the greatest professional wrestlers in the world, but Roman's the bigger star. And his answer was an interesting one where it didn't seem to really bother him. Yeah, Roman is the bigger star, no doubt about it. But I'm the best professional wrestler. And it's interesting that our conversation catapulted to that, to what we heard on Monday Night Raw last night.
Whether it was me reminding Seth that he owned Roman, or you reminding Seth that he was a better professional wrestler than Roman, our chat with him stuck. It stuck. Listen, when Seth came on yesterday, it was about 6:45 a.m. on the West Coast. And before he even came on, he basically told us, he's like, guys, I'm going to do my best here. It's very early where I am. And I think we got the best of Seth Rollins on the show yesterday morning. And I think we got the best of Seth Rollins last night on Monday Night Raw. And once again, as we have said, Seth is at his best when he has somebody like Roman standing across from him, if not more specifically, Roman Reigns.
There's no doubt about it, right? You mentioned that key word that resonated in the morning that carried into Monday night. Let's listen to what else Seth and Roman had to say last night.
When it comes to what goes on in this ring, I said it before, I'll say it again, I own your ass. And when it comes to what goes on inside that thick skull of yours, I own your ass too. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. You know it, and there's nothing you can point to tell me I'm a liar. You can call me an asshole all you want, but you can't call me a liar. We've seen it for weeks. The packages, the history, Roman versus Seth. Every single time, I own you.
Tell you what.
And you think SummerSlam's gonna be different? You think something's changed? Why do you think walking out of SummerSlam for you is gonna be different? Have you changed even a little bit? What are you gonna do? You gonna get yourself disqualified when I own your ass like I did at Royal Rumble back in 22? And maybe this time, you call in the blue line, do your dirty work for you since you can't seem to get anything done on your own. You say you need to beat me. You can need it all you want, but you don't stand a chance.
You just don't get it, do you? You just don't understand.
All right, so a lot from what we just heard from Seth Rollins.
Listen, I thought last night went really well. I love the only thing. And here's another thing that Seth said to Roman that I loved, and I get it. I can associate with. Seth's like, yeah, you can call me an asshole, but you know I'm right. I've been dealing with that my whole wrestling career. Bubba's an asshole. Yeah, Bubba's an asshole, but Bubba's right. Bubba knows what the fuck he's talking about. So yeah, Roman, you're right. I am an asshole. But you know, everything that's coming out of my mouth is the truth, and I am dead on balls accurate. And I love stuff like that.
And Bully, what we got last night is advantage Seth. Now, I'm not even just talking about the physicality afterward, but when it came to the war of words last night, advantage Seth Rollins in their last meeting before they get into their match
at SummerSlam. The other thing I thought was interesting is when both Seth and Roman came out, at least my perception of it was a pro-Roman crowd last night in LA. But that changed during the verbal battle between those two. As Seth was talking, and you could hear that the people were listening to everything that Seth was saying, there was no OTC chants. They weren't booing. I feel like Seth, with his verbiage, won over that LA crowd last night.
One of the things that happens with Roman also is as much as the WWE Universe loves, admires, respects Roman Reigns, when Roman slips into that pompous heel tone of his, where he starts talking like this, and come on, little brother, you know I'm a bigger star. When Roman does that, it is very, very easy to not like him, because he's a condescending prick when he speaks like that. And the first time he spoke to Seth last night, that's the manner in which he did it. And then Seth took an axe and put it in between his eyes with his verbiage.
And again, it's the Seth that we want to see. It's not the Joker character Seth Rollins. It's not the ha-ha-ha, over-the-top Seth Rollins. It's not Seth Rollins trying to get one-liners in to get a reaction from the crowd, or what we saw a couple weeks ago with Seth Rollins chasing the hug. Seth Rollins was laser-focused in that promo last night, and that's why it got as over as it did with the LA crowd.
I'm a better pro wrestler than you. You know it. Do your best to keep up with me at SummerSlam. And when all is said and done, I'm taking that championship from you. That's basically what Seth told Roman last night.
All right, now we got a full bank of callers that want to join in the conversation. We will get to the call, but Uncle Billy did say the bad, the ugly. So, Bully, when we come back,
but before we go to break, do you want to take a guess at what my bad is?
You know what? I know what your ugly is. I know what your ugly is, but I don't think I know what your bad is. Fair enough?
All right, well then let's take a break and I'll come back with the bad.
All right, we'll come back with the bad, and we'll come back with your calls when Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
Hey, yo, pro wrestling talk starts here. Wake up with Dave McGregor and his Hall of Fame cast and crew on Busted Open every day, 9 a.m. Eastern. Hot topics, unforgettable moments, and the biggest guests. Do you know how hard it is to say biggest guests? There's so many S's.
We've been talking about a lot right now, just being Steve Austin, and that's the bottom line, as I said so.
If it's happening in wrestling, it's happening on Busted Open on WWE Radio. Channel 156.
Brady, what's in your freezer right now? Honestly, steak from Snake River Farms. Always. It's become the beef we reach for. On weeknights, the weekend, doesn't matter. It's insanely good.
Same. Snake River Farms has been doing this for over 5 decades. And unlike others, they oversee the entire process from ranch to table. That's how they get perfection at every step. This is exactly why Snake River Farms is the only one I trust.
SnakeRiverFarms.com. Use code GOLF10 and give it a try.
Need a fast, easy oil change? Jiffy does it. Of course they do. But you might not know there's even more to a Jiffy Lube oil change. In fact, they do 15 services in 15 minutes with no appointment needed. Free fluid top-offs? Jiffy does it. Preventive maintenance check? Jiffy does it. All from highly trained technicians? Jiffy does it. So drive in today for a 15-minute oil change service or anything else you might need. Because when it comes to fast, easy car maintenance, Jiffy does it. Jiffy Lube.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
changes, Caring Transitions offers support for every step of the way. For seniors relocating or downsizing, we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions. Estate sales, our experts will list your items on our exclusive online platform, CT Bids, preserving memories and keeping your family's best interests at heart. And for those tough cleanouts, we're here to help. Visit caringtransitions.com. Caring Transitions, embracing new beginnings with confidence.
Hey, rockers and Kiss Army, you can meet Gene Simmons and other rock icons at the Legends of Rock Expo, September 25th through the 27th at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. More than 30 rock legends will be in one place. Gene Simmons and other members of Kiss, Stuart Copeland of the Police, Caesar Butler of Black Sabbath, Dave Davies of the Kinks, and more. Autographs, photo ops, live panels, plus 11 live band performances. Tickets are on sale now at legendsofrockexpo.com or buy them at the door. Hey, employers, quit being a... You consider offering an affordable medical plan. The Claim Doc Dual Option Approach. Wouldn't it be nice to offer a major network option for the executives who can afford higher premiums and deductibles while offering a significantly lower cost medical plan for most of your employees? Well, cheer up. Now you can. Ask your broker about the Claim Doc Dual Option Approach and stop being a... by offering a plan your employees can no longer afford. Visit claimdoc.com to learn more. Pro wrestling, 24 hours, 7 days a week. This is WWE Radio, Channel 156.
All right, Busted Open Nation, it's time to lace up your boots and cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba. Cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba at Chumba Casino. Chumba Casino is a proud partner of SummerSlam and WWE. The biggest part and the biggest party of the summer. I can't wait for SummerSlam this weekend, buddy.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be more than great. It's gonna be awesome.
Can't wait to see the Minneapolis chapter
Yes.
of the almighty Busted Open Nation.
LaGreca says SummerSlam's going to be awesome. This is your cue to step between the ropes and dive right into the action where you'll always be in the main event of fun. Sign up for a new player offers daily bonuses and keep an eye out for WWE promotions and giveaways. Chumba offers more than 200 games to play, like blackjack, solitaire, slots, and more. Think about that for just a second, all right? I just named 3. There's 200. So imagine the other 197 games that are out there. It's a lot. And you'll never be bored because new games drop every week. So there's always something new to check out and play. Play anytime, anywhere, because the fun is always on. And while you're at it, you can even redeem some championship-worthy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Smash boredom. Let's Chumba. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. Right? First of all, Mr. McGee, asshole. Mr. McGee, straight up asshole. And then the raspberry beret, if it was warm, she didn't wear much more. Wowzers.
And we also learned that Prince was a huge Led Zeppelin fan. Because the girl wearing the raspberry beret walked in through the outdoor.
Outdoor. You are a brave, baby beret.
Can't find that kind of secondhand store.
No, and you know what the other good thing about that is? He didn't straight up say I love her. He says I think I love her. You know what? Let's see how this plays out. All right, let's jump into anything. Let's just see how it plays out.
Bingo.
And then you know what? Because I gotta get off.
Call me maybe.
Maybe. And then who knows? Mr. McGee might not give me the weekend off. You know what I'm saying?
You know how Mr. McGee is.
Oh. J.O.
Mr. McGee is a bad man.
Bad.
He's a bad man. He's a bad man.
How bad was he?
That's when you say, and speaking of bad.
Do it again.
Mr. McGee is a bad man.
And speaking of bad,
let's talk about Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, let's talk about the Golden Show. But no, you said that you asked me to guess what the bad was, and I said, you know what? I don't know if I know what you thought was the bad. So, Bully, what was the bad, in your opinion, from Raw last night?
Now, you may disagree. The nation may disagree. So be it. The way Obafemi handled the cops at the end of the segment in the cell. First things first. Those were police officers. They said on commentary they were police officers.
I mean, you guessed, because the last time this happened, they weren't police officers.
So there was about a dozen of LA's finest. And Lord knows there's a lot going on in LA these days where they can afford to have about a dozen, maybe more of their cops just standing there in the cell. And then for no good reason, Obafemi beats the shit out of all of them like they're crash test dummies. Is this believable?
No. It's not.
Not one of those legitimate police officers, not one of those legitimate cops fought back. I think one of the cops had a gun on his hip. I don't know if they all did. I like Oba coming to the ring. I like the weighing of Oba. I like Brock coming to the ring. I like Brock locking the cage. I like everything up into the point of Obafemi laying his hands on the cops, choke slamming one cop, and then power bombing the other, and beating all of them up. It's insulting to my intelligence. If they were security guards, okay, all right, I'm a little bit better with it. And if one of those security guards would have done something, laughed, snickered, anything, where Oba could look at him like, what the hell is your problem? Oba wasn't provoked. If anything, you showed me that Heyman and Brock got under your skin, and you decided to beat people up that you had no reason to beat up. You didn't beat them up during the weigh-in. You didn't beat them up when you got in the cage. You beat them up once Brock left. And it's not realistic for one man to beat up that many men, especially cops. Hold on. So if we weren't going to do that, what could we do? Well, Triple H was in the ring. You want to get a gas out of the crowd? Have Oba put his hands on Triple H. You just laid out 15 fucking cops. Why? I don't know. You would have got more of a reaction from that audience if for some reason Oba would have put his hands on Triple H, well, why would he put his hands on Triple H? For the same reason why he put his hands on the cops. Because there is no reason for it. Okay, bully. Well, if you're going to sit here and you're going to tell us what we did wrong, what would you have done? I would have had Brock Lesnar call Oba. I would have had Brock Lesnar standing outside of the cage, right at the door. And I would have had Obafemi inside the cage on the other side of the door. And that's when I would have had Brock Lesnar laughing in Obafemi's face. And the last thing he should have said is, "What are you going to do, bitch?" And then you know what Obafemi should have did? Ripped the fucking door off the cage. And for the first time, you could have seen the look of shock and awe on Brock Lesnar's face. Imagine the look on Heyman's face if Obafemi would have ripped the door off with the chain. That wasn't some kind of heavy-duty chain like Mark Henry broke back in the day. That was a normal chain that you could go down to the Vernon hardware store and buy. You saw the chain, right, Dave?
Yep.
No reason in hell why 302 pounds of bad mother trucker Obafemi couldn't have ripped that door off. And Brock Lesnar would have been forced, for one of the first times in his life, to take some steps back. You don't even need Oba to go after Brock. You just need Oba to rip the door off and stand there. Just the ripping of the door off is enough for Oba to basically tell Brock, "You're fucked come SummerSlam." That's how I would have did it.
Tony, what you just said, perfect. He didn't even have to rip the entire door off. He could have just taken the door and just snapped off the chain. I can't believe they went the direction that they went in last night. As soon as Brock locked with the king, and I just assumed that's exactly what we were going to get, was Obafemi, snapping that chain or ripping the door off, something along. What Dave did, I'm sorry, fell completely flat. It was like you built and built and built and then got I can't describe it any better than that. I felt that that last time we saw Oba and Brock before their big match at SummerSlam, it did nothing for me at all. It did nothing for me. Honestly, I'd much rather they weren't even on the show last night than what we got in that segment to open up Monday Night Raw.
And this is not Monday morning quarterback for me. This would have been glaring because you said the minute you saw the chain, you would have thought he would have ripped the chain off, ripped the door off. The minute, if I was sitting there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon trying to come up with something, I would have been like, wait, he's going to beat up 15 cops? It's not realistic. I'm going to go back to the press conference about a year ago where Triple H said, "I don't want to insult fans' intelligence." Okay, well, you can't have one man beat up 15 cops. It's not realistic.
And by the way, wouldn't Obafemi be in jail this morning if he beat up 15 cops?
Jail would be like calling it a medical facility. They would be putting him under the jail. What I suggested would have been gold. Not because I'm suggesting it, because I know how it would have resonated with the people. You could have done something creative with Triple H, which would have been, I would have to give it a little bit more thought, but you could have really done something with breaking that chain off or ripping that door off the hinges and showing just how strong Obafemi is. And Brock, who is so great at selling with his face. Remember when Keith Lee came to the ring during the Royal Rumble? Remember how much Brock Lesnar put over Keith Lee just with his facial expressions like, oh my God, look at this big dude. Wow. Keith Lee was made in an instant just by Brock selling with his face. Remember the look on Heyman's face, the look of horror, like horror and excitement on Heyman's face when Brock beat Undertaker and put the 1 in 21 in 1? Like, that would have been the look on Heyman's face, and Brock could have went wide-eyed, like, wow, I might have woken up a sleeping beast, a sleeping giant. I might have gone too far. This kid is more ready than I ever thought he would be, and he might be stronger than I thought he was. That's why I thought that segment, the back end of that segment, it was bad.
Yeah, but it was so obvious, Bully, because he was taunting Opa with the key. Like, he had the key, and he put it in his mouth, and he was taunting him. He threw it on the floor, and that's Opa's way of saying, you know what, Brock, I don't need a key. Bing, bang, bong. And there's Brock Lesnar with wide-eyed, like, holy shit, what did I just get myself into? And again, I know, like, everybody's expecting Ova to win, but the way that they played it up last night, this is the first time Ova Femi's ever going to be in a Hell in a Cell match. Brock Lesnar is undefeated in Hell in a Cell matches. It just adds to the story that they're trying to write before we get to SummerSlam this weekend.
And if you're going to beat up cops, I'd much prefer to see you beat them up with your fists and your back elbows and your kicks. Once you choke slam a cop, all that tells me is he's an extra. Once you try to do a pop-up power bomb, he's an extra. And oh, by the way, when the pop-up power bomb doesn't really go the way it should, who really looks bad?
It's Ova that looks bad.
And thus, the bad.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. And it's, it's unfortunate, Bully, because I think they have done everything the right way when it comes to Ova Femi and Brock Lesnar up until what we saw last night. There hasn't been a lot to complain about this build up until last night.
The second half of last night. I love the visual of the cell. Love the visual of Ova and Brock. Love the visual. No idea why the cops were there. No idea, since we found out that the other cops were phonies or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And especially when the cops stand there and they're so stoic. Like young boys dressed up as cops who are just trying to do the right thing and not get fired because they did something wrong.
Listen, it's going to be okay. We're going to get there, and it's going to be great. It's just that what we saw last night, as you said, the second half, a little bit of a misstep. I'm excited for the hour 3 of our show this morning. Charlotte Flair is going to join us in 30 minutes. I can't wait to catch up with Charlotte Flair because she may become your interim champion coming out of SummerSlam this weekend. So a lot to talk about with Charlotte Flair. But, Bill, we also have to get to the ugly from Monday Night Raw. Is it wrong to say that I think we all know what that is from last night?
I'll bet you $1 that you know what the ugly is.
Ay, ay, ay. Yay, yay. When Bully and I are back right here, I'll bust it open. Ay, ay, ay.
Hits One is where you find who's popping now. And now remember, I loved you. And who's popping next? On Hits One, first in the pop category, and in the SiriusXM app, included with most subscriptions on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or wherever you stream.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. Better get 30, 30, better get 30, better get 20, 20, 20, better get 20, 20, better get 15, 15, 15, 15,
just $15 a month. So,
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow and network is busy. See terms.
The handshake that closed the deal. The story that landed the table. The pour that didn't need explaining. Casaluto Sutal. Wild harvesting in the Chihuahuan Desert. Pick up and cooked. Copper distilled. The pour that ends the conversation. Because nothing more needs saying. Casalutos. The best reflection of Sutal. Learn more at casalutos.com. Pure, wild, and harvested. Imported by Thompson Beverages, Miami, Florida. Please drink responsibly.
the dog days of summer are here. And you know what that means. Summertime storms hitting without warning. You need the only weather app that predicts when and where lightning will strike. The Flash Weather AI app. Flash gives you street-level, minute-by-minute forecasts that tell you exactly when a storm is popping up. Whether you're squeezing in night holes after work or planning the week ahead, Flash has you covered. Search Flash Weather AI in your app store to download for free today.
Hi, this is professional golfer Mark O'Mara. When it came to building my personal putting green, I called Celebrity Greens, the leader in customized synthetic golf greens. Celebrity Greens designed an amazing backyard green for me and a synthetic lawn area for my dogs that looks and acts just like natural grass. You can't beat Celebrity Greens' attention to detail and exceptional customer service. Learn how to create a championship putting green in your own backyard. Call the pros at Celebrity Greens, 1-888-507-7960, or visit them online at celebritygreens.com.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of Invita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take decades to reach the people who need them the most. At Invita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients, because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves the right to fight. Invita Medical Centers, we're here for you. ENVITA.com.
Action, insights, live shows, and WWE superstars. Welcome to WWE Radio, only on SiriusXM.
Breaking down all things WWE. This is LA Knight. Yeah, keep it locked to WWE Radio, channel 156.
The MLB trade deadline is Monday at 6 Eastern. Hear the moves as they happen on MLB Network Radio. Holy cow, guys. Former GMs Jim Bone and Jim Duquesne and Steve Phillips are working their phones to bring you the latest rumors and insights you crave.
General managers could make a big difference this year as to who wins and goes to the playoffs.
We're talking about the trade deadline right now on MLB Network Radio, channel 89, in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Henry and Walsh was made for people like you. People who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, to understand you and help you invest for the life you want, because you earned it. We're Henyon and Walsh, and the human connection. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including possible loss in principal. Advisory services provided by Henyon and Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Henyon and Walsh Inc. FINRA SIPC.
Listen, she doesn't have to be
rich to be my girl, but, having a couple dollars in a pocket and picking up the bill every once in a while don't hurt.
You don't have to watch Dynasty to have an attitude. You can just watch the Attitude Era.
There you go.
There you go.
Threw me off at Dynasty.
Concerts. We've been to plenty of them. Most of them, I would say most of the concerts you've been to, Bully, you've loved. Have you ever been to a concert you didn't like?
Yes.
Okay. What was it?
I hate to say this because I love this band.
The Cars.
Faster Pussycat at the Brighton Bar.
Wow. Didn't do it.
I love Faster Pussycat. They're such a fun, sweet rock and roll band. Saw them live. Yeah.
Didn't do it for you. Bad night. Bad night for Faster Pussycat.
There was no good, but there was bad.
Yeah. Some may say it was bad, but it wasn't ugly because there was a certain concert on Raw last night that defines that word, ugly. And I'm guessing, Bully, that's your ugly from last night.
Bowling shoe. Ugly.
It was blah, some may say. Blah. Let's just say Joe Hendry and Danhausen had a blah day on a Monday.
Yeah, Dave. No bueno. At all. Disgusting. What did you say? What did you say, Bully? Disgusting.
Oh my God.
As it was going on, Dave, I'm sitting in my chair at home, and as it's going on, when the cheerleaders were dancing in front of the hard camera, and Danhausen and Joe Hendry were up on the turnbuckles, I actually sat up to the edge of my chair because I could not believe what I was seeing. I'm like, nah, there's got to be something more. There's got to be something more. There's got to be some way to get out of this. And then, obviously, JD and Dom run to the ring, and blah, 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 the beatdown, and whatever happens. But it didn't really work for them either. Nobody took a step forward in that segment. Yes, no, you have some
Bully, that Bully. First of all, the song itself was awful. I believe in you are cursed. And I thought maybe that it was just again and again and again. I believe you are again. And nothing else, just that over and over and over again. Then they had Ryan Garcia, the boxer that they just showed in the crowd. He's like dancing with the cheerleaders and then he's pretending to play guitar. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? What am I watching?
And then he cracks the guitar over Joe Hendry's back. Here comes JD. Here comes Dom. And all this was all done for the backstage segment where Danhausen is laid out and Pierce approaches him. And they make the Human Monies on a pole match. There's one tiny little part of this entire segment that got a mild chuckle out of me. And that was Corey Graves saying to Michael Cole, haven't you ever heard of Judy Bagwell on a pole? Which is something they did in WCW back in the day, of Judy Bagwell on a forklift or whatever it was. Like, it's almost like Graves saying, this is as preposterous as.
Yeah, this is WCW as lows.
My God. My God, I really hope that they're not getting to that point with Danhausen where he's going to start getting the same reactions that he got night one in Chicago.
No, I don't think that's what's going to happen. At least I hope that's not.
And Dom, it's like, dude, at one time we're sitting on the show talking about Dom as, world champion material as a heel, and the amount of heat he's got to like, that's kind of died off too.
It was. This is what I hope, Colby. What I hope is last night was an anomaly.
A mulligan. Take a mulligan.
Yeah, take a mulligan, and let's move on, and let's forget about it. Please, for the love of God, don't show any footage of it. Don't show highlights of it. Don't just pretend like it never happened, and let's move on, please.
Then now they're going to lean into it.
Our very own Jonathan Hood texted me during the segment. He goes, Dave, remember the Fonz jumping the shark on Happy Days? You don't want it to be that type of a moment for Joe Hendry and Danhausen.
They might have jumped Jaws last night.
And here's what worries me.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
I wanna give our segment some hope. We are 55 years old.
Yes.
Obviously, that segment is not written to entertain diehard pro wrestling fans like me and you.
True.
It's written for somebody. I'd love to hear from that somebody in the next 20 minutes. Call in, you'll go right to the front of the line because we have Charlotte coming up in about 20 minutes also. If you like that segment, I would love to hear from you, and I'd love to know why.
This is, and I understand what you're saying, that wasn't for us, that was written for somebody else. There's ways, and this is where you have to be creative. This is where it's important. I call it Shrek humor. Shrek was awesome. Why? Because kids thought it was funny, adults thought it was funny. You're not only entertaining the child in the theater, you're entertaining the parent that's in the theater. For professional wrestling, for it to work and connect, if you want to do a segment like that, it has to be appealing, or as close as you come to appealing to everybody. That did not appeal to us. I don't know. Like you said, could there have been a 5-year-old that was watching Raw last night that thought that was funny? Okay. Other than that, I don't see it. Now, Danhausen has built enough stock right now that Danhausen, I think, is going to be fine. Danhausen will bounce back. When we see him this weekend at SummerSlam, dude, he'll make you forget everything that we saw. The person I'm afraid of is Joe Hendry. That's who I'm afraid of from last night. Because Joe Hendry hasn't built up that much stock with the main roster WWE Universe that Danhausen has.
I don't have high hope. I have always been a Joe Hendry fan. But I'm very realistic about things and very honest about things. As much as I might like him for all of his positive qualities, I don't have high hopes for him on the main roster. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Well, and they really haven't put him in a position to really succeed yet either. Maybe they thought this attachment with Danhausen.
No. Last night was a position to succeed. Last night was all about entertainment. And I did not find last night entertaining at all. Dave, at the end of the day, as a fan, I can find something not entertaining, but as a pro, I understand why they do something. Like, I'll get it. I'll be able to sit there after the segment's over and I'll go, okay. The only thing I can possibly garner is because the WWE is in such love with the crossover stuff with sports figures and movie stars. Who's the guy who cracked the guitar over Joe Hendry's back?
Brian Garcia.
So maybe they're looking for that viral moment of Brian Garcia breaking a guitar over Joe Hendry's back. Other than that, Ryan Garcia. Reynolds Rats. Ryan Garcia. Other than that, when I sit back and I analyze it, I'm like, okay, where's the positive? Where's the redeeming value? What business did we get accomplished? What step forward did we take? It was a way to get to the backstage and make the match. Other than that, I don't know what it was there for. But in getting there, it was done in an unentertaining way.
Yeah, but the best part of the segment was Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia, I thought, did a pretty damn good job of what he had to do in that segment. So Ryan Garcia, of everybody that was involved in that segment, did the best job, in my opinion.
Then that tells me, and because of the spotlight that they put on Ryan Garcia, maybe my hypothesis is true. Maybe Ryan Garcia was the business of the segment to get that viral moment of Ryan Garcia holding up Dom and JD's hands, or Ryan Garcia cracking Joe Hendry with the guitar.
Yeah, well,
and if that's the business of the segment, not exactly Mike Tyson pushing Steve Austin.
Well, hopefully we'll get that call that you're looking for when it comes to Danhausen and Joe Hendry. Maybe we get that call of somebody saying, you know what, Bully Dave, come on, guys. Like, take it easy. That was funny. It was enjoyable. My kids were cracking up during the segment. They loved it. I had to go and buy a Danhausen shirt on WWEshop.com last night because they fell in love with Danhausen.
It's so easy to fall back. Like, oh, lighten up. It's just pro wrestling. Sorry. I'm not always on board with that.
Well, I don't know if it's a positive or negative, but let's go to Lee in Pensacola on Joe Hendry and Danhausen. What's going on, Lee?
How's it going, guys? Yeah, I was kind of piggybacking on what Bully said earlier. Last night I'm watching, because we watch every Monday, my son, my wife, and me. And I can tell you the highlight of last night for my son and for my wife was Joe Hendry and Danhausen. They loved it. And the amount of heat that Dominic got last night with my son after Joe Hendry went down, I mean, he was in tears. Not only that, but he talking about being Danhausen for Halloween. So just,
Lee,
it worked in my house.
Lee, as we said, it wasn't written for us. And thank you for the phone call, because you're right there with your son. You're right there with your wife. And like I said, I wanted to give this segment on our show some hope. Possible light at the end of the tunnel for a fan to call in and let us know why you liked it. And you did. So then I guess good job by the WWE.
And Lee, thank you so much for the phone call, because think about what Lee just said, Bully. His son loved it. His wife loved it. It put heat on Dom Mysterio, where his son was in tears because of what Dom Mysterio did. And oh yeah, by the way, his son wants to be Danhausen for Halloween this year.
I am officially taking Danhausen and Joe Hendry's segment out of the ugly column, and I'm moving it into the good column.
Well, I mean, for Lee's household, it was they said that was their highlight of Monday Night Raw for them last night.
I understand. I get it. That's why I said this wasn't written for us. It resonated with the kid who wants to be Danhausen for Halloween. Think about how much money the WWE has made.
And they are going to make it time. All right, we got to take a break. But on the other side, we're going to take phone calls from the nation. And then we have Charlotte Flair in about 15 minutes. And a pretty big announcement when we come out of break. So make sure you're listening when Bully and I are back right here on Busted Open.
It's Stephen A. Smith. Check me out on Sirius XM. Some of you think y'all already said it all. Nonsense. You haven't heard sports talk like this. You know me. Passionate, opinionated, and an unfiltered, uncompromising viewpoint. You think you got what it takes to talk sport with me? Well, I'm a phone call away. Holla. folks work with you. A show so nice, you get it twice. On Channel 82, in the car, and on the Sirius XM app. Are you a small business owner struggling with cash flow issues? Look no further than AmeriFactors, a trusted partner in business funding. With AmeriFactors, you can turn your unpaid invoices into fast cash. Say goodbye to long payment cycles and hello to quick and easy funding options, even with less than perfect credit, including bankruptcies. If you need working capital to make payroll, buy inventory, or to expand your business, AmeriFactors has got you covered.
Working with AmeriFactors was the best decision. Our business is thriving and growing. Without AmeriFactors, we never would have been able to get to this point.
With AmeriFactors, you can focus on what you do best, running your business, while they take care of providing cash flow and accounts receivable management. Their team of experts are dedicated to providing personalized solutions focused on the success of your business. Fuel your business growth with AmeriFactors. Call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-FUND. That's 800-884-3863. Or visit AmeriFactors.com.
You can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue results. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, founder of Rough Greens. And for years, the big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth. That bag of food is cooked at such high temperatures, it's dead food. And when you feed dead food day in and day out, the fallout is itchy skin, achy joints, no energy, and endless trips to the vet. But when you add Rough Greens, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. Seeing your dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems, finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean. That's proof the industry can't deny it. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code PROOF. That's RUFF Greens. Discount code PROOF.
WWE Radio. Sirius XM Channel 156.
All right, Busted Open Nation, it's time to lace up your boots and cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba. Chumba Casino is a proud partner of SummerSlam and WWE, the biggest party of the summer. This is your cue to step between the ropes and dive right into the action, where you'll always be in the main event fun. Sign up for new player offers, daily bonuses, and keep an eye out for WWE promotions and giveaways. Chumba offers more than 200 games to play, like blackjack, solitaire, slots, and more. You will be having the time of your life, and you'll never be bored. Plus, new games drop every single week, so there's always something new to check out. Play anytime, anywhere, because the fun is always on. And while you're at it, you can even redeem some championship-worthy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Smash boredom. That's Chumba. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. VGW Group. Void, prohibited by law. 21 plus, sponsored by my favorite casino, Chumba Casino. Show today.
Pancakes and great shows.
I gotta tell you, I'm proud of today's show, Bully. Proud.
We analyzed some of the good.
Yes.
We talked about some of the bad.
Mm-hmm.
We touched on some of the ugly that maybe wasn't so ugly in the eyes of WWE fans.
And see, that's what I love, is that you and I had an opinion, and the nation had a different opinion. I love it. That's why we have our Busted Open Nation. And you know what? We have a full bank of calls, Foley, that want to talk more about our show before Charlotte Flair joins us. But I do have some big news for the Busted Open Nation. Set your clocks, set your watches, set your timers, set your phones.
Set it and forget it.
Because 24 hours from now, Bully, Triple H is going to join us here.
Wow.
Yep.
Big guy. That's huge.
The big guy.
Head honcho, El Jefe, El Padron.
The man himself, Triple H, will join us. First time,
Dave.
First time I've spoken to Triple H, other than the time he scolded me at WWE headquarters, but we won't get into that. First time that we've talked to Triple H on this show since 2011. Think about that.
Nice.
The Doug Mortman, Dave LaGreca days.
And why did you have him on in 2011? Character, for what he was doing on the show, character stuff, or was he behind the scenes?
I've spoken to Triple H twice. Once in 2009, once in 2011. 2009, it was when Vince McMahon was giving money away on Raw. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in 2011, I'm not really sure, but it was right after the Pipe Bomb promo. Because I was talking to Triple H about the Pipe Bomb promo. And he said, hey, that happens all the time during the Attitude Era. No big deal.
I mean, I can't disagree with that. So
it was special, it was unique, but that's a discussion for another time. But Triple H is going to join us.
Make sure you tell him that I'm saying happy birthday to him yesterday. See if he can get me, it's you and Nick tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Maybe you can, maybe put me over a little bit to the boss, let him know I sang him happy birthday, or maybe play some Motorhead for him. Maybe just drop my name, just,
All right, so I'm going to take a chance with Triple H tomorrow. All right? Sometimes you got to take a chance. Okay? Sometimes that chance works, sometimes it doesn't. But I like to be a little bit different. You know we like to be different. We like to have our own personal spin. Well, you know this, working together for the last 10 years, right?
Oh, we spin.
I'm not going to play Motorhead, man. As much as I love Motorhead, it's one of my top 5 bands.
I'll tell you who to play for him.
Can I take a guess? Wait, no, you know what?
You already know the answer. You know the answer.
I don't think I do. I am going by something Mark Henry told me.
Ooh, I don't think Mark would know this one. What's the guess?
He said he likes the band Halloween.
Ding, 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 circle gets scrubbed. He loves Halloween.
So, I figure when we get Triple H on the show tomorrow and say...
I don't think Mark Henry told... I told you that.
No, Mark Henry told me.
We had this discussion.
Yeah, Mark Henry told me. Mark Henry said to me, he likes the band Halloween, and then you said, yeah, Halloween, he loves Halloween.
I believe Halloween was the common ground for Triple H and Jericho.
There you go. Because I know he's a huge Halloween fan.
Yep.
So I think
that on his good thing. So, okay, play Halloween, then drop my name.
All right, we'll see what happens. Well, we don't have him for a very long time, but
make sure you take him longer than you're supposed to have it for.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna stretch it and get in trouble.
Good.
Because now I gotta test the waters here, man. You know what? The ink's dry. The ink's dry. Yeah. Now you can't leave. You know what I'm saying? Now you can't leave. But I think we play some Halloween.
No doubt.
And I'm telling you, Stone Cold remembers this show because obviously he knows you and everything with it. But we don't play his entrance scene. We play Blackout by Scorpions. So if we don't play Blackout, he's disappointed. Shawn Michaels has told me the reason that our interview with him was so memorable is we didn't play Sexy Boy. I played Judas Priest. I always tell young producers, you want to get on somebody's good side in the break before they come on, ask them what music they like and play that music. Then right away, you get them in a good mood and then you go, bam, bam, pow, pow. Now I gotta figure out what Halloween song to play for him tomorrow.
Hell, just play any song for Halloween to get over with them. Just like to play Scorpions for me and you play Judas Priest for Heartbreak Kid.
Alright. So, do you agree that's the way to go?
1000%.
Halloween.
Do you know that Trips has some of Lemmy's ashes?
Yeah, you told me in the boat. He has one of the bullets.
Just like
that's why I know he truly loves Motorhead, but I'm sure every time, people just associate Motorhead with Triple H. I think I'm going a little different direction. Now, Paul and Kelly, I need you guys' help on this one for tomorrow. Because, I know how sometimes these interviews go, so maybe if he comes in mid-segment, or it's not exactly coming back from a break, play the Halloween anyway. Play it anyway. And that's, I love Halloween. Who doesn't? Well, most people don't, but. Speaking of guests, when we come back, somebody who might be your new interim women's champion come SummerSlam, Charlotte Flair will join us. When Bully and I are back right here. I must have opened.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. Welcome to WWE Radio. You can hear me, Paul Heyman, and all your favorite WWE superstars live on the air. Listen to shows like Busted Open, 6 Feet Under, and get audio coverage of WWE's biggest events. All on WWE Radio. Tune in only on SiriusXM.
Donate your car and help support Tunnel of Towers. The process is quick and simple, and the proceeds from your generous car donation will go to support the good work that T2T is doing throughout our community. Any car is accepted, running or not, and we will pick it up for free. So if you have an extra car and you want to help T2T to help our first responders and our dedicated veterans, simply call T2T at 844-BRAVEUS. Avoid the hassle of trying to sell that old car. Instead, donate it and help Tunnel of Towers. That number again to donate your car and support Tunnel of Towers is 844-BRAVEUS. That's 844-BRAVEUS. Or simply donate your car online at todaysveterans.org. Your car donation really does make a difference. So call Tunnel of Towers today at 844-BRAVEUS.
Imagine having complete clarity about your health, not just test results, but a clear plan built around you. Today, body scans and lab tests are easy to access, but true peace of mind comes from understanding what they need and what to do next.
At Princeton Longevity Center, we go beyond testing to deliver clarity, strategy, and physician-led care designed to help protect and extend your life.
Our patients work directly with board-certified physicians specializing in preventive and longevity medicine, not algorithms, not generic reports.
But real doctors who understand your history, your risks, and your goals.
Yes, we use advanced imaging and comprehensive diagnostics.
But what truly matters is what comes next.
We interpret the results,
Connect the dots, and deliver a physician-led, personalized plan you can act on with confidence.
because information alone doesn't change outcomes.
Insight does.
At Princeton Longevity Center, your care doesn't end with a test.
It begins there.
Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. That's 888-8000-PLC.
If you have a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. Get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. One local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 per month. And it gets better. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, no long drawn-out process. And listen, no closing costs. You may even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call Loan Pronto now, 855-2 Pronto. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact to get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. LoanPronto.com. See how much you can get right now. 855-2 Pronto, 855-2 Pronto. For qualified homeowners, equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
This is WWE Superstar Becky Lynch, and you can hear live play-by-play of every WWE PLE right here on WWE Radio Channel 156.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber cable. Actual speeds vary. All right, we're back here on Busted Open. Dave LaGreca, fully ready. Let's bring in someone I'm very confident will be having championship gold around her waist coming out of Minnesota and SummerSlam this weekend. It's the legendary. It's the great. And when I say great, I say the greatest of all time. Number one on my list of all time greatest professional wrestlers to ever step in the ring. And that is our guest right now, the one and only Charlotte Flair. Charlotte, good morning, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
What's happening?
Not much. I'm a little jet lagged from my red eye last night, but I wouldn't miss an opportunity to talk to you guys.
I appreciate that. Long time no see. I got to see you in Italy, and it's.
I can't see you guys right now because unfortunately I'm on my phone.
You know what? It's probably better you don't. To be quite honest, but we get to see you. How excited? Because we've had many conversations. You know this, Charlotte. I've said to you that, you know what? Great. Teaming, tag teams, it's all good. Different environment, fun for you. You got to fall back in love with wrestling. You got to have fun, not have all that.
I never lost the love. I just found a purpose, a new purpose.
Okay.
How about that? The love's always been there.
Yeah, but you had fun. And you got people to fall back in love with you as well. But now, here we are back where you should be with an opportunity to grab championship gold come this weekend for SummerSlam.
For sure. And being on night 2, I've never been on night 2 of a major PLE since I've been back the last couple years. But yes, it is a title opportunity and a ladder match. But my main focus is being the biggest obstacle for Jade. So Jade's not getting that title. She has to go through me.
Wait a second.
She did injure Lexi, so let's get back to the main point. Yes, am I excited for an opportunity? 100%. But again, does that opportunity count as number 15? It's an interim title. I'm winning the interim title and Rhea is out, when Rhea gets back, if and when I win that title, I'm going to say, you know what, Rhea? Let's go.
Okay, all right.
It's an interim title. I don't know the rules yet. Do you?
I know. I'm scratching my head as well. But, you know.
No, but I think it's great. I think it's great. And then the undisputed champion. But my main goal is to be Jade's biggest obstacle because my best friend's at home and I
find this very interesting because you're saying that you want to be Jade's biggest obstacle. Last week at Fanatics Fest, we got to speak with Jade live and in person, and she's made it abundantly clear she wants to be your biggest obstacle. Like, this is getting real personal with you and Jade Cargill. Can you pull back the curtain a little bit for us? What is it about your relationship with her that makes this seem like this is not going to, bode well until the two of you are inside of a ring together?
Well, I think it goes back to our very first encounter when Jade was first seen on WWE television. She was standing there with Triple H, and here I come, and we're looking at each other. And yes, she looks like a star. 1000% is a star, is all these things, is that BITCH. And she can look at me and say, you know what, I'm the new star in town, step aside. But once that bell rings and she gets in the ring with me, it's a whole different story. And now, she spent all this time trying to get my attention because, in my opinion, I'm like, you have to earn my attention. You have to earn a match with me. She had the title. I really didn't pay her a lot of attention. Then she went after my best friend. You can go after me all day until I want to take the time to face you. Now you've injured my best friend. You don't mess with her. Now you have to go through me. All right. And she's been on the roster for a couple years now.
What is it about Alexa Bliss that makes the both of you such close friends, or as you say, best friends?
Wait, look at this picture she drew for me on Hot Ones. Where's my pyro? Lexi has a soft place in my heart from the very beginning of NXT. I think some girls were probably a little mean to her, didn't give her an opportunity. And given that I didn't, yes, my dad was Ric Flair, but I did not come from the Indies. So I kind of had the same pushback, the same, hey, you have to earn your spot because you didn't grow up wanting to be a wrestler, get into wrestling. So I always had this soft spot for Lexi and what she was able and capable of doing. And then after WrestleMania, when I very much was alone, needed a friend, and this is a shoot, she basically was like, dude, put your big girl pants on, remember who you are, and tag with me. And when you can be in that ring with someone that you trust 100% has your back, that's very hard to find inside and outside of this ring. And that's what I find in Lexi. No matter what, after all these years, she still knows who I am, what I bring to the table, and the person that I am. Through the good and the bad. So even if I tore up Lily a couple years ago, which I'm sure she still thinks about.
All right, so I have to follow it up with this question because you just mentioned about how important she is to you as a friend and how she got in your ear. How important was it for you to her to get in your ear, especially at that time when you had some doubts about yourself?
Oh, I don't want to sound corny or cliche, but I mean, it's going to be both. But like, I do believe everything happens for a reason. And if, had I not come back, had I not been defeated at WrestleMania with no vision and not knowing where to go next with my career, had she not, thought so highly of me and, was pitching for me and believed in me, I don't know if I'd be here today. Because it took her friendship and me trusting her to know that, like, hey, dude, be you, you're cool, like, let's do this. And, like, let down my guard for somebody after so many years, I'm, like, will be forever indebted to her, and I mean that. Like, it's not a, like, for show, like, I'm very thankful for what she was able to bring out of me on screen, because I don't think, yes, do I think I could do that with many characters? 100%, but like Lexi stands in her own lane and I stand in my own lane, and neither one of us are trying to do this. We are this. I think she made me likable, and I think I brought her back to the dance.
Well, I think that making you likable in the fans' eyes is a very fair assessment. on a personal and professional level, what was like life for you on a daily basis coming out of that WrestleMania loss, coming out of all the BS that came with that WrestleMania loss, and now finding yourself tagging with somebody and being as far away from the World Championship, which you have been synonymous with since day one. What was that day-to-day like for you?
Well, after WrestleMania, it was harder from Rumble to Mania. Just thinking, and I've said this in multiple interviews, man, in 2023, I was getting the loudest reactions of my career, having the best time, whether it was tagging with Bianca, Shotzi, the triple threat with Asuka and Io. I was kind of doing what I'm doing now, and then to get injured and to come back to such a, well, this is not what I left, and this is not what I expected. What is happening? And yes, I think after Mania, I just threw up my hand and said, I can't control anything, or try to control anything, or I don't know what's going to happen. Just show up, go to work, do your job, and be grateful for what you have. And then Lexi came around. Like, I just kind of waited to come back to TV, waited on the call. I think I was off for, like, don't quote me, like 4 to 6 weeks. And I worked out every day, did, like, my same routine until I got the call. And then I knew that Lexi had been pitching for me in the back. But I was like, I kept hearing, well, you're so likable and she's not likable. So, like, what are we going to do? And it just, the fans wanted it. The more and more we were on screen together. So I just kind of went with it. But to your point, I kind of got sidetracked. Apologies. Am I still as competitive as I've ever been? Yes, that's not going away. Do I want to be the world champion again? Yes. But I want to be the world champion again when I have, like, blood, sweat, and tears, and I see that title, and it's like, when the moment feels right. Not that when I ever won, it didn't feel right, but I want this to, like, I want to be in the world title picture, but I'm not going to try to sit here and be like, well, is it because I'm going to do it this way or do it this way? I know it's going to happen, I just don't know when, but it will happen.
But how?
And I think it'll mean more because I have been able to step away. That's all it boils down to.
And that's my follow-up, is that how good is it going to feel for you knowing that the next time you raise a championship title above your head, that all that stuff that you're talking about is in the rearview mirror, and all the fans are going to be behind you holding that title above your head? Like, with your journey, the way that it's gone, how good is that going to feel for you?
Really good, like, really special. And when I held up the tag titles with Lexi at SummerSlam last year, that did feel like a world title to me because it was so genuine and pure and real. And, like, after that summer, I bet no one on their bingo card was thinking Alexa Bliss and Charlotte are winning the tag titles at SummerSlam. Like, when I held, I was just like, it's freaking rocks. Like, we treated those tag titles like they were world titles. That's how we felt about them.
Charlotte, on a separate topic, you've been around long enough where younger talent, male or female, could come to you for advice on this business. We opened the show today talking about Raquel Rodriguez and Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca, the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows in the past just couple of months. Last night, she lost her Intercontinental Championship to Raquel. If Sol Ruca were to come to you today and ask you for your best advice for where she is right now, what would you tell her?
Stay the course. Stay the course, and I have always learned more from my losses than my wins. She needs to take this loss. She needs to take this loss, regroup, hone in, and just because she lost early doesn't mean, you have a million things going in your mind, I'm sure. Well, Raquel beat me. Why did I lose? I had the title for this long, or I didn't have any defense. No. whatever, take the loss and turn it into a superpower. Take every loss. That's what I would tell her. I had the opportunity to work with her in the Queen of the Ring, what are they called? The qualifiers. She's such a good kid. She's very, I'm trying to think, very relaxed, very calm, such like a calm spirit. Like she's gonna be just fine, and she's so young. This doesn't mean anything in the big picture. If anything, like it could make it mean something. When you lose that, find a new reasoning to come back to win it again, or a new path. But I think we get so caught up in, the last couple months that, whether I know she has talked about this and people talked about, you gotta miss things to perfect them. Whether it's finishes, matches, you have to make mistakes. That's the only way to get better. This is a stepping stone for her. That's what I would tell her. She's got a bright future, and I think the world of her, and I wouldn't worry for 1 second about that loss. I would just come back bigger and better the next TV. Going, why did I lose that title? I should have never lost it. That should be her attitude.
Charlotte, I can't wait for SummerSlam this weekend. As you said, night number 2, the 5-way ladder match for the interim WWE Women's Championship. I expect big things. Night number 2, I expect you to win this interim WWE Women's Championship. I can't wait.
Isn't that going to be crazy if I'm holding the title?
No, and then know what the best part is going to be? Is when you're holding the title, you're on top of the ladder, you're holding the title above your head, and you're like, this one's for LaGreca. This one's for LaGreca.
I feel like LaGreca and Bubba. Hold on, did you tell Bubba that I told him about my jeans and my t-shirts and all my street style lately? Bubba, I've been kind of implementing your notes.
What t-shirt are you wearing today?
Strong as fuck. Oh, something.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You said the F word.
No, sometimes they say like, hey, don't use the F word, and then I'll accidentally say it.
Dave used it 97 times earlier today. We should be close.
Okay.
It happens.
Strong AF. Yeah.
All right, so let me rephrase that. When you win the interim women's championship, night number 2 of SummerSlam, when you're holding that title above your head on top of the ladder, this one's for LaGreca and Bubba. This one's for
LaGreca and Bubba.
Okay.
And all my loyal fans that stuck by me.
Yeah, they're great too.
And Scarlett.
Charlotte, thank you so much, and good luck at SummerSlam. We can't wait.
Thanks,
We're going to be out there. Thank you so much, Charlotte Flair.
Thank you. Bye.
Always great talking to Charlotte Bully. She's great, and you can tell that she has a different confidence about her. Also, wrestling fans, you're tuned into Busted Open, brought to you by Xfinity. Get same-day Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years, guaranteed. Select plans only. Bully, it's almost like you're talking to a different person now when you're talking to Charlotte Flair.
You can almost feel the vibe and the aura coming through the microphone and coming through the screen. Smiling, happy, a little bit more laid back, stress-free.
Yeah.
Being synonymous with world championships, fans turning on you, an absolutely rotten moment in time about a year ago with Tiffany Stratton in the middle of a ring. The shadow of your dad. It's not easy being Charlotte Flair. So to see and hear how happy she is, and it seems like she's in a really great place, I think is going to make this match for her at SummerSlam even that more special if she can win and really get back into that championship state of mind.
But also listening to her, it seems like, not that she doesn't care about the championship, she does. We know that. We've interviewed her enough where she wanted to get back to this point where she's, wrestling for a championship. But there's also a great story connected to it with Jade Cargill. And talking to Jade, like you brought it up in the interview, Bully, when we sat down with Jade Cargill, we did for almost 45 minutes at Fanatics Fest a couple of weeks ago in New York. Jade wants Charlotte, but make no mistake, she wants Charlotte at WrestleMania. So many people say they want Charlotte and they want her in a big match and they want her at WrestleMania. I feel like talking to Jade, it's almost like since she decided to become a pro wrestler, that's the match that she had circled on her calendar is the day that she's able to walk into the ring going up against Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania.
I look forward to that day, to that match. And what I want to see is Jade Cargill get as good as she possibly can before that bell rings for that match one day with Charlotte Flair. At the end of the day, Charlotte Flair is the top of the food chain and could probably out-wrestle circles around Jade Cargill. But Jade Cargill is a strong woman who could probably hit Charlotte Flair as hard as Nia Jax did, if not harder. And that's something that Charlotte's got to be prepared for. I look forward to that battle between those two Amazons.
I remember talking to Jade Bully with you in studio and with Mark Henry a couple of years ago. And she talked about one of the reasons she wanted to come to the WWE is because she wants to go up against the best and she wants to go up against Charlotte Flair. Now, when you're the best like Charlotte Flair, you're sitting on top of the mountain and you're waiting for the opponent to come to you. But all those people who are climbing the mountain are gunning for you. That gives advantage to Jade Cargill, where she's been training and working and waiting for this match for her entire career. This is the match that she's always wanted. It's her fantasy matchup. At times, she probably didn't think that this match would ever happen. And when we talked to her at Fanatics Fest, it was before everything we know is going to happen at SummerSlam. And I mentioned, how great would it be if you can step in the ring with Charlotte Flair at SummerSlam? And her answer was, yeah, but imagine how much bigger it would be if I can step into the ring with her at WrestleMania. This is just the start of the story between these two.
WrestleMania is definitely the place and time for a match of that magnitude between Charlotte and Jade. Now I understand why Jade is laser focused on that.
Yeah, and it's just good to see Charlotte Flair back where she belongs, and it's something that I'm really, really looking forward to. And so what I'm really looking forward to, Bully, is Busted Open After Dark with you tonight after NXT, because you're going to have, I guess, the first ever exclusive interview since coming to the WWE.
Cruz Montana. And listen, let's not pretend we don't know who Cruz Montana is. It's the former Mike Santana, former TNA World Champion Mike Santana, now finding his home in NXT, took the name Cruz Montana. I'm interested to know the reason why. I know he's floated it out there. Can't wait to ask him why he chose that name. Get into it. Short-term goals, long-term goals. Great show today, bud.
I'll just tease that there's emotional reasons why he chose that name, and I'm sure you're going to get into it on Busted Open After Dark. Everybody, thank you so much. I promise we'll get some more Nation members on the show tomorrow. But stick and stay right here on WWE Radio, channel 156.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is heading to training camp to get you ready for the season. We'll visit with every team and interview the head coaches and star players from around the National Football League.
This is Lamar Jackson. This is Matthew Stafford.
This is Trevor Lawrence. Get expert analysis of your favorite team on SiriusXM NFL Radio, channel 88.
You can't overstate the value of a team that understands the expectations. I think this team is just prime position to continue that run.
Search for your team to listen anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Attention investors, the rise of RV Park Investments has been awesome. And today's most exciting opportunity in real estate. It's summertime, and this year, nearly 35 million Americans will take an RV trip, a 23% increase from last spring. With the growing demand of RV parks, this market is a fertile ground for investors. With an RV resort property, you own the land, the building, maintenance, no heavy upkeep, no mortgages required. Resort Properties do well when the economy is good, and even better with a downturn. So how do you get started? Talk to the experts at ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com specializes in turnkey RV resort investments that are fully managed and built for cash flow. These resort properties also qualify for self-directed IRAs and 401k plans. To learn more, visit ResortPropertiesGroup.com or call 888-307-1685. 888-307-1685. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. Individual results may vary. Past performance is no guarantee of future results.
Larry Elder here. When it comes to supplements, two things matter most. It works and you can trust it. Rather than tell you about Relief Factor, we'll let our customers do it. We hear from people every day whose lives have changed, and we'd like you to hear their stories. Mark was in tears from his daily hand joint discomfort. But after a week on Relief Factor, he felt 50% better, and now he barely notices any pain. Loves our customer service. He's so happy, he's spreading the word. And Mark is just one of many. I'm one of them. I take Relief Factor every single morning for back issues. I don't take Relief Factor, my back issues come back. They make it easy to find out if you'll be the next person telling us Relief Factor gave you your life back. 3 weeks for just $17.76. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF. You'll connect with our friendly local team, and they will do everything they can to help. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us as well. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4RELIEF.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
From the dungeon to your airwaves, catch WWE superstar Natty Neidhart on The Heartbeat every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. WWE Radio on Sirius XM. This is the visionary Seth Rollins. Don't change that dial away from channel 156.
The doggy is heading back to the beach. Everybody, Christopher Mando Russo here. Join me Friday live from the bar Anticipation, Lake Como, New Jersey. Biggest bash of the summer. Our broadcast goes from 4 to 7 Eastern. And we'll be in the house starting at 3 with a bunch of Mando crew that extra shine. Katie Nolan, Ben Patrick, and of course the great Steve T. Live music, fan interaction, and one hell of a good time. Mando Unleashed live, Cornet down at the Jersey Shore. This Friday, live broadcast 4 to 7 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82. Anytime on the Sirius XM app.
It used to be that stuffing tissues up your nose was really the only way to stop your messy, frustrating nosebleeds. Nampons are the doctor-recommended better option that over 3 million people have already discovered. So what's a Nampon? Nampons fit inside your nose perfectly, expand for gentle pressure, and even have a clotting agent clinically proven to stop the bleeding fast. And now Nampons are available at Walmart. So ditch the tissue and be prepared for your next nosebleed. Pull into Walmart right now and get Nampons in the first aid aisle.
So let's dance.
It's Busted Open After Dark. Busted Open's live reaction show with you, the fans. Here is your host, two-time WWE and Impact Hall of Famer, Bully Ray.
Turn and burn. Grip it and rip it. Lock and load. Put the pedal to the mother trucking metal. It is Tuesday night. You know what that means. The super sexy swinging sounds of my sandpapery smooth voice, my handsome face. It's me. It's me. It is Uncle Bully. I talk pro wrestling, and I play rock and roll. Welcome to WWE Radio. This is my first episode of After Dark on the newly branded WWE Radio. One more time, Andre. Yes, this new partnership, we're 2 days in. Partnership. Pro Wrestling Nation 24/7 and WWE back together. to bring you WWE Radio. We're going to get into NXT. We got a monster guest tonight in Cruz, Montana. But earlier today on Busted Open, we were talking about Prince. And I said that I wanted Prince to be banned of the night tonight because we're going to Minnesota, we're going to Minneapolis, we're going basically to Prince's home state, his hometown. That's where SummerSlam is this weekend. That's where Busted Open is going to be taking over. We're doing live events, yada, yada, yada. It was going to be Prince up until about an hour ago. And I was on social media. And on the Twitter machine, up pops a tweet from former producer Evil Ed Robinson. And I was like, what the heck is this? And I want to read the tweet. It said, "Hi, I'm absolutely terrible stand-in for Ed. I'm an absolutely terrible stand-in for Ed. And I'm at the Rush concert at MSG. But he would be here in an alternate timeline. So here I am on his behalf. And he's sort of here because I'm wearing my necklace with his ashes. He should have been here. Cancer, brain cancer ruined this." And I didn't realize who it was at first. And I retweeted it. I said, "Hey, whoever this is, man, Ed's up in heaven, smiling, great job." And the person responded and said, "It's his wife." And man, that really it just really struck a chord in me that if you knew Ed Robinson, you knew that his favorite band was Rush. Rush just got back together. They're out on tour. They're in Madison Square Garden tonight. Ed would have been there. So his wife took his ashes and took Ed to the Rush concert at the Garden. And I was like, you know what? As much as I love Prince, as excited I am to get to Minneapolis, I'm dedicating tonight's episode of Busted Open After Dark to Evil Ed Robinson and his wife. She is active this evening on his social media. If you want to give her a shout out or anything, go right ahead. I'm sure she would love to hear from the Busted Open After Dark Nation. Where are you guys at tonight? This is the first official check-in of all the chapters here on WWE Radio on After Dark. Which chapter, which city are you representing tonight? You know the deal. Screen cap, throw it up on the old Twitter machine, and Uncle Bully will do his absolute best to hit the old retweet. What a start and what a finish to NXT. We just went off the air with Cruz Montana, Tony D'Angelo, and Grayson Waller. Now, for those of you who might have been living under a rock for the past couple of weeks, Cruz Montana, formerly Mike Santana. Cruz Montana, Mike Santana. And you know Mike Santana from TNA, former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, former member of LAX. Been on the show many times with us. Now in NXT, Cruz Montana. He came out at the end of the show to talk to the NXT faithful about his vision, his mission statement, and what he wants to get accomplished in NXT. And he's got world championship thoughts on his mind. Obviously, we are going to be talking to Cruz a little bit later on in the show. Much sooner than later, by the way. I want to get a couple of things out of the way. I want to talk about a couple of things, and then we're getting Cruz on because I want to get as much chat time with him as possible. We saw Grayson Waller jump Cruz. Tony D'Angelo, the NXT Men's Champion, came out, had a little bit of a back and forth with Santana, with Cruz Montana. It'll take me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. With Cruz, and then Grayson Waller jumped him. Now, why is this a big deal? It's a big deal because of the pipe bomb-esque promo Grayson Waller cut to start off tonight's episode of NXT. You may think that Grayson Waller is a piece of shit. You may think Grayson Waller is a scumbag. You may straight up just not like him. But I'll be damned if that kid wasn't money on the mic tonight to kick off NXT. Confident, poised, knew what he wanted to say, not fumbling over his words. I was impressed, and he was out there for a long time, long enough for them to cut his mic, for them to go to an unexpected commercial break. And Andre, I know Andre, the producing giant, Andre, has cut up some of that verbiage from Grayson at the beginning of the show, where he takes a shot at Cruz Montana, and he takes a shot at not only Cruz's past, about being a former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, but it's kind of a shot at Nick Nemeth, too, who is your current TNA World Heavyweight Champion. So, Andre, play that Grayson Waller audio.
I have a message to the NXT roster. Hey guys, get off your phone. I know you're probably filming a TikTok. Maybe watch the show and learn something. Because I just walked in your house. I didn't even wipe my feet. And everything I'm about to say, I mean with the utmost disrespect. The NXT male roster is soft. You're lazy. You're complacent. You're happy to be here. I know you fat flops will love this one. The women of NXT are running laps around you. Yet still, 90% of you think you should get caught up tomorrow. But here's the secret, ladies and gentlemen. I look at that roster, maybe 10%'s ready. They're all women.
Now, here's the deal, folks. I don't know if I necessarily agree with Grayson Waller about his assessment of the men's division, about calling the men in NXT lazy, about all of the derogatory things he said about the men in NXT. But I will tell you this. I do agree with his assessment of the women in NXT. You guys have been hanging, clanging, and banging with Uncle Billy on Tuesday nights for a long time now. And what is the one constant on this show? I'm always putting over the women of NXT. Why? Because they earned the put over. I have called the NXT women's division the best women's division in all of pro wrestling. I said it then, and I'm saying it again now. NXT turns out quality women. I'm not saying that every single one of these women are going to go up to the main roster and they're going to tear the house out and they're going to be so successful. Hell, this afternoon, this morning on Busted Open, me and LaGreca were talking about kind of like the quick rise and the kind of step backward and fall of Sol Ruka last night. But in NXT, Sol Ruka, bad mother trucker. So Grayson is right when it comes to the women's division. I was very impressed with Grayson. I've always thought that he was entertaining. I've always thought that he was a real solid talker. Andre, at the beginning of the promo, I don't remember him mentioning Austin Theory's name, but he kind of took some shots at Austin Theory, didn't he?
He carried 240 pounds of both on his back and got people cheering his name.
So that's Austin Theory, right?
I believe so. It's either that or Braun.
I wasn't positive about who he was referring to because I know him and Austin used to hang a lot. So I wasn't positive. It doesn't matter. He went after everybody. And when we get listen, I'm sure Cruz Montana just got off of the show and out of the ring like 10 minutes ago. I'm sure his adrenaline is still going to be pumping. I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say. He's going to have a lot to say say about what Grayson said about him in the beginning of the night? What he said about Cruz's validity, about being a former TNA champion, and plus what he did to him physically in the ring by jumping him. So there's a lot to get into. Overall, I thought it was a strong episode of NXT. NXT always turns in a strong show. Izzy Dame, Lizzie Rain, Izzy Dame. Great match, ladies. Big fan. I'm always putting them over. Andre, I think I'm going to take a break. I want to get Cruz Montana loaded in. I want to start chatting it up with him. I have no idea what kind of mood he's going to be in. I would expect that he's a little pissed off. But Uncle Bully likes pissed off. So we'll take a break, come back with some Rush for Evil Ed. We'll get Cruz locked and loaded. And we'll do what we do best. Talk pro wrestling, play rock and roll, right here on Busted Open After Dark.
This is WWE superstar CM Punk.
And your queen, Charlotte Flair.
WWE Radio is now on Sirius XM.
Hear Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and every WWE PLE Live.
Plus Busted Open, Not Sam Wrestling, and your favorite WWE podcast.
And Saturday night at 6 p.m. Eastern, hear the first ever radio broadcast of SummerSlam on WWE Radio.
Whether it's inside or outside the ring, it's all on WWE Radio.
Sirius XM, channel 156, and on the Sirius XM app.
When I was 28, I started a business for 20 years. You know, I ran that business, and never once did I really ever think about selling.
Meet Michael Ruck, owner and founder of Carnegie Point, helping business owners with annual revenues of $10 million to $200 million sell for top dollar. What started it? He met some smart guys.
Hey, you ever think about selling? I'm like, nah. I'm 46 years old. Why would I want to do that?
The smart guys crunched the numbers, and he was shown the truth. He sold his business for a lot more than he ever imagined. Then,
6 months after I sold my business, I got diagnosed with Parkinson's. My largest customer burned to the ground.
imagine if he had never sold. He saw a need and built Carnegie Point.
What I want to do is help entrepreneurs unlock the value of their business and create generational wealth.
Not even thinking of selling?
I guarantee it's going to be worth more than you think it is.
Call for a free financial analysis and expert evaluation. Call 800-586-9909. That's 800-586-9909. Or visit CarnegiePoint.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that right pre-owned luxury vehicle. That's why I want to tell you about JoePerillo.com. At JoePerillo.com, you can browse our huge selection of curated luxury vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars all over the country. Check out JoePerillo.com. That's Joe Perillo, Perillo. Or dial 312-BMW-1111. That's 312-BMW-1111. 312-BMW-1111.
Brendan, what's in your freezer right now? Honestly, steaks from Snake River Farms. Always. It's become the beef we reach for. On weeknights, the weekend, doesn't matter. It's insanely good. Same. Snake River Farms has been doing this for over 5 decades. And unlike others, they oversee the entire process from ranch to table. That's how they get perfection at every step. This is exactly why Snake River Farms is the only one I trust. SnakeRiverFarms.com. Use code GOLF10 and give it a try. Not Sam Wrestling Live.
I think Baron Corbin should win the United States Championship. I think Baron Corbin should beat Trick Williams.
Monday to Thursday from noon to 2 Eastern on WWE Radio, Sirius XM Channel 156.
Bully, they are Rush. And once again, the show is dedicated to the memory of our former producer, Evil Ed Robinson, and his wife. She's at the Rush concert right now at Madison Square Garden. She has Ed's ashes with her, so Ed could be there, watching from the heavens and there. So God bless Evil Ed and his wife. who I know have already hit her up on the old Twitter machine. All right. I've been talking about this guy since the beginning of the show. He's been a friend of the show for a while. We've talked to him several times. I have followed his career for a long, long time, and always knew that there was something more there that we're finally getting to see. Welcome to Busted Open After Dark, Cruz, Montana.
What's up, Willie? How's it going?
I am great. Obviously, the former Mike Santana in TNA, along, when you were tagging in LAX, when you were former TNA World Heavyweight Champion. I want to get right to the name. Listen, when anybody new comes in, whether it's to NXT or you go to the main roster, most of the time, there's going to be a name change. It's just the way it is in WWE. You chose the name Cruz, Montana, and I genuinely don't know the whole story. A couple people hit me up on social media, and they gave me their version of it. But for those of the fans out there who don't know, and please smarten me up, why did you choose the name Cruz, Montana?
So, man, there's a lot of layers to this question, right? First and foremost, the name was, I put it together to honor my father, who passed away. And, I've been very open about how much my father meant to me in my life and how much and how close I've held him throughout this, journey. And, so right away I was like, my first name, Mike Santana, was in honor of my grandmother, who was the woman who saved my life and the woman who introduced me to wrestling in the first place. And then, when this opportunity came about, I was like, my name has to mean something, right? And that was it. And it was to honor my father. So I'll get a little in depth with it. My dad and I, our relationship, a lot of our relationship revolved around watching movies together. That's since I was a kid. Movies and music was always the thing that we connected and bonded on. And one of the main movies that he showed me when I was like, I'd say 10, 11 years old, which is a movie that I shouldn't have been watching at that time, but it is what it is, you know what I mean? But I remember my pops telling me, he was like, yo, I want to show you this movie. And the reason why I'm going to show you this movie is because I wanted to teach, there's a lot of life lessons in this movie that I want you to learn from. And that movie was Blood In, Blood Out. I don't know if you know it. Very old school. It's a cult classic. It's an old school Latino jail movie. Very heavy within the culture and stuff like that. So Cruz Candelaria, which was one character in the movie who was an artist, and he ended up falling into the grips of addiction. And while he was dealing with the addiction thing, he ended up losing everything. He lost his family. He lost, many opportunities with galleries and stuff. His life pretty much fell apart, right? And then slowly throughout the movie, he starts to rebuild himself. And he starts to flourish as an artist again. And he starts to gain his family back again, right? So that was one correlation that I had to myself, right? In my story. And then Montana was another character in the movie, which was the head gang leader in the jail. But this guy was someone who was trying to change the perception of Latinos, and he was trying to pretty much, he preached Latino empowerment. Instead of us selling drugs and killing each other, let's help each other grow. Let's help each other get out of the jail system. Let's help each other, go back to school. And he was very influential in trying to spread positivity, right? And that was another correlation with me just trying to show a lot of Latino people from where I'm from that, the dreams can be a reality, right? So, that was also, that was one of the main, components of putting the name together, right? Also, Cruz means cross, right? And one of my boys used to always say, for what you've done in your life and what you've struggled with, it's almost like you carrying the cross. And Montaña means mountain. And one thing that my daughter would always tell me is, Papi, you move mountains for what you want. And so overall, that's what it's a lot. It's a lot. It's very
Well, but I love the way you broke it down because it genuinely means something to you. And
Yes.
the name Cruz Montana is not necessarily your dad didn't have the name Cruz or Montana, correct?
No.
But it was the characters in the movie that you watched with him. And it's
Yes.
the way, and it's the meaning of the names and what your daughter said to you about Daddy, you move mountains. We know about your story from the past. And
Yes.
for those in NXT who don't know about your story, they're going to eventually learn your story and how much
Absolutely.
your daughter means to you and how rough you did have it along the way. So I'm not going to tell that story. You're going to eventually tell that story.
Yeah.
And wrestling fans all over the world will learn more about you. I want to get to what happened tonight. And I just want to set the table real quick about Grayson Waller. Grayson Waller put your name out there at the beginning of the show, and he took a shot at being a TNA World Heavyweight Champion, and he said basically it meant absolutely nothing. And then he goes on, and then later on, you have the ring all to yourself. Tony D'Angelo comes out. You get jumped by Grayson Waller. I'm sure there's a ton of emotion and feelings going on in you right now. The floor is yours. Talk to me about what you're feeling about Grayson Waller right now.
Bully, I'll be real with you, man. My adrenaline is still going. I just came back from the ring. You know what I mean? And but I will say this. I've always been someone that I'm always give props where they do. I was in his shoes before. I was pissed off at the world before. I had opportunities taken from me. I had a ceiling put on me. I get it, right? So I gotta give him props for speaking his mind. But you don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've gone through to get here. And that little shot that he took about being TNA World Champion, Bully, you a former TNA World Champion.
Two times, brother.
Two times. And so am I. 2 times, baby. And you know the history and the weight that title holds.
Yep.
Name after name after name after name.
Kurt Angle, end of story.
That's it. Right?
Sting, end of story.
That's it. Sting, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And for me to be amongst those names, to have had the opportunity to carry that title and carry the brand that is TNA, TNA means a lot to me. TNA was the first place that gave me an opportunity to grow on a main platform. I'll do anything for that place. So for you to come here, I've never met this dude a day in my life.
You never crossed paths with Grayson Waller.
Ever. Bro, I've barely even heard the name. You know what I mean? Let's keep it apart, Bully.
Yeah.
Let's keep it apart.
Yep.
Like, what have you done? Bully, you know, I got 20 years in the game, bro. I've traveled around the world. I've been to the top of the mountain. I've been to the bottom of the mountain. I took a chance on myself. I let go of a really, really nice paycheck. I went back to the Indies. I went back to TNA. I rebuilt my career. After the first match that I had back after knee surgery was in front of 80,000 people in Wembley Stadium. And guess what? I let that go. Come at me different, Bully. Come at me different.
I get it, and I'm sure one day you're going to say those things to Grayson Waller's face.
Like I told him when I was done speaking, I said it straight up. I looked right dead in that hard camera. And I told him, listen, any words that I got to tell you, I'll tell you man to man.
Yep.
Bully, you know where I come from.
Cruz, I know your whole story, and it would be very easy for me and you to just reminisce and blah, 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 but it's more important for us to bring new fans of yours up to speed and get to know you and use Busted Open After Dark as a vehicle to really get your message out there. I know how you feel about what Grayson Waller said and what Grayson Waller did by jumping you tonight. Inadvertently, you clocked Tony D'Angelo.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. Like, if Tony D'Angelo was in that studio with you right now, what would you say to Tony?
You know what, Willie? To be honest, man, like I'm pretty upset at myself because I feel like I'm letting my emotions get the best of me right now. You know me, I'm very cool, calm, and collected. I like to observe. I like to sit back and just whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm getting kind of rowdy. That means something, and I'm excited. But when it comes to Tony D, man, like I said to him, I said it in his face. I was like, this ain't personal. This is business. Every door that I've knocked down, every time I've stepped through a brand new door, I've made a statement. I'm not here to be a guy. I'm here to be the guy. And whoever is in that position is who I got to go through. Has none against him. I got nothing against the dude. I respect what he's done for the brand. I respect what he has been doing. The man just became a brand new father. I know exactly. I've been in his shoes. I got mad respect for him. But you got something that I want. And I'm going to do what I got to do.
Do you think becoming the NXT Men's Champion is something that you can accomplish in your short-term future? Or do you think it's going to take you a while to adjust to this locker room and this system?
Honestly, Billy,
you have the benefit of you've spent some time here with the cross promotion between TNA and NXT, so you're kind of ahead of the game already.
Right, exactly. And you know this about me. I'm a student of the game. Any locker room, any company that I walk into, I'll make sure that I learn as much as possible. I'll make sure that I observe as much as possible. So the times that I did come to NXT, that's all I did. I watched how this entire system works so that when the time came that I was going to step through here, I was already ahead of the game, like you said. So I think this is a short-term goal. I will be NXT champion. And honestly, like, I don't even want to put a time schedule on it. It could happen next week. It could happen the week after that. It could happen a month. It could happen 6 months. But one thing is, it will happen.
You talked about maxing out all your potential along the way. Was it an easy decision or a difficult decision to walk away from TNA, the company that gave you those opportunities, and move forward with your career and come to NXT?
Honestly, Billy, no, it wasn't. It wasn't easy. Loyalty.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy decision.
No, it wasn't an easy decision because, like you said, they've done so much for me in my career, and loyalty is a big thing for me. Right? Where we come from, loyalty is everything.
Yes.
And I felt like I had a responsibility. And honestly, during my time there, I felt like myself, along with the company, we grew together, right? And one thing we're always taught is you do good business, and you always leave a place better than what you found it.
Yes.
And I feel like I've done exactly that. But back to it being a difficult decision, again, TNA was somewhere where I felt comfortable. And I didn't want to feel comfortable no more. Right?
You're a two-time champion. I mean, you won the big one twice.
Right.
It's like you need something that can continue to motivate you. I mean,
exactly.
People listen. I'll be the first one to admit, 24-time tag team champion. Yeah, that means I lost 23 times. How many times can you lose and win and lose and win?
Right.
So you need some new motivation, and I'm thinking that NXT that NXT championship is that new motivation for you.
Absolutely, and again, it was hard because I love that place. I love that.
Genuine love
for TNA, 100%. And I mean, you've heard it countless times that locker room is a special place, right?
1,000%. I could not.
Yeah.
When I went back there for about a year and a half, just a couple of years ago, I could not believe the camaraderie of that locker room.
Yes. But like you said, I'm very goal-oriented, and I'm trying to grow as much as possible, right? This is, I've always said, this is a very nomadic sport. You got to move around, right? It's been done since the beginning of time. And I'm going to do what I got to do. I want to keep growing. I want to make sure that my daughter is set for life. I want to make sure that she never has a worry a day in her life. And I've been thankful. Like, there was one thing I was talking about with a friend recently. I was like, I'm so thankful that I've been able to do this at such a high level for so long and still be a present father.
That's huge, because back in the day, the schedule
was not a thing.
Allow you to be a father that's there,
Right.
hands-on as much as you are with your daughter.
Right. So I'm in that regard, I'm so thankful, and I appreciate it so much. And of course, there's going to be times that it's busier than others, right? That's just the nature of the beast. But for the most part, I can say I'm a present father. I can say that I take my daughter to school every morning. I pick her up every night. You know what I mean? Like, those are the things that she's going to remember forever. And one thing that I always say, even about my father, like, presence was the greatest present that he ever gave me.
Love it.
And that's the gift that I give to my daughter.
And I know you're a little bit older. You're an old school guy.
Let's calm down, boy. Let's calm down. All right. No.
With things like life is a little bit easier on the road because of the schedule and things like FaceTime. You can FaceTime with your daughter 5 times a day, no matter where you are on the planet. It takes the edge off a little bit, as opposed to being on the road for 2 weeks and just being able to talk on the phone sometimes, with another. Cruz, I want to keep talking to you. I have some more questions for you. Would you stick around until the end of the show?
Let's do it, buddy.
Cool. All right, we're going to take another break, come on back, and talk to the brand new superstar in NXT, Cruz Montana, when Busted Open After Dark continues with me, Uncle Bully, right here on WWE Radio.
From the dung chamber to your speakers, it's the Heartbeat. WWE superstar Natty Neidhart teams up with Dave LaGreca for an inside look at the pro wrestling business, featuring never-heard stories and fiery takes only the low-key legends can provide.
Now that Natty is finally here, I'm coming for everything.
That's the Heartbeat, every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern, only on WWE Radio on Sirius XM, channel 156, and on the Sirius XM app. Need a fast, easy oil change? Jiffy does it. Of course they do. But you might not know there's even more to a Jiffy Lube oil change. In fact, they do 15 services in 15 minutes with no appointment needed. Free fluid top-offs? Jiffy does it. Preventive maintenance check? Jiffy does it. All from highly trained technicians? Jiffy does it. So drive in today for a 15-minute oil change service or anything else you might need. Because when it comes to fast, easy car maintenance, Jiffy does it. Jiffy Lube.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Navigating life stages, Caring Transitions offers support for every step of the way. For seniors relocating or downsizing, we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions. Estate sales, our experts will list your items on our exclusive online platform, CT Bids. Preserving memories and keeping your family's best interests at heart. And for those tough cleanouts, we're here to help. Visit CaringTransitions.com. Caring Transitions, embracing new beginnings with confidence.
Hey, rockers in Kiss Army, you can meet Gene Simmons and other rock icons at the Legends of Rock Expo, September 25th through the 27th at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. More than 30 rock legends will be in one place. Gene Simmons and other members of Kiss, Stuart Copeland of The Police, Geezer, Butler, Black Sabbath, Dave Davies of The Kinks, and more. Autographs, photo ops, live panels, plus 11 live band performances. Tickets are on sale now at legendsofrockexpo.com or buy them at the door.
Hey, employers, quit being a and consider offering an affordable medical plan. The Claim Doc Dual Option Approach. Wouldn't it be nice to offer a major network option for the executives who can afford higher premiums and deductibles while offering a significantly lower cost medical plan for most of your employees? Well, cheer up. Now you can. Ask your broker about the Claim Doc Dual Option Approach and stop being a by offering a plan your employees can no longer afford. Visit claimdoc.com to learn more.
Ryan Reynolds here from Midmobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Midmobile Premium Wireless. And then you get 30, 30, then you get 30, then you get 20, 20, 20, then you get 20, 20, then you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. So
visit mintmobile.com/renewal. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 with 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes. Need slower. Network is busy. See terms.
Billy Ray on Busted Open.
I don't think there's anybody on the planet who knows Roman Reigns as well as Seth Rollins when it comes to the actual middle of the ring pro wrestling.
WWE Radio.
Back here on Busted Open After Dark. I am Uncle Bully. That is Rush. God bless Evil Ed Robinson and his wife who are at the Rush concert right now in Madison Square Garden. My guest right now, the newest addition to the NXT roster, Cruz Montana. We saw what happened with him tonight with Grayson Waller. We saw the face-to-face with Tony D'Angelo. Cruz, let me ask you this. I know your story,
Yeah.
but I want to know about, I know you've had a lot of really positive days in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about your worst day in the wrestling business.
Damn. My
Or if you
worst
can't come up
day.
with, tell me about a day when you thought about taking your boots and throwing them in the garbage. and going to work at the local grocery store.
There's too many to count. Nah, I'm just joking. Nah, listen, honestly.
What got you through? Or tell me, how rough was it? Listen, when you were a part of a tag team, I know personally that it was a struggle for you because your partner didn't have the same passion that you did. And that was difficult despite the fact that you guys were becoming successful in other areas, of the country with other promotions. Or, tell me about maybe some struggles in TNA. Either tell me about a specific day or tell me what has always got you through other than your daughter.
Honestly, one of the worst, but also one of the best times that I had was when I got hurt, when I tore my ACL.
Okay.
Yeah, it was one of the worst because obviously, it was, it was in the main event of a huge match. I'm in this arena, it happens right in the beginning when I'm getting into the match, you know what I mean? And I'm just laying there like, oh my God, I was embarrassed, I was ashamed, all these things, you know how it is. But it was the best because at that point was when I was real heavy in my vision. And honestly, I needed to get off the road.
Sure.
So when I got hurt, I was like, then at that point, I was going hard nonstop for 8 or 9 years, no break. And I was burnt out. plus all the other things happening in my life, and then the addiction thing, I was just like, oh my God, thank God, something happened, something had to give, you know. But then, little did I know, it was only gonna get worse. It was only gonna get worse.
It's not easy to sit home with an injury, is it?
It's not easy to sit home with an injury, but it's not easy to sit home with an injury when you're also going through withdrawal, right?
Sure.
And this is, and mind you, this was a secret that I was hiding from my family, because I hid it well because I was on the road. You know what I mean? And when I got home, that was the first time that I was home for such a long time. And when they saw that, it was like, oh no, what's going on? And the secret was out, you know. And like I said, it only got worse from there.
In recent memory, tell me about your best day in the business.
My best day? Man, I'd have to say there's a lot, honestly. But I'd say
Give me one when you looked at yourself in the mirror and you were proud.
When damn, can I give you two? I'll give you two. So the first one was actually got to wrestle at the Garden for the first time with AAA, and it was against the Lucha Bros. And my entire that was the last time my father got to see me wrestle live before he passed away. My entire family was there, and I remember going outside the Garden to give them tickets, and my father pulls me to the side and he goes, "Man, it's crazy how so many years ago I brought you here for the first time to see your favorite wrestlers, and now I'm here to see my favorite wrestler."
Awesome.
And that lives with me every day, right? And then another one, man, was becoming a world champion for the first time.
Sure.
Becoming a world champion for the first time, especially after, you know, the story of me betting on myself and having a lot of doubt and a lot of doubters and a lot of people didn't think I could do it and all these things or whatever. And it was like, watch me work, you know. And then, of course, when I signed my WWE contract, man.
It's a good feeling signing that WWE contract, isn't it?
Damn right it is. Nah, it was definitely a good feeling, and I did it. At home I have a table that has my dad's ashes, and I have pictures of him and all his little, you know, knickknacks and stuff like that are on that table. And I signed the contract right next to that table with my daughter and you know, my family. It was a good moment, you know, because it was like, Papi did it, you know.
Two great stories, two great memories, without a doubt. Listen, I know one of your goals is to defeat Tony D'Angelo for that NXT championship. I know one of your goals has to be after what happened tonight with Grayson Waller and just punching him in the mouth and shutting him up. But when you look at this NXT locker room, when you look at it from a business point of view, and your ability to put asses in seats, is there a guy that you look at and you go, him, me and him can do some great business together?
There's a lot of good guys on the roster right now. There's a lot of guys that are scratching, they're clawing their way up, and you know, just being here, not just the couple times that I was here before, but being here the last 2 weeks, man, like I see everyone is they're on it. You know what I mean? Man, but I'd have to, like, Miles Bourne is killing it.
He's doing pretty well.
I think he's gonna continue to do really well. And he's someone that I would definitely want to get in there with for sure. But ultimately, man, like I for me, just looking at things overall and just looking at things from my perspective and with my experience, I want to get in there with as many guys as I possibly can, just so that I could help pass down the knowledge that was given to me, right? In this business, well, at least for me, I was always taught to pay it forward. And, you know, whatever knowledge or experience that I could help pass down to a lot of these younger guys that are you know, coming up by all means, I want to work with everybody.
So one of the hosts here on Busted Open is Nick Nemeth,
Yeah.
the current TNA world champion,
Mm-hmm.
the gentleman who defeated you. But talking about learning, what was it like working with Nick? And did you learn something specifically from him, or did you just learn how to have a really great match with him?
Working with Nick was awesome, man. To be totally honest with you, you know, he's an easygoing guy. He's cool. You know what I mean? Like working with him was like no stress. We are both professionals doing professional stuff. You know what I mean? And for me, as far as like, and I think I've prided myself on doing this, but like in our match, you know, there were moments where we both had to remain calm, right? And I think we fed off of each other's energy very well out there. And yeah, man, like I could work him a million times, and I feel like every time will be a killer match. As you know, he's called the show off for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
You know, that's what he does, man. Yeah, but mad props to Nick, and you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do and continue carrying that brand.
Is NXT someplace that you want to have a brief stop at, or do you want to stay here as long as it takes to learn as much as you can before eventually moving on to the main roster?
To be honest, I had this conversation before. Like, again, I'm not putting a times table on anything. I'm here. Like, one thing that I've always learned about myself is I'm gonna go with the flow, right? And I'm going to harvest as much knowledge as I possibly can, whether it's in 6 months, whether it's in 8 months or 12 months. However long I got, it's my job to attain as much as possible, right? And yeah, that's my plan, man. Like I want to learn as much as possible, and being able to work under Shawn Michaels, as you know, is a pleasure in itself. You know what I mean? It's a gift in itself. Talk about one of the greatest to ever do it, right? And for me to be able to learn from him and be under him and taking that knowledge, man, like however long I could do it, I'm gonna do it.
No, Shawn is, I mean, they don't call him Mr. WrestleMania for nothing.
Yeah.
And he can have a great match with just about anybody. And there is a wealth of knowledge in NXT to learn from. One of the advantages of being in NXT over TNA is the amount of people who have time in this industry who have really, you know, been there and done that. I'm not talking about the boys. I'm not talking about the guys. I'm talking about the minds that help make the place run on a day-to-day. Terry Taylor, Shawn Michaels, Matt Bloom, any of the writers that have worked on them, you know, with the main roster. There's a lot of new minds, a lot of great minds.
One thing, real quick, brother. Sorry to cut you off. One thing I remember when the first time that I came here, you know, I sat back and I watched how I remember sitting in the stands and I was watching them do rehearsals and seeing how the machine works, right? And I remember saying to myself by the end of the day, I was like, oh, this is the WWE for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
It's a totally different beast. It's a totally different, like, you can't, there's no comparison with anything else. You know what I mean?
And you've been in several other companies that you have something to compare it to. It's not like you just came off the indies. You've been in major companies, and now you sit there in the stands just one day and you go, oh,
now
this is what the major leagues look and feel like, right?
Right.
And it is. It's the biggest company on the planet for a reason. I normally don't talk personal stuff with anybody, and we've only got a couple minutes left here on the show. We have about 5 minutes. I want to take you back to a moment in time, and I want you to tell me what was honestly going through your head, right?
Here we go.
Slammiversary last year, USB, right? That's the night that I came out and made my announcement with the Hardys and blah, blah, blah. We're going to build up to the final table. And I remember that night I pulled you on the side and I told basically it was like, motherfucker, you better get ready to follow something because we are going balls to the wall. And like when you hear somebody say that to you, specifically me, whatever you're in,
Right.
how do you take that? Are you taking that and using it as motivation, or it's like, go to hell? Like, how did you take that comment that night?
What did I tell you that night? Right when you said that to me.
I want you to tell people what you said to me.
I said, motherfucker, I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, come on, dude.
Exactly.
Right.
And
Now,
I'm
to me,
happy to hear you say that.
Right. To me, this is a business of competition. We here go, like, listen, I don't care where I'm at on the card. We going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I told you that straight to your face.
Yeah.
I was, listen, I wouldn't have it any other way. So,
and you guys went out there and you tore it down. You did a great job. But that was just a fun moment in time in our story and how we crossed paths. Fellow New Yorkers, we came up the same way. You talked about the Lower East Side tonight. You said that on your promo, right?
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Alphabet City on Avenue D, H Street Avenue D, Jacob Police Project. So that's where I was born in Bellevue Hospital. So, and then
Bellevue.
I was born in Bellevue.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I remember. I'll tell you a quick story. I was born in Bellevue, and my mother trekked it in a snowstorm from Bellevue all the way to 8th Street and Avenue D on foot with a newborn baby. Now you know why I'm crazy. Cause shit like that. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, and then I grew up all around the city, but the Bronx and the LES were my two main. Like that's where I made my bones. That's where I grew up.
Did I ever tell you this story? Did you ever hear the Lower East Side Wrestling School?
Yeah, it was called Mickey's Gym, wasn't it?
I don't, but it was run by a guy named Bobby Bold Eagle back in the day. That is where I had my very first wrestling match in the Lower East Side Wrestling School. It was in a basement, and you could only hit the ropes on two sides because on one side there was a steam pipe, and the other side there was a wall. So we had the Lower East Side encounter. So with the last couple of minutes we have left, the floor is yours. What do you want the WWE Universe to know about Cruz Montana? What do you want wrestling fans all over the world to know about you that they might not know already?
Man, to be honest with you, Billy, you know me very well. You know I've always been one to keep it real. And I've always made sure that I've maintained my authenticity as much as possible. What you see is what you get. What you hear from me is what you're going to get. And I'm going to continue being me. It's what got me here. Why change it, right? I've been thankful in this game to have done it my way. I'm a loud and proud Boricua from the Bronx, New York. And that's just who I am, right? And honestly, I feel like I'm just getting started.
Perfect. I can't wait to see what you have in store for that locker room, what you have in store for NXT. Can't wait to see you to continue to grow, get better. And I hope that NXT Men's Championship finds its way around your waist in the near future. Thanks, Cruz. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nation. Love you. I'm Uncle Bully. I'm out of here. And remember, if you can't be good, be bad, baby.
The smooth doesn't stop on Yacht Rock Radio. Tap into the Sirius XM app and find channels for Yacht Soul, Yacht Country, and party-ready DJ mixes from Club Yacht Rock. Open the Sirius XM app, search Yacht, and find your smooth.
Tired of the same old game night? Switch things up with with Chumba Casino. Play over 200 free online social casino games. From classic slots and blackjack to exclusive in-house favorites you won't find anywhere else. However long you got, you can play your way, anytime, anywhere. Make your next chill night a little more fun with Chumba Casino. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. VGW Group 1 prohibited by law. 21 plus.
The handshake that closed the deal. The story that landed the table. The pour that didn't need explaining. Casaluto Sotol. Wild harvested in the Chihuahuan Desert. Pre-cut and cooked. Copper distilled. The pour that ends the conversation. Because nothing more needs saying. Casalutos. The best reflection of Sotol. Learn more at casalutos.com. Pure, wild, hand-harvested. Imported by Thompson Beverages, Miami, Florida. Please drink responsibly.
The dog days of summer are here, and you know what that means. Summertime storms hitting without warning. You need the only weather app that predicts when and where lightning will strike. The Flash Weather AI app. Flash gives you street-level, minute-by-minute forecast that tells you exactly when a storm is popping up. Whether you're squeezing in night holes everywhere or planning the week ahead, Flash has you covered. Search Flash Weather AI in your app store to download for free today.
Hi, this is professional golfer Marco Mera. When it came to building my personal putting green, I called Celebrity Greens, the leader in customized synthetic golf greens. Celebrity Greens designed an amazing backyard green for me and a synthetic lawn area for my dogs that looks and acts just like natural grass. You can't beat Celebrity Greens' attention to detail and exceptional customer service. Learn how to create a championship putting green in your own backyard. Call the pros at Celebrity Greens, 1-888-507-7960, or visit them online at celebritygreens.com.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of Invita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take decades to reach the people who need them the most. At Invita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients. Because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves the right to fight. Invita Medical Centers, we're here for you. ENVITA.com.
Bully Ray on Busted Open. I'm still, as of right now, more invested in Nick Aldis and Gunther than any other match on the card, with Oda and Brock up for a second.
WWE Radio. Wrestling. This is WWE Radio on Sirius XM Channel 132. Draft a winning fantasy football team with the experts of Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Our first picks need to be the surest things on the board. They are a priority.
Your winning strategy, player projections, and expert drafts to help you build a championship team.
No, thank you. I'm not drafting a tight end and a quarterback in the early rounds.
We're talking fantasy football right now on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and check out our audio draft kit anytime on the Sirius XM app. Just search Draft Season.
Kenyon and Walsh was made for people like you. People who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, to understand you and help you invest for the life you want, because you earned it. We're Kenyon and Walsh, and a human connection. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Henry & Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Henry & Walsh Inc. Member FINRA SIPC.
So let's dance.
It's Busted Open After Dark. Busted Open's live reaction show with you, the fans. Here is your host, two-time WWE Impact Hall of Famer, Bully Ray.
Turn and burn. Grip it and rip it. Lock and load. Put the pedal to the mother trucking metal. It is Tuesday night. You know what that means. The super sexy swinging sounds of my sandpapery smooth voice, my handsome face. It's me. It's me. It is Uncle Bully. I talk pro wrestling and I play rock and roll. Welcome to WWE Radio. This is my first episode of After Dark on the newly branded WWE Radio. One more time, Andre. Yes, this new partnership, we're 2 days in. Partnership. Pro Wrestling Nation 24/7 and WWE got together to bring you WWE Radio. We're going to get into NXT. We got a monster guest tonight in Cruz, Montana. But earlier today on Busted Open, we were talking about Prince. And I said that I wanted Prince to be band of the night tonight because we're going to Minnesota, we're going to Minneapolis, we're going basically to Prince's home state, his hometown. That's where SummerSlam is this weekend. That's where Busted Open is going to be taking over. We're doing live events, yada, yada, yada. It was going to be Prince up until about an hour ago. And it was on social media. And on the Twitter machine, up pops a tweet from former producer Evil Ed Robinson. And I was like, what the heck is this? And I want to read the tweet. It said, "Hi, I'm absolutely terrible stand-in for Ed. I'm an absolutely terrible stand-in for Ed. And I'm at the Rush concert at MSG. But he would be here in an alternate timeline. So here I am on his behalf. And he's sort of here because I'm wearing my necklace with his ashes. He should have been here. Brain cancer ruined this." And I didn't realize who it was at first. And I retweeted it. I said, "Hey, whoever this is, man, Ed's up in heaven smiling, great job." And the person responded and said, "It's his wife." And man, that really it just really struck a chord in me that if you knew Ed Robinson, you knew that his favorite band was Rush. Rush just got back together. They're out on tour. They're in Madison Square Garden tonight. Ed would have been there. So his wife took his ashes and took Ed to the Rush concert at the Garden. And I was like, you know what? As much as I love Prince, as excited I am to get to Minneapolis, I'm dedicating tonight's episode of Busted Open After Dark to Evil Ed Robinson and his wife. She is active this evening on his social media. If you want to give her a shout out or anything, go right ahead. I'm sure she would love to hear from the Busted Open After Dark Nation. Where are you guys at tonight? This is the first official check-in of all the chapters here on WWE Radio on After Dark. Which chapter, which city are you representing tonight? You know the deal. Screen cap, throw it up on the old Twitter machine, and Uncle Bully will do his absolute best to hit the old retweet. What a start and what a finish to NXT. We just went off the air with Cruz, Montana, Tony D'Angelo, and Grayson Waller. Now, for those of you who might have been living under a rock for the past couple of weeks, Cruz, Montana, formerly Mike Santana. Cruz, Montana, Mike Santana. From TNA, former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, former member of LAX. Been on the show many times with us. Now in NXT, Cruz, Montana. He came out at the end of the show to talk to the NXT faithful about his vision, his mission statement, and what he wants to get accomplished in NXT. And he's got world championship thoughts on his mind. Obviously, we are going to be talking to Cruz a little bit later on in the show. Much sooner than later, by the way. I want to get a couple of things out of the way. I want to talk about a couple of things, and then we're getting Cruz on because I want to get as much chat time with him as possible. We saw Grayson Waller jump Cruz. Tony D'Angelo, the NXT Men's Champion, came out, had a a little bit of a back and forth with Santana, with Cruz Montana. It'll take me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. With Cruz, and then Grayson Waller jumped him. Now, why is this a big deal? It's a big deal because of the pipe bomb-esque promo that Grayson Waller cut to start off tonight's episode of NXT. You may think that Grayson Waller is a piece of shit. You may think Grayson Waller is a scumbag. You may straight up just not like him. But I'll be damned if that kid wasn't money on the mic tonight to kick off NXT. Confident, poised, knew what he wanted to say, not fumbling over his words. I was impressed, and he was out there for a long time, long enough for them to cut his mic, for them to go to an unexpected commercial break. And Andre, I know Andre, the producing giant, Andre, has cut up some of that verbiage from Grayson at the beginning of the show, where he takes a shot at Cruz Montana, and he takes a shot at not only Cruz's past about being a former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, but it's kind of a shot at Nick Nemeth, too, who is your current TNA World Heavyweight Champion. So, Andre, play that Grayson Waller audio.
I have a message for the NXT roster. Hey, guys, get off your phone. I know you're probably filming a TikTok. Maybe watch the show and learn something. Because I just walked in your house. I didn't even wipe my feet. And everything I'm about to say, I mean with the utmost disrespect. The NXT male roster is soft. You're lazy. You're complacent. You're happy to be here. I know you fat flops will love this one. The women of NXT are running laps around you. Yet still, 90% of you think you should get caught up tomorrow. But here's the secret, ladies and gentlemen. I look at that roster, maybe 10%'s ready. They're all women.
Now, here's the deal, folks. I don't know if I necessarily agree with Grayson Waller about his assessment of the men's division, about calling the men in NXT lazy, about all of the derogatory things he said about the men in NXT. But I will tell you this. I do agree with his assessment of the women in NXT. You guys have been hanging, clanging, and banging with Uncle Bully on Tuesday nights for a long time now. And what is the one constant on this show? I'm always putting over the women of NXT. Why? Because they earned the put over. I have called the NXT women's division the best women's division in all of pro wrestling. I said it then, and I'm saying it again now. NXT turns out quality women. I'm not saying that every single one of these women are going to go up to the main roster and they're going to tear the house out and they're going to be so successful. Hell, this afternoon, this morning on Busted Open, me and LaGreca were talking about kind of like the quick rise and the kind of step backward and fall of Sol Ruka last night. But in NXT, Sol Ruka, bad mother trucker. So Grayson is right when it comes to the women's division. I was very impressed with Grayson. I've always thought that he was entertaining. I've always thought that he was a real solid talker. Andre, at the beginning of the promo, I don't remember him mentioning Austin Theory's name, but he kind of took some shots at Austin Theory, didn't he?
He carried 240 pounds of bulk on his back and got people cheering his name.
So that's Austin Theory, right?
I believe so. It's either that or Braun.
I wasn't positive about who he was referring to because I know him and Austin used to hang a lot. So I wasn't positive. It doesn't matter. He went after everybody. And when we get listen, I'm sure Cruz Montana just got off of the show and out of the ring like 10 minutes ago. I'm sure his adrenaline is still going to be pumping. I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say. He's going to have a lot to say about what Grayson said about him in the beginning of the night, what he said about Cruz's validity, about being a former TNA champion, and plus what he did to him physically in the ring by jumping him. So there's a lot to get into. Overall, I thought it was a strong episode of NXT. NXT always turns in a strong show. Izzy Dame, Lizzie Rain, Izzy Dame. Great match, ladies. Big fan. I'm always putting them over. Andre, I think I'm going to take a break. I want to get Cruz Montana loaded in. I want to start chatting it up with him. I have no idea what kind of mood he's going to be in. I would expect that he's a little pissed off. But Uncle Bully likes pissed off. So take a break, come back with some Rush for Evil Ed. We'll get Cruz locked and loaded, and we'll do what we do best. Talk pro wrestling, play rock and roll, right here on Busted Open After Dark.
Hits One is where you find who's poppin' now. And now remember, I love you. And who's poppin' next? On Hits One, first in the pop category, and in the SiriusXM app, you play with most subscriptions on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or wherever you stream.
Are you a small business owner struggling with cash flow issues? Look no further than AmeriFactors, a trusted partner in business funding. With AmeriFactors, you can turn your unpaid invoices into fast cash. Say goodbye to long payment cycles and hello to quick and easy funding options, even with less than perfect credit, including bankruptcies. If you need working capital to make payroll, buy inventory, or to expand your business, AmeriFactors has got you covered.
Working with AmeriFactors was the best decision. Our business is thriving and growing. Without AmeriFactors, we never would have been able to get to this point.
With AmeriFactors, you can focus on what you do best, running your business, while they take care of providing cash flow and accounts receivable management. Their team of experts are dedicated to providing personalized solutions focused on the success of your business. Fuel your business growth with AmeriFactors. Call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-FUN. That's 800-884-3863. Or visit AmeriFactors.com.
You can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue results. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, founder of Rough Greens. And for years, the big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth. That bag of food is cooked at such high temperatures, it's dead food. And when you feed dead food day in and day out, the fallout is itchy skin, achy joints, no energy, and endless trips to the vet. But when you add Rough Greens, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. Senior dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems, finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean. That's proof the industry can't deny. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com, use discount code PROOF. That's RUFF Greens, discount code PROOF.
Hey, Mr. Game Triple H, if you want to hear the real insight about what we do, then tune into Sirius XM WWE Radio. Then, now, forever, together.
Madison and his wife. She's at the Rush concert right now at Madison Square Garden. She has Ed's ashes with her, so Ed could be there watching from the heavens and there. So God bless Evil Ed and his wife, and thank you to Blessed Open Nation, who I know have already hit her up on the old Twitter machine. All right, I've been talking about this guy since the beginning of the show. He's been a friend of the show for a while. We've talked to him several times. I have followed his career for a long, long time, and always knew that there was something more there that we're finally getting to see. Welcome to Busted Open After Dark, Cruz, Montana.
What's up, Billy? How's it going?
I am great. Obviously, the former Mike Santana in TNA, along, when you were tagging in LAX, when you were former TNA World Heavyweight Champion. I want to get right to the name. Listen, when anybody new comes in, whether it's to NXT or you go to the main roster, most of the time, there's going to be a name change. It's just the way it is in WWE. You chose the name Cruz, Montana, and I genuinely don't know the whole story. A couple people hit me up on social media, and they gave me their version of it. But for those of the fans out there who don't know, and please smarten me up, why did you choose the name Cruz, Montana?
So, man, there's a lot of layers to this question, right? First and foremost, the name was, I put it together to honor my father, who passed away. I've been very open about how much my father meant to me in my life, and how close I've held him throughout this, journey. And, so right away I was like, my first name, Mike Santana, was in honor of my grandmother, who was the woman who saved my life and the woman who introduced me to wrestling in the first place. And then, when this opportunity came about, I was like, my name has to mean something, right? And yeah, that was it, and it was to honor my father. So I'll get a little in depth with it. My dad and I, our relationship, a lot of our relationship revolved around watching movies together. That's since I was a kid. Movies and music was always the thing that we connected and bonded on. And one of the main movies that he showed me when I was like, I'd say 10, 11 years old, which is a movie that I shouldn't have been watching at that time, but it is what it is, you know what I mean? But I remember my pops telling me, he was like, yo, I want to show you this movie. And the reason why I'm going to show you this movie is because I wanted to teach, there's a lot of life lessons in this movie that I want you to learn from. And that movie was Blood In, Blood Out. I don't know if you know it. Very old school. It's a cult classic. It's an old school Latino jail movie. Very heavy within the culture and stuff like that. So Cruz Candelaria, which was one character in the movie who was an artist, and he ended up falling into the grips of addiction. And while he was dealing with the addiction thing, he ended up losing everything. He lost his family. He lost, many opportunities with galleries and stuff. His life pretty much fell apart, right? And then slowly throughout the movie, he starts to rebuild himself. And he starts to flourish as an artist again. And he starts to gain his family back again, right? So that was one correlation that I had to myself, right? In my story. And then Montana was another character in the movie, which was the head gang leader in the jail. But this guy was someone who was trying to change the perception of Latinos, and he was trying to pretty much, he preached Latino empowerment. Instead of us selling drugs and killing each other, let's help each other grow. Let's help each other get out of the jail system. Let's help each other, go back to school. And he was very influential in trying to spread positivity, right? And that was another correlation with me just trying to show a lot of Latino people from where I'm from that, your dreams can be a reality, right? So, yeah, that was also, that was one of the main, components of putting the name together, right? Also, Cruz means cross, right? And one of my boys used to always say, yo, like, for what you've done in your life and what you've struggled with, it's almost like you carrying the cross. And montaña means mountain. And one thing that my daughter would always tell me is, Papi, you move mountains for what you want. And so overall, that's like, it's a lot. It's very in-depth.
But I love the way you broke it down because it genuinely means something to you. And the name Cruz Montana is not necessarily, your dad didn't have the name Cruz or Montana, correct?
No.
But it was the characters in the movie that you watched with him. And it's the way, and it's the meaning of the names and what your daughter said to you, like, Daddy, you move mountains. We know about your story from the past. And for those in NXT who don't know about your story, they're going to eventually learn your story and how much your daughter means to you and how rough you did have it along the way. So I'm not going to tell that story. You're going to eventually tell that story. And wrestling fans all over the world will learn more about you. I want to get to what happened tonight. And I just want to set the table real quick about Grayson Waller. Grayson Waller put your name out there at the beginning of the show, and he took a shot at being a TNA World Heavyweight Champion, and he said basically it meant absolutely nothing. And then he goes on, and then later on, you have the ring all to yourself. Tony D'Angelo comes out. You get jumped by Grayson Waller. I'm sure there's a ton of emotion and feelings going on in you right now. The floor is yours. Talk to me about what you're feeling about Grayson Waller right now.
Buddy, I'll be real with you, man. My adrenaline is still going. I just came back from the ring. You know what I mean? And but I will say this. I've always been someone that I'm always give props where they do. I was in his shoes before. I was pissed off at the world before. I had opportunities taken from me. I had a ceiling put on me. I get it, right? So I gotta give him props for speaking his mind. But you don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've gone through to get here. And that little shot that he took about being TNA World Champion, Bully, you were former TNA World Champion. Two times. And so am I, 2 times, baby. And you know the history and the weight that title holds. Name after name after name after name.
Kurt Angle, end of story.
That's it. Right?
Sting, end of story.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And for me to be amongst those names, to have had the opportunity to carry that title and carry the brand that is TNA. TNA means a lot to me. TNA was the first place that gave me an opportunity to grow on a main platform. I'll do anything for that place. So for you to come here, I've never met this guy a day in my life.
You never crossed paths with Grayson Waller.
Ever. Bro, I've barely even heard the name. You know what I mean? Let's keep it a buck, Bully. Let's keep it a buck.
Yep.
Like, what have you done? Bully, you know I got 20 years in the game, bro. I've traveled around the world. I've been to the top of the mountain. I've been to the bottom of the mountain. I took a chance on myself. I let go of a really, really nice paycheck. I went back to the Indies. I went back to TNA. I rebuilt my career. After the first match that I had back after knee surgery was in front of 80,000 people in Wembley Stadium. And guess what? I let that go. Come at me different, Bully. Come at me different.
I get it, and I'm sure one day you're gonna say those things to Grayson Waller's face.
Like I told him when I was done speaking, I said it straight up. I looked right dead in that hard camera, and I told him, listen, any words that I gotta tell you, I'll tell you man to man. Bully, you know where I come from.
Cruz, I know your whole story, and it would be very easy for me and you to just reminisce and blah blah blah. But it's more important for us to bring new fans of yours up to speed and get to know you and use out there. I know how you feel about what Grayson Waller said and what Grayson Waller did by jumping you tonight. Inadvertently, you clocked Tony D'Angelo.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. Like, if Tony D'Angelo was in that studio with you right now, what would you say to Tony?
You know what, Willie? To be honest, man, like, I'm pretty upset at myself because I feel like I'm letting my emotions get the best of me right now. You know me, I'm very cool, calm, and collected. I like to observe. I like to sit back and just whatever, you know what I mean? And I'm getting kind of rowdy. That means something. And I'm excited. But when it comes to Tony D, man, like I said to him, I said it in his face. I was like, this ain't personal. This is business. Every door that I've knocked down, every time I've stepped through a brand new door, I've made a statement. I'm not here to be a guy. I'm here to be the guy. And whoever is in that position is who I gotta go to. Has none against him. I got none against the dude. I respect what he's done for the brand. I respect what he has been doing. The man just became a brand new father. I know exactly. I've been in his shoes. I got mad respect for him. But you got something that I want. And I'm going to do what I got to do.
Do you think becoming the NXT Men's Champion is something that you can accomplish in your short-term future? Or do you think it's going to take you a while to adjust to this locker room and this system?
Honestly, Billy,
you have the benefit of you've spent some time here with the cross promotion between TNA and NXT, so you're kind of ahead of the game already.
Right, exactly. And you know this about me. I'm a student of the game. Any locker room, any company that I walk into, I'll make sure that I learn as much as possible. I'll make sure that I observe as much as possible. So the times that I did come to NXT, that's all I did. I watched how this entire system works. So that when the time came that I was going to step through here, I was already ahead of the game, like you said. So I think this is a short-term goal. I will be NXT champion. And honestly, like, I don't even want to put a time schedule on it. It could happen next week. It could happen the week after that. It could happen a month. It could happen 6 months. But one thing is, it will happen.
You talked about maxing out all your potential along the way. Was it an easy decision or a difficult decision to walk away from TNA? The company that gave you those opportunities, and move forward with your career and come to NXT?
Honestly, Billy, no, it wasn't. It wasn't easy. Loyalty.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy decision.
No, it wasn't an easy decision because, like you said, they've done so much for me in my career, and loyalty is a big thing for me. Right? Where we come from, loyalty is everything.
Yes.
And I felt like I had a responsibility. Like, and honestly, during my time there, I felt like myself, along with the company, we grew together, right? And one thing we're always taught is you do good business, and you always leave a place better than where you found it.
Yes.
And I feel like I've done exactly that. But back to it being a difficult decision, again, TNA was somewhere where I felt comfortable. And I didn't want to feel comfortable no more. Right?
You're a two-time champion. I mean, you won the big one twice.
Right.
It's like what you need something that can continue to motivate you. I mean,
exactly.
You know, people listen. I'll be the first one to admit, 24-time tag team champion. Yeah, that means I lost 23 times.
Yeah.
How many times did you lose and win and lose and win?
Right.
So you need some new motivation. I'm thinking that NXT that NXT championship is that new motivation for you.
Absolutely. And again, it was hard because I love that place. I love that.
Genuine love.
Genuine love for TNA. 100%. And I mean, you've heard it countless times. That locker room is a special place, right?
1,000%. I could not.
Yeah.
When I went back there for about a year and a half, just a couple of years ago, I could not believe the camaraderie of that locker room.
Yes. But like you said, I'm very goal-oriented, and I'm trying to grow as much as possible, right? This is, I've always said, this is a very nomadic sport. You got to move around, right? It's been done since the beginning of time. And I'm going to do what I got to do. I want to keep growing. I want to make sure that my daughter is set for life. I want to make sure that she never has a worry a day in her life. And I've been thankful. Like, there was one thing I was talking about with a friend recently. I was like, I'm so thankful that I've been able to do this at such a high level for so long and still be a present father.
That's huge, because back in the day, the schedule
that was not a thing.
Allow you to be a father that's there,
right,
hands-on as much as you are with your daughter.
Right, right. So I'm in that regard, I'm so thankful, and I appreciate it so much. And of course, there's going to be times that it's busier than others, right? That's just the nature of the beast. But for the most part, I can say I'm a present father. I can say that I take my daughter to school every morning. I pick her up every night. You know what I mean? Like, those are the things that she's going to remember forever. And one thing that I always say, even about my father, like, presence was the greatest present that he ever gave me.
Love it.
And that's the gift that I give to my daughter.
And I know you're a little bit older. You're an old school guy.
Let's calm down, boy. Let's calm down. All right. No.
With things like life is a little bit easier on the road because of the schedule and things like FaceTime. You can FaceTime 5 times a day, no matter where you are on the planet. It takes the edge off a little bit, as opposed to being on the road for 2 weeks and just being able to talk on the phone sometimes.
Right.
Cruz, I want to keep talking to you. I have some more questions for you. Would you stick around until the end of the show?
Let's do it, buddy.
Cool. All right, we're going to take another break, come on back, and talk to the brand new superstar in NXT, Cruz Montana, when Busted Open After Dark continues with me, Uncle Bully, right here on WWE Radio.
What's up, everyone? It's me, Sam Roberts, host of Not Sam Wrestling Live, right here on WWE Radio, channel 156. Tune in every Monday to Thursday afternoon to hear my wild speculation on the unhinged world of professional wrestling, where everything counts. Remember to always watch the product and listen to Not Sam Wrestling Live from noon to 2 p.m. Eastern, right here on SiriusXM's WWE Radio, channel 156.
IndyCar's on Fox. The greatest advertising is on. Alex Below. Sensational. Iowa Ward. Joseph Newgarden. Are you kidding me? And Indy's top drivers put it all on the line. Every race, all season long. Fox is the home for IndyCar. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth.
Donate your car and help support Tunnel of Towers. The process is quick and simple, and the proceeds from your generous car donation will go to support the good work that T2T is doing throughout our community. Any cars accepted, running or not, and we will pick them up for free. So if you have an extra car and you want to help T2T to help our first responders and our dedicated veterans, simply call T2T at 844-BRAVEUS. Avoid the hassle trying to sell that old car. Instead, donate it and help Tunnel of Towers. That number again to donate your car and support Tunnel of Towers is 844-BRAVEUS. That's 844-BRAVEUS. Or simply donate your car online at todaysveterans.org. Your car donation really does make a difference. So call Tunnel of Towers today at 844-BRAVEUS.
Imagine having complete clarity about your health, not just test results, but a clear plan built around you. Today, body scans and lab tests are easy to access, but true peace of mind comes from understanding what they mean and what to do next.
At Princeton Longevity Center, we go beyond testing to deliver clarity, strategy, and physician-led care designed to help protect and extend your life.
Our patients work directly with board-certified physicians specializing in preventive and longevity medicine, not algorithms, not generic reports.
But real doctors who understand your history, your risks, and your goals.
Yes, we use advanced imaging and comprehensive diagnostics.
But what truly matters is what comes next.
We interpret the results.
Connect the dots and deliver a physician-led, personalized plan you can have down with confidence.
Because information alone doesn't change outcomes.
Insight does.
At Princeton Longevity Center, your care doesn't end with a test.
It begins there.
Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
Wrestling fans, your morning begins with Buzz Snowden every day, 9 a.m. Eastern, on WWE Radio Channel 156. Get on it.
Rush. God bless Evil Ed Robinson and his wife who are at the Rush concert right now in Madison Square Garden. My guest right now, newest addition to the NXT roster, Cruz Montana. We saw what happened with him tonight with Grayson Waller. We saw the face-to-face with Tony D'Angelo. Cruz, let me ask you this. I know your story.
Yeah.
But I want to know about, I know you've had a lot of really positive days in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about your worst day in the wrestling business.
Damn. My worst day.
Tell me about a day when you thought about taking your boots and throwing them in the garbage. and going to work at the local grocery store.
It's too many to count. Nah, I'm just joking. Nah, listen, honestly.
What got you through? Or tell me, how rough was it? Listen, when you were a part of a tag team, I know personally that it was a struggle for you because your partner didn't have the same passion that you did. And that was difficult despite the fact that you guys were becoming successful in other areas, of the country with other promotions. Or, tell me about maybe some struggles at TNA. Either tell me about a specific day or tell me what has always got you through other than your daughter.
Honestly, one of the worst, but also one of the best times that I had was when I got hurt, when I tore my ACL.
Okay.
Yeah, it was one of the worst because obviously, it was, it was the main event of a huge match. I'm in this arena, it happens right in the beginning when I'm getting into the match, you know what I mean? And I'm just laying there like, oh my God, I was embarrassed, I was ashamed, I was, all these things, you know how it is. But it was the best because at that point was when I was real heavy in my addiction. And honestly, I needed to get off the road.
Sure.
So when I got hurt, I was like, thank God I got hurt. because I was burned out. At that point, I was going hard nonstop for 8 or 9 years, no break. And I was burnt out, plus all the other things happening in my life. And then the addiction thing, I was just like, oh my God, thank God. Something happened. Something had to give, you know. But then, little did I know, it was only going to get worse. It was only going to get worse.
It's not easy to sit home with an injury, is it?
It's not easy to sit home with an injury, but it's not easy to sit home with an injury when you're also going through withdrawal, right?
Sure.
And this is, and mind you, this was a secret that I was hiding from my family, because I hid it well because I was on the road. You know what I mean? And when I got home, that was the first time that I was home for such a long time. And when they saw that, it was like, oh no, what's going on? And the secret was up. You know? And like I said, it only got worse from there.
In recent memory, tell me about your best day in the business.
My best day? Man, I'd have to say there's a lot, honestly. But I'd say
Give me one when you looked at yourself in the mirror and you were proud.
Can I give you two? I'll give you two. So the first one was actually got to wrestle at the Garden for the first time with AAA, and it was against the Lucha Bros. And my entire that was the last time my father got to see me wrestle live before he passed away. My entire family was there, and I remember going outside the Garden to give them the tickets, and my father pulls me to the side and he goes, "Man, it's crazy how so many years ago I brought you here for the first time to see your favorite wrestlers, and now I'm here to see my favorite wrestler."
Awesome.
And that lives with me every day, right? And then another one, man, was becoming world champion for the first time.
Sure.
Becoming a world champion for the first time, especially after, you know, the story of me betting on myself and having a lot of doubt and a lot of doubters, and a lot of people didn't think I could do it and all these things or whatever. And it was like, watch me work, you know. And then, of course, when I signed my WWE contract, man.
It's a good feeling signing that WWE contract, isn't it?
Damn right it is. Nah, it was definitely a good feeling, and I did it. At home I have a table that has my dad's ashes, and I have pictures of him and all his little, you know, knickknacks and stuff like that on that table. And I signed the contract right next to that table with my daughter and you know, my family. It was a good moment, you know, because it was like, Papi did it, you know.
Two great stories, two great memories, without a doubt. Listen, I know one of your goals is to defeat Tony D'Angelo for that NXT championship. I know one of your goals has to be after what happened tonight with Grayson Waller and just punching him in the mouth and shutting him up. But when you look at this NXT locker room, when you look at it from a business point of view, and your ability to put asses in seats, is there a guy that you look at and you go, me and him can do some great business together?
There's a lot of good guys on the roster right now. There's a lot of guys that are scratching, they're clawing their way up, and you know, just being here, not just the couple times that I was here before, but being here the last 2 weeks, man, like I see everyone is they're on it. You know what I mean? Man, but I'd have to, like, Miles Bourne is killing it.
He's doing pretty well.
I think he's going to continue to do really well, and he's someone that I would definitely want to get in there with for sure. But ultimately, man, like I for me, just looking at things overall and just looking at things from my perspective and with my experience, I want to get in there with as many guys as I possibly can, just so that I could help pass down the knowledge that was given to me, right? In this business, at least for me, I was always taught to pay it forward. And, whatever knowledge or experience that I could help pass down to a lot of these younger guys that are coming up, by all means, I want to work with everybody.
So one of the hosts here on Busted Open is Nick Nemeth,
Yeah.
the current TNA world champion,
Mm-hmm.
the gentleman who defeated you. But talking about learning, what was it like working with Nick? And did you learn something specifically from him, or did you just learn how to have a really great match with him?
Working with Nick was awesome, man. To be totally honest with you, he's easygoing guy. He's cool. You know what I mean? Like working with him was like no stress. We are both professionals doing professional stuff. You know what I mean? And for me, as far as like, and I think I've prided myself on doing this, but like in our match, there were moments where we both had to remain calm, right? And I think we fed off of each other's energy very well out there. And yeah, man, like I could work him a million times, and I feel like every time will be a killer match. As you know, he's called the show off for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
That's what he does, man. Yeah, but mad props to Nick, and he's gonna do what he's gonna do and continue carrying that brand.
Is NXT someplace that you want to have a brief stop at, or do you want to stay here as long as it takes to learn as much as you can before eventually moving on to the main roster?
To be honest, I had this conversation before. Like, again, I'm not putting a times table on anything. I'm here. Like, one thing that I've always learned about myself is I'm gonna go with the flow, right? And I'm going to harvest as much knowledge as I possibly can, whether it's in 6 months, whether it's in 8 months or 12 months. However long I got, it's my job to attain as much as possible, right? And yeah, that's my plan, man. Like I want to learn as much as possible, and being able to work under Shawn Michaels, as you know, is a pleasure in itself. You know what I mean? It's a gift in itself. Talk about one of the greatest to ever do it, right? And for me to be able to learn from him and be under him and taking that knowledge, man, like however long I can do it, I'm gonna do it.
No, Shawn is, I mean, they don't call him Mr. WrestleMania for nothing.
Yeah.
And he can have a great match with just about anybody. And there is a wealth of knowledge in NXT to learn from. One of the advantages of being in NXT over TNA is the amount of people who have time in this industry who have really, been there and done that. I'm not talking about the boys. I'm not talking about the guys. I'm talking about the minds that help make the place run on a day-to-day. Terry Taylor, Shawn Michaels, Matt Bloom, any of the writers that have worked on them, with the main roster. There's a lot of new minds, a lot of great minds.
One thing, real quick, brother. Sorry to cut you off. One thing I remember when the first time that I came here, I sat back and I watched how I remember sitting in the stands and I was watching them do rehearsals and seeing how the machine works, right? And I remember saying to myself by the end of the day, I was like, oh, this is the WWE for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
It's a totally different beast. It's a totally different, like, you can't, there's no comparison with anything else. You know what I mean?
And you've been in several other companies that you have something to compare it to. It's not like you just came off the indies. You've been in major companies, and now you sit there in the stands just one day and you go, oh,
now
this is what the major leagues look and feel like, right?
Right.
And it is. It's the biggest company on the planet for a reason. I normally don't talk personal stuff with anybody, and we've only got a couple minutes left here on the show. We have about 5 minutes. I want to take you back to a moment in time, and I want you to tell me what was honestly going through your head, right?
Here we go.
Slammiversary last year, USB, right? the night that I came out and made my announcement with the Hardys and blah, blah, blah. We're going to build up to the final table. And I remember that night I pulled you on the side and I told you, basically it was like, motherfucker, you better get ready to follow something because we are going balls to the wall. And like when you hear somebody say that to you, or specifically me, whatever your name, how do you take that? Are you taking that and using it as motivation, or it's like, go to hell? Like, how did you take that comment that night?
What did I tell you that night? Right when you said that to me.
I want you to tell people what you said to me.
I said, motherfucker, I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Right.
And I'm so happy to hear you say that.
Right. To me, this is a business of competition. We here go, like, listen, I don't care where I'm at on the card. We going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I told you that straight to your face.
Yeah.
I was, listen, I wouldn't have it any other way. So,
and you guys went out there and you tore it down. You did a great job. But that was just a fun moment in time in our story and how we crossed paths. Fellow New Yorkers, we came up the same way. You talked about the Lower East Side tonight. You said that in your promo, right?
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Alphabet City on Avenue D, H Street Avenue D, Jacob East Project. So that's where I was born in Bellevue Hospital. So, and then
Bellevue.
I was born in Bellevue.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I remember, I'll tell you a quick story. I was born in Bellevue and my mother trekked it in a snowstorm from Bellevue all the way to 8th Street and Avenue D on foot with a newborn baby. Now you know why I'm crazy. Because shit like that, yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, and then, I grew up all around the city, but the Bronx and the LES were my two main, like, that's where I made my bones. That's where I grew up.
Did I ever tell you this story? Did you ever hear the Lower East Side Wrestling School?
Yeah, it was called Mickey's Gym, wasn't it?
I don't, but it was run by a guy named Bobby Bold Eagle back in the day. That is where I had my very first wrestling match, in the Lower East Side Wrestling School. It was in a basement, and you could only hit the ropes on two sides. Because on one side there was a steam pipe, and the other side there was a wall. So
That's
we were Lower East Side in Colorado. So with the last couple minutes we have left, the floor is yours. What do you want the WWE Universe to know about Cruz Montana? What do you want wrestling fans all over the world to know about you that they might not know already?
Man, to be honest with you, Billy, you know me very well. You know I've always been one to keep it real. And I've always made sure that I've maintained my authenticity as much as possible. What you see is what you get. What you hear from me is what you're going to get. And I'm going to continue being me. It's what got me here. Why change it, right? I've been thankful in this game to have done it my way. I'm a loud and proud Boricua from the Bronx, New York. And that's just who I am, right? And honestly, I feel like I'm just getting started.
Perfect. I can't wait to see what you have in store for that locker room, what you have in store for NXT. Can't wait to see you to continue to grow, get better, and I hope that NXT Men's Championship finds its way around your waist in the near future. Thanks, Cruz. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nation. Love you. I'm Uncle Bully. I'm out of here. And remember, if you can't be good, be bad, baby.
It's Stephen A. Smith. Check me out on Sirius XM. Some of you think I already said it all. Nonsense. You haven't heard sports talk like this? You know me. Passionate, opinionated, and an unfiltered, uncompromising viewpoint. You think you got what it takes to talk sports with me? Well, I'm a phone call away. Holla. Better bring it. It's the Stephen A. Smith Show at 1 and 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Select Radio. A show so nice, you get it twice on Channel 82, in the car, and on the Sirius XM app.
If you have a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. Get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. One local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 per month. And it gets better. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, no long drawn-out process. And listen, no closing costs. You may even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call Loan Pronto now. 855 Pronto. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact to get the cash you need in 2 weeks without paying closing costs. Pronto.com. See how much you can get right now. 855-Pronto. 855-Pronto. For qualified homeowners, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 166171, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
Attention investors, the rise of RV park investments has been awesome. And today's most exciting opportunity, real estate. It's summertime, and this year, nearly 35 million Americans will take an RV trip, a 23% increase from last spring. With the growing demand of RV parks, this market is a fertile ground for investors. With an RV resort property, you own the land, the buildings, the facilities, and no maintenance, no heavy upkeep, no mortgages required. Resort properties do well when the economy is good, and even better with the downturn. So how do you get started? Talk to the experts at ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com specializes in turnkey RV resort investments that are fully managed and built for cash flow. These resort properties also qualify for self-directed IRAs and 401k plans. To learn more, visit ResortPropertiesGroup.com or call 888-307-1685. 888-307-1685. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. ResortPropertiesGroup.com. Individual results may vary. Past performance is no guarantee of future results.
It used to be the stuffing tissues up your nose was really the only way to stop your messy, frustrating nosebleeds. Nampons are the doctor-recommended better option that over 3 million people have already discovered. So what's a Nampon? Nampons fit inside your nose perfectly, expand for gentle pressure, and even have a clotting agent clinically proven to stop the bleeding fast. And now Nampons are available at Walmart. So ditch the tissue and be prepared for your next nosebleed. Pull into Walmart right now and get Nampons in the first aid aisle.
Your number one source for all your wrestling news. This is WWE Radio on Channel 156 Wrestling. This is WWE Radio on Sirius XM Channel 156. The best from MLS take on the top talent from Mexico's Liga MX in the MLS All-Star Game on Sirius XM. What's a goal on the pitch? Coverage begins tomorrow 5 Eastern as we take you on the pitch with the league's best. Time of our Nashville gives you new energy for the rest of the season. Then at 8, it's the MLS All-Star Game live from Charlotte on your home for 24/7 soccer. Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that right pre-owned luxury vehicle. That's why I want to tell you about JoePerillo.com. At JoePerillo.com, you can browse our huge selection of curated luxury vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars all over the country. Check out JoePerillo.com. That's Joe Perillo, Perillo, or dial 312-BMW-1111. That's 312-BMW-1111. 312-BMW-1111.
So let's dance.
It's Busted Open After Dark. Busted Open's live reaction show with you, the fans. Here is your host, two-time WWE and Impact Hall of Famer, Bully Ray.
Turn and burn. Rip it and rip it. Lock and load. Put the pedal to the mother trumpet metal. It is Tuesday night. You know what that means. The super sexy swinging sounds of my sandpapery smooth voice, my handsome face. It's me. It's me. It is Uncle Bully. I talk pro wrestling and I play rock and roll. Welcome to WWE Radio. This is my first episode of After Dark on the newly branded WWE Radio. One more time, Andre. Yes, this new partnership, we're 2 days in. Partnership. Pro Wrestling Nation 24/7 and WWE back together to bring you WWE Radio. We're going to get into NXT. We got a monster guest tonight in Cruz, Montana. But earlier today on Busted Open, we were talking about Prince. And I said that I wanted Prince to be banned of the night tonight because we're going to Minnesota, we're going to Minneapolis, we're going basically to Prince's home state, his hometown. That's where SummerSlam is this weekend. That's where Busted Open is going to be taking over. We're doing live events, yada, yada, yada. It was going to be Prince up until about an hour ago. And I was on social media. And on the Twitter machine, up pops a tweet from former producer Evil Ed Robinson. And I was like, what the heck is this? And I want to read the tweet. It said, "Hi, I'm absolutely terrible stand-in for Ed. I'm an absolutely terrible stand-in for Ed. And I'm at the Rush concert at MSG. But he would be here in an alternate timeline. So here I am on his behalf. And he's sort of here because I'm wearing my necklace with his ashes. He should have been here. Brain cancer ruined this." And I didn't realize who it was at first. And I retweeted it. I said, "Hey, whoever this is, man, Ed's up in heaven, smiling, great job." And the person responded and said, "It's his wife." And man, that really it just really struck a chord in me that if you knew Ed Robinson, you knew that his favorite band was Rush. Rush just got back together. They're out on tour. They're in Madison Square Garden tonight. Ed would have been there. So his wife took his ashes and took Ed to the Rush concert at the Garden. And I was like, you know what? As much as I love Prince, as excited I am to get to Minneapolis, I'm dedicating tonight's episode of Busted Open After Dark to Evil Ed Robinson and his wife. She is active this evening on his social media. If you want to give her a shout out or anything, go right ahead. I'm sure she would love to hear from the Busted Open After Dark Nation. Where are you guys at tonight? This is the first official check-in of all the chapters here on WWE Radio on After Dark. Which chapter, which city are you representing tonight? You know the deal. Screen cap, throw it up on the old Twitter machine, and Uncle Bully will do his absolute best to hit the old retweet. What a start and what a finish to NXT. We just went off the air with Cruz Montana, Tony D'Angelo, and Grayson Waller. Now, for those of you who might have been living under a rock for the past couple of weeks, Cruz Montana, formerly Mike Santana. Cruz Montana, Mike Santana. And you know Mike Santana from TNA, former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, former member of LAX. Been on the show many times with us. Now in NXT, Cruz Montana. He came out at the end of the show to talk to the NXT faithful about his vision, his mission statement, and what he wants to get accomplished in NXT. And he's got world championship thoughts on his mind. Obviously, we are going to be talking to Cruz a little bit later on in the show. Much sooner than later, by the way. I want to get a couple of things out of the way. I want to talk about a couple of things, and then we're getting Cruz on because I want to get as much chat time with him as possible. We saw Grayson Waller jump Cruz. Tony D'Angelo, the NXT Men's Champion, came out, had a little bit of a back and forth with Santana, with Cruz Montana. It'll take me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. With Cruz, and then Grayson Waller jumped him. Now, why is this a big deal? It's a big deal because of the pipe bomb-esque promo that Grayson Waller cut to start off tonight's episode of NXT. You may think that Grayson Waller is a piece of shit. You may think Grayson Waller is a scumbag. You may straight up just not like him. But I'll be damned if that kid wasn't money on the mic tonight to kick off NXT. Confident, poised, knew what he wanted to say, not fumbling over his words. I was impressed, and he was out there for a long time, long enough for them to cut his mic, for them to go to an unexpected commercial break. And Andre, I know Andre, the producing giant, Andre, has cut up some of that verbiage from Grayson at the beginning of the show, where he takes a shot at Cruz Montana, and he takes a shot at not only Cruz's past, about being a former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, but it's kind of a shot at Nick Nemeth, too, who is your current TNA World Heavyweight Champion. So, Andre, play that Grayson Waller audio.
I have a message for the NXT roster. Hey guys, get off your phone. I know you're probably filming a TikTok. Maybe watch the show and learn something. Because I just walked in your house. I didn't even wipe my feet. And everything I'm about to say, I mean with the utmost disrespect. The NXT male roster is soft. You're lazy. You're complacent. You're happy to be here. I know you fat flops will love this one. The women of NXT are running laps around you. Yet still, 90% of you think you should get caught up tomorrow. But here's the secret, ladies and gentlemen. I look at that roster, maybe 10%'s ready. They're all women.
Now, here's the deal, folks. I don't know if I necessarily agree with Grayson Waller about his assessment of the men's division, about calling the men in NXT lazy, about all of the derogatory things he said about the men in NXT. But I will tell you this. I do agree with his assessment of the women in NXT. You guys have been hanging, clanging, and banging with Uncle Bully on Tuesday nights for a long time now. And what is the one constant on this show? I'm always putting over the women of NXT. Why? Because they earned the put over. I have called the NXT women's division the best women's division in all of pro wrestling. I said it then, and I'm saying it again now. NXT turns out quality women. I'm not saying that every single one of these women are going to go up to the main roster and they're going to tear the house out and they're going to be so successful. Hell, this afternoon, I mean, this morning on Busted Open, me and LaGreca were talking about kind of like the quick rise and the kind of step backward and fall of Sol Ruka last night. But in NXT, Sol Ruka, bad mother trucker. So Grayson is right when it comes to the women's division. I was very impressed with Grayson. I've always thought that he was entertaining. I've always thought that he was a real solid talker. Andre, at the beginning of the promo, I don't remember him mentioning Austin Theory's name, but he kind of took some shots at Austin Theory, didn't he?
He carried 240 pounds of bulk on his back and got people cheering his name.
So that's Austin Theory, right?
I believe so. It's either that or Braun.
I wasn't positive about who he was referring to because I know him and Austin used to hang a lot. So I wasn't positive. It doesn't matter. He went after everybody. And when we get listen, I'm sure Cruz Montana just got off of the show and out of the ring like 10 minutes ago. I'm sure his adrenaline is still going to be pumping. I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say. He's going to have a lot to say about what Grayson said about him in the beginning of the night, what he said about Cruz's validity, about being a former TNA champion, and plus what he did to him physically in the ring by jumping him. So there's a lot to get into. Overall, I thought it was a strong episode of NXT. NXT always turns in a strong show. Izzy Dame, Lizzie Rain, Izzy Dame. Great match, ladies. Big fan. I'm always putting them over. Andre, I think I'm going to take a break. I want to get Cruz Montana loaded in. I want to start chatting it up with him. I have no idea what kind of mood he's going to be in. I would expect that he's a little pissed off. But Uncle Bully likes pissed off. So, take a break. Come back with some Rush for Evil Ed. We'll get Cruz locked and loaded. And we'll do what we do best. Talk pro wrestling, play rock and roll, right here on Busted Open After Dark.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is heading to training camp to get you ready for the season. We'll visit with every team and interview the head coaches and star players from around the National Football League.
This is Lamar Jackson. This is Matthew Stafford.
This is Trevor Lawrence. Your expert analysis of your favorite team on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
You can't overstate the value of a team that understands the expectations. I think this team is just prime position to continue to run.
Search for your team to listen anytime on the SiriusXM app. Wrestling fans, it's here. The most anticipated wrestling event of the summer has arrived. Busted Open is bringing you live coverage from Minnesota all week long with the biggest headlines, exclusive interviews with the biggest stars, and in-depth match night analysis from the voices you trust. We're bringing SummerSlam to you. Live coverage begins Friday, July 31st. Busted Open is covering pro wrestling like no one else. Brought to you by Xfinity. Get same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Select plans only.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning. It was online in minutes. Then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. And restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and now Jimmy Uso. Shota Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we wait than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you can win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and with WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino. You're in it for your chance to win. Let's show them.
Only available in the United States. Number select currency terms, conditions, and details. VGW Group will be prohibited by law. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
Wendy, what's in your freezer right now?
Honestly, steaks from Snake River Farms. Always. It's become the beef we reach for. On weeknights, the weekend, doesn't matter. It's insanely good.
Same. Snake River Farms has been doing this for over 5 decades. And unlike others, they oversee the entire process from ranch to table. That's how they get perfection at every step. This is exactly why Snake River Farms is the only one I trust.
SnakeRiverFarms.com. Use code GOLF10 and give it a try.
Breaking down all things WWE. This is LA Knight. Yeah, keep it locked to WWE Radio, channel 156.
And once again, the show is dedicated to the memory of our former producer, Evil Ed Robinson, and his wife. She's at the Rush concert right now at Madison Square Garden. She has Ed's ashes with her, so Ed could be there, watching from the heavens and there. So God bless Evil Ed and his wife, and thank you to Busted Open Nation, who I know have already hit her up on the old Twitter machine. All right, I've been talking about this guy since the beginning of the show. He's been a friend of the show for a while. We've talked to him several times. I have followed his career for a long, long time, and always knew that there was something more there that we're finally getting to see. Welcome to Busted Open After Dark, Cruz Montana.
What's up, buddy? How's it going?
I am great. Obviously, the former Mike Santana in TNA, along, when you were tagging in LAX, when you were former TNA World Heavyweight Champion. I want to get right to the name. Listen, when anybody new comes in, whether it's to NXT or you go to the main roster, most of the time, there's going to be a name change. It's just the way it is in WWE. You chose the name Cruz Montana, and I genuinely don't know the whole story. A couple people hit me up on social media, and they gave me their version of it. But for those of the fans out there who don't know, and please smarten me up, why did you choose the name Cruz Montana?
So, man, there's a lot of layers to this question, right? First and foremost, the name was, I put it together to honor my father, who passed away. And, I've been very open about how much my father meant to me in my life, and how close I've held him throughout this, journey. And, so right away I was like, my first name, Mike Santana, was in honor of my grandmother, who was the woman who saved my life and the woman who introduced me to wrestling in the first place. And then, when this opportunity came about, I was like, my name has to mean something, right? And that was it, and it was to honor my father. So I'll get a little in depth with it. My dad and I, a lot of our relationship revolved around watching movies together. That's since I was a kid. Movies and music was always the thing that we connected and bonded on. And one of the main movies that he showed me when I was like, I'd say 10, 11 years old, which is a movie that I should have been watching at that time, but it is what it is, you know what I mean? But I remember my pops telling me, he was like, yo, I want to show you this movie, and the reason why I'm going to show you this movie is because I wanted to teach, there's a lot of life lessons in this movie that I want you to learn from. And that movie was Blood In, Blood Out. I don't know if you know it. Very old school. It's a cult classic. It's an old school Latino jail movie. Very heavy within the culture and stuff like that. So Cruz Candelaria, which was one character in the movie who was an artist, and he ended up falling into the grips of addiction. And while he was dealing with the addiction thing, he ended up losing everything. He lost his family. He lost, many opportunities with galleries and stuff. His life pretty much fell apart, right? And then slowly throughout the movie, he starts to rebuild himself. And he starts to flourish as an artist again. And he starts to gain his family back again, right? So that was one correlation that I had to myself, right? In my story. And then Montana was another character in the movie, which was the head gang leader in the jail. But this guy was someone who was trying to change the perception of Latinos, and he was trying to pretty much, he preached Latino empowerment. Instead of us selling drugs and killing each other, let's help each other grow. Let's help each other get out of the jail system. Let's help each other, go back to school. And he was very influential in trying to spread positivity, right? And that was another correlation with me just trying to show a lot of Latino people from where I'm from that, your dreams can be a reality, right? So, that was also, that was one of the main I guess, components of putting the name together, right? Also, Cruz means cross, right? And one of my boys used to always say, yo, like, for what you've done in your life and what you've struggled with, it's almost like you carrying the cross. And montaña means mountain. And one thing that my daughter would always tell me is, Papi, you move mountains for what you are. And so overall, that's like, it's a lot. It's very in-depth.
But I love the way you broke it down because it genuinely means something to you. And the name Cruz Montana is not necessarily, your dad didn't have the name Cruz or Montana, correct?
No.
But it was the characters in the movie that you watched with him. And it's the way, and it's the meaning of the names and what your daughter said to you about Daddy, you move mountains. We know about your story from the past. And for those in NXT who don't know about your story, they're going to eventually learn your story and how much your daughter means to you and how rough you did have it along the way. So I'm not going to tell that story. You're going to eventually tell that story, and wrestling fans all over the world will learn more about you. I want to get to what happens tonight. And I just want to set the table real quick about Grayson Waller. Grayson Waller put your name out there at the beginning of the show, and he took a shot at being a TNA World Heavyweight Champion, and he said basically it meant absolutely nothing. And then he goes on, and then later on, you have the ring all to yourself. Tony D'Angelo comes out. You get jumped by Grayson Waller. I'm sure there's a ton of emotion and feelings going on in you right now. The floor is yours. Talk to me about what you're feeling about Grayson Waller right now.
Bully, I'll be real with you, man. My adrenaline is still going. I just came back from the ring. You know what I mean? And but I will say this. I've always been someone that I'm always give props where they do. I was in his shoes before. I was pissed off at the world before. I had opportunities taken from me. I had a ceiling put on me. I get it, right? So I gotta give him props for speaking his mind. But you don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've gone through to get here. And that little shot that he took about being TNA World Champion, Bully, you a former TNA World Champion. You know, 2 times. And so am I, 2 times, baby. And you know the history and the weight that title holds. Name after name after name after name.
Kurt Angle, end of story.
That's it, right?
Sting, end of story.
That's it. Sting, Kurt Angle, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And for me to be amongst those names, to have had the opportunity to carry that title and carry the brand that is TNA. TNA means a lot to me. TNA was the first place that gave me an opportunity to grow on a main platform. I'll do anything for that place. So for you to come here, I've never met this dude a day in my life.
You never crossed paths with Grayson Waller.
Ever. Bro, I've barely even heard the name. You know what I mean? Let's keep it a buck, Bully. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Like, what have you done? Bully, you know I got 20 years in the game, bro. I've traveled around the world. I've been to the top of the mountain. I've been to the bottom of the mountain. I took a chance on myself. I let go of a really, really nice paycheck. I went back to the Indies. I went back to TNA. I rebuilt my career. After the first match that I had back after knee surgery was in front of 80,000 people in Wembley Stadium. And guess what? I let that go. Come at me different, Bully. Come at me different.
I get it, and I'm sure one day you're gonna say those things to Grayson Waller's
Come on, man.
face.
Like I told him when I was done speaking, I said it straight up. I looked right dead in that hard camera. And I told him, listen, any words that I gotta tell you, I'll tell you man to man.
Yeah.
Bully, you know where I come from.
Cruz, I know your whole story. It would be very easy for me to just me and you to just reminisce and blah blah blah. But it's more important for us to bring your new fans of yours up to speed and get to know you and use Busted Open After Dark as a vehicle to really get your message out there. I know how you feel about what Grayson Waller said and what Grayson Waller did by jumping you tonight. Inadvertently, you clocked Tony D'Angelo.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. Like, if Tony D'Angelo was in that studio with you right now, what would you say to Tony?
You know what, Willie? To be honest, man, like, I'm pretty upset at myself because I feel like I'm letting my emotions get the best of me right now. You know me, I'm very cool, calm, and collected. I like to observe. I like to sit back and just whatever, you know what I mean? And I'm getting kind of rowdy. That means something. And I'm excited. But when it comes to Tony D, man, like I said to him, I said it in his face. I was like, this ain't personal. This is business. Every door that I've knocked down, every time I've stepped through a brand new door, I've made a statement. I'm not here to be a guy. I'm here to be the guy. And whoever is in that position is who I got to go through. Has nothing against him. Listen, I got nothing against the dude. I respect what he's done for the brand. I respect what he has been doing. The man just became a brand new father. I know I've been in his shoes. I got mad respect for him. But you got something that I want. And I'm going to do what I got to do.
Do you think becoming the NXT Men's Champion is something that you can accomplish in your short-term future? Or do you think it's going to take you a while to adjust to this locker room and this system?
Honestly, Billy,
you have the benefit of you've spent some time here with the cross promotion between TNA and NXT, so you're kind of ahead of the game already.
Right, exactly. And you know this about me. I'm a student of the game. Any locker room, any company that I walk into, I'll make sure that I learn as much as possible. I'll make sure that I observe as much as possible. So the times that I did come to NXT, that's all I did. I watched how this entire system works so that when the time came that I was going to step through here, I was already ahead of the game, like you said. So I think this is a short-term goal. I will be NXT champion. And honestly, like, I don't even want to put a time frame on it. It could happen next week. It could happen the week after that. It could happen a month. It could happen 6 months. Well, one thing is, it will happen.
You talked about maxing out all your potential along the way. Was it an easy decision or a difficult decision to walk away from TNA, the company that gave you those opportunities, and move forward with your career and come to NXT?
Honestly, Billy, no, it wasn't. It wasn't easy. Loyalty.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy decision.
No, it wasn't an easy decision because, like you said, they've done so much for me in my career, and loyalty is a big thing for me. Right? Where we come from, loyalty is everything.
Yes.
And I felt like I had a responsibility. And honestly, during my time there, I felt like myself, along with the company, we grew together, right? And one thing we're always taught is you do good business, and you always leave a place better than what you found it.
Yes.
And I feel like I've done exactly that. But back to it being a difficult decision, again, TNA was somewhere where I felt comfortable. And I didn't want to feel comfortable no more. Right?
You're a two-time champion. I mean, you won the big one twice.
Right.
It's like what you need something that can continue to motivate you. I mean,
exactly.
You know, people listen, I'll be the first one to admit, 24-time tag team champion. Yeah, that means I lost 23 times.
Yeah.
How many times can you lose and win and lose and win,
Right.
So you need some new motivation, and I'm thinking that NXT that NXT championship is that new motivation for you.
Absolutely. And again, it was hard because I love that place. I love that. Genuine love for TNA, 100%. And I mean, you've heard it countless times. That locker room is a special place, right?
1,000%. I could not.
Yeah.
When I went back there for about a year and a half, just a couple of years ago, I could not believe the camaraderie of that locker room.
Yes. But like you said, I'm very goal-oriented, and I'm trying to grow as much as possible, right? This is, I've always said, this is a very nomadic sport. You got to move around, right? It's been done since the beginning of time. And I'm going to do what I got to do. I want to keep growing. I want to make sure that my daughter is set for life. I want to make sure that she never has a worry a day in her life. And I've been thankful. Like, there was one thing I was talking about with a friend recently. I was like, I'm so thankful that I've been able to do this at such a high level for so long and still be a present father.
That's huge, because back in the day, the schedule
that was not a thing.
Allow you to be a father that's there and hands-on as much as you are with your daughter.
Right. So I'm in that regard, I'm so thankful, and I appreciate it so much. And of course, there's going to be times that it's busier than others, right? That's just the nature of the beast. But for the most part, I can say I'm a present father. I can say that I take my daughter to school every morning. I pick her up every night. You know what I mean? Like, those are the things that she's going to remember forever. And one thing that I always say, even about my father, like, presence was the greatest present that he ever gave me.
Love it.
And that's the gift that I give to my daughter.
And I know you're a little bit older. You're an old school guy.
Let's calm down, boy. Let's calm down. All right. No.
With things like life is a little bit easier on the road because of the schedule and things like FaceTime. You can FaceTime 5 times a day, no matter where you are on the planet. It takes the edge off a little bit, as opposed to being on the road for 2 weeks and just being able to talk on the phone sometimes. Cruz, I want to keep talking to you. I have some more questions for you. Would you stick around until the end of the show?
Let's do it, buddy.
Cool. All right, we're going to take another break. Come on back and talk to the brand new superstar in NXT, Cruz Montana, when Busted Open After Dark continues with me, Uncle Bully, right here on WWE Radio.
Turn up the volume. It's Chief Heat Live every Friday. Catch Peter Rosenberg as he brings you inside the pro wrestling business with his signature blend of passion and opinion. My inner monologue is literally 1980s Gorilla Monsoon. With the numbers from Stat Guy Greg and the chaos from Dip, it's always unpredictable. On Chief Heat Live every Friday, noon to 2 p.m. Eastern on WWE Radio. Channel 156, Sirius XM.
Larry Elder here. When it comes to supplements, two things matter most. It works and you can trust it. Rather than tell you about Relief Factor, we'll let our customers do it. We hear from people every day whose lives have changed, and we like you to hear their stories. Mark was in tears from his daily hand joint discomfort. But after a week on Relief Factor, he felt 50% better, and now he barely notices any pain. Loves our customer service. He's so happy, he's spreading the word. And Mark is just one of many. I'm one of them. I take Relief Factor every single morning for back issues. I don't take Relief Factor, my back issues come back. They make it easy to find out if you'll be the next person telling us Relief Factor gave you your life back. 3 weeks for just $17.76. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF. You'll connect with our friendly local team, and they will do everything they can to help. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us as well. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4RELIEF.
When I was 28, I started a business for 20 years. I ran that business, and never once did I really ever think about selling.
Meet Michael Ruck, owner and founder of Carnegie Point, helping business owners with annual revenues of $10 million to $200 100 million sell for top dollar. What started it? He met some smart guys.
Hey, you ever think about selling? I'm like, no. I'm 46 years old. Why would I want to do that?
The smart guys crunched the numbers, and he was shown the truth. He sold his business for a lot more than he ever imagined. Then,
6 months after I sold my business, I got diagnosed with Parkinson's. My largest customer burned to the ground.
imagine if he had never sold. He saw a need and built Carnegie Point.
What I want to do is help entrepreneurs unlock the value of their business and create generational wealth.
Not even thinking of selling?
I guarantee it's going to be worth more than you think it is.
Call for a free financial analysis and expert evaluation. Call 800-586-9909. That's 800-586-9909. Or visit CarnegiePoint.com.
Need a fast, easy oil change? Jiffy does it. Of course they do. But you might not know there's even more to a Jiffy Lube oil change. In fact, they do 15 services in 15 minutes with no appointment needed. Free fluid top-offs? Jiffy does it. Preventive maintenance check? Jiffy does it. All from highly trained technicians? Jiffy does it. So drive in today for a 15-minute oil change service or anything else you might need. Because when it comes to fast, easy car maintenance, Jiffy does it. Jiffy Lube.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all in one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Your go-to for the best breakdowns and pro wrestling talk in the game is Off the Ropes. Weekdays 2 to 4 Eastern on WWE Radio, Sirius XM 156.
Back here on Bustin' Open After Dark. I am Uncle Bully. That is Rush. God bless Evil Ed Robinson and his wife who are at the Rush concert right now in Madison Square Garden. My guest right now, newest addition to the NXT roster, Cruz Montana. We saw what happened with him tonight with Grayson Waller. We saw the face-to-face with Tony D'Angelo. Cruz, let me ask you this. I know your story.
Yeah.
But I want to know about, I know you've had a lot of really positive days in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about your worst day in the wrestling business.
Damn. My
Or if you
worst
can't come up
day.
with, tell me about a day when you thought about taking your boots and throwing them in the garbage. and going to work at the local grocery store.
It's too many to count. Nah, I'm just joking. Nah, listen, honestly.
What got you through? Or tell me, how rough was it? Listen, when you were a part of a tag team, I know personally that it was a struggle for you because your partner didn't have the same passion that you did. And that was difficult despite the fact that you guys were becoming successful in other areas, of the country with other promotions. Or, tell me about maybe some struggles at TNA. Either tell me about a specific day or tell me what it's always got you through other than your daughter.
Honestly, one of the worst, but also one of the best times that I had was when I got hurt, when I tore my ACL.
Okay.
Yeah, it was one of the worst because obviously, like, it was, it was in the main event of a huge match. I'm in this arena, it happens right in the beginning when I'm getting into the match, you know what I mean? And I'm just laying there like, oh my God, I was embarrassed, I was ashamed, I was, all these things, you know how it is. but it was the best because at that point was when I was real heavy in my addiction, and honestly, like I needed to get off the road.
Sure.
You know, so when I got hurt, I was like, thank God I got hurt because I was burnt out. At that point, I was going hard nonstop for 8 or 9 years, no break, and I was burnt out. Plus all the other things happening in my life, and then the addiction thing. I was just like, oh my God, thank God, something happened. Something had to give, you know. But then, little did I know, it was only going to get worse. It was only going to get worse.
It's not easy to sit home with an injury, is it?
It's not easy to sit home with an injury, but it's not easy to sit home with an injury when you're also going through withdrawal, right?
Sure.
And this is, and mind you, this was a secret that I was hiding from my family because I hid it well because I was on the road. You know what I mean? And when I got home, that was the first time that I was home for such a long time. And when they saw that, it was like, oh no, what's going on? And the secret was out, you know. And like I said, it only got worse from there.
In recent memory, tell me about your best day in the business.
My best day? Man, I'd have to say it's a lot, honestly. But I'd say
Give me one when you looked at yourself in the mirror and you were proud.
when damn, I'll give you two. I'll give you two. So the first one was actually got to wrestle at the Garden for the first time with AAA, and it was against the Lucha Bros. And my entire that was the last time my father got to see me wrestle live before he passed away. My entire family was there, and I remember going outside the Garden to give them the tickets, and my father pulls me to the side and he goes, "Man, it's crazy how so many years ago I brought you here for the first time to see your favorite wrestlers, and now I'm here to see my favorite wrestler."
Awesome.
And that lives with me every day, right? And then another one, man, was becoming a world champion for the first time.
Sure.
Becoming a world champion for the first time, especially after, you know, the story of me betting on myself and having a lot of doubt and a lot of doubters and a lot of people didn't think I could do it and all these things or whatever. And it was like, ha, watch me work, you know. And then, of course, when I signed my WWE contract, man.
It's a good feeling signing that WWE contract, isn't it?
Damn right it is. Nah, it was definitely a good feeling, and I did it. At home I have a table that has my dad's ashes, and I have pictures of him and all his little, you know, knickknacks and stuff like that are on that table. And I signed the contract right next to that table with my daughter and you know, my family. It was a good moment, you know, because it was like Bobby did it, you know.
Two great stories, two great memories, without a doubt. Listen, I know one of your goals is to defeat Tony D'Angelo for that NXT championship. I know one of your goals has to be after what happened tonight with Grayson Waller and just punching him in the mouth and shutting him up. But when you look at this NXT locker room, when you look at it from a business point of view, and your ability to put asses in seats, is there a guy that you look at and you go, him, me and him can do some great business together?
There's a lot of good guys on the roster right now. There's a lot of guys that are scratching, they're clawing their way up, and you know, just being here, not just the couple times that I was here before, but being here the last 2 weeks, man, like I see everyone is they're on it. You know what I mean? Man, but I'd have like Miles Bourne is killing it.
He's doing pretty well.
I think he's gonna continue to do really well. And he's someone that I would definitely want to get in there with for sure. But ultimately, man, like I for me, just looking at things overall and just looking at things from my perspective and with my experience, I want to get in there with as many guys as I possibly can, just so that I could help pass down the knowledge that was given to me, right? In this business world, at least for me, I was always taught to pay it forward. And, you know, whatever knowledge or experience that I could help pass down to a lot of these younger guys that are you know, coming up, by all means, I want to work with everybody.
So one of the hosts here on Busted Open is Nick Nemeth,
Yeah.
the current TNA world champion,
Mm-hmm.
the gentleman who defeated you. But talking about learning, what was it like working with Nick? And did you learn something specifically from him, or did you just learn how to have a really great match with him?
Working with Nick was awesome, man. To be totally honest with you, you know, he's an easygoing guy. He's cool. You know what I mean? Like working with him was like no stress. We are both professionals doing professional stuff. You know what I mean? And for me, as far as like, and I think I've prided myself on doing this, but like in our match, you know, there were moments where we both had to remain calm, right? And I think we fed off of each other's energy very well out there. And yeah, man, like I could work him a million times, and I feel like every time would be a killer match. As you know, he's called the show up for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
You know, that's what he does, man. Yeah, but mad props to Nick, and you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do and continue carrying that brand.
Is NXT someplace that you want to have a brief stop at, or do you want to stay here as long as it takes to learn as much as you can before eventually moving on to the main roster?
To be honest, I had this conversation before. Like, again, I'm not putting a timetable on anything. I'm here. Like, one thing that I've always learned about myself is I'm gonna go with the flow, right? And I'm going to harvest as much knowledge as I possibly can, whether it's in 6 months, whether it's in 8 months or 12 months. However long I got, it's my job to attain as much as possible, right? And yeah, that's my plan, man. Like I want to learn as much as possible, and being able to work under Shawn Michaels, as you know, is a pleasure in itself. You know what I mean? It's a gift in itself. Talk about one of the greatest to ever do it, right? And for me to be able to learn from him and be under him and taking that knowledge, man, like however long I could do it, I'm gonna do it.
No, Shawn is, I mean, they don't call him Mr. WrestleMania for nothing.
Yeah.
And he can have a great match with just about anybody. And there is a wealth of knowledge in NXT to learn from. One of the advantages of being in NXT over TNA is the amount of people who have time in this industry who have really, you know, been there and done that. I'm not talking about the boys. I'm not talking about the guys. I'm talking about the minds that help make the place run on a day-to-day. Terry Taylor, Shawn Michaels, Matt Bloom, any of the writers that have worked on the, you know, with the main roster. There's a lot of new minds, a lot of great minds.
One thing, real quick, buddy, sorry to cut you off. One thing, I remember when the first time that I came here, you know, I sat back and I watched how, I remember sitting in the stands and I was watching them do rehearsals and seeing how the machine works, right? And I remember saying to myself by the end of the day, I was like, oh, this is the WWE for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
It's a totally different beast. It's a totally different, like, you can't, there's no comparison with anything else. You know what I mean?
And you've been in several other companies that you have something to compare it to. It's not like you just came off the indies. You've been in major companies, and now you sit there in the stands just one day and you go, oh,
now
this is what the major leagues look and feel like, right?
Right.
And it is. It's the biggest company on the planet for a reason. I normally don't talk personal stuff with anybody, and we only got a couple couple minutes left here on the show. You got about 5 minutes. I want to take you back to a moment in time, and I want you to tell me what was honestly going through your head, right?
Here we go.
Slammiversary last year, USB, right? That's the night that I came out and made my announcement with the Hardys and blah, blah, blah. We're going to build up to the final table. And I remember that night I pulled you on the side and I told you, basically it was like, motherfucker, you better get ready to follow something because we are going balls to the wall. And like, when you hear somebody say that to you, or specifically me, whatever you're in,
Right.
how do you take that? Are you taking that and using it as motivation, or it's like, go to hell? Like, how did you take that comment that night?
What did I tell you that night? Right when you said that to me.
I want you to tell people what you said to me.
I said, motherfucker, I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Right.
And I'm so happy to hear you say that.
Right. To me, this is a business of competition. We here to go, like, listen, I don't care where I'm at on the card. We going. You know what I mean? And I told you that straight to your face.
Yeah.
Listen, I wouldn't have it any other way. So,
and you guys went out there, you tore it down, you did a great job. But that was just a fun moment in time in our story and how we crossed paths. Fellow New Yorkers, we came up the same way. You talked about the Lower East Side tonight. You said that in your promo, right?
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Alphabet City on Avenue D, A Street, Avenue D. That's where I was born in Bellevue Hospital. So, and then
Bellevue.
I was born in Bellevue.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I remember. I'll tell you a quick story. I was born in Bellevue, and my mother trekked it in a snowstorm from Bellevue all the way to A Street and Avenue D on foot with a newborn baby. Now you know why I'm crazy. Cause shit like that, yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, and then I grew up all around the city, but the Bronx and the LES were my true main. Like that's where I made my bones. That's where I grew up.
Did I ever tell you this story? Did you ever hear the Lower East Side Wrestling School?
Yeah, it was called Mickey's Gym, wasn't it?
I don't, but it was run by a guy named Bobby Bold Eagle back in the day. That is where I had my very first wrestling match in the Lower East Side Wrestling School. It was in a basement, and you could only hit the ropes on two sides because on one side there was a steam pipe, and the other side there was a wall. So we had the Lower East Side in common also. With the last couple of minutes we have left, the floor is yours. What do you want the WWE Universe to know about Cruz Montana? What do you want wrestling fans all over the world to know about you that they might not know already?
Man, to be honest with you, Billy, you know me very well. You know I've always been one to keep it real. And I've always made sure that I've maintained my authenticity as much as possible. What you see is what you get. What you hear from me is what you're going to get. And I'm going to continue being me. It's what got me here. Why change it, right? I've been thankful in this game to have done it my way. I'm a loud and proud Boricua from the Bronx, New York. And that's just who I am, right? And honestly, I feel like I'm just getting started.
Perfect. I can't wait to see what you have in store for that locker room, what you have in store for NXT. Can't wait to see you to continue to grow, get better. I hope that NXT Men's Championship finds its way around your waist in the near future. Thanks, Cruz. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nation. Love you. I'm Uncle Bully. I'm out of here. And remember, if you can't be good, be bad, baby.
This is WWE superstar CM Punk.
And your queen, Charlotte Flair.
WWE Radio is now on SiriusXM.
Hear Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and every WWE PLE Live.
Plus, busted open, not XM Wrestling and your favorite WWE podcast.
And Saturday night at 6 p.m. Eastern, hear the first ever radio broadcast of SummerSlam on WWE Radio.
Whether it's inside or outside the ring, it's all on WWE Radio.
Sirius XM channel 156 and on the Sirius XM app.
All season long, IndyCar's on Fox. The green flag is on. Valley below. Sensational Iowa War. Just blue light. And Indy's top drivers put it all on the line. At the race all season long. Fox is the home for IndyCar. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth.
Navigating life stages, Caring Transitions offers support for every step of the way. For seniors relocating or downsizing, we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions. Estate sales, our experts will list your items on our exclusive online platform, CT Bids. Preserving memories and keeping your family's best interests at heart. And for those tough cleanouts, we're here to help. Visit caringtransitions.com. Caring Transitions, embracing new beginnings with confidence.
Hey, rockers and Kiss Army, you can meet Gene Simmons and other rock icons at the Legends of Rock Expo, September 25th through the 27th at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. More than 30 rock legends will be in one place. Gene Simmons and other members of Kiss, Stuart Copeland of The Police, Caesar Butler of Black Sabbath, Dave Davies of The Kinks, and more. Autographs, photo ops, live panels, plus 11 live band performances. Tickets are on sale now at legendsofrockexpo.com or buy them at the door.
Hey, employers, quit being a and consider offering an affordable medical plan. The Claim Doc Dual Option Approach. Wouldn't it be nice to offer a major network option for the executives who can afford higher premiums and deductibles while offering a significantly lower cost medical plan for most of your employees? Well, cheer up. Now you can. Ask your broker about the Claim Doc Dual Option Approach and stop being a by offering a plan your employees can no longer afford. Visit claimdoc.com to learn more.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. I'm going to get 30, 30, then get 30, then get 20, 20, 20, then get 20, 20, then get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. So
visit mintmobile.com/renewal. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes. Need slower. Network is busy. See terms.
Fearless, fabulous, and always tuned in. This is Nikki and Bree, the Bella Twins, on WWE Radio, Channel 156.
Wrestling. This is WWE Radio on Sirius XM Channel 1. And the richest story for Indiana football comes to conclusion.
We're counting down the days to college football season on Sirius XM. All week long, your previews of the Big Ten. We'll take you to media days and sit down with the star players and head coaches.
Dan Lanning is our guest.
Ryan Day, the head coach of the Ohio State University.
Hear comprehensive coverage on Big Ten Radio, Channel 372, and for expert analysis, check out College Sports Radio, Sirius XM Channel 84 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
The handshake that closed the deal. The story that landed the table. The pour that didn't need explaining. Casa Lotos Utah. Wild harvested in the Chihuahuan Desert. Pick up and cooked. Copper distilled. The pour that ends the conversation. Because nothing more needs saying. Casa Lotos. The best reflection of Utah. Learn more at casalotos.com. Pure, wild, and harvested. Imported by Thompson Beverages, Miami, Florida. Please drink responsibly.
This is Busted Open. Your only destination for daily pro wrestling talk in the entire world. The world champion has been busted open. From the independent scene to the main event of WrestleMania.
It's been 316 since I just whipped your ass.
No one covers pro wrestling like Busted Open.
Busted Open, one of the biggest shows on earth right now.
Hot topics.
I want you all to know my hand is touching your hand for this gathering in this universe all over the world now.
Old school.
The irresistible force meeting the immovable object.
Meets new school.
Acknowledge us.
Busted Open.
I'm gonna tell you all. The only way you get to stay number one is to be number one.
Live now.
movies. It's boobs, it's metal, it's wrestling with the one and only, your TNA World Champion, Mr. Nick Damasick. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Dave. What an absolutely beautiful intro. What a beautiful day. It already is. The sun's not even up here, but it's a beautiful day.
Where the hell are you?
Just westish coast.
Okay, so
It's starting to. I'm not in Maui waiting for the sun to rise, but
you never know, man. When you're a world champion, you could be anywhere defending that TNA World Championship.
It could be anywhere around the world. Looking forward to going to, once we finish today, flying out to Philadelphia to get ready for the big match against Jeff Hardy. Big one coming up for TNA too. To keep some momentum going for us. We've had a couple of good months, feeling good about ourselves, and we're really looking forward to this weekend in Philadelphia.
It's a big show tomorrow night. Again, TNA Impact, like you just said, is in Philadelphia, one of the greatest cities when it comes to pro wrestling. And you going up against Jeff Hardy, you talk about two superstars, two of the best pro wrestlers over the last 2 decades colliding in the ring for that TNA World Championship. I am excited for everything that's going down tomorrow night.
Yeah, me too, and I say the praises of the Hardys all the time, and their staying power, being relevant every decade for the last 4 at least, and knowing what Jeff can do, and he's a special person, but a special wrestler too, and it's one of those beautiful things where it's like when it comes to like Rey Mysterio or John Cena or Jeff Hardy, it's just like they will always connect with the audience, and he's always got one more shot when the crowd is behind him, and I live for those moments. I've only been out there individually one-on-one with Jeff, I think 2 or 3 times in 20 years, so this will be something big, fighting for the world title. I look forward to this. I look forward to that crowd being in his corner and trying to make something special happen and being there for a moment, but as someone who is doing the best absolute work of my entire career, it's not going to happen. But damn it, if anyone's going to be close, it's going to be Jeff Hardy.
I'm gonna say this, Nick, before we really dive into what we're gonna see tomorrow night with you and Jeff Hardy. I gotta tell you, because this is the first time you and I have been on the air since the match, the showdown you had with KC Navarro.
Oh yeah,
last week. I mean, what a great match! What a great main event. KC Navarro, I think, showed the world how damn good he is. I think he made a name for himself last week. Obviously, it was in a loss. You're still the TNA champion, but what a great match between you and KC Navarro last week.
Yeah, and I agree. And I wasn't sure if the kid was if he had it or not, because I have sang his praises for years now, and he came back early from an injury. He hustled hard. He's someone who we knew from TNA television, but he's still a young up-and-coming, kind of a fresh face, especially that time off from the injury. Came back early, looking to make a name for himself a second time, and this time, without AJ Francis, he's on his own, and he really has to hustle. I saw something special in him, and I still do. I just don't know that can fit in my shadow at the moment. I thought there was a little bit of a big brother thing there where I could help him, but I think I've helped him as much as I could. And in that match, the reason it made so much sense to have it be that way, to have him be so close on so many different times, is like, I know what he's capable of. And no matter how much I talk down to him and I say, hey, I just need you out of my life, out of this, leave me alone, I'm not here to be your hero, I know what he's capable of, and I was ready for that match. And the reason I granted it to him, it wasn't just to get him out of my hair. I said, you know what, damn it, if you're going to talk all this crap, you're going to say you looked up to me, fine. Put your money where your mouth is. You get a shot at me. You get a shot at the champion. And if you pull it off, cool. If you don't, you got to leave me the hell alone. And damn, was he close a few different times. This is not the 80s where you go, yeah, beat it, jump, you suck, and I rule. Like, it's this real life now immersed into our wrestling business in 2026, where I know that he can go. I know he's looking to prove himself, and I know how damn good he's going to be. And one day he's going to be champion. It just won't be standing on my throat when he does it.
I love it. And listen, I'm not even just talking storyline and what we see on our TV every week on Thursday nights, Nick. You can tell KC Navarro, like, he looked up to you. And he's somebody that, he wants to emulate what you have been able to do, what you've accomplished. You can tell that you have inspired him and what he's done in his career. not just in the wrestling ring, but probably as just a fan of pro wrestling. He was a Nick Nemeth fan. You could see that in the style, the way he walks, the way he presents himself, and that's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. And I expect nothing big moving forward for Casey Navarro. This is just the start, I think, of a great second half of his career. I really do.
I agree, and from what he's come from, and you said he said this many times, watching me and emulating me growing up, and I get that, and I appreciate it, and I do to an extent. And it really was the part that I think he grabbed from me the most was that like never say die attitude. There was a couple times where I thought he had me in that match. There's a couple times I thought he was out and done for, and so did that entire crowd. If you watch that match back, because I smoked his face with a friggin' super kick that I thought he was out, and he had one more little ounce of strength in him than I thought he did, and it really impressed me. And he had something to prove last week on Impact, and coming out without coming out of there with that championship, that takes you down a notch as a competitor. It makes you go, damn it, I had this shot, and maybe you never get another one. But it gets everyone in the TNA officials behind the scenes going, wow, knowing what he can do, this guy can be champion down the line, or we can at least give him the opportunity down the line if he earns it again, and maybe the next time he's successful.
Yeah, I love the match, and this is why you're such a great ambassador and a great champion for TNA, because you can have a match with Casey Navarro, get him over to the next level, and then have a match like what we're going to see tomorrow night with Jeff Hardy, who's a legend, who's an icon, one half of, in my opinion, the greatest tag team of all time, but has had just as much single success if you look at Jeff Hardy. So I can't wait. I know you and Bully tomorrow are going to be breaking it down even more right here on Busted Open, but I'm excited to see that matchup in Philadelphia tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Like I welcome the challenge of different opponents. It's like someone like KC is I know at the back of my hand, and I know what he was shooting for and going for, and I can always outplay him veteran-wise, brain-wise. But when it comes to Jeff, he's a special, unique individual. And I really think the only difference between us, he's got the experience single-handed. He's been to the promised land of having that crowd behind him and becoming world champion. And I just know, I think the tiny difference between the two of us is Jeff being that special, magical person, that there's just a hint of hesitation when it comes to stepping on someone's throat to do what it takes to become champion and win in 2026. And I think that's the only difference. There's going to be a hesitation somewhere, and that's where I'll strike.
I love it. That's tomorrow night, TNA Impact, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Your main event, Jeff Hardy and Nick Nemeth for that TNA World Championship. Speaking of world champions, one of the greats, two-time Hall of Famer, and he also happens to be the boss, Triple H is going to join us later on in the show, Nick. The first time I've been able to speak to Triple H in 15 years here on Busted Open, and that's going to come down later on in the third hour of this morning show.
That's big. That is as big as it gets. SummerSlam around the corner, the TNA relationship with WWE. There's so many big things going with WWE, the TKO tie-in, however you want to see it. But it's a big week for them, and that's pretty cool that we got the WWE boss come out and talk to us about it. That's I got lots of questions. I'm very curious to see where we go with this.
Well, listen, we have this new partnership with the WWE. We're now WWE Radio. I couldn't be more proud of what we've become, how long it took us to get here, but where we're going now, moving forward. And a lot of what we're going to get with this partnership is interviews like the one we're going to get this morning, Nick, with Triple H. Like I said, the last time we spoke to Triple H was 15 years ago. And you just said it. This is a big week for the WWE. SummerSlam is this weekend, and we'll be out in Minnesota, and we'll give all the times for all the shows and everywhere we're going to be so that the nation can be a part of everything that we're doing this weekend out there in Minnesota. But yeah, this is a big week for the company, for him, and he's going to take time to join us here on Busted Open this morning.
That's cool. That's great. And that's obviously the partnership is already paying off. Is where I've been watching the ads that we've been throwing together, and the videos like you and I made, and you got WWE talent left and right talking about our channel and our shows. I'm like, this is cool as hell. But this is the cool bit of the partnership to where you actually get some more direct access. You haven't talked to Triple H in 15 years. You got a lot more questions than I do. I at least used to wrestle with him back in the day. You have 15 years of questions lined up, but this is what makes this channel all worthwhile, is getting the exclusive interviews and content with these people. And this is as big as it gets with the boss of WWE. We get to get the inside scoop from him right from the mouth. No secondhand information, no reading something somewhere out of context. We get right here talking to us. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I'm excited. And listen, for the long-time Nation members, they know the deal when it comes to the show. But, judging from the listenership that we had for our show yesterday, which was one of the greatest amounts of listeners we've ever had for an episode of Busted Open, was on our show yesterday. And also looking at the new subscribers that have subscribed to SiriusXM because of this partnership with WWE Radio. We have a lot of new listeners that may be joining and listening to us for the first time right now. This is the beauty of what you're going to hear on WWE Radio, but what we've been able to deliver for 17 years here on Busted Open is an example. Triple H, in this interview we're going to do later on this morning, is that you get Dave LaGreca, the Uber fan, that's been a fan for over 40 years, and you get Nick Nemeth, who's your TNA world champion. So you get the fans' perspective, and of course you get the active wrestlers' perspective, or the legends or the Hall of Famers that we have on this channel and part of WWE Radio. That's what I think separates us from everybody else, is that you get this unique perspective, like the one that we're delivering here this morning with you and I.
That you're exactly right. And anytime I speak up about our channel or Busted Open the show, that's my favorite thing. Most of us will see eye to eye on so many things, and then sometimes we don't, which is even more fun. But the difference is, someone's a Hall of Famer, someone's a two-time Hall of Famer, someone's an active wrestler, someone's a new active wrestler, someone's a veteran wrestler who's doing this, someone's a fan that used to wrestle. Like, there's so many different perspectives, and you have the what you were brought up on. Like, oh, I grew up watching 80s and 90s, and then here's what I learned in the 2000s, and here's why it applies to 2026. And it's just, it's very much this hodgepodge of different, unique perspectives, and it all comes together here. I love it. I've been in the ring with almost everybody on this channel, and it's so cool, one way or another. Even you in an ACW ring, we've been in a ring together. We've at least been at shows. Like, there's so many different perspectives that everyone has, and we all were trained a little bit differently and from different people, and bringing it together. And I say this all the time. It's great that we all see similarly, like, an idea, but when we don't and have a unique perspective about it, it's like, yeah, that makes sense 10 years ago when you did it, but I'm in the middle of it right now, and here's how I see it differently, and that's the unique perspective of this channel, I think.
Yeah, and I think, like, everything evolves and gets bigger, and we're seeing it right here on WWE Radio with Busted Open. We always work, and we have such a great partner with SiriusXM, that we have all these creative people. All right, how do we make this bigger? How do we make it better for our listeners and our subscribers? And I'm so honored and proud to be a part of this channel moving forward, and still get to talk to you on every Wednesday and Thursday here on Busted Open, because, man, I have certain connections. Obviously, Bully, him and I have been doing the show for over a decade. But, dude, I know you don't answer my phone calls. And
contractually, I don't have to.
You don't have to, and that's fine.
Until that gets amended. Yes.
We're secret friends. But even though we don't pal around and hang out, we have a good chemistry on air, and that's all that really matters. Because in what world do I really think that Dave LaGreca would be friends and hanging out with Nick Nemeth? There isn't one. But somehow we get together every Wednesday and Thursday for 3 hours a day to talk pro wrestling.
I love these secret friends, and it's me. I'm the Strangers with Candy episode with Jerry Blank, and he's like, she's dating some guy who's making a secret. He keeps shoving her into a trash can when people walk by. Very much like me hitting, like, when the call comes in, I go, I'll get to it. Now, you say I miss calls all the time, and I do, because I'm on silent, because it cost me a couple relationships 15 years ago. So I've been on silent ever since Too many people were blowing up my phone. But we usually text at least something along the horror genre or some kind of a video. You even sent me one this morning. I was awake. I wake up at 5 with going to bed around 2:30 or so. But I was up at 4:30 today for no reason, and I watched the video that you sent me, and I was like, dude, this is good. I love this.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because you mentioned Secret Friends reminds you of that show. What it reminds me of is the Wonder Years. Like there was a Wonder Years episode where this girl was like unpopular and she was the nerd in school. So like they were neighbors and he was like, she was like, it was such a sad episode. It reminds me of you and I's relationship. It was so sad and heartbreaking. She was like, but I thought we were friends. He's like, we are. We're secret friends. And she it was heartbreaking because you see in her face she got the deal. All right, this guy wants nothing to do with me. I'm going to go my own merry way and have zero friends while he goes to Mr. Poppins. Which, listen, Nick, in what world? Because you are the TNA World Champion. You're the TNA World Champion. You got groupies waiting outside the arena, waiting back at the hotel. When your car drives away, they're hanging off the roof of the car. And
I peel the tires and it kind of splashes you as we drive away.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the exhaust like boom, boom, pop, pop, and like a big exhaust cloud in my face as I'm choking. I get it. But it doesn't matter because both you and I will talk to Triple H. That's the biggest thing. Like, what do I call him?
Yeah, hey, that's really funny. Yeah, I don't know.
Do I call him Triple H?
Mr. H?
Do I call him Trips? Do I call him...
Oh, Trips seems like you're trying.
That's going out on a limb. Do I call him Mr. Levesque? Or do I call him Paul Levesque? Like, when I do the introductions, like, what do I do?
So I went, from talent in WWE to talent in TNA, and either way, I feel like no matter what I say Hunter, even though he probably doesn't even go by that. But that's just, I'm so used to that. Being backstage and like talking over something or thinking of something for TV that day. So that's a great question. How do you start it?
That's a great first question.
What do I
call you? Who are you?
What's your name and where you're from? Give us a Kurt Angle thing. Can I call you that? Absolutely not. I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, well, just want to say.
Friends call me Trips. Oh, so can I? Absolutely not.
Yeah. No. But you obviously have a much different relationship. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
My relationship, which is zero, and then your relationship, you've been in the ring with them. You've traveled with them. So that's the unique perspective that I'm talking about.
Do you remember anything from the 15 years ago? That had to be like a talent slash like bros.
It was, and I talked about it. It was right after the Punk Pipe Bomb promo. And I remember audio that we played where he was like, it was great, but in the Attitude Era, we did things like that all the time. And which is true, but that's why that Pipe Bomb promo had the impact that it did when it came out, because you didn't hear things like that or sayings like that. So that's why it came with the punch. You're probably right. If something like that happened, in 1999 or 2000, it wouldn't have had the impact. But a decade or more later, it definitely had the impact that it's still talked about today.
It still does, and not that this is the exact same thing, but this is something we talked about before, where it's like we got so reliant on low blows and eye pokes and like being lazy that we were setting up an angle for I think it's Shawn Michaels and Randy Orton, or Shawn Michaels and Undertaker or something, and it was like we didn't want to do a low blow, and we had become accustomed to several of them every Raw, every night, like we just understood there'd be a few of them, and then we got to a point where there was one or two a show, and then for months we said no low blows unless Vince absolutely approves it, and there was none for a few months, and it came down, I want to say it's Shawn Michaels and Randy, and Randy low blows Shawn Michaels as he goes for a super kick, and you cut to the crowd and people are gasping, going, how did this just happen? That's the difference when you make things matter more and they don't happen every single night, it becomes a bigger deal. So when we control how a show works, when you go, hey, listen, there so many dives, or so many this things, or so many high floats, a low blow was something in the attitude. It was like, ding, 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 someone's punching somebody 50 times, someone low blows them, high pokes them, and does something else, and they run on to something else. And when you see that so much, you're desensitized to it. But when I just remember watching that, I knew where we were going, and I watched it. It was like, ooh, and then the crowd, everybody just gasping, going, we make something special by telling everyone it's a special thing by not wasting it all the time. So that's things like that stand out, and that's the difference in good business.
Yeah, and Bully mentioned it on the show yesterday. Something that we see so frequently now, everywhere, across the board, is somebody getting put through a table. Like we see it all the time. That when it happens, it really has no effect on anybody because they're almost expecting it to happen now.
But the only catch is that we've gotten to that point for the last 5 years. We're like, hey, listen, it's a contract signing with a table. Someone's going through it. How do we not do it? And we brainstormed for a couple of weeks for TNA last year. And we're like, maybe we do this, maybe we do this. And it's like, everyone's expecting it. Everyone's desensitized to it. But if you don't do it, they sit there going, oh, that lacks something at the end. That lacks an exclamation point at the end of the segment. And you're like, okay, maybe we just find somebody to put through it. And it's like, you've got to find a way to think outside the box where you stand out. And it's easy to say it's easy to go through a table, but it is a big deal. And if we treat it as such, and you don't go through one every single day or every single segment, then it does become something that much bigger.
Yeah, and we talk about moments and memories and things that impact the fan and stays with them. You know, we've talked about, you have been a part of a lot of those moments and a lot of memories like Triple H has too. So that's the other thing too. It's also the transition. It's an interesting question that maybe we can get to when we have him on later, is the transition of being an active wrestler. Like you train your whole life, you want to be a professional wrestler, you become a professional wrestler, and then the transition to doing an executive role with the company that you became a star in. It can't be that easy. And, you know, not everybody that can teach. You know, there's a lot of people that are some of the best of all time, but that doesn't mean it translates into mentoring or being creative or coming up with ideas. So that's got to be a tough transition for somebody.
Even if you're good at it, it's weird going to it, but then also, like, the first thing that pops in my head right now is Bobby Roode. I was very fortunate enough to tag with him and be around him and work with him for several years, and I go, this guy is so damn good, but he also translates into helping others and having ideas for others, where when people come to me, I'm like, I don't know, I'm not saying that I'm, like, abrupt about it. Like, was that any good? Like, no, that fucking sucked. Okay, here's why. This. And I go, I could never be the nice guy. I'm saying Bobby Roode's a nice guy. He's surly. I assure you he's not a nice guy. But he's so smart at doing it, he can actually apply that behind the scenes and help other people out. And that's why he is absolutely flourishing in his job at the moment. And someone like me would be like, no, that sucked. Like, hey, listen, you can't talk to like that. Like, oh, well then, don't come ask me a question. Then talk to Bobby Roode about it. He's better than me anyway. But some people can apply that and have it work out and have an entire second career. And Bob could be doing that for the next 40 years probably if he wants to, because he has that mind. Hunter is someone who's like, he was like, you can tell when you're a ring general behind the scenes and in the ring, and then that is someone who can absolutely, as you're already trying, you're not trying to fill the shoes of Vince, but you're someone who understands what happens. You're sitting right next to him. You watch it all go down in and out of the ring. And if you're not absorbing all that by osmosis anyway, now it helps you that much more. Like if you were accomplished in the ring, friggin' 14-time world champ, he's been to the top to bottom. But with him and Rock, he used to have the Intercontinental title, and it was such a huge deal when they were fighting for it. It was like, we always tried to, like, man, can we make it mean so much more like this? When we were fighting over it, trying to, like, reference those guys, and it's just, there's something there when you're able to teach others while doing it right, much like Shawn Michaels in friggin' NXT. Like, you don't know if it's going to hit, like, one of the greatest of all time. You don't know if he doesn't want to do this or this doesn't work with his personality, but then you give him a couple months and he's buddies with everybody. He knows everyone's name. He's giving them little pieces, and it's like, you're learning from Shawn Michaels on a regular basis, and you might be 6 months into wrestling, you might be brand new from another sport. you have one of the greatest assets of all time in your back pocket training you.
It's so true. Who would have thought decades ago that Shawn Michaels would be a mentor and a teacher to a young generation of wrestlers that you want to bring up to the main roster? I mean, nobody broke the rules or was more of a headache than Shawn Michaels was, right? Like I'm sure there's wrestlers from that time period that are like scratching their heads saying, in what world? In what world is this guy? But that's the transition. Some can do it and some can't. Shawn Michaels obviously was able to do that and do that at the ultimate high level.
Right, and the best of all the people who would say there's no way that he's doing this, probably Shawn Michaels would be like, no chance will I ever effing do anything like this. I'm going to be the champ, and when I'm not, I'm burning this place to the ground. I'm out of here. Like, yeah, like now he's got a smile on his face and genuinely passing on knowledge to people who hopefully are taking full advantage of it, because I was lucky enough to have the Spirit Squad, and as much as I hated that existed at first when you're brand new, because you think you're like, oh, they're like, hey, you have short hair, no tattoos. We're gonna pair you up with Kurt Angle, and he's gonna be your mentor. I go, this is the greatest thing that can ever happen to me. He's my hero. And then you're like, well, now you're in a group of guys that are cheerleaders, and you kind of get your ass kicked all the time. And hopefully you can do something with this afterwards. And in that year run that we had, there was 6 months of live events with Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair, and Triple H, and many other legends. But for the most part, it was those three rotating in and out. And we got to learn firsthand in live events from two of the greatest of all time, one-on-one out there with you. Like, that's the greatest upbringing of teaching and wrestling school you could ever have. And it's worth so much more than it's priceless.
Well, Nick, think about this. You're on Monday Night Raw every single Monday night. And if you weren't starting the show, you were main eventing the show every week on a Monday Night Raw for almost a whole year on WWE TV. I mean, that's crazy.
It's absurd, and it's on our own. We wouldn't have been in those positions, but because of what we were doing, we were fighting either Shawn Michaels or Ric Flair, Triple H, any legends, but also we're like Vince McMahon's henchman and in his corner, and just there's months. It's a full year run, and I want to say 6 or 8 months of those is with on top or starting the show, or 7 or 8 segments throughout the show into the main event. We main evented a Saturday night's main event, a steel cage. It was like, this is stuff that I wish I had stopped for a second and was like, hey, remember this. Remember where you're standing right now, because we're about to play Shawn Michaels in a steel cage, and I was 8 months into wrestling. Like, it was like, this is great. Like, what am I doing here? But I'm going to try and absorb everything I can. I really think I did absorb everything, and that's what made me stand out with anyone in my generation.
I mean, it's almost impossible, Nick, and I try to do it now because I'm 2 decades in, but it's almost impossible to ask somebody that's been in it for 8 months, like you said, to go out there and kind of smell the roses, because you're probably like, you're pressure, you're nervous, you're anxious, you want to make sure you kill it, you want to make sure that you do the right, like, there's probably so much going on in your head, in your heart. There's no way you can walk down that entrance ramp and gotta, soak it all in. So
right, and that's totally true. Unless you're able to, so even when I'm nervous and I don't have it down, and you get to a point where your entrance music hits and you just you zone it all out and you go in the moment. When Spirit Squad's out, I'm like, okay, what are we doing? I'm trying to remember, don't mess up. And also, if you mess up, you're messing up against the 2 of the greatest of all time, and they're kind of the boss. And it's like, oh god, and you're like, okay, don't. Okay, take an arm wringer. Okay, tag your partner. Okay, I'm good. And it's just like you're freaking out instead of just going, hey, this is pro wrestling. I'll listen to what he says. It goes. It's really easy to say when you're a couple of years in. Even then, it's a little tricky. But yeah, being like less than a year in and being out there, I was scared to death to listen and do it right, to not hesitate, like, don't mess up in front of these guys. We were main eventing live events with tag matches, and the place was going nuts because, much I said earlier, like a Rey Mysterio or a John Cena or a Jeff Hardy, Shawn Michaels, like, come on. The second you move out of the way or beat him up, that crowd can't wait to get behind him because of everything he's done, and he just puts a hand out or gives a look, and it's just like, that's where that emotion is, and everything that you've built up in your career, and the crowd goes, how can we help you? And it's like, we had the greatest time. We were miserable at first. We all found out we're cheerleaders instead of going to be world champions when we walked in the door. But I go, that's the perfect thing to make me toughen up, a year in and going, some people walk in and get handed the championship. Some people walk in and are told they're 1/5 of a cheerleading team is going to get their ass kicked for 6 straight months. Okay, got it. But I get to be out there with the best, especially on those live events where it wasn't just us being bounced around. We get 20, 30 minutes with these guys every night to learn how to do the business properly.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny because, when we talk to Triple H later on in the show, here's somebody that you started your career looking across from when you started, but also from Triple H's perspective, I'm sure there's been many opportunities where he's seen young talent come in and maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe they're there for 6 months or a year and then they're gone. And then here you are. Listen, you're the TNA World Champion. You've accomplished so much. You're at the end of the day, whenever you decide to take off your boots, you're a first ballot Hall of Famer. You money in the bank, world championships left and right. Like, that's got to be kind of cool from his perspective to see, hey, I started off this guy's, and look at him now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And another piece that I would ask that, back then we never even thought of was like, was the whole pairing of this not just, hey, we need some talent and you guys are out there working with them. It was like, can you see which of these guys are worth investing in down the line? Go out there and feel them out and see who's getting the extra action and see who's coming early to train and learn from you. See who's pulling you aside and asking you questions. And, half of them were just on but also like, all right, if we're not out there with you, what the hell do I do in this situation here?
Like and subscribe.
Or you out there with me and John Morrison, and that is 2 very different scenarios. And it's just, and you learn you don't just apply one piece to it, you apply a bunch of it. And there was something, I think, Triple H big show overseas, and they have a pretty serious match, but a little bit of, a delayed fall and a Ric Flair kind of a bump from Triple H. And I thought it was like the funniest thing in the world, and the crowd loved it, and then they went back into ass kicking each other. I brought that back to Ohio Valley Wrestling, thinking I was like, hey, I'm working with these guys. I'm going to use this thing. It's so cool. And I stood there and then fell in slow motion. And it was a pin drop and confused children. And I went, yes, this does not apply to me in this decade. Got it. Check mark. I will never do this again. And then you slowly work. You figure out which opponent, which scenario, which moment is right for you. And learning all those different things is just what makes you better.
Yeah, but what you did, maybe a year later in a different city might get the hugest reaction you ever heard. You don't know, and that's the beauty of pro wrestling. All right, Busted Open Nation, it's time to lace up your boots and cha-cha-cha-cha-chumba. Chumba Casino is a proud partner of SummerSlam and WWE, the biggest party of the summer. This is your cue to step between the ropes and dive right into the action where you'll always be in the main event of fun. Sign up for a new player offer, daily bonuses, and keep an eye out for WWE promotions and giveaways. Chumba offers more than 200 games to play, like blackjack, solitaire slots, and more. You'll always be in the main event of fun and never be bored. Plus, new games drop every week, so there's always something new to check out and play. Play anytime, anywhere, because the fun is always on. And while you're at it, you can even redeem some championship-worthy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Smash boredom. Let's Chumba. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. BGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino. All right, when we come back, we mentioned the pipe bomb. And we mentioned the last time we had Triple H on. I got a little audio from Triple H on CM Punk's pipe bomb. Plus, we heard somebody else's version of the pipe bomb on NXT. A lot to talk about, but Nick and I are back right here on Busted Open.
The smooth doesn't stop on Yacht Rock Radio. Tap into the Sirius XM app and find channels for Yacht Soul, Yacht Country, and
the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And what if I told you that price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. Get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Not available in all areas. Use the fiber coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The dog days of summer are here, and you know what that means. Summertime storms hitting without warning. You need the only weather app that predicts when and where lightning will strike. The Flash Weather AI app. Flash gives you street-level, minute-by-minute forecast that tells you exactly when a storm is popping up. Whether you're squeezing in 9 holes at work or planning the week ahead, Flash has you covered. Search Flash Weather AI in your app store to download for free today.
Hi, this is professional golfer Mark O'Mara. When it came to building my personal putting green, I called Celebrity Greens, the leader in customized synthetic golf greens. Celebrity Greens designed an amazing backyard green for me and a synthetic lawn area for my dogs that looks and acts just like natural grass. You can't beat Celebrity Greens' attention to detail and exceptional customer service. Learn how to create a championship putting green in your own backyard. Call the pros at Celebrity Greens, 1-888-507-7960, or visit them online at celebritygreens.com.
WWE Radio, your one-stop shop for all your pro wrestling news. Only on Channel 156.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change. Kids will grow. New memes will come out. But what if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Now you know, Nick, you know this is a brand new read. Because, let's say this read was from 1985, and they were using the example of, imagine what could change in 5 years. Just like a new flavor of Kool-Aid. You know, it's not just cherry anymore. You know, it's not just Converse sneakers anymore. There's actually another brand of sneaker out.
2 brands?
Not only is there records and 8-track, but there's this new cassette that you can play in your stereo now. Wow. You know?
Yeah.
It's not just a rotary phone, there's an actual dial phone. And it comes in 3 exciting colors. Damn. That's not the case in 2026. Oh, no. No, yeah, in 5 years, jobs may change, kids will grow, and kids do grow a lot in 5 years.
Oh.
Yeah. New means I still don't know what that means. What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi, and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Xfinity. That. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Not available in all areas. Use the fiber coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Sam Roberts looks into pro wrestling's crystal ball on Not Sam Wrestling Live.
Gunther beats Nick Aldis. I mean, Gunther's whole thing, I believe,
is just to disappoint. When Gunther's at his best, he is disappointing people. He is removing the hope that you had. That's the Gunther that I love. The Gunther that steals your dreams. He's a dream thiever. He just takes them from you.
Monday to Thursday from noon to 2 Eastern on WWE Radio, Sirius XM Channel 156.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning. Was online in minutes. Then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see minions and monsters only in theaters. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of Invita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take decades to reach the people who need them the most. At Invita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients. Because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves the right to fight. Invita Medical Centers, we're here for you. ENVITA.com.
Henry and Walsh was made for people like you. People who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, to understand you and help you invest for the life you want, because you earned it. We're Henyon and Walsh, and the human connection. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Henyon Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Henyon Walsh and Counterfeit SIPC.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that right pre-owned luxury vehicle. That's why I want to tell you about JoePerillo.com. At JoePerillo.com, you can browse our huge selection of curated luxury vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars all over the country. Check out JoePerillo.com. That's Joe Perillo, Perillo, or dial 312-BMW 1111. That's 312-BMW 1111. 312-BMW 1111.
Are you a small business owner struggling with cash flow issues? Look no further than AmeriFactors, a trusted partner in business funding. With AmeriFactors, you can turn your unpaid invoices into fast cash. Say goodbye to long payment cycles and hello to quick and easy funding options, even with less than perfect credit, including bankruptcies. If you need working capital to make payroll, buy inventory, or to expand your business, AmeriFactors has got you covered.
Working with AmeriFactors was the best decision. Our business is thriving and growing. Without AmeriFactors, we never would have been able to get to this point.
With AmeriFactors, you can focus on what you do best, running your business, while they take care of providing cash flow and accounts receivable management. Their team of experts are dedicated to providing personalized solutions focused on the success of your business. Fuel your business growth with AmeriFactors. Call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-FUND. That's 800-884-3863. Or visit AmeriFactors.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. The history, the stories, hear it all on WWE Radio on Sirius XM.
Back here on Busted Open, Dave LaGreca, Nick Diamond. God, you know what? Our crew, Paul and Kelly, know you so well. Every song, I don't know if you noticed this, Nick, but every morning when we come back from our first break, they always kick it off with a little bit of rat and roll. It's a good move, my friend.
And it subconsciously does make me in a better mood. I like rocking out to it, but then all of a sudden you just get a little loose. It's like doing those, like, you ever been on like an actor's studio or something, you gotta like loosen up and get loose and just throw everything out. Little rat and roll.
Whenever I think of that, because I've seen you in action. I've seen you, Nick, before.
Language.
Well, I mean wrestling. I'm sorry. I've seen you before a wrestling match. You know, whether it was ACW or TNA. Like the way you psych yourself up before you go out there and before you have a match. It's a sight to see. And then I'll come up to you and I'll be like, "Oh, are you wrestling tonight, Nick?"
Or you're like, "Hey, I saw your match. It was great." I'm like, "I'm next, Dave. I'm next." Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. So, but for me, the best psych up job I've ever seen was I watched on the DVD of The Shining. They had like a mini documentary of the making of The Shining. And before the big scene where Jack Nicholson takes the axe and cuts down the door where they hear Johnny, see, he's psyching himself up with the axe in his hand. Like, he's like stomping on the ground. He's like, I'm a killer, axe, murder, shut. And I'm like, holy shit, you know? And then I saw you, Nick. It was right, right before an ACW show, and you're like, stomping your feet, stomping, blah, blah, blah. Wrestle, win, wrestle, win. You're like,
I run through a wall, there's just a silhouette of my body going through it in front of the entrance. The funny thing is, you see like my pre-warm-up.
Yes.
When at ACW, if you go up the stairs, you go around, you go all the way across the thing, and then when you're waiting for the music, that's the real one. That's a couple push-ups, but here's the real thing that goes out. I watched an older kid do this when I was maybe 7 years old in wrestling, and an older kid, like a high schooler, and he smacked like every inch of his body, including his face, before he went out there, and then turned to his coach, and his coach smacked him in the face, and he went out there, and I watched him in 15 seconds annihilate somebody, and I went, whoa, I need to do that. Okay. So my coach wouldn't slap me in the face because I was, we're like 7 years old. But when we came down to high school and college, that was the real deal. Every inch got smacked. I smacked my face, and I turned whichever coach was in my corner, one more whap in the face, and it's like, you're getting in the zone to go, okay, I might be a nice guy, but it has to be all business right now. You can't be thinking nice guy thoughts or going, hey, this guy seems all right, or, oh, he's tied up pretty hard. Uh-oh. It's got you going out there in the zone, killing zone. And I think the harder part is to wake yourself up and be in the zone when you're not doing the axe through the door, when you're just staring at the bartender and kind of having a little twinge in your eye when you're trying to debate if you're going insane or not. That's the tricky part, where you have to get in that same kind of zone too. You have to numb your body and then go be calm about it. That's even trickier, I think.
All right, so let me ask you this. It's going to set up our conversation at the top of the hour from what we saw last night on NXT with Grayson Waller. You're going to have a microphone in your hand, and the spotlight is going to be on you. It's not a match. There's nobody else in the ring with you. It might just be you alone in the ring with the microphone. Like, how do you mentally and physically prepare for a moment like that?
It's really interesting because everybody's going to be different. I still do if I'm in a blazer and the world title's around my waist and I'm in a dress shirt and I'm in like a suit, when I'm waiting and pacing, I'm using facials and letting myself, you're all worked up about this last thing, calm it down. And then when it's right before you go out there, I almost do that same order. I smack my thighs, my arms a couple times, wake up. But don't go yelling when you walk out here. This has got to be internalized and has to grind out, and you got to believe it, because if you don't believe it, nobody else does. So getting warmed up in that zone, and then going, now I know the words. Now I know the idea. Now I know the situation that I'm in. If the words aren't there, it doesn't matter, because if it comes out of my mouth and I believe it and you believe it, all that matters is getting to a certain point and either having someone's music interrupt or getting to something that draws somebody out. One line, one move that says, this is different than every other situation you've been in. And I'm telling you right now, ... bitch is the worst. We're all better than that. We got to work on it. Some of the biggest damn storylines going on Monday. Two of the biggest. And it had this awesome back and forth. The cage between Brock and Ova, and he got bitch in there. And I was like, this is the crutch that you use when you don't have this emotion. And they had it there. And so I try to apply that to myself all the time. Like, you don't need this. You don't need some little thing that doesn't go, ooh, because they have to. You suck them in with your words and telling the truth. Stand on the mark, tell the truth as you see it, and people will believe it.
And I love it. To the point now, Nick, they should put a 1-year ban on that word. Because it's used so much in almost every significant promo that they're trying to get over to the next level, that it's losing it. And you heard it on Monday, where it got a couple of oohs, but you know, if you use that, I don't know, 16 months ago, the whole arena would have been like, oh. But now it's going to be a spattering of oohs. Like, if I was anybody of authority, I would take a 1 year. I don't want to hear that word for one whole year.
I completely agree. It's a crutch, and if it comes down to something, if you're in trouble, there's been a few injuries, and all of a sudden this 3-month story goes away, and you have a pay-per-view the next week, and you have somebody who's unchallenged, cold, no story. If you have to lean on a crutch to help you with one segment, totally understandable. Got it. It's like, oh, it's an intercontinental title match with someone who wasn't in this story at all. But okay, great. We need something big. We're either knocking somebody out, laying them out, talking trash, or okay, we got to throw a bitch in there, something like that. But when you're Roman and Seth, and you have a 20-year story, and you do that to end it, you sound just like every other independent show around the world. Is that a good thing for you? It shouldn't be.
Well, especially since you used asshole earlier in the promo, right?
Yes. Two of them.
Yeah, if you would have kind of reversed that maybe and used it as just like a transition word from one line to another, because we've heard it so much, and then the asshole was the knockout punch. I don't even know if that's the right way to go, but it would have been better than what we heard.
I completely agree, and it's like the story's there. Roman is so effing good at his job now. I was there when we were forcing him, and I go, man, I don't see it. What's his promo? I don't get the vibe. I don't get the energy. And now he is seamless and incredible. He's better than that. That is a crutch for somebody else. And if you, especially, by the way, you know what asshole stood out? Because no one says it. That's why that stood out. But if you get bitch every Monday, and it's now added into your story, you go, man, come on. I get it. The built-in story with Seth and Roman is there and will be there for 20 more years. The story's there. You're so good at your job. You've both been on top for 15 years. Be better than every other show, every other segment.
Yeah, and you're the main event at SummerSlam for a reason. You're night 2, main event, you're Roman Reigns, you're Seth Rollins. Like, you have to be, you hope everything else is going to be good to great, but you got to be that next level, because you're the featured match. You want to be the reason why people are traveling or buying a ticket to see this show, is because you're the last thing, the last impression that people are going to have when they leave Minnesota on Sunday. So this story, this lead up, is the biggest thing that's happening on WWE TV right now. And this was the last time that you're going to be in the ring together face to face before you get to Minnesota for SummerSlam. So I totally agree with you. Now, there was a lot that I really enjoyed about that face-off between Roman and Seth on Monday, but yeah, I mean, you got to stay away from certain verbiage that you know is being used way too much.
Yeah, you're better than that. You don't need it. The story's there, and you're two professionals supposed to be the best. Don't sink down to a level that you're better than. You got the pressure on you. Make it happen.
All right, when we come back, we got to dive into what we saw last night. And I didn't think that we'd be starting an hour with this name, but we definitely are to start off hour number 2, and that's Grayson Waller. And he earned it. And we'll do it when Nick and I are back right here for hour number 2 of Busted Open.
Hits One is where you find who's poppin' now. And now remember, and who's poppin' next. On Hits One, first in the pop category, and in the SiriusXM app, included with most subscriptions on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or wherever you stream.
You can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue results. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, founder of Rough Greens. And for years, the big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth. That bag of food is cooked at such high temperatures, it's dead food. And when you feed dead food day in and day out, the fallout is itchy skin, achy joints, no energy, and endless trips to the vet. But when you add Rough Greens, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. Seeing your dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems, finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean. That's proof the industry can't deny. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code PROOF. That's RUFF Greens. Discount code PROOF.
Donate your car and help support Tunnel of Towers. The process is quick and simple, and the proceeds from your generous car donation will go to support the good work that T2T is doing throughout our community. Any cars accepted, running or not, and we will pick them up for free. So if you have an extra car and you want to help T2T to help our first responders and our dedicated veterans, simply call T2T at 844-BRAVEUS. Avoid the hassle trying to sell that old car. Instead, donate it and help Tunnel of Towers. That number again to donate your car and support Tunnel of Towers is 844-BRAVEUS. That's 844-BRAVEUS. Or simply donate your car online at todaysveterans.org. Your car donation really does make a difference. So call Tunnel of Towers today at 844-BRAVEUS.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
When the bell rings on the week in pro wrestling, Peter Rosenberg calls it like he sees it. Catch Cheap Beats live every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Sirius XM's Beast Incarnate. WWE Radio, channel 156.
The MLB trade deadline is Monday at 6 Eastern. Hear the moves as they happen on MLB Network Radio. Holy cow, guys. Former GMs Jim Bud and Jim Buchanan, Steve Phillips are working their phones to bring you the latest rumors and insights you crave.
General managers could make a big difference this year as to who wins and goes to the playoffs.
We're talking about the trade deadline right now on MLB Network Radio, channel 89 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Ready for big fun? Start for free at Chumba Casino. Sign up and enjoy a welcome bonus with gold coins and sweeps coins to explore hundreds of online social casino games all from your phone. Spin, play, and discover something new whenever you feel like it, with no downloads needed. More games, more ways to play. Let's Chumba. Only available in permitted states. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions for details. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus.
Back here on Busted Open, Dave LaGreca, Nick Hammond. We're going to get into NXT, and we're going to definitely get into Grayson Waller and how he started the show last night. A random thought just went through my mind because I've been watching a lot of it lately. Nick, and I want to get your take, and then we'll get to the wrestling. Dude, I have been doing a deep dive on the Rockford Files. Are you a fan?
So, I've only seen a few with my parents, but I've run out of Columbo's, Murder, She Wrote's, and Quincy's that I'm debating watching Rockford Files, and everyone in that same genre says I would really enjoy it. But I haven't given it a shot, other than being 10 years old, being in the room I was on or something.
First of all, the theme song is amazing. They got the little joke answering machine message to kick off every episode, which is
oh wow,
hilarious. Yeah,
like the critic, just like the critic.
Yes, well that's where you got it from. And then you have some great special guest, Isaac Hayes, Rita Moreno, some great special guest stars that joined the cast. from time to time. Tom Selleck, 3 Magnum PI.
Really?
Yes.
All right, I'm on board to give it a shot, and I've almost done it a bunch because I've rewatched everything so much that I go, I need to take a break. And even Columbo, I go, these are movie-length episodes of a show, and I gotta stop for a while because it's okay to not know the ending, but how they get there. I got to like a problem like with The Simpsons, to where I've seen it so much, I gotta take a couple years off.
Yeah, I think it's time. And then I think you do a deep dive on Rockford Files and tell me how it goes out. You know what I mean?
I will give it. What's the one with the Blues Brothers kind of theme? It's another detective show. Forget it. I'll figure it out at some point. It's the Blues Brothers is one of their songs that they play, but it's shoot. It is. It's a name. It's the name of a detective. Way before.
Way before.
It's it's one guy. You're better than this, but I can't figure it out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, it's a detective
I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can't figure it out. Maybe it'll come up. I don't know. I'll get to it at some point. I can't give you enough of man, it's just one guy's name. He's a detective. It's probably 60s or 70s, and it's a great song. Pay no attention to me.
All right.
So does Rockford Files have a hint? Is it like a hint of like little jokes in there too?
Yeah, there's a little bit of humor, has a little bit of everything. Little romance.
Oh.
Dude, Jim Rockford is cool as hell. Mannix. Are you thinking of Mannix?
No, but Mannix is great. Hang on, I'm gonna get it. Oh, come on.
Is it the fat
Peter Gunn? Peter Gunn.
Oh, Peter Gunn.
Peter Gunn. Wait, am I allowed to play like a song?
I mean, sure. Can't hear it. Can't hear anything you're playing. Still can't hear it.
All right, never mind. Peter Gunn theme song. You'll know it.
Oh yeah, I remember that song from playing Spy Hunter in the 80s. Like, remember the video game Spy Hunter?
I do remember the video game. It's on there?
Yes.
Dang. All right. Okay. Well, that's yes. Peter Gunn, but I never got into Peter Gunn. I was like, Mannix is good. I like Mannix.
Well, you got it. Yeah, but the reason I like Rockford, like the Rockford Files, is because he's a bit of a lovable loser too, but he's cool. He makes fun of himself. He's got cool friends that are kind of misfits. You know what I'm saying?
I like it. How long is it
at
run?
the end? It's an hour.
No, I meant like, does this 3 seasons or they get like 9 or 10? Oh, there it is.
There we go. Never saw Peter Gunn either. No, see the Rockford Files. The Rockford Files ran for 6 seasons.
All right, okay. And how's the theme song?
The theme, it may be one of the next to Perfect Strangers, because I saw Perfect Strangers may be the greatest TV theme song of all time.
Oh man. Is that Standing Tall? Is that one?
On the wings of my dreams. Dude, that's an amazing theme song.
Agree?
WKRP in Cincinnati, amazing theme song. The Rockford Files theme song might be one of the greatest. Doesn't have words. I kind of like the words. The words give you extra inspiration to go do better. You know?
Oh, wow. All right.
Come on, go do better. You know, I like the theme songs that give you a little inspiration to go do better.
You know, it's nice if you can enjoy a show and then also like, you know what, I should get up and go help fellow man. Nah, back to the fridge. Okay.
Yeah, no, I like that. But if you're going to do just instrumentals, you can't do any better than the Rockford Files.
Interesting. All right. Okay. So I I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna watch one. Is this gonna be one of those BS things where someone's like, all you gotta do is watch the first 2.5 seasons, and then it gets good. This is gonna be, you get one hour-long episode, and will I be, I can make a good observation after one?
I think you'll get hooked. The second season is the best season, and it's early on. You know, it's not like Seinfeld. It took like Seinfeld 8 years to get good. You know, like you're not gonna have that problem with Rockford Files. Also, Cheers is a great theme song too.
Oh, of course. And I've also been told by people my age or a little bit older, go back and watch Cheers because it's.
I told Tommy to watch Cheers. He hated it.
Really? Did he?
Hated it. Yeah. But Tommy also liked the Danhausen and Joe Hendry segment from Monday Night Raw. So can you really believe anything that man said? Like you know what I'm saying? Like if you ask Tommy, hey Tommy, did you like the movie? If he gave after the answer, I would be like, come on, it's like, hey,
yeah,
you like
just so you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, you like the Danhausen Joe Hendry segment. Don't trust anything this man.
Don't trust it.
Don't trust it. Don't trust it.
Oh, man.
Paul, I know you have the Rockford Files theme. Play the Rockford Files theme. Break it down. Right, it's not bad, right?
Is that a theremin playing?
I don't know. It's more of an updated. It's a little bit of a more updated version of it.
Okay.
And then you get the harmonica.
Okay, harmonica makes sense. I like that. The man of the people, you know?
You gotta have a harmonica. Plus, he was in prison, so I think he picked up playing the harmonica. Because if you're in jail, you get bored. You either whittle or you play the harmonica.
All right, I like that. And sometimes you just hear the whoa, 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 and then you know either a prison scene is about to happen, so like lets you know, like, guys, blue collar guy, man of the people.
Another great theme, the Bob Newhart Show.
Oh yeah.
877-344-4830. Your favorite theme song. We're talking here on a Wednesday morning here on Busted Open, but I digress. So let's get into the Grayson Waller segment. This kick-off NXT from last night, and this is what I love. It was a surprise. You didn't think you were going to see Grayson Waller. And when's the last time you saw Grayson Waller? Last time you saw Grayson Waller was on the main roster. And honestly, the last 2 years of Grayson Waller's career, not exactly what you would write home about. So let's go back to last night with NXT and some highlights from what Grayson had to say to kick off the show.
Hey, WWE! You want to get unreal? Let's get unreal because Grayson Waller has a live microphone finally. I think it's about time that I started rattling some cages. I made my main roster debut in the main event of Madison Square Garden 6 weeks after I broke my leg on that announce table. 6 weeks. And most people would have drowned under the lights, but loud I swam. WrestleMania 40. Lincoln Financial Field, 60,000 people. I stood on top of the ladder and I brought home the SmackDown tag titles. I got on top of the world. Everything was going like I had planned. And then something changed. And I don't know what it was, because it's not my work ethic, it's not my talent. Maybe I was too honest. Maybe I didn't politic. Maybe I didn't kiss the right ass. But either way, the last 2 years of my career have been an absolute embarrassment, and I'm man enough to admit it. I spent a year carrying 240 pounds of idiot on my back, making him relevant again. So much so that these people actually chanted his name. Never before, never since, but I don't care how many bells and whistles you give him. At the end of the day, that Marty Jannetty is still allergic to the microphone. Honestly, who's going to stop me? Chris Montana? I love the new name, by the way. It's great. You walked in here last week like you're someone. Man of the people.
I know these people cruise, and the secret is, in about 6 weeks, they're going to have a shiny new toy, and they're not going to care about you. But what really frustrates me is Cruz walks in like he's going to challenge for the NXT title straight away. Because he was the top guy in TNA. It ain't 2005, lad. Being the top guy in TNA is like being the best basketball player at the local YMCA. I'm not impressed. And speaking of not impressed, what about the champ? Hey, Tony D, why don't you come do something? You finally got a chance to show the world what you can do because there was no one left. So I'm going to do you a favor, Tony. I'm going to send you home to that ugly newborn baby of yours. Go be a dad. This top guy stuff's not... What's wrong? Sean wants to do it, yeah? You tell Sean to tune up the band if he has a problem with what I'm saying. You can't do it himself. Huh? You going to stop me? You going to go to commercial? It's too early. Hey, you know what? Sean, why don't you send out one of your guys? Because Sean has guys. I used to be one, but he's moved on. In fact, I have a message for the NXT roster. Hey guys, get off your phone. I know you're probably filming a TikTok. Maybe watch the show and learn something. Because I just walked in your house. I didn't even wipe my feet. And everything I'm about to say, I mean with the utmost disrespect. The NXT male roster is soft. You're lazy. You're complacent. You're happy to be here. I know you fat flops will love this one. The women of NXT are running laps around you. Yet still, 90% of you think you should get caught up tomorrow. But here's the secret, ladies and gentlemen. I'll look at that roster, maybe 10%'s ready. They're all women. Because you got world-class athletes back there. I see you have to try out all the passion and energy, and then you come here and you're fine with putting WWE superstar in your Instagram bio. So you can play wrestler for 6 months, impress some mediocre girls in downtown Orlando, and spend all your time in medical. And then you have the independent talent. My people, I love independent wrestlers, and you come here and you do things in this ring and no one else can do. How good are they? And then you put a microphone in their hands and all the energy gets sucked out of the room because you're a bunch of charisma vacuums. And I know you're all kind of looking over at Sean right now, seeing how he's freaking out in the headset, but deep down inside, HBK's smiling because I'm finally telling the truth. This men's division has been for the taking for months. Hey, shut up, I don't need your support. I'm cooking right now. Let me cook. This men's division has been for the taking for months, and none of you have done a thing about it. But I will. I'm going to walk in, take the title, take the division. I'm going to take every opportunity that any of you are supposed to have. Because unfortunately, for that embarrassment of a roster, I'm starting to remember who Grayson Waller is. I'm the most underrated guy on this roster. I'm the all-around pound for pound best. And then they cut off his mic, kind of like going back to CM Punk in the pipe rock. The funny thing about that, and I was telling this to Kelly and Paul before the show, I got a weather alert on my TV at the exact moment. On my channel 11, you hit that like an emergency broadcast system thing. So I thought it was like a legit, like it was wild, the timing of it. But so you have Grayson Waller.
Yes.
I'm going to say maybe one of the most significant moments of Grayson Waller's career is what we heard from him last night on NXT. And the one thing I will say, Nick, if you listen to if you watch the entire segment, at the beginning when Grayson Waller was talking, he was getting what? He was getting the what chance from the crowd. And by the end, and then he shooed him away.
you started to get Grayson Waller chants from the crowd. You don't normally see that, but Grayson Waller was able to do that last night on NXT. Listening back now to some of the highlights, what did you think of what Grayson Waller did last night?
I had to write down a couple of notes. I said something about an ugly baby. All babies are ugly. I'm on board with that one. That's fine. Mediocre women of Orlando. I have to put my foot down. I'm not going to allow this. Orlando is a beautiful place this time of year, and that's any time of year. It made some good points. Saying people are soft and complacent, that's easy to say a couple of months in. I get it. They put Instagram handle there. Love it. No one left. It's up for taking. There's nobody left down there, so anybody can stand out. That's actually a pretty fair take on them losing half of their main event people getting called up. 2005 TNA saying that's what do you think this is? 2005 for TNA to get name dropped or have a relevant champion? But man, Jeff Jarrett, Samoa Joe, Raven, those guys, and even in 2026, I did the dig because I would say something similar no matter whether you believe it's true or not. And I welcome, any type of interaction with anybody, microphone or fist-wise, in the entire world, let alone somebody who's relegated back to the minor leagues because they couldn't cut it on the main roster. But I hope him having a live microphone in front of all the students who are learning their game and being better than them, he has to remember that he's had the time to be there and be the student and stand up and go to the main roster and not connect and be sent back down to the minors. So hopefully that lit a fire on him and lets him stand out. But it's one thing to stand out there in front of people who you're genuinely afraid of, genuinely looked up to, people who are your legends or your boss or your coworkers or teammates, and set them straight with words for words that are real and hurt and hit hard. Doing it to a bunch of people who, some people were Instagram influencers and someone was a soccer player in college and is doing this for fun, it doesn't hit as hard, but I will absolutely take the good with the bad here. Great promo, got the crowd, much like you said, hugest point. Whiting at the beginning because they don't give a shit about him anymore, into in a couple of minutes, all of a sudden they care. That is fantastic. That, by the way, anybody could be given this shot and they might not deliver on it. Anybody could get this one spot and go, here's you kid, we're about to fire you. You got one chance, go say some shit and make it work. Okay. And they could go out there and not deliver this as well. So you hit a bunch of different points, got some funny lines, and also let everybody know, hey man, I'm reinventing myself. And here's where you get a little bit of real honesty. The last 2 years, I'm embarrassed of what my career's become. And you know what? As someone watching the outside, I forgot he still worked there. I totally understand that. I get it. You get one chance to make a first impression, but in the wrestling business, sometimes you get a second chance on an entire career. And it could all be from this promo. But again, like I said, it is in front of students who are learning. And by the way, not even the good students who have been there, they all got called up.
Yeah, it's a lot from what you just said. It's funny when you said about Grayson Waller, like, where's he been? And you could have told me on today's show, or I should say yesterday's show, that, Grayson Waller was let go after WrestleMania 42. And I've been like, I don't remember that, but okay. Like, I would have believed you. Like, I haven't seen Grayson Waller, and Grayson Waller hasn't been relevant since WrestleMania 40. It's been 2 years since this guy's been on TV doing something significant that was grabbing people's attention. Now, the one thing I did like, and there's many things I liked about what he had to say last night, is the first thing he did is like, that's on me. Like, I put that on myself. Like, you could blame politicking, but I got to look at myself in the mirror. I got to look at somebody who hasn't been relevant for 2 years, and I got to put that on me.
Right. And you can always, in pro wrestling, you can do it. You can take accountability for it, but you can also be like, well, this is all on me. I didn't kiss ass. Like, first of all, you probably did a little bit, but you can take that accountability, but it's pro wrestling, and say, oh, I was carrying everybody, and they brought me down. Okay, got it. Taking one for the team. But remember, this is a dream job for some people that will do anything that it takes. And if you say people are complacent now in NXT when they're brand new and they're not sure what they're doing, were you not complacent for those 2 years going, okay, I'll just be there and exist. So now coming back and like having a second chance to let everybody know, hey, I should be on this microphone every week on Raw or SmackDown because I deserve it and I earned it, and you can listen to this tonight. This is not the big leagues tonight, but the promo was about the big leagues and actually delivered. There's so many different points I take out of there. And Matt, the TNA one hit home a little bit. I said, that's great. Good promo. I would probably say the same thing. If I ever saw him on the street, I'd knock him the fuck out. It would take a second. But that's it. But the point still stands. I would say something derogatory to someone coming from another company, too, because that's where the dig is. That's where to get under their skin. That's how you do it. And he got under a lot of skin. And hopefully, that was something that was also behind the scenes with the bosses, whether it's Sean or Hunter or on his own, that goes, we need a fire-up coach to come down here. We need somebody that isn't Sean, that is already behind the scenes giving you advice, someone that's seen it and done it and you're looking to do what they've done, to come back and let you know, if you get called up, it's not a free ride. You could be done in a week. If you ever get called up, which not everybody even does. So having him come back is not just lighting the fire under his ass, it is setting that up NXT. Who wants to stand out? Who wants to step up? We just lost a bunch of people. So far, we're giving people a couple of opportunities to stand out. And so far, no one's really taking it. Now, who's going to do it? Whether it's Grayson Waller getting out there to let everybody know about himself or to let everybody know in the back. Maybe you won't have 6 months to sit around. And maybe we let you go in 3 if you're half-assing it. Or he said sitting in medical. Some people get hurt, and then some people get injured and hurt. And there's 2 different kinds of things. You're like, I don't feel like practicing. Oh, you don't want to get better? Great. You thought this was going to be a cool Instagram job? It's not. Bye. You're gone. Because this is some cutthroat stuff once you get out of the minors.
And speaking of that, Grayson Waller was with NXT, worked his ass off to get to the main roster, and he failed.
Yep.
So imagine that. You work your ass off every day in the gym, in the ring. You want to get to what? The main roster, to have a WrestleMania moment, and to have a championship title, to be on Monday Night Raw or SmackDown. And you worked his ass, he got there and he failed.
Yeah.
So you have to take some accountability for that as well. Hey, I was in the Super Bowl, I was in the end zone, the ball was thrown to me, and I dropped it.
Yep.
Now, maybe the pass wasn't perfect. Maybe the coverage was good. Nobody gives a shit. All they know is that you dropped the ball.
Right.
And Grayson Waller dropped the ball.
Yep.
Last night was his Hail Mary. Last night, this is do or die for Grayson Waller. And he's got to know that I'm here, I'm going back, like you said, to the minors. I'm going back to NXT. This is him throwing the Hail Mary and praying and hoping that it's caught. Because if it's not, he may be on that list of people who are released in the future by the WWE.
And sometimes it takes a wake-up call like that to where, some people, we've all been there. You think in your head, I want to be the wrestler, I want to be a pro wrestler, I want to be on WWE, I want to do this thing, I want to main event WrestleMania, I want to be champion. And you get there and he's like, I'll do anything. And they're like, oh yeah? Well, would you like to win the WWE title on your first day? Or would you like to be a cheerleader and 20% of them and you get your ass kicked all day? And then you got to figure it out afterwards. You're actually starting a notch back from everybody else showed up. And it's like, all of a sudden, it's not so easy. And it can be, man, is this it? Okay, I'm going to do the best jam cheerleader I ever possibly could. Because I know that this might be my last chance and my only chance. I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know you could say no to being a cheerleader. I didn't know you could say, yeah, I'm going to make this work. And even if it doesn't, I'm going to give you everything I got because I know from 5 years old, I wanted to do this job. So if this is his last shot, he wanted to make sure he covered all his bases, but also, much like you said, he took responsibility there. Hey, of course, saying I didn't kiss enough ass, blah, blah, blah. Everybody kisses ass, so you're full of shit. But the important part is, if this is what changes for him, good, because it was solid. It was a great promo, and I cannot stress enough to this. If you put somebody else out there last night, and they get to say whatever they want and make it count because it's a Hail Mary, they don't always deliver on that. And they could kind of get lost, and they could kind of slow down, and they could get taken off guard by the what chance, and all of a sudden the rhythm's gone, and they look lost and stupid. Grayson knew what this meant last night, whether it was set up for him to go wake up the locker room or just to wake up himself. He knows when you're back
to earn your shot one more time, we're back here to kind of use the 2% of your name that exists left so we can trample all over it and help our champ.
Yeah, and Nick, you just said something that's really interesting, and it kind of piggybacks from a conversation that Bully and I were having yesterday about Sol Ruca. Like you just said, hey, first day you're given the championship, or first day you're a cheerleader. But you're going to be the best damn cheerleader out there and get that fucking over. Sometimes when you're given the championship, there's nowhere to go but down. I talk about like a Nikki Cross. She reinvented herself. She became a completely new character. And they put the title on her right away. There's no journey. There's no story. Where do you go from there? Sol Ruca comes in, and almost immediately she's the women's intercontinental champion. Where do you go from? There's no journey. What is the reason why you had 20,000 plus people going absolutely ape shit at the Meadowlands was because they knew where you started from and where you are right now. If you start at the top right away, then it's force feed, and then it's a disconnect. But when if you do it right, and people are on your journey from day one, you get that over to a completely different level. This is Grayson Waller's chance to do that.
Absolutely agree. And you can show up and be handed the title, and you got a long march in front of you there, and it can be a big moment. And some of us who come in as Spirit Squad will be like jealous of you, but we know the second you aren't a 10 out of 10 on a promo, or you stumble somewhere, or you miss a move, or you do something, you think that meeting the next morning is, hey, this is a great idea that we got, that we're just putting all these eggs in one basket. No, this is someone that we thought could handle it and take it to the top and make it even bigger. And I saw him stumble a little bit. In the old administration, the second someone went, I don't see it, it's over. Someone who's fighting for the world title, and not even Vince, two hands go up like, I don't really see what they get. Yeah, me neither. Done. You didn't do anything wrong. You just weren't impressive enough to someone in the meeting, and that takes you out. Imagine all the things that you can mess up, and then you have to go forward. So as you get older, much like you just pointed out, being handed that championship is a little tricky too. Walking in that day, even though I was jealous of you as a talent, when you become older and you're outside looking in, you got to deliver big time here. They're bringing some people in kind of as a joke because they want to see if they can earn it. And then when they earn it, the crowd's going to watch them earn it. And then they're instantly built in to be behind them, knowing their life story, at least wrestling-wise. When you show up and you're the champ, it's hard to connect with people when they don't know like you said, that journey, or you're not on one, or you didn't fight for one to get here. What did you do? Well, they liked me a lot in NXT, so I'm the champ and I have a cool finish. Oh, shit, okay, got it. Now, there's a little bit of a dual-sided coin there, too. We needed some type of segment where Sol Ruca, we got to know her. We got a deep, it was a long promo, a sit-down interview, something to where you got to know a little bit more, and then you find out that struggle that she's going through, or her chase or whatever, even without the title. But in this case, we didn't get it. It was, we like her, we know she's fun, she's got a cool finish, she's the champ all of a sudden, and then we didn't really hear too much in depth, personally, about her, and that creates the disconnect. It's not just on the talent.
Yep, 877-344-4893. I want to go out to the nation. I want to hear what you thought of what we heard and saw from Grayson Waller last night on NXT. It's your chance to speak up and speak out when Nick and I are back right here on Busted Open.
It's Stephen A. Smith. Check me out on SiriusXM. Some of you think I already said it all. Nonsense. You haven't heard sports talk like this? You know me. Passionate, opinionated, and an unfiltered, uncompromising viewpoint. You think you got what it takes to talk sport with me? Well, I'm a phone call away. Holla. Better bring it. You get it twice on Channel 84, in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Imagine having complete clarity about your health, not just test results, but a clear plan built around you. Today, body scans and lab tests are easy to access, but true peace of mind comes from understanding what they mean and what to do next.
Guys, how was it? Was it a good stream?
Our patients work directly with board certified.
Thank you for watching for however long. Sorry I wasn't commenting a lot. Obviously, it was a sleep stream, so thank you. I'm the handyman. Good morning. Good night. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace out. God bless. I'm out of here.